So begins the final time I need to just.
Hey,
until season
well,
2 comes
until
out.
season 2, that's right.
Ah,
Don't be such a Debbie Downer.
Until, I mean, if, right?
That's true. As far as I know, it has not been renewed for
It's a
season 2
very
yet.
expensive show, and I haven't really seen anybody talking about it much, so...
Yeah,
you
this
know?
is a for everyone. This is a $250 million
At least.
set
At
of
least.
8. At least they're not gonna they're not gonna
In
eyeball
fact,
the
what I
number.
saw was that they said that it was a much bigger production than Shogun, which had a budget of $250 million, so... At least it's almost like, well, I mean, it's gotta be not even close to that. And I could believe that, kind of, that it costs a lot more than that.
I
I
mean,
can't say that I
apparently-
feel it looks very expensive. Like there are some shot, like Shogun looks like they got their money's worth. You can tell that that was a very expensive show. Same with, I was going to say most of the Disney stuff, Andor specifically
Andor
looks
yeah.
expensive. Alien Earth doesn't really. Like, I mean, you've got the creatures that are largely practical. You've got some extensive sets. You've got some full CG shots, but like $250 million is like a stupid amount of money.
when you say largely
It's a
practical,
crazy...
I mean the alien creature itself.
even
I'm not
then,
saying it looks good. I'm saying
Some of it. Sometimes it has practical aspects.
Maybe I'm misremembering. I seem to remember the majority of the times we see the alien itself, it was very clearly a guy in a suit, which is why I didn't like it, because they didn't know how to frame it.
there's a
think
lot
it
of
Like a
depends.
few
guy in a
When
suit.
it's standing around, walking around, doing stuff that isn't action-packed, it tends to be practical because it sort of stands in corridors looking awkward and it's very janky. And then when it's doing laughable combat scenes or when it's jumping from heights or doing any fast movement, I think then it tends to be CG.
And then almost all the other creatures of all times are CG.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, like, even if you include the alien, which is the creature we see the most, like, it kind of reminds me of, like, the first Jurassic Park. We don't see them that much, which isn't really a problem in and of itself, but it surprises me that there can't have been that many, like, expensive visual effect shots in this show. I just don't see how it cost anywhere near that much.
I guess when you
No.
think
I-
about like the Maginot set and the island, the Neverland Island, and just all the, and just some of the places that Morrow goes that you only see for a few moments and then it's gone forever. And of course, you have to license all of those rock songs that you have. In your
That's
Alien
true.
I
Show.
wonder how much that cost them.
We got to
That was
pay for
probably quite a
Timothy
bit.
Chalamet.
Yeah.
I mean, Timothy
Metallica
Elephant.
and Rush
one.
aren't going to be cheap.
I find it really strange that they would spend maybe 3 times as much money, like, on an Alien TV show than they're willing to spend on a theatrical Alien film. Like, isn't that a little bit weird?
Yeah.
It is.
Like,
Although, I mean, I
Romulus,
was trying to
Romulus
work
was
out.
expensive, but not that expensive.
But if you try and break it out, obviously this is 8 episodes. Most of them are nearly an hour in length. I was trying to work out, and I haven't because
Oh,
my
yeah,
math
sure.
is
Over the
awful. But like over the
minute
course
per
of it,
minute,
if
it
you
would be
actually cut it
cheaper.
down to say 2 episodes, which is roughly the equivalent runtime of an Alien Romulus, whether the production was like, the budget was roughly the same by time allotted, as opposed to, but then obviously just expanded over the course of another 6 episodes after that. They also, I don't think they don't use a huge number of location sets from what I was able to detect either. And the way that Andor was able to go to real places in the world and then augment them to make them look a bit more like science fiction. A lot of the stuff in Alien Earth just does seem to have been built completely bespoke. And like, so like when you're in the city as well, that all seems to have been completely created by CG. I don't think they augmented a real city to do any of that. Then all of the some of the interior shots are really lavish and quite well done. Some of the only well done things in the entire show, which is obviously very time intensive and expensive as well, I imagine. So I imagine they didn't spend the money as wisely as they could have done as well. But then also if you combine the total length, it probably does rack up.
I guess it's more so that because even if it was cheaper, like minute by minute, it's a television show, which means it's only going to be for like straight. It's not like you're making money from people paying for tickets to go watch it in theaters. It's like, well, you're making money from maybe there'll be a few more people who subscribe to Disney Plus or Hulu to watch it. It just seems like a ridiculous amount of money to spend on a television show.
It is. But that was like the methodology at the beginning of streaming was, yeah, it's acceptable to have loss leaders like major marquee productions on streaming because the overall benefit to increasing subscribers and locking them in for a number of years will overmatch the amount of money you might make at a one-off theatrical release. I thought we'd kind of put that to bed, given that almost every
Yeah, I thought
franchise
it
that's
was
tried
over.
it has failed. But I was trying to look as well for like viewership for this show. And there's not obviously there's not a huge amount out because it's Disney, but I think the premiere got there's like 9.2 million views in a week across Disney Plus and Hulu, and I think that is one of the top rated, if not the no, it can't be the top, but it's going to be one of the top rated streaming.
Man, are they actually
touches
going to
they've
get
got.
another season of this?
I suspect they will. I don't think they would have allowed them to end it the way they did if they weren't quite confident that they were planning for another one.
They're
Yeah.
very confident.
Also, just the amount of, I could be mistaken here, but like the amount of money that they have put into it is making me think that like you don't spend that amount of money on a let's find out if this will work. You're gonna go at it for at least 2 seasons. I mean, we saw that with Rings of Power.
We
Essentially,
also
like,
saw a fucking
makes it
third
seem-
season for Daredevil Born Again, despite the first one just being a failure in every way you could imagine.
Yeah, that's crazy as well. Like, oh yeah,
I'm not even like,
fucking hell, man.
I don't even want to do a season 2 breakdown, and we got 3. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's
I don't
pretty.
know
It's
either.
pretty grim, honestly. Yeah, that's only like a few months away as well. It will have to be.
Jesus, that's not
Yeah,
fair at
no,
all.
It
It's
isn't
not fair.
Rings of
It's-
Power
it's-
recognizes it needs to leave for a while, so you can build
it's
up an
not fair. I mean,
immunity.
it's already guaranteed that there is going to be as much Disney Daredevil as there was of Netflix Daredevil. You know, if you're excluding Defenders, which of course you would. But
Yeah.
you know, the point being, it's the
It
same
is weird
amount
to think
of
about.
general episodes. It's not.
It won't feel
you know,
like
all
that,
it takes
though.
is one more season. It's not going to feel like that. You're right, because it's all
Because
like
the new one has
slot,
no cultural footprint and it sucks and no one gives a shit or watches it.
Yep.
Whenever you say Daredevil, people will think of the 3 Netflix seasons. They will not think of Born
And
Again.
people are like, oh, but those last 2 episodes were good. No, they weren't.
No, they were
Just
shit.
like with this show. Oh no, those first few episodes were good. No, they weren't.
No,
No.
definitely. I can
This
understand
was just-
someone watching the first couple and being like, okay, I'll stick with it and see where
I
it goes.
don't, honestly. Nah, I don't see it. I don't see what would have been in those episodes. It was so enthralling that like it would distract from all of the shit dialogue.
It's different. That's
It's
all I've really
pretentious.
got. Oh, it's very pretentious, but it's different. My broad view, I guess, is that the show goes downhill. Not that it starts strong. I don't think it starts well, but the ending is just awful.
It gets worse. I would agree with that. It's just that, you know, at the start it's already a disaster.
So, do you think we don't like this show?
I don't think
think
it's
it's
going to be a
very good.
spoiler for chat because it's been
Yeah,
covered by. I think
I'm,
everyone who's talked about Alien Earth on the internet has already agreed it's bad now.
That's good.
Now.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, well, it started out with some 50-50s, but I think everyone, especially after that last episode where they realized
Ooh.
the story wasn't going anywhere, they were like, oh, shit.
It's true. It just it does end in this very strange, abrupt way when our OC main character Do Not Steal protagonist.
I have heard it referred to
We
as a
will
cliffhanger, the ending, and I was like, oh, wow. I guess you could
I
call
mean,
it
it's-
I
that.
don't.
Like,
It's
in a
cliffhanger.
manner
It's
of
more than it's like
speaking.
the story is just incomplete.
Yeah, the story was like, sorry, we ran out of time, I guess. Bye.
I mean, if you stop watching a film halfway through, I guess you're making it into a cliffhanger.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
There's also the other definition of cliffhanger, which is that something that makes you want to hang yourself off a cliff. Which, like, prolonged exposure to Alien Earth, especially with flu, that made me several times think, "Is it worth it? I could." There's one.
How
that
is your
you-
flu
like,
doing?
Oh, it's great. It's so much fun. It's still sticking around. It's cancelled my birthday.
sound
It's
better.
lovely. A little bit, yeah. It's getting there. This is just overdosing on Lemsip though.
It is both crazy and not crazy, just how brutalized this IP is, because you'd be like, wow,
Jeez,
another, and then you're like, well, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly special, is it?
What are you talking about? Alien and Predator. It's great that Disney gobbled up Fox because now these franchises are in such a great. Isn't it crazy that that's something that people have said?
Let's
It's
Like, oh, you know, this massive media consolidation of like two of the largest entertainment companies in the world. You know, it was really great for the Alien and Predator series. We can at least say that.
It's crazy
like,
that there's
okay.
that, but
Well,
there's
let's-
also
let's
some
take a
people who
look at
don't
the
realize
list,
who to
right?
foot the blame with. Like some people don't realize this is Disney's fault, as in this thing you're watching is as shit as it is for the same reason Star Wars is as shit as it is, for the same reason fucking Indiana Jones is as shit as it is, for the same reason Marvel is as shit as it is.
There is I mean, this is the latest in a long line of terrible alien and alien adjacent franchise movies. Because I mean, we got Alien, all started in '79, incredible film. Aliens, 7 years later, incredible film. Alien 3 in the '90s, Resurrection, Prometheus, Alien Covenant, and Alien Romulus, which came out
Hey.
last year.
Skipped over 2 movies.
You can't do that.
I'm doing the crossover films next. Which is Alien
Crossover.
vs
Believe
Predator.
you.
Alien
Nah.
vs Predator. I'm reading from the Wikipedia list. Actually, they have.
I can
crossover
tell
films,
there's
right?
no passion in your voice at all.
Listen, I am very passionate about Aliens vs Predator Requiem 2007. I'm very.
How many of these have
passionate
you
about that
seen,
film.
Rags?
Oh, that's a good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 5 or 6.
You know, I couldn't
How many
guess
have
which
you
ones they
seen?
were. All of them too many times. Except for
Oh,
Alien
yeah?
Aliens.
Well-
I haven't seen them enough.
Haha! I win then, because I haven't seen all of these. But yeah, Alien Earth. It's the latest Alien, and boy, it's really keeping the trend going. It's keeping the series alive. It's full of scares. It's full of deep philosophical questions about our place in the universe. It's got action. It's got suspense. It's got boy, it's got them. Boy, it sure
Got
does.
stuff.
And don't you think for a second it doesn't. So I figured we might as well just start at the beginning, because I had debated whether or not we would do all the Maginot stuff as its own little side thing, like sort of sequestered. But I figured, nah, fuck it, because we're probably not even going to cover the Maginot episode, really, because it's essentially a shitty, terrible bottle episode that has no real bearing on the rest of the show, and it's terrible and awful. And we can discuss some points in it, but honestly, I don't really think it's it's worth really covering that much. But when we get there, we'll get there, and maybe we'll feel different. I don't know. I'm just one of I'm one of the 5. Like, remember in Alien Earth, there's the 5 that they say a few times. Remember? That's like us. We're the 5. I'm
What you mean? How they kept expositing to people like who ought to know what it is,
Yeah,
True.
because
Yeah,
who
yeah.
here
As you
hasn't completed
know-
their civics class
as you
yet?
know.
As you
Does that mean if
know.
we are the 5 though, that we get
On
to
2
divide
different
the solar
occasions, at
system
least.
between us? Like, who owns what of
Well,
the 5 of us?
It's not too far away from real life. Don't they often say, like, we are the 200, in reference to governments, I think, in our world? Like, when they have
I don't actually
meetings in
know.
the UN, they say, you know, let us convene the
I-
200.
I don't actually know.
Oh,
Maybe.
I'm certain they don't, is the... It's okay.
Oh, is that? I didn't know. I didn't know if that was a thing. Like they would
The fact
say.
that
It
all
seems
of you are
Almost, is that
silent
they
feels
just call
weird to
themselves
me.
the United Nations.
Yeah, they
though,
do
that's
not
the
call
thing.
themselves the 200. That's definitely not what they do.
the UN's a crazy place. All right.
There's a good point. There was chat
So.
points out there. There is the G20 and the G7, and sometimes a G6 and sometimes a G8, depending on whether
Oh, is
Russia
that why
Yeah.
they're called that?
Yeah, that's a way better name, though.
I'd rather be
We are
called
the G5.
ooh yeah, we're the FAP 5 is who we are. We are the FAP 5, and we're going to talk about Alien Earth. So, Alien Earth begins. Well, it might be best to say what year this takes place in the timeline,
I guess.
just so we sort of
Maybe a
establish.
point of problem
what's going
for the whole
on.
thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is 2120. This takes place 2 years before Alien.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
'Cause
Yeah.
it's non-canonical.
I'm,
What-
I'm
what?
afraid they don't. They're the ones that control the IP right now. So
Fringy.
Yeah, it's
What
canonical
whatever
canon.
do you
It's-
mean?
It's,
Are you saying that
it's
Alien
just-
Earth isn't canon? But
I'm saying that. Well, I mean, certainly not my world, but like even putting that to one
My
side,
world.
everything that happens in
Fringy.
this story is irreconcilable with like the alien storyline.
Oh yeah, it
So,
can't be
Fringy, would
canon,
you
and
like me
yet
to ask
somehow
you
it
a
is.
difficult question?
Okay.
If you had to choose between this and Romulus being the most canon of canon, which would you choose?
Or the thing is that if Romulus definitely isn't canon, it's really much easier for me to pretend that Alien Earth isn't. Like, it's really easy. This just is,
That's a solid
you know,
strategy. I get where you're going
gone.
at.
So, like, I get to double up on making them both not canon because one of them
Let's
definitely
choose
isn't.
both.
I thought you can't choose both because that defeats the object of
No,
the
that's not what he
question.
said.
You
That's
have
not what
to-
Fringy
No,
said.
I'm not
Oh, is it
choosing
not?
both. I'm saying Romulus officially wouldn't be canon, and that makes some people big mad, which would be pretty funny. And then it's easy for me to treat Alien Earth as if it's not canon
Okay,
anyway.
let's
Whereas if I make Alien Earth properly not canon, it's like, well, it's almost redundant.
let us modify
you know? 'Cause it's so
Rag's
easy.
question to make it harder for you. Which one, if you had to choose, becomes canon in your mind?
Ooh,
Oh,
you're gonna get brainwashed like Nibs.
oh. I got to think about that. Maybe I'll figure that out when we finish this
Well,
episode.
what about the rest of the panel? Do we have any preliminary
Um,
answers before we start? Because
Something that pisses me off about Romulus is it sticks itself between Alien and Aliens, and it even that stupid shit about it collecting the Narcissus. Like that's a supposed to be like a fun element of it. If that became like canon in my head, that's a nightmare. And then of course they found the alien from Alien, and then they put it on the ship, and then it killed everybody. Like all of that shit. Oh, but this one, I mean, I would have to admit, objectively, is far more incoherent with the world as it stands. Unless the beginning of season 2 is everyone gets nuked, and that's that. But even then, I don't think that it's too late. With how
It's
much
too
damage they've done. It's a
Definitely
data
'cause-
thing.
yeah, because pretty much all of like Prodigy as a company and everything it knows and all the Utani stuff exists outside the Neverland Island.
The biggest
and
killer
all its
is
implications.
Morrow, with the information from the Maginot, went to Weyland Yutani with data that they now have. So it's done. It's too late. Which kind of just it cannot be reconciled with Alien and Aliens unless Weyland Yutani are just extremely stupid, like first order stupid.
I mean,
Yeah, like the
potentially.
world-building
I don't think that
implications
this
are really
is.
dire.
I don't think this is going to be revealed to be the case because the Neil Hawley is the guy's name. I think he
Noah.
said that if the show. Where did I get his name wrong?
The Neil.
Noah
Neil?
Hawley.
Neil Noah.
Noah. Thank you. Okay, so Neil Hawley said that at the end of the season, he's going to, or at the end of the series, he's going to tie it in with the Nostromo leaving. I believe he said that. That's an idea that he has.
I mean,
but
did we all take bets as to whether they'd say that name in the last episode?
Yeah.
Well, timeline-wise, I don't think that works unless we just go with it not being canonical, because based on like how long the Nostromo was traveling for, it should be leaving in the year that Alien Earth takes place in. So it's possible that it's already left.
It was on an
Which
8-month journey. I think the Nostromo was.
Yeah, that's probably something they're very much looking for. I thought they were going to reference it by the end of the show, but I realized that we still got more to go. Like, I was surprised there was no reference by the end of the season, but it's obviously something they'll get to because they can't fucking resist.
It also means as well, doesn't it, that they are going to have to reconstrue the Nostromo in Alien as having been sent there deliberately
Yeah, they're gonna fuck it.
with complete foreknowledge of what they were going to find and just not telling the crew, which isn't how Alien plays out at all. But it does seem to be how some people think Alien panned out.
Yeah, there's been some real confusion with fans of the films about the nature of Weyland Yutani, and a lot of people like to do the conspiracy twirling of like Weyland planned everything and they knew everything about LV-426. It's like they didn't. They really didn't. If you watch those films, they did not.
How does that movie make any sense if they did?
It doesn't. It's part of the point of the film is that they stumble across this nightmare that they never should have tried to understand. That's like the whole point of it. The cooperation aspect is great in Alien, but it's not that Weyland Yutani knew everything and they were like, hee, we're gonna send people there to get hit by aliens. And you're like, but that's what they do, and it's like, no, that's what they do later once they have more information.
You can believe they're working off of like essentially reports from a long way away, and they're like, well, I mean, this is what we do as a result of it. We don't have complete knowledge.
Well, and
It's,
Mother's on
investigate.
board intelligence, Ash's protocols, like you discover more about what would happen if contingencies were to come up, which is really, really interesting, as opposed to what they do in this with the Maginot, which is like, if you discover you're gonna go get life forms, and if you get them, you're not as valuable as them. Okay, good, thumbs up. It's so shit compared, but you can see where they got it from. The thing that they didn't understand at all.
Evil company
Lightest
wants
fucking way.
evil-based aliens, and that's kind of where it
That just makes me
stops
think
as a
that
thought.
we're apparently due for an alien breakdown at some point because a lot of people don't know why that film's good.
It's so good, though.
Clearly.
Well, the people who make this, it is
Definitely
one of those.
don't.
It's definitely a series where it does make you wonder, what did you fall in love with? If this is what you're making in the series now, what was it about Alien and Aliens that you actually liked? Because you certainly
Well,
aren't trying to emulate it, not in a
Especially
reasonable way.
since in record time, like I'm not sure if we come across a show that's beaten itself out of continuity faster than this one. Like this opening exposition just kills it immediately.
Pretty much,
Yes.
yeah.
I mean, it almost kicked itself out of continuity even before it began, because I remember thinking, just watching the trailers and understanding the premise, which is
Yeah.
that this is going to be an alien prequel with an alien on Earth. I don't think there is a single way you can tell that story that also exists in like broader continuity. Like it's inevitably going to fuck itself. In fact, it's pre-fucked itself.
Yeah, the only way I feel like that can work, which now, having seen season 1, I don't think there's a hope in hell they're going to do this, is if everything kind of gets cleaned up nicely with a
It
bow
all has
on
to be
top.
nuked, yeah, but it's not happening.
Yeah,
so.
like I mean, essentially, like AVP kind of did that because AVP takes place in a pyramid underneath the Antarctic,
Yeah.
and then the Predator showed like the only evidence that any of that happened really is that the main character lady has like a spear. I think that's it. That's the only evidence.
Which they reference in The Predator. Woohoo! Well, you big old Predator fans remembered that. Yeah, you did. So
I actually don't remember that, but I've only seen
No.
the Predator once.
It's okay.
Yeah, I wasn't remembering
that's
that
why I'm
either.
here. I get those little fun facts. But I will say that I get what you're saying, and it's the same thought I had, but I think upon rereading this that it's still broken, even if that were happening, because it says, in the future, the race for immortality will come in 3 guys. Like, no, it won't. That's not true. What they talk about in this show is cutting edge, brand new technology that hasn't even been revealed to the public, and it cannot be, because it doesn't exist in just years from now. Nobody knows any reference to it, so they fucked themselves. But they've also told us that this is just the reality of this future, and it's like, it's not though.
Unless the information somehow like
No, but it's
escapes
not.
in a secret and it's held or
This
someplace. or-
statement can't be true. The race for immortality
Can't be
comes in 3
true,
guys. It's like, no, it doesn't.
Particularly given how much further the alien story goes. It's like the alien story spans from this point for a couple hundred years, and none of this technology
Except synths,
is
obviously.
ever like referenced, except for the synths, but not the hybrids.
Nor
And
the
synths do
cyborgs.
get
The
referenced.
cyborgs is
When
just
the
made up.
synths
Or the
are
cyborgs
referenced,
either. True, yeah.
the synths are not that you don't watch the synths in any subsequent alien movie and conclude, yes, these are part of a highly valuable race for human immortality.
Yeah, no.
Because they send them on random Jobsworth missions on mining ships, and they're like robotic assistants. This is not part of the race for immortality, but apparently, according to this show, it is. Whose immortality, I don't know, but I guess they count.
Well, for those I guess who are curious what we're talking about, the show essentially begins with a little bit of a text here. In the future, the race for immortality will come in 3 guises: cybernetically enhanced humans, which are cyborgs, artificially intelligent beings, synths, and synthetic beings downloaded with human consciousness, hybrids. And which technology prevails will determine what corporation rules the universe.
So
Which is also
then
not
that
true.
Also not true. And what point did the Alien franchise start talking about who rules the universe? Like, they're just about out of the solar system. There's a lot of universe left to explore and encounter. Like, what is this?
It's
What are the stakes?
future-proofing.
It's
I guess
such
it's
a
a
future-proofing.
catch-all for big space.
It's just a fuck up. This is a huge fuck up. But it's like, wait a minute. You want to make a different show, which is fine. Go do that. But like, what are
Why
you?
is it called
Yeah.
Alien? Why'd you
yeah,
call
when
it
Fringy-
Alien?
When Fringy said earlier that it was easy to really divorce this from like Alien as a as a canon, as a franchise, I'm there with him. This doesn't feel like an Alien show in really any way. apart from the alien pops up quite a bit in the middle of the screen constantly. But apart from that, if you just changed it into a different kind of alien and made this the Spooky
Well,
Alien Adventures show, it
the
would just be
xenomorph
fun.
being the xenomorph isn't really relevant. The show doesn't even seem to be all that interested in the
No.
xenomorph.
No, it's not even. I mean, they've made a TV show called Alien Earth, where the most, I hesitate to say scariest, because there's nothing in this show is scary, but I guess the creepiest alien isn't the titular alien xenomorph. They outdid themselves. They turned yeah, it is. That's the best character in the show, and they just turned the alien itself into a little like puppy.
Yeah.
He's not joking when it's like stuff happens and then the alien is like, hello, like, and you're just like, oh shit, there he is. Look at him go.
It's actually like domesticated before the events of Alien.
I'm not even talking about that
Alien.
part. I mean, even in the first two, because people said like, oh, he was great in the first two episodes. Like, he just pops up, kills people, and then runs off. There's no, and someone might be like, that's what he does in all of them. And it's like, no, I mean, there's no contextualizing it as like a horror experience. We have to avoid the xenomorph or anything. It's more so, we got other shit going on with these companies, with the synths, with like the curiosity of the experiments. Like, oh, alien scene. Okay, anyway, back to the story.
Yeah,
you know,
it just
like,
shows up, kills people.
The alien scenes actually detract from the story it's trying to tell, because for the amount of time they take up and the amount of conversation that has to happen around it just to ground its place in the universe, it's not important enough in the story to actually justify any of that. And the show probably would have been slightly better if they'd just not had the alien in it. And I would have been absolutely in favor of that, an alien show which had the confidence not to include the xenomorph on Earth. But they didn't. They thought they had to do it. And it makes everything worse. But then, even then, it's the opportunity cost is only really there if you accept, which you shouldn't, that they might have been able to tell a better story without the alien, which they couldn't because their own unique creations are so terrible.
It wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if this show was originally written as something else, and then it got Alien sort of tacked on
like a
to
Blade
it.
Runner prequel.
It definitely likes Blade Runner too. But like, there's always been the aspect, the theories that Blade Runner and Alien are in the same universe, and so it's like fun to be like, I can do both. I can handle that. Which you sure tried. I think you could say that definitionally, or something. It's not embarrassing at all that we have so many references and trying to tackle this much. I mean, I'd love to ask Noah what he thinks Alien is about, and if I get the it's a monster running around killing people answer, I'd be like, okay, yeah.
The problem is, though, that the creator of Alien has obviously established the precedent of making the Alien franchise about things that it's never been about before and probably shouldn't be about ever. That he could legitimately say, well, you tell me that this is what Alien is about, but then Ridley Scott decided that the Alien franchise was the best place to explore the meaning of life. So
I still want to get his answer, though.
All of this.
Like whatever. And not to say that he hasn't fucking talked about it in several articles. I just mean, like a genuine answer after watching it with him or something. I just want to see what his human brain does with it, especially after seeing this show. Because it's just like, man, what happened? You're scrambled.
Has Nigel Hawley said which part of the Alien IP this is meant to be canonical with? Because it can't really be canonical with all of it, because it's.
Well, yeah.
Is it just trying to fit in with the first movie? Or?
So they never, for some reason, they did this with Terminator, but they never do it with Alien. They never say what is not canon. I think they pick and choose because there's too much now. Like, say they were like, what's canon to you? We would obviously be like, the obvious. Like, why would we even have to discount all of this shit? And I guess a lot of people feel that same way, except they assume everyone agrees with them about what the shit stuff is. Which, to be fair, everyone probably draws a line differently, I guess. To the point where AVP is usually decanonized by everybody, even though it's, the fourth best thing?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Which is significant. That's a long list, just saying.
AVP is the fourth best Alien movie. I need to think about that now.
Yeah.
You'll find this. Yeah.
I don't think I agree, but if it's anywhere near close there, then that's just depressing.
Well, what do you think,
When you
Pizza?
say you don't agree, what? Yeah, what?
This is just off the top of my head. Obviously, Alien and Aliens are 1 and 2.
Right.
I would probably then put. I mean, it's either Alien 3 or probably Prometheus for me.
Oof.
Ooh.
I mean, it is an oof. I think there's plenty in Prometheus that is decent. There's a lot in it that's really not good, though.
Really?
I think
What
it's
is
like-
decent
I
in
think
Prometheus?
I haven't watched it in a very long time, and I was planning on revisiting it for a video. I haven't yet decided if I'm going to do that. But
'Cause I was going to
um,
caveat as well, writing what is decent in Prometheus, because it's not that long ago that I rewatched it for Romulus, and what an awful
It's
film.
awful. It's awful. Yeah, I think it's pretty close to meritless. Like I'm not really willing to. The dialogue in that movie is so awful.
so would you
Like,
say
I
that
don't even-
is it? Do you think it's better than Covenant? Because for me, there's a big drop off between.
Yes, but no.
it might
Last time I
be.
watched it, it was
It might
tough.
be,
I
but-
think yes, though, because Covenant's even
Yeah.
stupider, right? Like
But
they don't
Yeah.
even use masks in that. They're just like fuck it.
Yeah.
I guess maybe to sort of help
Like this
clarify it.
show.
I think Mauler, you're probably on the same page on this one. Like Alien 3 is kind of worthwhile.
Unfortunately.
if we're talking about the director's cut. Even putting to one side, obviously, the choice that was made in
Yeah.
terms of how they wanted to follow up directly from Aliens. Putting that to one side, once
Whoa.
the movie begins, it's like kind of worthwhile. Which makes it unique in the Alien series, because the only other two films that are like it's Alien and Aliens that actually have things really, really, really working for them.
Sigourney
Yeah.
Weaver's excellent in that film. A lot of the dialogue's really strong. The core idea is like something. A prison filled with guys who don't really have weapons because of the deal they have with the guards, which is like
There's
an
a lot of
uneasy
great
system.
Cinematography as well.
I was going to avoid mentioning that because obviously a lot of these films have some good cinematography. Even the worst ones, some have some good stuff. Prometheus has got good
They do,
cinematography.
but I thought the Alien 3 there was some aspects of the way that it was shot and like its art direction
sure.
that I thought were really cool,
Um,
like particularly cool and
mm.
unique.
Well, and then the original character in Clemens, I actually really like, and I really like his story. It's unfortunate what happens to him as well, but it's Alien 3 for you, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot in Alien 3 again that is. I mean, the two different versions of the film are just completely different to each other, and again, there's bits from each that are like
Talking
better
about
than the other.
director's
But
cut,
Yeah.
Yeah, the
on
director's
this
The
one.
cut.
assembly cut.
that's the better version for sure. And
It's
I mean,
got its
apart
problems
from
for
that,
sure.
I mean, AVP 2 is unwatchable garbage. You've got
Yes.
Romulus,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is definitely not better than AVP. You've got I mean, maybe Resurrection, but Resurrection is just goofy as shit.
I feel like AVP just edges out Resurrection. The main issue AVP has is that it's like a popcorn movie made by action guy who doesn't really have much substance. And it's like, okay, but that done okay is still better than the most pretentious shit done awful. In fact,
Oh yeah, easily
most pretentious shit done awful can be fucking infuriating.
miserable.
Ryan Johnson sort of stuff.
Like Alien Earth.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
I
And
don't
then also
even
like
know.
Prometheus,
I feel like it doesn't want
Yeah,
to
sure,
indulge
yeah.
in itself. Like it's
Yeah.
like because we'll get into it. It's like, oh boy, what's it like to be human? Actually, we're doing this. And okay, all right then.
Could you
Sure.
imagine agreeing to do a job that would mean by the time you get back home, your family have all died of old age? It's like, whoa, that's a really bye. Not doing that anymore.
No, next scene, we're
Yeah,
we're
it's
crashing.
like,
Oh, stuff's happening. Whoa.
Yeah, it's the most frustrating thing that you can't take as your theme and basically advertise it straight off the bat as like this is going to be a show about what the nature of humanity is, and then have nothing to say about what humans are except that they're all retarded.
Yeah.
Which it keeps happening. I mean, Superman does something similar in the sense that it says, "Oh, the theme is that humanity is my greatest strength," and then all the way through the movie, humans are vile, evil, fickle, retarded bastards, and then none of them do anything good ever. Alien Earth is worse
Oh,
though
they
because it
kinda
tries
do
to be
that
slightly more
here.
philosophical on that point. It claims that it's slightly more profound, and still, there's nothing to say about what humans are. It's not interested in any of the human stuff. Obviously, we'll get onto it if we do the Maginot stuff, but like there's a lot of, and I think why I was willing to park my objections to it being a prequel is that there is a lot of genuinely interesting stuff you can do about like how humans live in the world that we know Alien operates in. How
Sure.
does it work
Yeah.
being on these long journeys? What kind of person
could be a
signs up for
cool-
them? What's it like
Yeah.
to go on a 65-year mission and come back to find everybody dead? How do you get on with your crew? All of this really fascinating stuff. There's so much potential for a really great psychological examination of the kind of person who lives in this world, and we do not get it.
It is very cyberpunk parallel in the sense of it's science fiction, massive corporations, technology that might cause existential questions and putting humans in places where you haven't been before and da da da. But you are right. They don't explore any of the cool ideas that they kind of want to bring up, but they almost bring them up hesitantly. Or they think that by just bringing it up or asking a
It
question,
counts, yeah.
they've answered
Yeah.
the question and we don't have to have a discussion on it more. However, we can do the Maginot stuff kind of at the beginning now, take care of it, because it's kind of insular in a way from the rest of the show, really. And there's not really that much bleed through between what
When
happens on the Maginot and really anything else that happens. Like, obviously, it's important for the plot because when the Maginot crashes in New Siam, like that's essentially like the semi inciting incident of it, but like all the stuff that happens on it and how it happened are oddly like compartmentalized from the rest of the show with how much time they give it. Because for those who
Yeah.
haven't seen the show, episode 5 takes place essentially entirely on the Maginot before the first episode begins and sort of explains how it crashed onto Earth.
which think
But
of
it
it as
doesn't
just the
matter.
Nostromo, but I mean, basically the Nostromo, just a shit copy. And
Yeah,
Very
what if
much so.
Wayland Yutani did an experiment where they put all of the dumbest people on a spaceship for 65 years to see what would happen?
just to
And
see what
there you
happens.
go. You've contextualized it.
Oh yeah, for the
Because the
record,
Yeah.
I don't want this to be misconstrued, so I'll say it now. Like, I'm going to describe Morrow as the best or most intelligent a couple of times, and that is just not a compliment in this context. He's
I mean,
Relative.
relatively,
relative,
it is
yeah.
very relative. Morrow is technically the most competent person. However, as they say in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So
I take it you guys would presumably say that Morrow is easily the best character in the show.
Yeah.
There's a problem.
I mean,
There's-
who is even in contention there?
There's 3 contenders for me, and funnily enough, I would say the one that wins is the one with the lowest screen time because he's the least attacked by the plot for being stupid. The only reason Morrow...
Isaac?
No, fuck that guy. He's a moron.
Yeah.
My
but
3
he is carry on.
are between Morrow, Kirsch, and I forget his name, but Evil Alfred is what I was calling him throughout all of
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
I just call him the assistant in this.
Evil
But
Alfred.
he does
But
so because
yeah.
like, he occasionally will give a facial expression that lets you know he thinks that a lot of what's happening around him is stupid, which goes a long way to making him a good character because at least someone else recognizes that even though he goes along with it, everything around him is dumb.
He mostly does everything he's commanded to do as a synth, so that's not his fault. And then when he finally gets to commentate, he basically says this whole plan was fucking stupid. And I was like, oh my god, he's like the only smart one because he doesn't actually do anything that like the problem with him is what everyone has is that nobody seems to recognize anything that's happening in the facility, which counts for him as well.
I think that
Although-
I would agree, though I think I like Kirsch more, just in terms of
I like Morrow the
some
most,
of the
but
things-
he's kind of stupid as well. Like he's got so many
Yeah.
problems. He makes so many mistakes. Not as
Yeah,
many as
he's
everyone
very
else, I
integral to the
guess.
plot.
Yeah.
Even though
We're
like, Evil
essentially
Alfred
like
does
we've
have
got a
couple
package of
beats.
old blueberries and we're digging for the ones that are the least rancid because we're that hungry.
That's
is
why
kind
I
of
was
the-
gonna
the
opt
situation that
for
we're
Evil
in.
Alfred, not because he's my favorite, but because he's probably the least damaged. But still,
Probably
you know.
true.
There's a couple of beats as well where he will say something like, you know, we are days away from this thing we've worked for years to achieve. Maybe we should get back to it. Or like, we have
Yeah,
zero
true.
containment on this. Everything's gone wrong. Maybe you should evacuate. Like he gives advice and ideas that if followed would have averted disaster for Prodigy. So like he's not completely worthless in terms of an intellect. The worst thing about it, I almost thought like the revelation, since we've mentioned he's a synth already, it's supposed to be I don't know if it really is supposed to be a big shock reveal that he's a synth when you find
It
out.
doesn't change
it's-
much.
It doesn't change much, and also the fact that you've already got Kirsch, who is a synth, you've already got Morrow, who's like, there's so many of them by this point that when he's oh, it's another robot. Oh, right, fair enough. Anyway, I quite liked what he used to be until it turned out that Wendy could fucking mind control him. So actually, him being a synth is worse.
He is a
was good
victim
until
of
that
the
point.
OC. main
Again, that's
character,
not his fault,
protagonist.
but
Absolutely.
it
No,
does
it's not his
suck,
fault. You're
yeah.
right. It's not his fault.
And I will say, shout out to Lord, as he's known by some people, Tentacles. He's probably my favorite monster, just because you can tell how difficult it is for him to counter the writers. They made him pretty powerful, but then they also get in his way all the fucking time. So
He's the smartest character in the show for sure.
Yes.
allegedly, like I don't exactly know how his brain works, but he seems hyper intelligent. You're right, like in this universe, to the point where he understands cause and effect better than a trillion supercomputers.
You can also read Arabic numerals and understand the word
he knows
pi and what it
pi.
relates to, despite not actually speaking English, which that's some
Or
kind of
being
intelligence.
from across the universe, he knows our numerals.
The show insists
Just
it's
goes
a
to show
girl,
how
but
smart he is.
Lord Tentacles is clearly a boy. I don't know why you would have assumed otherwise. Okay, there's just no way to know, but I know.
I mean, they do that multiple times. They just
Yes.
assume that an alien creature.
Oh,
Did we lose
I
Rex?
thought that was me, but I guess he's gone.
He got Lord Tentacles got him.
Oh, he's a good guy. He wouldn't do that. You know what's
I mean,
funny?
he might.
There was speculation on him being a good guy.
Is the
You cut out there. Sorry, Rex.
no? You almost did too. It's weird. I was pausing, but go ahead. What was it?
Just that there was speculation as to the allegiance of Lord Tentacles for a lot of the episodes breaking down. I have no idea what his allegiance is. He seems an agent of chaos, is the only thing you can conclude eventually. He likes fucking around.
Yes. Get into next organism. Repeat. Profit.
I guess, yeah. He does. But I cannot explain his attitudes with on the Imagino when he attacked the alien. That was just bizarre. I don't know what the plan was there, but I do
Maybe
love
he
that they
was
did it in
just
slow
a
mo.
Fucking love of the game, man.
Yeah, he's just excited, I
I
guess.
don't know. He's just
He
great.
wanted to be the
at-
best.
Maybe. So yeah, 2020 or 2120, 2 years before Alien. This is the Maginot. It is a Weyland-Yutani deep space science vessel, and it is currently on a 65-year mission, flying through space, collecting not like aliens, but like extraterrestrial animal life. And it's got a cargo hold that's got a bunch of these space critters in them. And
This
the
is
show
an
essentially.
important thing to stress as well, is that they are on a mission explicitly to collect alien life forms. And the reason I point this out is that in Alien, they are not. They are like so far out of their depth. They've never encountered an alien life form before. They all act with a huge amount more sense, tactical awareness, professionalism than people whose
Yeah.
mission it actually is
Oh,
to
man.
go and capture these things.
Yeah.
This is what I mean about, like, if anyone's just to rewatch Alien after seeing this and being like, oh, now I remember. It's like, yeah, now you remember, like, how it's supposed to be. Because a lot of this will rely on memory that's so fucking faded that you'd be like, oh, yeah, this is just like Alien. It's like, it's not. Not at all. The space truckers are way more viable as an actual, like, you know, spacefaring civilization that's, you know, doing, they're supposed to be just, like, moving shit, right? They're like a loader or something. Yeah, that's the one. So
Yes.
which is, it's obviously they designed it that way because it's so much more interesting to have it be that these people who are completely unprepared still do things by protocol, and then you have all your revelations and stuff. But this, they fuck up so much shit. When Morrow tells the captain at one point on the Maginot that they are expendable compared to their cargo, I was like, what? That's not supposed to be explicit in the mission.
Also,
even
why
if it
would
is,
you
why would-
say this?
Why would you ever tell them that?
But, like, he says it as
All
though
of
that
them
was
can
part of the
die.
mission statement. Like, when they came on board,
As
they
if
were
they were
told
told.
this. Which is not how
Yeah,
it's supposed
because,
to
you know,
work. That's supposed to be a horror
people-
reveal in the original film.
Man,
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I'm
realize
sure that they're
that-
working at their best when they realize that their lives don't matter. I'm sure that'll make
there's-
them really want to work hard.
There's a lot of instances in this show, and it happens in a lot of fiction, where the evil group is so evil that they're stupidly evil. Like we don't have to invest in workers or take care of workers or make them even just think that they're valued or reward them for doing work and stuff. They're so evil that it's like it's counterproductive, the things that they do, because they're just so evil. And a lot of the time that unfortunately gets swallowed up by it's cyberpunk. Ooh, well, it's this either an evil organization. That's how they do it. When really there's no logic whatsoever. It'd be nice if the evil corporation that is this massive $1 trillion planet-spanning enterprise actually kind of acted with some level of intelligence and subversion,
That
but
would be cool.
I guess that's asking a lot. But yes, this crew is specifically on a mission to capture alien life forms. That's their job. That's their single most important goal. So if you suspected that the people who are on the Maginot are specialized for this duty, they are, especially when we learn about the the many billions of dollars and 65 years worth of time that is an investment in this project and mission, you would send the best of the best and you would pay them exorbitant amounts of money for their expertise and for their time to ensure that those samples are found and captured and brought back to Earth. Well, not technically, or brought back to civilization to be studied safely. You would be incorrect for assuming this because this is alien Earth.
You'd
Um,
also, because I think we're told quite early on that a bunch of people who went down to actually gather the life forms that are on this ship now died in the endeavor. So they also
Yes.
do know at least a little bit, probably some of the most important stuff about how dangerous and in what manner of danger the animals they've collected are, like what they can do. And I mention this because they don't, but they should, because lots of people have already died. So, when
they-
you see them doing random shit like, I don't know, operating on people without masks, or accidentally blowing someone's head off because they cut through an alien
my
face like a
gosh.
tail. It's just that you should know this stuff already because loads of your people died. So it's a big motive for one of the. I guess he's a villain. He's not really a character. The villain's motive is that his wife got eggs all up in her
Petrovich.
eyeballs. So, like, at least act as though you know the things that the show has told
If,
us that you know. That's the minimum.
I make so there's no way I'm gonna remember this because I just noticed it.
Go for it.
So, because there's a scene for the Maginot we're probably going to talk about that happens straight away in episode 1, but then there's also the Maginot episode, which is episode 5. We can kind of just move around this, but like it is like the technically everything is built on this as a show, but that nothing that happens in this time frame truly matters. Even though there's one element of it that should matter immensely, but it just doesn't come up. So something I've noticed is, do you remember in the clip in the first episode, there's like they're all talking. It's very reminiscent of a certain other film you guys might remember called Alien, where they're all like it's
Ooh,
like
I like that film.
a scene that's
cool movie.
celebrated much like basically every single scene of Alien about how much character work is being done, how much it gets you into the world, so to speak. What Frank was saying about how the dialogue should have given away just how awful the show was going to be in these scenes. We can get to that, but one of the examples, and this is just something that drives me nuts about whoever made this show, we can obviously pick the primary creator. I just mean whoever was fiddling with these specific words. There's a moment where the captain who's, I forget her name, but there's like a guy called Bronsky, and the show seems to really want to tell us that those two are hooking up. And if you watch the initial scene, there's a moment where like he's grabbing her, and she's like, "Hey, not right now," sort of thing. Like right at the beginning, and then they cut to Morrow, who's noticed this, and it's like, see, he picks stuff up because he's observant. Later on in episode 5, when he's fighting with the captain, he mentions that her and the guy are hooking up, and she's like, "How did you know that?" And he's like, "I'm security. I don't miss anything." And so you're like, "Oh, that's kind of clever." You see, they showed him noticing it physically with his eyes, and then he brings it up. The only thing is, when he wakes up, a scene between these two events, the guy who wakes him up just explicitly tells him her and Bronsky are hooking up. Like, that's a thing that happened, and everyone knows.
He noticed when the guy told him that.
But that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, you kind of just undermined your little payoff.
Some piece of subtlety, yeah.
And the dialogue and the events do this all the time. They get in their own way all the fucking time with exposition, because I think they don't remember any of the work that they're doing, or that it keeps switching different hands, or they just want to double down and make sure, or maybe a scene was getting deleted and then it got put fucking back in. But I was just like, what's the point of that? Like, Morrow doesn't get to do much as it is. I do think it's the actor that does such a fucking good job of convincing you that Morrow is competent, when a lot of when you inspect it, like, his whole investigation is pointless. The information he gets that's the most important, the two elements, right? The download and the key information from the weird guy. Neither of those things have anything to do with all the work he does up to that point. All the people he talks to and all the places he searches and stuff.
Yeah, because the file was originally deleted, but then someone in the crew was just like, "Yep, I'm doing a recovery," and so he's the one who did all the work. Mario just looked at it.
Yeah,
And
so
then
very unsatisfying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because I only just noticed it, and it's just a very specific kind of thing. But dialogue quality throughout this whole show is just awful. We've kind of covered how they bring things up that could be interesting and then cut them off before they ever get anywhere, which is a problem we've come across in a lot of TV shows. But this one might be like the number one for. I was about to say lost potential, but it's like a different kind of thing of
Good ideas that are not explored.
it's like, do they deserve to be called good ideas as opposed to just random sci-fi premise
Yeah, like
splatters?
Yeah, it's a good idea if you don't even
questions.
recognize the ideas that are contained within it, you know? Like for example, I don't think the show recognizes essentially the Soma discussion regarding
We're
the
gonna have a
hybrids.
Soma
Oh,
discussion.
yeah.
Do
But the
not
point
you
is
worry.
that
But
that
you're
if
right.
it's like, yeah, but the premise invites that, so like that's, you know, I guess that means the idea is worthwhile. It's like, yeah, but if they don't even know that that's like something to be explored, then can it even be said to be their idea? It's like your idea that you recognized in something that they didn't see.
Yeah, even
Like, their
Pandora,
idea is
fool
way
that she
dumber
was,
and
recognized
shallower.
what she did. So,
Well,
yeah, we're the Maginot plotline is a bit of an amorphous blob of stupidity and things that don't make sense as it floats around in the story. Is sort of the semi-inciting incident. Um, but the show opens as the crew wakes up from cryo sleep. And then we have our alien scene where they're all sitting around talking, chatting. We get exposition where characters tell everyone things they
just
obviously
awful.
already should know.
Just awful
Um,
exposition, and everyone seemed to agree on
super-
that, despite some people saying the episode was really good. So I thought that was strange back when this came out. At
I think
first,
a lot of the
absolutely
good
giving up.
stuff is the most like the good stuff is, I guess you could say, immediately apparent because they spend a lot of time and probably a lot of money very faithfully recreating essentially just the opening shot from Alien.
which
Like,
just
all the set
annoys me.
design.
I don't know why
Well,
it doesn't
yeah.
annoy more
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, that is the relatively rare example of Alien Earth really pissing me off because it's trying to be like, look, remember Alien, and just like smashing it into your face. Like, that's what basically the entirety of Alien Romulus was.
Hmm.
In Alien Earth, it's more sparingly done, but it really just feels like a waste of time where they're trying to just remind you of Alien. And in some
Yeah.
ways, it makes sense. Like, I guess that I think it may have been you, Platoon, that said this. I can't remember. Where I've kind of come around to the idea of the ship looking exactly the same. That's more justifiable because it's owned by the same company and all the rest of it. It might same components, possibly the same kind of ship, all the rest of it. I think that's okay, but the deliberate framing of all that kind of stuff happening around a dinner table where everyone's talking over each other. I mean, specifically, like Morrow looks and sounds a lot like Parker, which I think is not an accident. It's just trying to remind you a lot about Alien, and I hate it. I hate when it tries to trick you.
If it was because this sort of thing, I guess it's just a testament to how low standards have dropped. But if you're looking at something like this and saying, "Hey, look, they've recreated the set design from Alien," it's like, yes, they've done it pretty well. Well done.
Bravo to
That should be
part of
like
the
the
team.
minimum like requirement though.
I've-
Like, you've got all the references, you've got all the materials. You're just copying somebody else's work. Great, have it. I'd rather have it than not. If you're telling a story within this universe, making sure that the design language is the same and all the rest of it, that's fine. But then you actually do have to tell a story. That you can't just say it looks the same and therefore enjoy it. That is, as has been pointed out, what Romulus did. And I think because I assumed, and because the Alien Earth does have more things to do besides just reminding you of Alien, it's why it took me longer to get pissed off with this than it did with Romulus, because Romulus was very clearly just, hey, remember this scene? We're doing it again. Remember this scene? We're doing it again. Earth at least says, well, remember this scene? We're doing it again, and then this is where it's going. And obviously where it's going is fucking awful and terrible, but it was trying, I thought, at least for a time, to do something slightly new, and I was more willing to forgive it for that reason. But the bare minimum you should expect is that they get the visuals right. That's not actually
Well,
a massive
we've seen
achievement.
the good version of this in the sense of what would happen in the universe where Alien Earth was good, but all of this was the same. It's kind of like Alien Isolation in the sense that people praise what they did in terms of fitting it into canon, the character work, what the plot line is, completely isolated, and it's on its own sort of like it's on its own pathway. However, it gets all of the aesthetic correct. It copies over everything. A lot of it's reminiscent. There's a bunch of references. Do you see how, like, in a perfect world, we would be talking about how, oh my god, Alien Earth's characters are amazing, the plotline's amazing, blah blah blah. And they go, and on top of everything, they got the aesthetic so close that it can fit right into Alien, and it's cool how they referenced the original, but that they went their own direction. They've got all this respect for the original, but they simultaneously, they carved their own path. This, it's just copy with the most surface level shitty dialogue. And you could be like, oh, did they copy the characters? Like, No, it would have been better if they'd done that. Like, all these characters are so shitty and have like nothing
It's like
to
the
grasp.
difference between a skinwalking parasite and like a well-developed child of the original, you know. It is, I mean, it's a real shame because, like we said, this is a very expensive show, and damn, this could have been something really cool that we could have been talking about for years to come potentially. We
You know,
won't be.
It was game over the second they did the world building exposition for the guy who didn't take social studies. That was when it was like, oh shit.
Yeah, the apprentice Malachite. Yeah,
Like,
he's just like
you have
his
to
character.
be-
Oh my God.
He is a retard. He is actually stupid. He is a moron.
He is one
Yeah,
of the
they-
several types of canonical retard in this universe. The writers thought they could get away with shit writing if they just wrote everyone in universe retarded, and he's one of the several. He's a classic retard. There's no reason. He's just really stupid. We've got a lot of
And
characters
he's
who
not
are
a savant
stupid
or
because
anything,
they're
which could have been
technically
interesting.
the other stupid characters are stupid because they're children, which allows them to get away with a lot of stuff in the show. But he is just normal stupid. And of course, when I say normal stupid, I don't mean I just mean he's really stupid. There's nothing. That's it. And yeah, any writer worth their salt wouldn't have the balls, let alone the lack of dignity to write it such that he's been on this mission for this long and been a part of this civilization for this long, and he doesn't know what the equivalent of like
corporations
America,
are.
China, you know, like he just doesn't know anything. And
Yeah,
it's-
he doesn't
and
know
do we
any of the big
wanna-
countries or anything.
Do we want to say what the value is of the cargo? Because that's revealed later in like the dollar value. It's a lot.
Well, but we've
and
already
this-
said that the company told them they're less valuable than the cargo. Like they will die before the cargo is lost, which doesn't make sense because in this scene they suggest what word am I looking for? Getting rid of the cargo, you know, but the space equivalent.
Jettison
Jettison the cargo, yeah.
ejecting? Yeah.
Well, the reason
Yeah.
I was going to mention that is that you've got the company that is going to, Weyland Yutani in this case, is going to pay tens of billions of dollars essentially to do this, but they're going to hire actual idiots.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
yep.
in a later scene, you will see that Yutani says she will pay $50 billion, $50 billion for the immediate return of the specimens. So if that helps establish the value of it, and obviously the price of the ship, the price of the crew, which obviously they maybe cut a few corners in, but like the work and effort and the money it takes to secure them, that's what it's worth to them.
And that might
Like,
even be
you-
an
Incredibly
underestimate, though,
valuable.
because like in that negotiation, Boy Cavalier isn't actually really genuinely negotiating for a good price because he doesn't need the money. And in an earlier scene, he says $1 trillion of R&D has just dropped into our lab, which might suggest that it's worth even more than the 50 billion that Yutani was trying to sort of bid for it.
Yeah, 50
Yeah,
billion
I mean-
sounded low. I mean, at some point when you just add that many zeros, it starts to become a little bit arbitrary. But 50 billion for a company, you know, for ridiculously dangerous like biological weapons, essentially, from a company that is worth what, trillions upon trillions of dollars.
I
It's just
assume
comedy
they're all
money.
worth trillions, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you want to be a company, instead of saying all of your lives as crew members who are they're going to be the ones in charge of the cargo and getting it back, that's your task. Instead of saying that all of your lives are worth less than the cargo, what you maybe say is, we will give you millions of dollars each if you can do this job successfully, because
Yeah.
that's peanuts compared to the value of the ship and the cargo and the R&D and everything you're going to
That's what I
learn from
mean.
it. It is a drop in the ocean in terms of money, and that is insane value and encouragement. The biggest carrot in the world you can give to people like this, but they don't do it because it's stupid evil.
And what you do is you hire, you're not even competent, you hire the most competent people. You hire the most competent scientists, people who, I'm just thinking of like Breaking Bad, you know, people who have been trained for this mission from when they were very, very young. Like,
Yeah.
where almost, because resources in this case are essentially unlimited and the reward is essentially unlimited. That's
Astronomical.
why they're going
yeah.
out to do this, yeah.
But it's a
but no,
65-year
you-
mission. Yeah, we'll pay you gajillions of dollars. Oh, you're worried about your family? We'll pay them gajillions of dollars. Your families are all set for life. We need this cargo.
That's what I mean about
We will pay you
Crewing-
so much money to do this for us.
Remember, Ash says he can explain when Crew Expendable comes up, as though he, even as a fucking synthetic, realizes, like, okay, this probably doesn't look great. What it means is, as opposed to it
doesn't
being,
like
like,
this.
written into their contracts as, like, you guys suck compared to the cargo, okay? Because, like I said, did anyone understand this line, by the way? Because when Morrow said, because the engineer guy's like, maybe we get rid of the specimens, and Morrow's like, the specimens are the mission, which, by the way, they would already know. But then he says back, easy for you to say, cyborg. What does that mean?
There does
means-
seem to be 2 points where they kind of have a bit of a bias against cyborgs.
Well, but before we get to that, what does this
That's
mean?
all it is,
Easy
though.
for you to say. What do you mean?
And
Does he
it's
say
not
anything
in
about
the
Morrow
show?
had a
But you
family he's leaving
could
behind as well, right?
Sorry?
could you like argue? This isn't in the show, and it would have been interesting to see it in the show. The only thing I was thinking when that line came up was, like, well, he's a cyborg, so he's like his body has been changed, can be changed again. Does that mean that like he's on this mission which is incredibly dangerous, but he's been equipped to handle it better than they have, and also he can be repaired in a way they can't be repaired, so he's got less of a care about how long and how
They would
dangerous
just
it
make
is.
them cyborgs too.
But
right?
that's just not the
higher
case. Though he's got a
technology.
robot arm. That doesn't because a lot of people are saying it's a racism thing. It's like no, I know about this. We're going to talk about that. It's really stupid, but easy for you to say regarding we're not jettisoning the samples. What is he talking about?
Does he say what's his next line? Does he elaborate? I can't remember.
I think he does.
We lost a lot of good men getting them. Oh, so
Yeah.
is he saying that he wants to do it out of
We didn't know
revenge?
them?
And
Like,
that the
you didn't know
cyborg doesn't
people
have
who
to worry
died, or
about
they
that?
were our friends?
This isn't clear because Morrow is asleep until they wake him up. So is the idea that Morrow is just kind of asleep until they need him? I'm trying to remember.
Well, they do shifts, don't they?
Episode 5
yes.
begins with him being woken up. So
Yeah, okay.
Which again,
well,
the
'cause
shift thing is a really interesting idea that you could do a huge amount with, because you could throw out at him that he was asleep when loads of people died, and that's the source of resentment amongst the people on the crew who had to be awake and see it will happen.
Yeah.
You could do that. They don't do that. But the cyborg line, I don't think it gets elaborated on.
Well, because then he says
it's just thrown out as like establishment
It's just
stuff.
to
It's
let
the
us
same
know.
thing as
this
the
happened for
company's
what?
thing.
So they can put shit in our breakfast cereal. So it's like the implication is that he hates the company, thus wants to jettison the samples out of a form of revenge that the cyborg can't understand because he was asleep. But
and,
like,
and forfeit his payment.
But
For
I was
going to
say, why would you?
Has gone on.
That would be like a shit
and wants
form
to
of
get paid
revenge
for it?
because then you don't get paid.
Yeah, that's something a stupid person does. No one gains.
Oh yeah,
from
this
that. Everyone
this
loses.
character is an idiot.
Yeah.
What?
But also, that line might theoretically work better with, say, an alien type setup where they have been diverted to this extra mission, which was not the thing they signed up for. But because they all signed up for this mission and they all know that this is the deal and they all know why and when they will get paid and for what service, the line makes no sense. It's almost like that they've lifted the character dynamics from Alien, but that they haven't accounted for the fact that their own setup is different, and so no one has any reason to say what they're saying in this scene.
The only thing I can think of is that maybe he's saying, like, easy for you to say we lost a lot of good men, suggestion being that Morrow is not a good man, but he's also not really a man because of the racisms. Like that,
Okay,
maybe?
Or
one more thing
or
before we
people
get
who
to the
are killed are friends
racisms,
of the crew, not
because
Morrow.
someone
Or
suggested,
Morrow's
what
too
if
much of a
he's
company man.
what if he's trying to say that he wants to get rid of them so that they definitely don't lose any more men, and it's easy for the cyborg to not have to deal with this because he didn't see people. I mean, he would know they died, so it would be the same thing.
Yeah, but people don't have a reaction to that in the show, Mahler. You
Okay,
made a
well,
terrible
like I said,
people don't react to death.
There's loads of lines like this that leave me fucking baffled. But if we get to the racism part, there's, I want to say, like 4 lines, maybe 5 total in the whole show that imply people have something against cyborgs. I don't know why. It feels forced
you can
as
come
hell.
up with reasons why, but without explanation, it is a little strange.
Well,
It might be.
I get
'cause
synths. I don't get cyborgs.
maybe if somebody was yeah, I think this has happened. I've seen this before. I forget in what. But if people are able to get essentially bionic replacement. Hello.
Deus Ex, like the newer Deus Ex games, have this as a thing where like the people who've got augmentations get shit on, but I mean, the reason why that happened was because there was a big cataclysmic event that affected all of them and made them all go crazy and start attacking
Yeah,
people.
see, so that's different. Like,
Yeah, see that.
So that would
That's
be
what I mean. That's
well. There,
that's the
it
difference.
might be that they are. It's kind of like a subconscious, almost jealousy, where you've been given this bionic superhuman limb or something that allows you to simply do more than I could possibly do. And those things obviously cost a lot of money, and I either can't afford it or I'm not able to pay it off after it's given to me. So it's almost like a class parallel kind of divide between the essentially transhumanists, cyborgs, who are replacing body parts with bionic limbs that are better than their organic originals, and people who are not able to afford it. Which could
The
be
other,
interesting to
So
talk
it's-
about,
Mm.
but they don't
it
in
could
this
be,
show.
but then there's also the follow-on for that, which is that he is a company pet because he has this thing. He was given this thing by the company. He is not part of the crew. He is the company's representative on the ship more than the other
He's
ones
part of
are.
the
see
sh-
that
Yeah.
these things are workable, but if you
That
put all
makes
the
more
references
likely.
together, there's nothing coherent there because he gets criticized for being a cyborg implicitly by all kinds of different people above and below him.
Because Morrow is a company man, like through and through, but that doesn't ever come up in a way that like is intelligent or that is thoughtful. When Morrow is very he's stupidly antagonistic to the crew in a lot of the things that he says and
Sure,
how he
yeah.
refers to them. So if he was like truly a company man and he's like Utani 100%. I mean, it's implied that he was in a good personal relationship with
Yes.
Utani herself.
Mm-hmm.
When
She
he
picked him up out
left.
of the gutter, and if the rest of the
Yes.
crew knew that, then the animosity would be justified. But I don't.
And that would be the thing,
think
though.
the
He'd
rest
be a
of the crew
company
does know
boy
that.
or something like that. But no, they're very specific. Cyborg. Like, we don't like cyborgs. And they do it as though they are synths. Like, we don't like... Which, you know, the animosity for a synth, we can make up. But I would still be complaining if they hadn't actually given us anything other than, fuck you, synth. But I think it's even worse with Cyborg, because it is a guy with a metal arm that can become a blowtorch or a knife or hack stuff. And it's like,
Yes.
okay.
He's essentially the normal person in Ghost in the Shell.
And so...
Or Cyberpunk 2077. He's just a
having-
normal person.
Like, do you remember the part where he's in the building and he's got the alien in like a sleeping bag? Which
Yes.
I
How
love
could I
saying out of
forget?
context.
Spray paint sleeping bag, yeah.
I called it a
spray paint
pierogi, but
sleeping
you go
bag.
ahead, you do you.
Those guys walk up to him, and at first they chill with him, and then they go, "He's a cyborg," and I remember like, okay, oh
How
no,
is that not like kind of normal in this world?
that's what I mean.
Honestly,
And
this should be kind of standard.
Noah's talked about how this is supposed to be a class struggle show. It's supposed to like so I'm sure you're probably on point with it being something to do with that, but I guess the whole point I want to make is just how incoherent this shit is and how limited it is.
There's no supporting material for it.
And
really, that ever
the
pops
obvious
up.
thing would have been to go the synth route. It's way easier to justify and way fewer lines of why people would be like, "Ugh, you're not even human, and you're probably a camera. Like that's all you're supposed. You're like the company's fucking monkey running around telling everybody what to do, as opposed to you know with
He's a
Kirsch or
puppet
whatever
on
have you."
strings.
And it's enjoyable then because we know the synths are actually like they've got some pretty complex personalities, and you can do twists like they don't actually work for the company, or that they work for a different company, or that they are like David, where you have no idea what the fuck they're doing, creating their own whatever. But yeah, I don't know. This was just one of the elements that runs through the show that I was very confused by, and it looks like there's a reason for that. There wasn't much of anything they wanted
It
to
also
actually do with
mirrors
it.
like my experience going through the show as well, is having these conversations very early on. It's like, well, that line could be interesting, and I wonder why they're telling me that. There's a concept there which I'm sure I'm not sure they'll explore. They might explore. This could be really interesting. Why are they telling me that here? I'm intrigued to find out more. And then over time realizing that they have no reason for telling you anything in the show except that they think you need to know it at this point. So you need to know he's a cyborg because he's a cyborg. That's kind of it. When Noah Hawley says it's a class warfare show, it's like, okay, how does that actually bed into the show? Well, you'll get a scene with a guy dressed up as Napoleon, so that's great. And then with the like backstory stuff for the companies, it's like, well, again, really could be really interesting interplay political stuff. They've said they want it to be the new Game of Thrones, so how are we going to explore all the political tensions between all these companies? They're introducing them here now. It must be relevant. No, it isn't. It's just that we need to know it in this scene. And because
So
we
they want
need to
this
know
to
it
be
in
the
this
new Game of
scene,
Thrones.
characters in the scene know about it, even though they can't know about it because they've been on a 65-year mission and one of these companies was formed less than 10 years ago. But they know it exists. Until Morrow forgets he knows it exists in a later scene, because that also happens.
We're off to a really good
Well,
start.
Yeah, I mean it's so the show kind of begins. Morrow is awoken from I must call it cyber sleep because we were talking about cyborgs. Cryo sleep. He's essentially told that shit's been going down. A pair of face huggers, one of which latched itself to the captain and was killed when the doctor did an incision on it, and the acid killed the captain. He's dead, and someone else got a face hugger on them, and everything's
Um,
going wrong. People don't quite react normally to the fact that
Well,
their
I was just
crewmates
gonna
have been
say,
killed.
just for anyone who's listening to this, you just recalled like the events in a way that was more realistic as dialogue in universe than what they do in universe.
I didn't mean to. I'm
No, I know
very
you.
sorry.
I recognize that, like, because you're trying to, like, you're doing the thing where you explain events in a very, like, sterile way, so then we can talk about them. But that's what was so remarkable about this. Morrow is being woken up by a guy to be told everything that Rags just said, right? Like, facehuggers escaped. They've killed the captain's dead thanks to the doctor fucking up a surgery, which we'll get to in a second. And it's all explained like in a borderline comedic way. He's like,
Yeah, because the person
this has
who
happened.
gets him is like he's joking around, and he's very flippant about it, when like essentially a crew member and possibly another crew member have been attacked by aliens. One of them is dead,
The
and you have to
captain is
wake up the
dead.
security
The
officer.
captain.
Yeah,
The captain is dead. There's been a fire. The aliens that you know and everyone knows are the mission and incredibly dangerous because they've already killed people are out of containment. And he's like, oh yeah, it's
Yes.
like there was a fire. The captain's dead. Oh yeah, like one of the creatures got out. I think maybe one,
In
maybe two. I don't know.
addition-
Oh, but by the way, I also recorded these two fucking. And do you want to see it? Because it's kind of hard.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's all in there.
the fuck
That's
are you
all in
talking
there.
about?
It's fucking
Yeah,
insane.
because-
Do you remember all of it is with them? Like the camera follows both of them and you can see their expressions, except for the part where he tells them the captain's dead. We're at a wide shot. We can't even see their faces.
Like that would be the one that you would really want to make sure
This-
that you get their reactions to, given that that's like the most significant
captain
development.
dying
But it's like,
speed.
oh, yeah,
I need to be
Captain's
clear about
dead.
this. This is the shot for Captain's Dead. If everyone could pull up the stream.
Oh, let me click the live button.
Unfucking believable.
And-
This to me is like evidence. It's like, oh, this is a shit show.
Oh, and also bear in mind as well, it was already mentioned, but the captain's death was that one of the idiots cut the facehugger's tail and the fucking acid spilled
Oh, it's
onto his
so
neck.
funny because you go into that
It's like-
room and you remember
Oh,
it from
yeah.
Alien when they're really careful, and the minute that they go
Yeah.
really slowly, and the minute they make the incision and it's like tries to tighten, so they stop immediately, and then they take the small incision and a little bit of acid comes out, and then they stop again because the acid's going to. You walk into the room here, and the captain's head has just exploded. So,
And
oh, yeah, I
this is-
tried to
and
get
this
it off,
is
it didn't really
burst
work.
through.
The nonchalant reaction to the captain's incredibly grisly death
Terrible.
that was entirely stupid and pointless. And the guy who did it doesn't even care.
Nope,
He doesn't like give
not
a
even
shit.
slightly.
No
No one on this ship seems to
Nobody
care about
reacts
anyone else. And like the mission is what, 65 years or whatever it is. And yes, obviously they've been in hypersleep, but these people have known each other for, years.
Months, surely,
Yeah.
surely months or years,
We must
depending on what the shift situation is.
just so we're clear again, right, chat? The captain has been killed by his neck being melted off by an alien specimen having been released. There's a fire on the ship. There's huge sabotage. Everyone's panicking, quote unquote, more in theory. He walks into the room to discover more context, and the acting captain says, Mr. Morrow, you're in your underwear. The captain is dead on the table there.
That's pertinent. That's relevant. That matters right now.
And that's what I mean
Captain's
about-
there with
Actually,
acid
this is like a
his neck.
Vault Tech level social experiment that
Yeah.
Yutani is pulling off with trapping these people together to see how long it takes for them to kill one another accidentally.
It's unbelievable to me that you have this almost wannabe comedic beat with the captain's corpse just to the right. Like,
And also, again, it feels like it's again worth noting. Remember how in Alien, like the little bit of acid, they were so concerned that it was going to eat through the hull? Are we going to be dealing with that at all in this episode? I don't think so.
In this
No.
in this show, Fringy, no,
Yeah.
not in the show. But
I think there's
here,
a single
you are
line
right.
of dialogue, right? There was a single line. I think it might be in episode 5 even as well. It's like if you saw what happened the last time with the acid, it'll eat through the ship and we'll all die. That's the only reference to it, I believe.
The acid's not very effective in this show in general.
No,
Um,
even though
it's
it would be a
quite
substantial amount of
nerfed.
acid here, this would
Well,
be
so
a
this
lot.
image,
It was
right?
like-
He cut through the entire tail. Why?
Before realizing that it was squirting acid.
Why
in.
did-
And,
yeah,
and
why-
you'd think to yourself, like, man, if only we had an example in the history of this franchise of a doctor having to deal with this. First, they try to move just the general grip and it tightens. Like, okay, that's not working. Can we cut it off? They do a little incision, acid blood comes out, and they're very lucky that it sprays not on, the body itself. Obviously, they would have tried to do something if that happened, but it went onto the floor, and they were like, oh shit, and then they follow it, blah, blah, blah. This guy just hacked through it. It was like, whoops.
Yeah, it's like he
Fucking
takes
head
scissors and
melts
just off it
Well,
goes.
it's either, yeah, it honestly looks like he could have just picked up an axe and just chopped to be like, oh, whoops, there was a neck there,
And-
or, got a gun and shot through the
what
tail.
we find out that this doctor has a history of alcoholism, and he's kind of like a bit eccentric. They don't do anything with this. Like, give him he killed the captain, and they don't do anything with that.
The doctor is the guy that's smoking, right? Like throughout the entire.
Yeah.
Yeah, like even because that obviously, I don't even need to go into it. You're a doctor doing essentially surgery while smoking. That's the kind of thing that you put in if you want to communicate to me that this crew has no idea what they are doing.
Yeah.
I guess
100%.
that's there is a I mean they put basically the extent of their protection for BSI, body substance isolation, is gloves, rubbly gloves, and that's it. No
I was,
eye protection, no ear protection, no
It was killing me
face
when
mask.
they
no
had him in
hazmat
the
suit.
scanny thing, and then they decided spontaneously we're going to do open heart surgery, and they just start it. There's no
Yep.
prep for sterilization. There's no room. There's no
Like,
cune change. They just start.
Xeno life forms
It
from
is
other
medieval.
planets. Yeah. I mean that even they would know to. That's like they should give the medieval people more credit than these aliens people.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's,
you're essentially right. I mean, there is a lot of I like it when science fiction stories go through a lot of trouble to whenever an alien or something is encountered, they do checks on, are we biologically compatible? Do we need to do quarantine? Things of that nature. Because even in this show, Cavalier mentions to Yutani that according to some accord, I wrote it down somewhere, that there's a 6-week quarantine period for essentially alien life forms that are
Uh-huh.
discovered. So they know about it in the show. This has been established as a thing. And here they're just like, rip and tear until it's done.
Oh, and someone's mentioned. Yes, there is a character called Chlamydia. Just her name. Unfortunate, but it exists. It's out there.
Well, he says don't, or the person says, I thought it was a guy, but whatever, fuck, doesn't matter. They're all dumb meat. It says don't call me that, but it's just like a joke. Morrow calls the character Chlamydia.
I
Like, "Don't
believe
call me
that is just their name, 100%.
Maybe
this
that
universe,
isn't her
definitely.
name, but that's what she just became known for, being the chlamydia one. So that's why they.
Oh, I'm saying that it matches the world. I'm sure they're all called STDs.
I mean, we have Boy Cavalier, Dame Sylvia.
Yeah, some of these
Who
names
knows
you'll
what
say
other-
them and people don't believe you that those are the names, but they are. Some people didn't believe Boy Cavalier for a while until they see it in subtitles, and you're like, yeah, that's the name. I don't know why, but that's his name.
Because Boy Genius, maybe he legally changed it. I don't know.
He really convinces you he's a boy genius throughout this whole show, doesn't he?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
he's really smart. His eccentricity, is that what it is? His eccentricity.
Sure. yeah.
Yeah, there's another
I
word I
think
would
so.
use, but
Eccentric. What would it be?
well, he's just retarded. But yeah, he's also.
Oh well, I
eccentric.
mean the specific word having the trait of being eccentric. I think it's eccentricity.
It is
But
eccentric.
yeah, he never comes across as like a savant,
No.
like some severely like a severely autistic person who has limitations in some areas, but they're like insanely intelligent in other ways, and they need that assistant to help them. But when they're firing on all cylinders, no one's like a brainiac like they are.
Obviously, how do the people who wrote this portray a genius? It's like, yeah, fair. How? It's
He
pretty
doesn't wear
impossible.
shoes.
There you go.
Everyone repeatedly says how smart he is, but
There
his
you
actions
go.
speak.
And he has
otherwise.
loads of money.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
like Kieran the shipwright. He's old and wise, except he's
yes.
young and wise.
Right,
It's so tricky at the end. By the end of the show, though, I almost want to have the conversation as to, based on his what we've seen of him, his established personality, his level of intellect, his talent, what he does, his decision making. How the fuck did he build that company?
No idea.
Because I don't
Genius.
Because
believe
we
that.
don't explain it, so just
I
he
mean,
said he made
they
himself a figurehead and he built a
That's-
synth when he was 6, and that
that
just
was
I
that's
thought
the
you were going
main
to ask how he
information.
built
Yeah.
that. Yeah, because you just said it, Rags. I thought you were going to ask how he built evil Alfred, because that just made me laugh when that happened.
Well, he did, right?
it would
Like
be
that's
really
the
cool.
No, I
Yeah,
know he did. That's what's
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what's so
That's
ridiculous.
what's wild about it.
I mean,
I think what's it could have been cool if you had him who really had like these social limitations, and that was the purpose. Like he was aware enough to know that he needed this assistant who was a synth, and it could be Kirsch or the assistant that he has in this, who's constantly like, feet off the table or let me help you put your shoes on, stuff like this, like actually helping him through that. Like they have a relationship and they kind of rely on each other, but he is like the super genius. And
I
everything.
even
That could have been cool to have.
I
but-
even think his backstory would have made for just a better story, like even an episode's worth of story that a kid, maybe not 6 because that's a little too young, but maybe has an abusive father or something, and then builds a synth
at least Anakin was 9.
in his
This-
likeness, and then has it kill his father and take his place. Like that's like a cool idea. And
That could be
then
a cool story. I agree. That would
And
be
then
super
giving
neat
it quite a lot
to
of
see
free
how the
will and
relationship
agency, and it can be like the Obadiah Stane pre-villainy to his Tony
Yeah, and
Stark.
that he was
the synth is the one
always-
that builds the company, does the nitty-gritty stuff, is the diplomatic one, allowing the kid to go and just be a genius, but not in like significant control. Explaining how the company is built, that fusion of precocious genius and actually competent, staid, stolid, reliable old synth man.
I'm still just stuck on this is a TV show where we are told that a 6-year-old built a person.
yes,
Like that's
He's
I don't want to
smart.
say it's comic book cartoon shit because that's just mean to comic books and cartoons.
Well,
It-
Ironheart.
it's Alien Earth shit.
It's Alien Earth shit. Yeah, it's its own category.
You
yes.
Rags referenced the thing they just say like there's a quarantine limitation or whatever the fuck rule that was made at some point in the universe, but isn't it just before that he references another one of you can't bring in extraterrestrial life or something, and they were trying to
you
smuggle
can't-
it.
Yeah, he accuses Yutani of trying to smuggle in alien life forms into Earth, which is not allowed. Yutani claims that it is supposed to be going to an off-world research facility, but it crashed here on Earth, which from their perspective is true.
Well, yeah, sure, but like the breaching the rules of even having the extraterrestrial life on Earth or whatever, but that gets overruled by the fact that it's already here now and that he has them. Like, he basically implies that you can't have them because of those rules, so you've been doing illegal shit. However, I have them now, and they are mine.
Yeah, I took them from you. I
You know
stole
what I
them
mean?
so I
Like,
could just
in the
have them on
meeting,
my island, I guess.
which apparently gives all... I couldn't get over how fucking stupid that was, too. But the whole scene was unnecessary, because everyone in the audience knows that he doesn't plan to give them back. They already had the conversation where all the subtext was clear, right? Where she's like, hey, do you mind if I send my people in? He's like, haha, no, you can't do that. And of course, it's Wayland Yutani, so you're like, oh, well, they've already sent people. People that if you capture them, they would never admit they're Wayland Yutani. That was how that would work. But
Yeah,
no.
because well, you see, you get people like that by instilling in your loyal, employees a sense of it's essentially if the corporations are being substituted essentially for countries, it'd be cool to learn about the culture of how that happens. How do you get company men? How do you get people who are that fiercely loyal to a company? How do they instill that loyalty? What do they do? What sort of carrots and sticks do they use?
Yeah, and
Well,
you'd
you give them
expect...
an
That's a
arm,
different show.
an arm with a knife in it, and then they belong to you.
Well,
Hey, it's got a blowtorch too.
imagine like a fucking crazy-ass subterfuge team made of cyborgs and synths that went in to try and blah, blah, blah. Like, that could be a really fucking good TV show, too. There is about 17,000 TV shows that exist in this
Yes.
TV show that could be good, but never happen.
Yeah, this world is, like I said, it's like a cyberpunk parallel kind of world, ripe for different stories of people all over the social ladder, from a CEO of a mega corporation to someone who's just on the street scraping to get by, to space truckers, to scientists, to anybody. What is it like to live in this world? How do the conflicts resolve? I mean, the Platoon had mentioned apparently they wanted this to be a Game of Thrones show. Well, I
Ugh.
mean, maybe in ways that they didn't want it to be. It is indeed like Game of Thrones. But what a damn shame. It'd be really cool. I'd love to have nothing but a show about the politics between these massive companies or
Mhm.
that are essentially countries now. How do they interact? How do they How do they keep the peace between them? Do they go to war? If so, how does that happen? What do the other companies think about it? Are they allowed to do this? What are the rules, restrictions? They get into elements of this, like they have a barrister who's appointed by the Five to essentially be a judge and arbitrator between the
it's such an
Yutani and Prodigy
embarrassing scene.
dispute. But like it's treated like it's a watered down substitute for what that that scene in that show really should be. And it just leaves you going, well, where's the good show that you could have made out of this?
Because you'd think they would need to do some of it anyway to explain how these 5 corporations can rule the earth and
Exactly.
seemingly have replaced the federal government or any government in the world, whilst there's still being colonial marines later in the timeline, which kind of implies that there is still a government, and that it's not all just corporations doing everything. So I don't think they'll ever bother to fix that, but
Yeah, because like in Cyberpunk, there's still governments, but there's also massive corporations, and they have to cooperate. They have to essentially. They're both very big and powerful and influential. And open war is just not good for anybody. So how do they cooperate while also doing like corporate espionage kinds of things behind the scenes? But also sometimes they cooperate with what's in their best interest, but sometimes they try to steal from each other. And how do they bump elbows without really getting into fights? All that stuff could be cool. It's not in the show though.
nope.
What a shame. So yeah. I guess we've been floating around, which is fine by me until we get, I guess, into the show proper, I suppose you could say. But essentially the result, the important stuff you need to know about the Maginot plotline aspect is that wow, I'm gonna say it. It's gonna sound really dumb, but I promise I actually mean this. Boy Cavalier, who is the CEO of the newest trillion-dollar mega corporation that owns like it's one of the biggest countries, corporations on the planet. He's one of the most important human beings that has ever existed in human civilization, to the point where he might be like fucking top 10, like insanely powerful and influential. This Boy Cavalier character. He personally has a message with a member of the crew of the Maginot, a man named Petrovich. And he personally, Boy Cavalier, makes a deal with Petrovich saying that if you can orchestrate the Maginot crashing onto Earth,
Onto my city.
into one of my cities, but essentially within my borders, then I will give you a lot of money. And so Petrovich is able to
just
actually do this.
But so that everyone understands, because there's some pieces that are floating around right now. This is how long of a mission? 60? Was it 8 years?
65 years.
65. So
yes.
This mission launches, and then some 30 to 40 years later, Boy Cavalier is born, and then does the thing with his synth and his dad, and he creates this whole company. Presumably, like 20 years after that, he then decides, I'm gonna ring the Maginot. Here I go with my call.
Learned about it. Like he has in that time to have learned about the Maginot, don't know how, where it's gone, don't know how, what it's picked up, don't know how, has to have somehow messaged it. And as we know from previous Alien installments, it does in fact take quite a long time for messages to get from one place to the other across the galaxy, because the galaxy's really big. Has to have messaged to set up a conspiracy, or been contacted by someone who can't know he exists because he didn't exist when he left on the mission, but never mind.
Yep.
And then have to arrange all of that in advance, such that when the Maginot returns to within however far away they are now from Earth, they're not too far at this point, in order for this conversation then to happen, where he can still explain it as though it's happening for the first time, so that the saboteur can say, I hate the fact that my wife's eyeballs got eaten, give me some money. and then I'll crash the ship for you. And he's like, yes, do that. This is insane.
And also just hope that like nobody finds out, because if anybody finds out that he did this, which it seems like it should be relatively easy for that to be found out by Whale and Yutani.
It is find out.
Well, it is easy because they just have to
delete
the message.
Well, saying from his POV, it would be
from his perspective. But yes, this is worth noting. He is found out pretty effortlessly.
Then the information is downloadable, and it's just evidence.
And it is downloaded. And it is.
Yeah.
And again, to remind people, Boy Cavalier has this video call personally with Petrovich to arrange this.
Because he's fucking stupid. No
So instead of
encryption.
Because
getting
he's a
someone
boy
else to do it
genius.
with plausible
Did he know-
deniability.
Did he know that Petrovich's wife had had her eyeballs eaten? Did he already know
so-
that?
No, he doesn't already know. 'Cause
No, he
Petrovich
has to-
complains about this on the video call. He says, like, Petrovich is moaning about this, and Boy Cavalier says, I'm going to stop you there because I
Hey.
don't care.
What the fuck? Okay, you just reminded me. Okay, so that means that he contacts this guy Petrovich, and it's after Petrovich has decided to work with him and betray the crew. It's after that he gets his motivation for doing that.
The only
I think
alternative
he
is
had
that
it-
Petrovich contacted him, but I don't understand how that can happen, given Petrovich shouldn't know that Prodigy even exists, because they've been away for 65 years and the company's only existed for 10.
Which is wild, by the way, world building, that
Yeah,
this,
or-
a new corporation has arisen in the last 10 years, which, first off, we'll be frank, if the other corporations don't want another corporation from popping up, another corporation does not pop up.
Also, someone said encryption wouldn't matter. It would have been decrypted on the computer. Let me explain something, okay? This is a sci-fi world where you can have literally anything you want. You can write it such that he uses D417 encryption, and it means that no one
Oh,
can
that's a
know
good one,
who
that's a
said
good one.
what. You're allowed to do that because it's the future and that this isn't anything you have to base on reality, really. At least sci-fi you can push all over the place. You can, if you tell us that Morrow cannot decrypt it, it cannot be decrypted. It is that simple. That's the power of
He is-
writing.
Well, and also remember that it is specifically mentioned that Prodigy specializes in AI as a corporation. That's kind of what allowed him to gain prominence as a corporation.
But no,
Assuming
he
we accept
calls
that would even happen at all.
with his fucking face and voice.
Yeah,
That's
he
what he
FaceTimes
does. And with what we've just discussed, it's like he called the ship itself and said, "Hey, anybody thinking of betraying? Anyone out there? Hello?" And then someone went, "Yeah, me, I guess." And it's like, "Hey, man." And then he said, "Okay, cool. By the way, once we finish this call, do you mind deleting it from the history of the Maginot?" "Yeah, sure, I'll do that." Any way people can retrieve it? It's like, yeah, if they choose to. Oh.
Yeah, if they just run a restore, that just can be done, which is done.
Delete the message.
Trivially
yeah,
easy.
it doesn't even take that long.
But no,
You would-
this is what I mean. Like, they wrote it such that there's just no attempt to hide that Boy Cavalier did this, that he paid someone to sabotage the ship such that it crashes into Earth and kills countless thousands, causes immense property damage. He's going to, I was about to say going to jail. He might just be killed. But, like,
Space jail.
the punishment for this would be pretty high, and there's just definitive evidence that he's done it. If only Wayland Yutani had a legal reason to try and take down Boy Cavalier, you know? If only they had any motivation to destroy him and his company.
What do you think Cavalier would have done if he calls up and says, "Hey, anyone fancy betraying Yutani?" And they said no? Does he just fire a space nuke up and just blow
I
up? his
don't
ship?
No, I
know.
don't think he even bothers. I think he just
I-
continues to release his brand new fucking hybrid creatures and then solves the problem of death, which is another thing. You have solved death, and you have
Bro,
this
we
brand
can't-
new
we can't be
technology which
getting
you're
into
about to
this
release
right
onto the world. Why exactly do you need a xenomorph? What is more important about
man.
an alien?
Because it's
than-
really
than
fucking
solving death?
cool. Okay.
Do you-
Okay,
do you
fair
remember
enough.
the
Prometheus,
line-
you need the black goo to solve death.
Do you remember the line for why he doesn't want Wayland Yutani to have the xenomorph?
He doesn't want one to end up in his stomach.
He
tomorrow morning,
he
or whatever
basically
it is.
says, "I don't want them to kill me with it," and it's like they don't need a xenomorph to kill you.
We have guns.
Lots and lots of
it's the line-
guns.
No, what you
It's
have
the
on
line
Guns in
from,
this show are
uh,
useless.
from
though, remember.
Pocahontas. That's why we have guns.
There's
They
there's
had
another
a plan
aspect of this
from
as
the
well,
beginning.
which is like so like we're talking about the discovery. The show has written itself into this particular corner because it wants Morrow to have a particular grudge against Boy Cavalier, and this is the only way they thought they could do it. Like he needs to learn about this before the Maginot gets back, in order that when Morrow gets back to Earth, he can go on some kind of vengeance crusade. The
But they don't
other,
need
much
that.
more sensible, no, they don't need that, because the more sensible way of doing it would be for him to have him land on Earth not knowing who was responsible and discover by other much less retarded means who was responsible. And that could be like a big shock, twist, reveal thing, because we're talking about episode 5 now, right? This is the other aspect of the discovery, the meta side of discovery. Episode 1 leaves you with two things it considers mystery. What is it that killed a bunch of the crew, and who was responsible for it? You get all the way to episode 5, And the answer is, well, I guess it was the aliens who killed some of the crew, and I guess it was the evil businessman
Boy
who
Cavalier
was
asked
praying.
them to.
Like,
Yeah.
this isn't a mystery. We all knew this by the time everybody else discovers it.
most-
So you could have written it in any different way you liked. You're not actually bound to do it the way the show did, but the show chose
Yeah.
to do it.
The most
this way.
fascinating
It should've
reveal
just gone
is
with this
who's
version of a plant from
who's
the
got
beginning.
the individual highest kill count, because it isn't the xenomorph and it isn't the saboteur.
That's true.
Are we? I was gonna say it's Wendy, but only by proxy.
No, I mean
so
on the
not-
Maginot.
Oh,
Oh.
the do. Are we saying that like criminal negligence counts as a kill?
Yeah,
The doctor, in that case, that's
he
fine.
Oh, then it-
fucking
then it would be
killed
the
the
doctor,
captain,
man.
and then he killed the guy with the things on his lungs, and then he killed it by doing that. He killed himself, and he killed the other
himself
nurse.
and the
He kills about 5
the
people by
zoologist, yeah.
being like such a bad doctor that he's just racking up a body count. Like, yeah.
He's a Canadian doctor.
Motherfucker killed so many people. Like I said, it was so funny watching it. The Xeno was like, "Bro, you keep kill stealing. I can't get anybody." Like it's only
Bro, I'll
once
never
he's-
level up at this rate.
Once he's dead, I
Like,
think it's during his death that the Xeno gets its first kill, and then after that, the Xeno has to mop up because there's no one left. It's just like fucking hell. And of course, the eye tentacle boy gets one of them. So the Xeno again is just like, why am I even here? What's the point?
You know, that's actually a really good question. Why is the xenomorph here in this
Alien
show?
Earth.
Because calling the
Um,
show Retarded Doctor Earth would not, it doesn't have the same IP power.
I would watch the fuck out of Retarded Doctor Earth.
I mean, I would also watch, I would watch the fuck out of Lord
I would be
Tentacles.
every fucking Tuesday night. I would be in this chair watching the new episode of Retarded Doctor Earth.
You just have to
Well,
adjust
hey, it's
the
like Wendy
plot.
says. At least it's honest.
You have to adjust the plot so that way Yutani send out the Maginot to go and pick up retarded doctors from other planets and bring them back.
This is the easy
So that they
solution.
can
Is
putting
kill
together a team.
Utani or Prodigy or some other company don't have Prodigy. It makes world building problems that another corporation just gets to exist. But have another corporation just be like, yeah, one of the people on the crew was a plant the entire time, or two of them were.
So
You know, two saboteurs are working in unison on this 65-year-long mission, and that's way more interesting.
Well,
It's
why
more
not have
subversive, it makes more
Morrow
sense.
work for Prodigy? Like rebuild the whole story so that the security guy is the actual
He's right there.
saboteur, and that the POV of the episode is all from him, and the audience don't even know that he's the actual saboteur. So all this investigation stuff is actually bullshit. We get a bunch of red herrings.
We show him. Yeah. The audience only sees the parts that Morrow wants the crew to see, and we.
And then
see
the
it from
reveal is,
crew's
yeah, he's the one that was
perspective,
behind it all. He's the one that's been killing, or rather destroying systems, getting everything ready for sabotage, releasing some aliens here and there. Maybe he has some way of defending himself that's more consistent than just hope. But, and then organizes where it's going to crash. And then, you just, that's the reveal of the episode. It's like the whole time he was the one, even though he's the least likely, blah, blah, blah. Just anything.
And then
You could work some
And
other
then-
stuff into that as well. Like if it was a pre-existing corporation, which, as Rag said, would like solve a huge number of world-building problems. The father character actually was the guy who sent this mission out, or sent the security guy there, and he was actually quite a nice, good guy in charge of this corporation. And during the 65-year mission, he dies. Morrow gets updated instructions from his successor, this mysterious boy Cavalier. We never see him. We don't know what he looks like. We don't know what he sounds like. Changing the instructions, and Morrow goes along with it. Doesn't
Yeah.
know why, but he's just following the orders.
That
because
would be
that's what
cool.
he does.
Really play with the
And
timeline.
yeah,
Actually, do
you get
something.
back
God
and you
forbid, do
find
something
that-
with the 65-year gap.
Because they do it
You
with
could just-
Yutani. Like Yutani's grandmother was like in charge when the ship left, and then they get back and it's a new Yutani, but they don't actually turn that into any kind of story beat at all. Whereas you
No,
can
it's just a
easily turn
line.
it into a story beat.
Yeah,
But you
the
could
new
say that, like,
Yutani lady
Morrow
just
was
says,
built-
"Oh, you knew my grandmother." So yeah, that's basically it. You're right.
They could just have it so that Morrow was the surprise reveal. Morrow was built by Cavalier.
Another way you could
Well,
definitely take
there's-
it.
There's all sorts of stuff that's the thing. There's all sorts of stuff you could do that are interesting. Off the top of our heads, we've mentioned half a dozen. They cause less world building problems. It's better for intrigue and mystery. The idea of, just think about it conceptually, right? Morrow is our protagonist, at least for now. He is the security officer aboard a ship. There is at least one saboteur he is trying to find on this mission. Also, you have the semi-ticking clock of there's aliens that are kind of on the loose and they're in containment. That's like How many different permutations of that story could you possibly make?
You
A
get a
near infinite
full
amount.
season of TV out of that alone, but like they say, hey, you got to
Absolutely.
get one episode. You're like, all right, I still think it can be done, and it could be really interesting. Get an
It
hour.
could be, yeah. An hour's a long time. You could cram a lot of story into an hour of TV. Believe you
could.
me.
Never mind, we don't do that here.
I mean, I've mentioned it before, but actually, while I was, while I was getting the episodes for this show, I also got Chernobyl, and I found myself just like falling into watching that show again.
Quite
And
addictive.
I was just fed. Chernobyl's 5 episodes. That's it. And think of all the stuff that happens in that show, all the characters, all the scenes, all that happens. And then you watch this show, and boy, look, I'll say it this way. I didn't have to pause much to take my notes because there's huge swaths of nothing.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
they waste so much fucking time. One of the ones that struck me in this episode particularly was, you know when they wake him up and give him the
episode 1 or
full
5.
five.
5?
When they wake him up
Okay.
and tell him everything that's happened. One of the things it included, obviously, is that the captain and Bronski were hit with facehuggers. Then we go into the room, we see that, and the captain's dead because he did the operation. But then they felt the need to show us Morrow going into the security room, sitting down, type,
Pressing the buttons.
screens come
yeah.
on, cycle through cameras, get to the room in which the incident took place, rewind, play, show the captain enter the room, show Bronski enter the room. They deal with the fire, or at least partially do. The eggs open, the face huggers come out, they crawl, then they jump, and they go, ah! And then it gets them, and they fall over. It's like, yeah, I knew all of this. You just
You
spent
don't
fucking...
understand though, Mulder.
yeah.
Alien is slow paced. This has to be slow paced as well.
Jesus Christ, what a waste of my time. I knew all of that, so did Morrow. And it's like, yeah, but you gotta see
We
him
learn
see
nothing
it.
by seeing.
Like,
Yeah, we learn
okay.
nothing by watching the footage of it happen. If anything, we lose the fact of imagining how it happened, and you get maybe a couple people give descriptions of what they found or whatever, or someone says, I saw the security camera, it did this, blah, 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 as they explain it. It's wasting time. It is redundant. It gives us, it doesn't give us new information. And you can, like I said, you can cram a lot of stuff into an episode of TV, especially if you have, well, I mean, fuck it, you can give yourself as much time as you want. It's your goddamn show. You're paying the bill. You get to make those decisions when you got money. But in this, it actually is redundant. We learn nothing. We are wasting time.
Sure are. Do you know the part where she goes to see
Um,
Mother as well, the captain, after having been told explicitly that they already knew that the mission is all about the cargo and not them? And then she asks Mother about the cargo being dropped, and it says no, and she's like, what? And the Mother's like,
yeah, there's a very long scene where it's like
the
you have
cargo's
to
way more
acknowledge
important.
this.
Yeah, but like this is what I mean about it being such a bad copy. It doesn't know, like it's trying to do the scene where Ripley realizes that a lot of this carnage is because of the fact that the company doesn't value them, and that you know, Ash being in there keeping an eye on her because it turns out he's actually aligned with the company and not at all with the well-being of the crew. It's such a good part of the film, and they've like butchered it completely. And the equivalent here, by the way, she's like the worst actress in the whole show, this lady, and having her be like, hey computer, can we get rid of cargo because it's a bit weird and we don't have control over it? And it's just like, no. And then they're like, oh, and then it says you actually have to take more care of it than anything else. And she's like, what? And then it says, and if you don't, I'm going to put someone else in charge. Okay, the acknowledge thing. And then she's like, okay, and that's the scene. What?
It's
Yep.
probably worth mentioning here that these characters are not the ones that are 10-year-olds piloting adult bodies.
No,
These are actual adults.
these are the ones
Well,
that don't
it's
have an
maybe
in-universe
worth doubly
excuse.
We've talked about all of these characters are essentially worthless for the story. We just enjoy talking about stupid people in stupid TV shows. We haven't even really gotten to the actual like main plot of the show because, I mean, it's just I fucking just love the game over here. We just love talking about stupid shit. Everything that we've been talking about could essentially be erased from the show and nothing would happen. This could be all just assumed
Yeah,
background information that is. By the way, if this ship crashes onto New Siam on Earth and we literally learn nothing about how it happened, nothing changes in the show. Arguably, the show is better for introducing something that could be mysterious.
Yeah, I didn't even understand by the time we'd seen this why this wasn't just episode 1 as opposed to 5. Why did they put it at 5? What was the big reveal? And I think someone might try to argue, well, the reveal was Boyd Cavalier was the one that orchestrated this. It's like, that changes nothing.
And we
Yeah.
knew it. Like we
That
could be
actually doesn't
reasonably
change
sure
anything.
that was what happened anyway.
Well, you know what? It should change something because Morrow has that footage and he gave it to Wayland Yutani. That should actually destroy Boy Cavalier's whole company, like that evidence. But it doesn't come up.
It does not come up. And Morrow does not need an extra reason to do the things he does in this show. He is Yutani through and through. He has spent a large portion of his life to get these specimens, which is something about his character I do actually like. I think that's kind of neat. That he shows a lot of investment in getting them back just because of his like the years he spent and what he's lost on Earth by doing this job. But we don't need that. It's a superfluous reason for Morrow, and also it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't amount to anything. Maybe in season 2 it will. But just to put this into perspective, I guess, or to give a little bit of a nod to something to come. Essentially, the last scene in this show has Morrow and Boy Cavalier in the same cell, and they do not say a word to each other.
Nope.
We don't really care like about what they have to say to each other because we're there. It's all about what's her name? And
Wendy.
how awesome
Wendy.
she is.
She
Yeah.
is so fucking awesome. She is my
I don't-
original character. Do not steal. All right. She is boy, she is the protagonist. Let me tell you.
I don't.
We will
Right,
definitely
that's-
talk
that's
about her.
later.
She hasn't
Yeah.
even come up yet because
That's later.
just
That's
look at
later.
her story there is to talk about. We can't even talk about the main character yet. But I'm with
Yeah.
you on that completely, and I do think that most of what could be considered the good parts of Morrow are still the snippets of what would have been his character, and then accentuated by the
Same
guy's
with, like,
performance.
Kirsch and stuff.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but I
There's
specifically
some
want to make sure we
particularly
understand.
good
Like,
actors here, but
I don't think the writing's very good at all. It's just that you see the guy portray the character with a lot of like weight, frustration, sort of animosity, and you're like, that's got to come from somewhere. And it's like, what have we got in the writing? It's like this. I guess, yeah, it's that. And it's like it's almost more credit than they deserve, and they certainly didn't deserve the actor. And yeah, you're right. That totally applies to Timothy Olyphant, who a lot of people said was their favorite character. And it's like, you can't explain why beyond the actor. You can't.
He's your favorite
Yeah,
actor.
I mean,
that's
he's
what
my
you mean to say.
He's among my. He may be my favorite actor in here. He's among my favorites. I mean, there's some good performances. I mean, some of
Yeah.
the kids have pretty good performances. I mean, Smee in particular, I think he really sells.
I
you know,
agree
like,
with
being a
you.
juvenile, but
It's just hard to
but-
say
dot,
because
dot.
it's like, oh, they played that retarded character really well. You're like, yeah, they sure
well,
did.
some sell it way better than others. I think.
No, because yeah, I get what you're saying. The childish mannerisms. I knew who you're picking because he is the best one at it, and it's just
yeah, Smee. Yeah.
it's not nice that like it's not for anything worthwhile. You know.
It's acting wasted. It actually kind of is. It's acting that's being wasted.
Yeah, it is because he could have been in something else. That
Well,
had good
and-
writing.
Yeah, he could have been in this show, but good. You know.
Like the reason it's like a conflicting thing because I have to like separate out the points of praise versus criticism, because when a scene starts up and you have a character who is pretending to be a child and talking about nothing relevant, it's fucking annoying. But it's like, yeah, but they're doing it really well, and you're like, yeah.
Yep, I believe it.
Like-
That's, if anything, that's why it annoys me, because it's I guess in order to jump into, I mean, there's nothing else that's really relevant, I think, on the Maginot that impacts the rest of the story except the ship itself. But
I would want to mention how how the specimens escape both
do it. Yeah, I've got some
So-
notes for it, but yeah, it's worth talking about. It's funny.
They're just fucking with them all, really, and they've got these devices that you can open from the inside if your tentacle gets, which just seems fucking stupid, but one of them does that, and then the eyeball guy is watching. They're like ticks, I guess, alien ticks. They free
Yeah, Spider
themselves
six.
because they somehow understand the cage, and then the eyeball alien kind of.
Taps on the glass to
Yeah,
distract the zoologist.
Well, so this
so
is
that
the
she
thing.
turns.
People
so
were
that
like,
the
was he
leash-
helping? Was he trying to help her, or was he trying to help the ticks? I've seen people argue both.
How is he helping her?
So that the angle of he was helping her was him being like, "Hey, they're escaping. Hey." But then the other angle I've heard
But
is
the
that he was
timing-
actually trying to facilitate his own escape.
I don't know
Because
how it
there's another bit
facilitates his own
later
escape.
on where he does something similar and does facilitate his own
This is what-
escape, right? But
It's so
with
fucking
this one,
confusing.
when I first It is. When I first watched it, I thought he was trying to help her. And I was like, oh, look at that cute little guy. And I'm going to like you going forward. Also, like, you're banging on the glass to tell the ship's designated fucking xenobiologist that, hey, these parasitic creatures that you're eating and drinking next to, they're about to escape. You should not be eating and
I
drinking
actually
in
am a
this room.
biologist myself on my world, and I know that those creatures lay eggs in water, and you're drinking water, and if it gets out, it could lay it in water. So I'm letting you know, hey, you need to cover
Yeah.
up that water or secure those creatures.
She already
because
knows
I have
this.
a PhD.
What's his name? Traitor's big gripe is that the aliens laid bugs in his wife's eyes. Like, she knows a lot about what these
Well,
creatures can
what
do.
fucking biologist is eating and drinking right next to their experiments from an alien world? What shitty?
When she has no ear protection, no
It's
eye
so
protection, no
stupid.
mask, no gloves.
And again, like, you don't have any excuses. She is highly paid to conduct this specific job. She's a fucking idiot. To the point where
Everyone's
the
like, "Oh,
eyeball,
hey."
that's why people have that interpretation. The eyeball's like, what are you doing? You moron. Like, hey. But then again, I think it's a valuable explanation that he was actually trying to help the ticks distract her and have her. This is the one that I find funny because I was talking to Fringy about this, and it's just like, you can't believe it, but you can also possibly believe it. It depends on what you think the writers are trying to do. That he knew, because he has the best understanding of determinism out of any creature in the cosmos, like, he's that intelligent, that he knew by tapping on that, she would flimsily put him back such that his container wouldn't be fully clipped in so he could escape, much in the same way. You know, like how Boy Cavalier reviews the footage later, and he's like, he knew that if he tapped the glass, the android would fall into the synth would fall into the cage.
How'd he get caught?
Yeah, he Sherlocked it.
Well, but he
How did he
wanted
get
to
caught in
get
the
caught,
first place?
Fringy, because he wants to get captured by the most powerful creatures in the universe so that he can take over them and then become powerful himself.
I thought he was the most powerful. If he's
He will
smart
be
enough
if
to
he
be
gets
doing
control of
this
all of
crazy-
if he controls Wayland. I don't know. These people say these things, and you're just like, what do you mean? It's like the eyeball wants to get into the most powerful, biggest organism ever and control it. That's his only goal, I guess. All of this is intentional. You must understand.
Its goals are beyond. our
He's
human
so
understanding.
smart. He understands cause and effect to a degree that no other creature can.
Even though when
Yeah.
he does actually get into a human body, he can't speak. He just makes weird noises, and then he tries to
Yeah, then he
bite a xenomorph.
fumbles. Well, so do you know
And
the
then he
explanation I've heard for that
bites
is
a
that he was
xenomorph.
trying to get into the alien because that's the greatest organism there is.
But he would die because of the acid blood, so it's not very clever.
No, none of
Yeah, it also
but
doesn't have
Also,
It
it
doesn't
has
have an
no-
eye.
and also
Also,
it
it
has
doesn't
no
have
eyes.
eyes. Yeah, it doesn't have any eyes either. So
My no
that's-
eyes, my only
that's-
weakness.
That's really awkward as well because it's the thing's got a lot of weaknesses. It relies on every living thing having a brain next to its eye, which I don't know why that would be a guarantee in fucking space. Or that it has eyes at all. Case in point, Xenomorph doesn't have eyes. So
I don't
that
even-
seems like kind of a weakness. Also, how could it even exist?
But do you see how much work everyone's having to do just to understand a
In
normal
this
scene?
stupid show. Yeah, why the show should be doing this work, not you. You don't have to do it. You're paying for this. You are paying to watch this, so you don't have to do that work for them.
It's
They're meant to be
also
doing
probably
This,
worth
um,
reminding people that this eyeball creature, this eyeball monster, understands the digits of pi.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, and it understands
Yes.
English, even though it's never heard it before.
Yep.
Yeah, it understands English and Earth Arabic.
It's that
numerals.
Boy
smart.
Cavalier
and
says
what they
this is pi, and the alien immediately understands, or sort of eyeball alien to be specific, immediately understands what is meant by the word pi, and then he's shown numbers, Arabic numerals, which don't exist in space as far as I'm aware. And yep, no, he can continue to tap out the chain and then take a shit because it's funny for a number. But a lot of the stuff trying to figure out his motives, you're almost distracted from trying to do that because of how utterly stupid everything else in the scene is. It's like for the first time you think, hey, why is he tapping on that glass? But then within 2 seconds you're thinking, hold on, why are you eating and drinking next to these
Yep.
aliens? And also, wait, that slug got into your sandwich. So you threw that away, but you left your water, which was open. You didn't
Yep.
know where it came from. Maybe it's already been there. Why are you still carrying that around? Are you?
Oh,
What
Platoon,
are
if only
you
they had
doing?
a
have
camera.
gloves.
Maybe if they had a camera in the room and they could roll it back and see what happened to their food and drink, just in case. But no, that's not a thing.
Look, Muller, we're gonna have a long and complicated. We're gonna have a long, rocky relationship with the existence of security cameras in this show, as many shows unfortunately have.
Yes, we
Ugh.
fucking are. What's with this the whole room having a whole system ready to tell you through green and red lights whether or not something is secure, has something insecure, and all it does is show the little red light and not like an alarm. Like, hello,
Boop, boop,
yo,
beep, beep,
you
beep,
can't leave this fucking
insecure.
room until everything
The
is
alien
secure.
killer creature is insecure.
And then
Not,
of course,
not in a personal level. I mean, it's not secure in the wall.
following that story is hilarious too, because they do end up. He's still stuck in that room, which you'd think in this universe is a fucking enormous vent in every single room, but he couldn't get through one. He had to wait until someone came back in, and they do. Then they leave again because they realize that he's escaped, but they don't tell anyone. And then during a gunfight in the late part of the episode, someone happens to open this room to get in as like to get cover, and that's how he gets released. Like, did the tentacle alien know all of that was going to happen? Like, is he planning all of this? He's a genius.
I'm telling you, like monsters like this really make you appreciate like the necromorphs or the flood, you know? Like this like the idea of the creature like this hop in your eyeball and boom, it controls you now and it can like fly across. It's just man. Ugh. I mean it'll pop up in the story. We'll get to talk about our little our little eyeball creature throughout the show a bit. So yeah, there's all sorts of stupid stuff that happened on the Maginot. It's really silly.
That is the thing. Like, for as long
Really
as we've spent talking
silly.
about it, virtually every single scene is laughably stupid.
Yeah.
The gunfight, so much wrong with the gunfight, but it doesn't really like it's not important.
And
it's just when-
unintentionally hilarious as well in that gunfight of just like the dude,
Oh,
the
yeah,
bad
yeah.
guy decides to shoot the wounded guy rather than the cyborg with the gun.
I'll
I
pull
assume he
it
just
up
missed.
now. This shit just seems so obviously funny. Like,
I
it's a
had to
great
watch it,
great
like,
moment
4
for
times to
Morrow,
figure
by
out
the
how he
way.
made the shot. Like, I was watching, it's like, how did that happen? Like,
It's a
Morrow is
really hard
standing up,
shot.
and
So,
he's standing
I'll
up
show
and
it,
in
right?
the open, and the guy's coming round, and then somehow the guy in partial cover gets a clean headshot to him.
And it's-
Just so everyone at
Yeah,
home can
telling
see,
you.
right? This is our saboteur, and he's about to get Morrow and this other guy. The other guy's been shot like twice or something. He's near it. He's
Yeah, he's
down
on the
and out.
armor leg, yeah.
So this is your shot, and Morrow's distracted. So let's see. It's like, you know, what where are you gonna shoot? Here we go. Oh my god, it's all over, and boom. He seems to have either missed or deliberately shot.
Sorry, this is hilarious. I cackled when I saw
Yeah.
this. This is so funny. He gets a perfect headshot on the guy who can't do anything to him. Meanwhile, the guy with the gun and the sword arm is just right out in the open and alive.
The gun and the sword arm.
Whoops.
Okay.
Because of course,
He does basically have a sword arm, yeah.
Morrow's in the present, so it's like he's immune in this story. But like that shit's so stupid.
And I mean, I don't know how much we want to go over the precise details of how the conspiracy is revealed and why the saboteur is doing any of this stuff. Like, 'cause Morrow does his investigation. The footage is undeleted. Then he goes and has a chat with the pervy fat Asian one, who's like, "Yeah, didn't you know that cryopods can be empty?"
Yeah, what? Why
Oh,
didn't he
Mr. Red
tell
Herring.
anybody? He knew who the saboteur was, and he just sat on that information for the whole time. Why? What is his motivation? It's like he's just being a goober because he
Revealed the
dies.
information, he died.
He's just
then
a
he dies
creepy
immediately.
weirdo. He's just a
Yeah.
creepy weirdo.
How
How
useful a
Watches them
creepy
when they
weirdo is for
sleep
the
and-
writer, because
How
it
was
just
he allowed on this ship? Like, again, it feels like it's worth noting. Like, Wayland Yutani has no vetting for the people that they send on one ship that they can't leave for the next, like, 70
Yeah.
years. They don't want to
He's
make
obviously
sure
a
that they're
sexual
mentally
deviant.
stable.
Oh yeah, he's watching people.
insane.
I never understood how they said like
He's
if he
crazy.
continues to watch people sleep, you'll get punished. And in the background, he is watching people sleep in that scene.
Yep.
I was like, what?
But
So
he's currently doing
he's
the thing.
doing
you're
the
saying
thing.
you need to
Like,
He
punish
just
him
can't
to
stop
do, yeah.
himself. He's got to watch people. He's a somnophile.
He's so like overtly weird that I mean, when we were watching it, I was just like, he is such an obvious red herring that there's
Yeah.
got to be more to him than that. It would be like if they just had a character who was just sitting in the corner of the room jacking it in every scene, and then something goes horribly wrong, and you're like, oh, well, maybe it has something to do with the guy who's no, it's nothing to do with that. He's just doing his own thing. It's actually someone totally different.
he,
Like if someone said, Mahler, even goofy goobers aren't this goofy.
it's true. The show defies a lot of expectations on that
Goobery,
front.
yeah.
But Yeah, this is what I meant about like the investigation, because Morrow looks at the security cameras. He's going each room to room. He's looking. He's doing the LA Noire thing, kneeling down, picking up thing, turning back, turning. You're like, oh my god, what's he gonna learn? What's it all gonna come to? That big interrogation he has with the doctor, who again highest kill count, doesn't go anywhere. He just happens to interrogate the weirdo who puts him onto the best evidence. That, to be honest with you, is probably something he should have discovered. It would have been more satisfying for him to be like, I wonder if there's anyone who's in a pod, quote unquote, according to the system, but isn't actually in a pod. Like, and he actually goes and looks and finds it himself. But no, just the fucking perv tells him to do that. That puts him onto the actual solution. What was the point of the rest of the episode?
Yeah, like he sets up the answer, and Morrow didn't even have any follow-up questions. He just leaves the room.
And then, like, he does that, and then they go, oh, by the way, the download of the deleted files is complete. Here's the killer. You're just like, oh, the saboteur.
Oh.
Like, okay, cool.
Oh, well, the
Thank you.
investigation
do
didn't
that.
matter.
That's
All
what I
right.
mean. It's like he's security. It's like that's his whole role, but it was all pointless. You're just waiting for the show to be like, okay, you can do it now. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Now, there you go. Now you can get the answer.
And even though did we establish that there are no security cameras by the sleep pods? Because if so, you could just have looked at those and see someone getting out. Like, I'm not a particularly good mystery writer, but it just seems to me that the way better way of doing it, because we've established that creepy Asian dude is like he watches people and masturbates over them while they sleep. If you turned up one day and like he'd been shot by the sleep pods, that would have been like the desperation play from the saboteur who'd been discovered getting out of a sleep pod while Asian dude was jacking it, and then like Morrow being the security guy could put pieces together. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
that's true. He
someone
got
was
cum shot.
murdered by the sleep pod, and like, but everyone is in the sleep pod who is asleep. So something's wrong with, like, something is to do with sleep pods. I'm gonna spy on sleep pods or investigate those, and then he finds out that yeah, one of them registered as being closed the entire time, but then there was a brief glitch and it got open. It's like, well, fuck, maybe someone is actually awake who it isn't. But then you don't have to keep weird Asian dude around being creepy for no particular reason other than to be creepy, only for him to get sort of glomped by a xenomorph later. It's like they've got beats for a mystery story in here. It's just that they don't really know how to tell one.
We can talk about the surgery scene real quick, because we did mention it, but I
We
just want to
can
be
absolutely talk about the surgery.
super
scene.
clear. The current state of the ship is engineering assistant is losing blood fast. We can't see why. Like from within, not even internal bleeding in the sense that he's just running out of blood, and you know it's going to turn out he's got a bunch of ticks on his lungs and shit that are just eating up all of his blood. So, the first thing they tell us is like, yeah, he's losing blood. They haven't hooked him up to blood. They're not giving him any blood. They're just like, he's just dying, and we don't know why.
They didn't bring any. They didn't.
I
Bring
guess
any
not
blood.
on this enormous
Which, by the
science
way,
ship. There's no
That would have been
blood.
a cool ticking clock for him. Was
Ah,
they're running out
tick.
of fake blood, and and the ticks are sucking it out or something. Or I mean, fuck it, they could have a million reasons why. But yeah, they just open them up, and there's just
Well, so I was going to say,
squirrels in my
that's-
pants. except
That's
the
happening.
ticks on
At the
my heart.
same time, the xenomorph is just loose. He's running around. We don't really care
Yeah,
about him,
and
though. Don't worry about it. He's just running
No,
around.
not at all.
And they know, by the way. They know what it means. They've studied it, and they know that it's running around. But it's okay. Don't worry about it. Also, the tentacle boy is released. He's confined to the experiments room, the science room, whatever. And two people on the crew know about this, but they're not telling anyone for no reason. They lock up the room. They're just not going to tell anyone. It's like, all right. I wonder if there's a reason that nobody can know about that. Probably because it's going to pay off later. And so then the doctor's like, right. Oh, no. They say we should put him in cryo, and then the captain says, we can't put bleeding out man in cryo. He'll die. You're just like, you don't know that. Why are you
It's
saying
true.
that?
I don't know why this has been concluded. Oh, because the face hugger, when it got frozen, it didn't work. It's like, yeah, but it should have.
It should have worked.
This
It
is
didn't.
a different.
Do they?
This is a
They
different
also
alien. It's a different species. So
Yep.
this is
only
not
throw
even
in the
used
line that by the
information.
time we get him to cryo,
Yeah, that's
he will
bullshit. She's
die,
the
which
captain.
is
She has
still-
no
That's
fucking
not
clue what
true.
she's talking about. Surely it
No
would be the
way.
doctor that would decide that. And then secondly,
Ask the
why are you
doctor-
not
wait, he's
giving
retarded.
him blood? If he's running out of blood, doing surgery on him is probably not going to give him more blood.
Not gonna
Unless,
be particularly
you know what I mean?
helpful,
For
no.
anyone who hasn't seen the show who is wondering how he's got ticks in him, that's because they called a meeting to tell everyone there's a saboteur, and stupid biologist lady with the water full of ticks that she hasn't thrown away puts it down, and the dumb fuck engineering kid drinks it. So that's how he has them in his body.
He's really stupid, by the way. Like
We've gone
so
over this.
stupid
He's
that it's
hyper
remarkable.
retard, yeah.
You
But
cannot legally consent to sex.
legally consent to anything, breathing even. But like he's at the point where he's dying from losing blood, and instead of putting him in cryo or giving him blood, they decide to do open heart surgery on him.
Yeah, and by
That
do
makes
open heart
sense.
surgery, what we mean is we just rip his fucking ribs apart, and oh look, there's ticks on his lungs. Grab the tweezers, pull them off. We're not wearing masks.
No,
We don't know
no
what
sterile. They were
never
just
mind.
smoking in the room. He doesn't give a fuck, and he pulls out a flask when he's doing it. Obviously, they're like, this guy's a bit of a wacky doctor. It's just like, you've gone well beyond wacky, you fucking loser show. Doesn't make any. And by the way, while this
Wacky
surgery's
doctors
happening,
used to be able to, like, Victor Frankenstein is
Yeah.
a wacky doctor, and you, sir, are no Victor Frankenstein.
Victor Frankenstein was much more careful. But while this surgery's happening, they're just like, by the way, creepy Asian sleep perv, dead. You're like, okay, fine.
He
There
dies.
was a- remember that
As
xenomorph?
far as
He's
we
just
know,
like-
nobody knows that he died.
I think it gets.
He was just still
it does
hanging
get-
out in the interrogation room.
It
He
gets
gets
just
mentioned
referenced.
later. It gets
Yeah.
mentioned
Oh,
later,
does it?
but yeah.
Okay.
That
It
guy
doesn't
just runs
matter.
up and says, "It got him,"
It's
and
as-
Morrow's like, "What got him? Who? Like, what's going
It's
on?"
just as nonchalant as the rest of the death acceptance.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like, it was funny. I was trying to fringy guess what the consequence of this surgery would be, and it's like they're just gonna yank the ticks off because that's a really smart thing to do in our world, of course. So that means it must be smart to do in the alien world too. This doctor's very good at
To
his
your
job.
precious organs.
Yeah, of which there are many, by the way. Pulling one off isn't even going to come close to saving him. But whatever. He's going to yank it off. And I was like, what will the consequences of this be? And it's like, I guess it kills the guy. And it's
Probably
like,
death.
yeah, probably, but no, stupider. And what was some of the things you came up with before you actually got it? Like, in terms of trying to guess how stupid
man.
this show is?
I think one of them was like, is it gonna, when he rips it off, is it gonna like rip his lung open? And then you were like, no, that's not right. And then I was like, is it gonna be like when he grabs it, he yanks it off, and then it like flies into his face or something, and then starts
Why not?
attacking him? And then I think
Yeah,
clued in on with the idea of the claw. It's like, is the claw, when he like squeezes the claw, is that gonna make something happen that like, you know, fucks everything up? And it's like, all right, yeah, that's close enough. And
Yeah, when you
me-
said it would flick off into one of their eyes and kill them, I was like, you get into the nearer place. Like, you're actually getting closer. It's not stupid
Yes,
enough.
'cause it's getting closer to the collateral damage or the friendly fire that they're about to inflict
Yeah.
on themselves.
Tears one off, it explodes with like a dusty acidy thing, and it kills all three of them. Like, okay, Ripperoo. It doesn't seem like a very good system for the alien because it just kills the host, so the others don't get to drink from it now. I don't know. Whatever.
It's a tick suck tick world out there.
But they probably
alright?
should have anticipated something, considering their only other specimen when doing anything to it bled acid. But you know, whatever. Fine.
I'm
Good
sure
job.
that was an anomaly.
And yeah, that leaves what? It was Morrow, Engineer Man, Captain, and Randy and Saboteur. Saboteur shoots Randy, Morrow kills Saboteur. Tentacle guy just gets into the engineer guy, as we mentioned.
Off-screen.
Yes.
I got, like, you know, how? Like, really? Like, I don't understand how it's meant to be, like, he's like a little tiny, like, octopus thing. It feels like any human could easily just squish him.
They treat it as if he is extremely
if
durable
he's
and
really-
super strong.
Like, yeah, if you don't have hands, maybe that would make things a little bit more difficult. But, like, if you got hands, you just grab him and throw him. I mean, not even
you just
throw-
crush it in your
squish.
hands. Yeah, you just
crush.
hold it in your hand and
there's
you
no
squeeze
way-
because it's an
there's
eyeball.
no way that the tentacles are going to be strong enough to just overpower like a regular person.
human?
But they treat it
No
as
way.
if he's like seriously threatening, but like not really. And I would say like, I don't know, not very threatening under. Could you imagine trying to latch onto a bear? It's like the bear would just slash it like immediately. And then,
Yeah.
of course, what about when you're dealing with any critter that's got like particularly good reflexes, like a huge number of them? Like, I don't know. It's just like it just
Like
feels
the
like
humans
why
that
would-
tries to attack in this.
Well, the
Humans
cat
have good
that
enough
actually
reflexes to
attacks.
stop it.
Yeah, it's like there's no way. Like, I'm sorry. It's just like it's not actually. It's kind of like
It
stupid.
needs
Like,
to-
I don't even know why it would even be presented as threatening. It should be really
'Cause
easy to
it,
like deal with.
It should be because the way that they portray it is apparently this creature's preferred method of attack is full frontal assault.
yeah.
When it should be like it gets you when you're sleeping, or it
Yeah,
or it
yeah.
secretes something on you that puts you to sleep. Because that's pretty viable. That probably happens in real life. That there are creatures who do that. They're like they sedate you or they
generally,
inject a
animals
poison
try
to make you
find-
sleep.
If an animal's trying to kill another animal, usually it's trying to employ some strategy that, you know, makes it so that the other animal can't hurt it anymore, because usually other animals can do that. Like, for instance, when a lion is going for a zebra, they kind of got to, like, make sure that it's dead, because if it's not, and it kicks them in the fucking face, that could kill them. You
And
know?
plus,
It's like-
predators rely on their physical like bodies working to catch prey. So that's why predators are often extremely skittish and opportunistic, because they can't afford to get
I don't want to get
harmed
hurt,
or
because if you
damaged.
get hurt, that's a
'Cause then they can't
potential
chase their
death
food.
sentence in the well, it's just healing from injuries, right? Like, a lot of the time, if an animal gets injured, it's like, oh, well, that's game over. Ripperoonie, you know, you're screwed. Like, if you can't run anymore. I don't know, it's just like, particularly when this show is going to try and treat them more like they're animals than monsters. It's like, I feel like you don't know anything about animals. Okay, which is weird, because you live on Earth, like people who made this show, but okay.
The Xeno finally gets to be in the show at this point. I say this is episode 5, but you know what I mean.
No.
And he's pathetic.
Well, it's one of the worst sort of. It's what Random was saying earlier, and I felt this watching the entire show. They've learned nothing from seeing the other films, and I mean this of seeing a lot of the other films. Even AVP 2 didn't get this wrong. It's like, you have to be careful shooting the alien, because there's a guy in a suit. So you gotta keep him in smoke, you gotta keep him in darkness, around corners, slimy as well. Like Resurrection was real big on the slime. And you gotta really make the audience think, oh, what is that? Alien 1 is just exceptional on this front. Like, it makes you wonder what the fuck this thing is. This show really likes to show you the alien in full. It's like,
there it is.
Look at him go. Here he is.
It's daytime.
And I feel really
He's right
sorry
there.
for the actor, because they clearly told him, like, wave around, wiggle, and look weird. We'll take care of the rest in post. And he was like, okay. And so he just does a lot of weird movements, and he's just, it feels sometimes like he doesn't know what he's supposed to do, because he's not been given much direction, which, again, feel kind of bad for him. But
it was weird when it's called Alien Earth. You know, you figure that you'd be putting a lot of thought into the presentation of the alien, but it's like, nah, we don't really care, because, like, you know, this very much feels like, yeah, but you know what the alien is. Like, you've seen Alien. Like, they know that you're aware of Alien as a series. So it's almost like they don't need to treat it with any reverence. Like, yeah, it's a fucking alien. You've seen like a million of them at this point.
But also, it's sort of no reverence, but it's also that they do want their excuses to stop and linger. And it's almost like every time it approaches a named character, or reliably, everything will stop, and it will stop. And then you have a shot like this, which is like, what she's actually giving there, completely out of context, you could say, well, she's giving instructions to her weird gimp creature. Like, that's what it looks like.
yeah.
But like every single time this happens, it approaches someone we know because they have a name, and it stops, and then it does the weird menacing alien thing, but it looks cartoonish because it's too well lit. And then, but if it's attacking non-named people, then you get all the jump cuts and the close-up action because you have to hide the fact that they're not moving.
The speed at which the alien will kill unnamed random soldiers or whatever it can only be described as absurdly quickly, to the point where it's kind of comedic.
Almost impossibly quick.
The end of Cabin in the Woods, like absurdly, almost comedically quick, that it just tears through soldiers. But Platoon's right. The moment it goes up to a character that is important to the plot, boy, it takes its sweet fucking time. It hangs out, or just refuses to attack it, like with Morrow at the elevator in the second episode.
And so,
yeah, with the alien itself, like in Alien, the first film in particular, there's so much that they do to obscure it. It's not, I mean, it's the lighting, it's the smoke, it's the flashing lights, like the strobe lighting effects. All of that means that, again, you're not really sure what you're looking at, and it also means that like a lot of the texture kind of comes out a lot more. In particular, like in Resurrection, but also the first Alien, it's very slimy, it's very gooey. There's a lot of texture to it.
Yeah.
It's always dripping. In this one, it looks very rubbery.
Look how dry it looks.
Yeah, exactly. Like the top of its head, it looks like it's been standing next to a humidifier or a dehumidifier.
We need to lubricate that alien.
Yeah, you know, in like, I think it was in AVP, I can't remember exactly, but they had like assistants who would run on in between every shot and just cover them in jelly, so that way every time the camera was rolling, it was dripping with goo. But yeah, the alien lubricator. But I saw a thing on Instagram from one of the guys who did like the prop design, or not prop design, like the creature design effects for the alien in Alien Earth. And they, for the first time, incorporated like a goo dispenser into the mouth of the creature. And they showed it working. So it was kind of to make it dribble and drool and look gooey. And I was thinking, okay, that's cool, but did you use it? Did you switch it on? Like,
well,
uh,
you get struck by this, and there's other elements of how they portray the alien that we'll get to, but like this is a really great example, possibly the best in the show, of just how they don't know how to shoot it, and it's so simple. If you
Like
just
the
watch,
soldiers don't know how to shoot it, or the cameraman doesn't know
they
how to
should.
shoot
Rags,
it.
I don't know if we talked about this. They do know how to shoot it. It's just that it's fucking bulletproof for some reason in this show, and I'm not making a joke. Like it seems.
I think there's one scene where it's definitely shot in the head, but it doesn't
Yeah.
do anything.
I thought-
and then in every
Yeah.
other
So
scene,
first time
it's
around,
a
I
little
was
bit
like,
of a mix.
Did they shoot it with a rubber bullet or something? Like why did they have real rounds? But it's like no, they have real rounds. It's just immune, and the only explanation. I'm not saying this is an explanation. The only explanation is that it's a lung alien. So. Bulletproof. That's
Maybe
Yeah,
the
'cause
secret
the
to
guns-
immortality is Joe's lung, not
the-
synthetic hybrids.
the guns that they're using are the smart guns and the pulse rifles from Aliens, because
even
hey,
better
remember
ones,
those.
random, even better ones. They have stun capabilities as well as.
Yeah.
Why do they keep doing this? Like this, you can't have auto shooting smart guns in the form of pulse rifles before Aliens, like they did in Romulus. You
How
also can't
reliably
do
it's a
stun
problem.
attachments that make them superior in terms of options before Alien as well. I don't understand. Like, why do you keep doing this?
Rifles are
isn't it?
very deadly. It's one of the advantages of setting your first movie on a space trucker ship where they don't have access to military weaponry. And then in the sequel, when you do have access to military weaponry, you have to come up with reasons why they don't just win.
More aliens.
Exactly.
Yeah, more
Well,
aliens.
that'll come into the other behaviors of the fucking aliens in this show. Is they're supposed to be smarter. The Predator is supposed to be smarter, but all the newer iterations, it just turns into a beast that goes blah, 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 and tries to get everybody all the time, no matter how safe it may or may not be. But I've heard the attempt at an explanation that in Aliens they use explosive rounds. I don't think that works, and I don't really want to get into it, but they have more than just pulse
Yeah.
rifles in Aliens that affect aliens, like shotguns, like
Oh.
pistols.
Also in Aliens, they specify that it's a standard light armor piercing round, which why would you not be using that if it's standard?
Well, and Random, remember, like, Vasquez kills one with a pistol, and Hicks has got a shotgun.
Yeah, Hicks with a shotgun. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
bullets work on. I mean, we
It's
can
a
be generous
creature.
and say that they're all using the same bullets, but even then, why would those bullets not exist now?
I just we don't need to make these excuses to make Alien Earth make more sense. It's like, no, fuck you. You're stupid.
It was in the other movies.
It's-
It's intuitive. If you shoot it, like, yeah, it's a creature. It's not going to be. You
I
have to
don't
have
even
like, a
mind,
really
like-
special space turtle at it or something to believe that it can to get me to buy that it's bulletproof. But it's
I am
not.
a
It just
fan
clearly
of,
isn't bulletproof.
Alien variants through its different species hosts and stuff. You know, Alien 3 kind of
Yeah.
getting us there. Not that I'm saying Alien 3 is great or anything. I'm just saying. But, like, to put it into different animals or just different life forms and get different results is a really cool idea. You would have seen all kinds of concepts from comics if you've looked into it from the different ideas different writers have had. And the films, the best they can do is put it into a lung, which is like, that doesn't do anything, actually, in terms of interesting. And it's like, no, it creates a normal-ass alien. You're like, okay.
I also really just don't like that. I think it removes a lot of the mystique
Why
from the
put it in
alien
a lung?
itself.
Put it in.
Why a lung? Yeah.
They could have put it in any animal that they could have had across the. It could have been a fucking
Look.
alien, like an
But
alien
why would
animal.
putting it in a lung even work? Like the idea is that the facehugger needs to essentially. I need to be careful using that word because that word got me. It got my Spartacus video demonetized. I just realized, so I'm not going to say that word.
Say whatever you want.
You make pregnant. Let's put it that way. The facehugger is going to do that to its host, and the idea is presumably that then the embryo kind of like feeds off of the nutrients or whatever that are inside the person without actually harming them. What Alien Earth then does is a character needs a lung transplant, and they keep the lung and they make sure it's still active, like alive. I guess it's still living
In a
tissue.
box,
It's not
yeah.
decaying. It's in a box. It's a lung in a test tube, basically. They take the alien embryo and they put it in the lung, and it grows while in the lung and turns into essentially a chest burster. Well, I guess it's a lung
A
burster.
lung burst.
Which like really all that means is that it doesn't have to be inside of a person. It doesn't have to be inside of a living creature. It just has to be near biological matter, and
like
it will
flesh.
become an alien.
Like a puddle of
Yeah.
flesh, it could survive in theory. It's just like, why are we doing this?
I really don't like that.
And imagine they just had a gorilla and they put it in the facility. It would be like, oh shit, we're getting an alien gorilla. Like, what the new design they could make out of it is like, no, lung. I feel like there's other options.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean that'll be, we can talk a bit more later. But this sequence, it just stands and looks at her for ages, and then it slow motion trips her up. I don't know why. And you might think, people at home, that, like anyone else would, and this happens a lot in this series, something will happen to save her, right? Because we know this isn't where she dies. So, what would happen to save her? And this is one of those rare times in a TV show where nothing happens to save her. She's just safe. She runs away.
Yeah.
Look how fucking fast the alien is, and she just runs away.
This is almost
Anyone
like
who says
that
I don't know about that.
Monty Python thing.
Well, it's the
Yeah.
reverse Michael Myers, where instead of editing him back and back and back, or rather, editing him forward, we have to edit the alien back because it keeps getting too close. Like, back you go, back you go. With Michael Myers, do you know about this? He's in Dead by Daylight. They've actually updated him so that he can travel super fast and almost teleport now to account for how he moves in the films.
Oh,
Like,
they did that
I-
as a sketch in Robot Chicken as well.
Yeah, like it's-
where- yeah.
It's just funny because, like, these editing choices have consequences, whether or not you think you're a fucking revolutionary filmmaker. The alien's right next to her, and it's way faster than her, and it's way more agile than her, and it has better range than her, like, at base with the tail and stuff. Yet you have her outrunning it. That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, yeah, but it's scary. I see.
Funny
It
part is
isn't-
it doesn't even
it's
matter
scary
because
with the
she's
series
gonna die
has
anyway.
become. That's true.
She does just die, so I don't really know what the effort is here. Why
Yeah, they could have cut this chase scene because it catches her and it kills, because you see in the first episode, this is episode 5 and it leads into the beginning of episode 1.
Which, by the way,
She gets killed. Yeah, just quickly. So right at the beginning of episode 1, it cuts forwards to after this sequence, and she's banging on the door for Morrow to be like, let me in, Morrow, and Morrow's like, no. And then the alien kills her while Morrow's sat in the mother room, I guess it would be called.
Yeah.
So the alien catches her. You don't need this chase sequence. You could just have, she's banging on the door like, oh, there's an alien somewhere, help me. And then it gets her. You don't have to have it chasing her.
And yeah,
Already
this
kind
sequence.
of pointed out something as well that's kind of funny as well. Is like, why is this episode 5? Like, why?
Oh, I can hypothesize.
There is
My
a theory, yeah.
hypothesizing is that as Muller and I were talking a little bit before the show, and I think we're in agreement that if they probably think this is the best episode of the show. They think that this is hot shit. Probably it's just like Alien. How incredible! And so I think that putting it, because they could have put it anywhere, really. They probably put this here in the middle of the season to sort of revitalize interest in it, give it a booster shot of excitement to have a really good middle point. That's what I think. I think it was done to do those.
I think they thought people would be talking about this, like, holy fuck, what an incredible episode, and how lucky we are to be able to get this in a TV show.
They were right.
Reminder,
We
reminder.
were talking about this and going, holy fuck.
Well, yeah, that's definitely one explanation. I mean, and they clearly think that this is like a worthwhile mystery for some reason. Like what happened on
But I
the
mean,
Maginot?
The mystery, but who even, like, the mystery doesn't even matter. Like,
Nope.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, the ship crashed and they get the aliens off the ship. Like, who, like, does it really even matter how it all went to shit? Particularly if you just tell us in that first episode, well, it did. It's like, okay, yeah, like, we already know that. No, but it'll be so interesting to see how it unravels. It's like, you were wrong.
This one's better if I can play it, but with the cover on. But again, look at the way the alien moves. It's, I'd say, like, borderline close to how he's supposed to, but it's the way it's shot that ruins it. You see too much of him. You can see the whole of him. It's like, they got flashing lights. It's like, nah, it's not right. And it makes him look awkward. Makes him look like a guy in a Halloween costume. You can't do that. Which is crazy because, of course, the first film is the one that's working with the lowest budget and the least resources. And yet, because of the talent of filmmaking, they can make it so much more. Meanwhile, here might be like an unprecedented, hugest budget ever. And with their absolute embarrassment when it comes to filmmaking, they make all of their money look like shit. Like, not completely. You could still see money in the sets and everything. It's just, in fact, that's actually something that
Well,
I wanted to bring up was how sad I feel for the people who built these sets because they work their asses off.
They did a good job. Yeah, it
Mhm.
looks very good. The sets look very good. The
Do you
things that
remember
happen
the
in the sets, however, not so great.
Do you remember in Alien Covenant where there's the shot of the alien when it walks out of the building and then it sees that the ship is leaving and then it just gets down on all fours and starts running and you just see it out in the open? It's a full CG shot. It's not a dude in a suit. I don't like it because I don't think that that's how you should ever see the alien. But if you have decided that that's how you want to portray it, that's how you do it. Because it makes it look more like an animal rather than a guy in a suit who's being saved by the camera cutting away.
I get what you're saying, yeah. And I'm totally with you. I just don't think we should see so fucking much of the alien. And it's like, it feels
I
indulgent.
agree, yeah.
Makes me a whole lot
like
less scary, but...
We know why you're here. You're here to see the alien because this is Alien and you want to see the alien. You don't want to fuck around for 40 minutes before you see its shadow on the wall. Nah, that's not what built this franchise.
But they could have done, like what we were saying earlier, like making it the new Game of Thrones. They could have had the whole 8 episodes not... You don't even see the alien. Maybe it ends with the ship arriving, something like that, where it's all just about the politics of the companies and, like, they're fighting over this resource and we know what the resource is because we know where the story goes. We don't have to see the alien in, like, every episode. And
No.
I think that you see the alien pop up about 10 minutes into episode 1.
Well, they could have done something fun where he's actually in a lot more of it than you realize, stalking, but he's, really quite built into the... I mean, it was some of my favorite parts of Alien and Aliens is spotting where the alien actually is, because they very carefully craft it so that you might miss him in the chains in Alien, obviously when he's hiding in the Narcissus near the end, and then Aliens, the way they're into the walls, I always loved it, because I thought it was so fucking good, and different games try to incorporate that as well, but... in this, the closest you get to that is a statue it's hiding on. But I still thought that was really obvious as well because of the way they put the camera. In any case, because I was going to say, this part, if you remember, it's extremely... I think cartoon is probably the way I would put it in the sense of like Scooby-Doo. So Alien chases her up to door. She closes door and starts to blowtorch it. Tentacle Boy controlling engineers on the other side and does something with her, and then the alien trying to get through decides I'm not gonna and walks off, and at that exact same moment Morrow comes through the floor onto that same door.
Great, yeah.
I was just like, what is going... what am I supposed to be getting from this? Like, is this funny?
You could put the Scooby-Doo sound effects over a lot of this and this and the do 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 do
And he goes
kind of
through
background music. It'd be really funny.
And Tentacle Guy, like, knocked her out and then left her alone. That's what he did. Don't really know why. And then Morrow sees
its
that.
machinations are beyond your comprehension.
It's because she's less intelligent than its current host.
So it's like, never mind. But, like, what's the goal, though? What's the ultimate goal? Because he just stands there. Is he going to kill her?
I don't...
Does it go back to the theory about him like trying to get into, like, he's using her as bait for the xenomorph, but then the xenomorph doesn't have eyes, but then he's already in a body, so that wouldn't make any difference.
But then it looks like he calls the xenomorph.
Yeah, he does.
He does,
straight
yeah.
up.
So you'd be like, oh, so he's aligned with it. And you're like, no. You're like, what's going on?
Very confusing.
Because then you get the funniest scene where Morrow runs past him, and then Tentacle Man decides to have a boss fight with the alien. And
he really does decide
motion.
to go for it.
Like, this is possibly the funniest thing that happens in the whole show. It's like, guys, you have to understand, that's the alien there, being all alien-y. And then Oldman with a tentacle in his eye does parkour.
Props to the actor. He's an old guy, but he's got it. He's got it.
I've talked about this on a couple of streams, okay? But something I'd like to refer to, I guess, as just cardinal sins when it comes to controlling certain IPs. You're not allowed to portray certain things in certain ways, even if it's possible in every other way. This is just advice. Never show us the alien in full panicking because something's jumped on him.
Especially if the thing is an old man.
Why would you do this? Like, It's so
This is
embarrassing.
like on par with having the Predator be like, well, the whole reason they're here is because they want our autism. It's just that why would you do this?
I'd never want to see the alien being like, "Hey, get off me! Stop it! Ah, ouch, ew." The old man bites him, by the way, and the alien's like, "Ah."
And
I
when
mean,
you see
no,
how
that's
it
what I'd do.
fights, like
That's what I'd
against
do.
non-important characters, like it's just not believable. This is not the same alien, and not even the same species of alien as the alien which takes
I've-
out 50,000 guards in 2 seconds.
This is a frame of an old man biting an alien. Like, what? Why are we doing? What are we? Why are we here?
What the hell,
Yum
man?
yum yum.
Come on.
Getting right in there.
I mean, maybe
Uh.
Lord Tentacles just wanted to. He was like, there can be only one, and it was jealous. Because it seems like it's trying to kill the alien here.
Yeah, I mean, what else do we conclude?
It was fucking about, I guess. I don't.
Ah, he's on me. Get off. Ah. Poor alien. Right, like you can't do
And then
this. How is
between
this
now
scary?
and then, it gets on the cat between now and when we
Yeah.
see it later in the show. So it goes from this on the guy. The guy gets stabbed a bunch, but that's fine for the critter.
Which
And then
I
it's
don't
like,
even
you know what? The
understand how
best
that
option.
even really makes sense though, because like
Why
I
the
mean,
cat? There's
I know it's-
people around. There's dead people.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing that's worth mentioning is like the thing can reanimate corpses, which I don't even really understand
I
how
don't
that
buy.
makes any sense at all.
I
Like,
don't
if
buy
you're-
that one.
If you're dead, you can't like walk because there's no like blood pumping through you, and if you're brain dead, how does the brain even operate anything?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I know
That's
it's
how you can
sci-fi, but,
kill like
Well, the most-
necromorphs and
Doesn't
blood
that kind of
combat
the point,
forms.
like,
You
brain
render
really-
their body incapable of locomotion.
Doesn't it? Like, I thought the way it operated was it sort of connected to the brain and operated the brain, and then through the brain, I guess, with
Yeah, but
a
if
bit
you're
of
dead-
leeway for science fiction, you can sort of command it to start the heart pumping again. And
You have to
stuff.
give a lot of leeway to this creature.
Maybe
Yeah,
if it's
yeah,
like
yeah. I think
freshly
that's the
dead and
problem.
certain kinds of death, like if
The
you die
problem is,
from
like-
shock or something.
I don't know. It's well, yeah. So the problem is that the context that's shown is a guy who's been dead for a while in a tropical environment with a chest burster popping out of him that's being eaten by crabs, and he's just like, oh, up and at him. So like, it just seems like, oh, it doesn't really matter. It's like, well, that's retarded.
Yeah, I think
Like,
we could
the
Why is
basic
a
all
person
I-
dead
I
at that
think-
point?
we could all buy
I think the
the
point is-
fresh dead, but not that. Like,
But
Yeah,
even then,
fresh
I don't
dead
even
if you
know
die
how-
from certain
Yeah.
means.
yeah.
You know, that's
Like
one
it'd be
thing,
really
but, like,
cool if they showed the tentacles like rubbing together and making a spark or something to imply that it like
Yeah, I
jump
get you.
starts it, or you know that like
Right.
something.
No, I get what he's saying because you need an electrical like power of some kind.
sort of impulse.
Rex, I thought
It's
you were going to
just,
say he was going to do like a Mr. Burns, like X.
Oh yeah, rubbing his hands together.
He rubs his hands together. Yes, the corpse
Um,
for me to inhabit.
I need to show it because it is so stupid. Because some people are asking, I guess, because they're fortunate enough to have not seen this show. But yes, this isn't the end for Lord Tentacles. He jumps on the alien, and you need to see this as like expressions, okay? Because again, you're not supposed to ever see this, as far as I'm concerned. This is a cardinal sin shit. But he jumps out, and it's hard not to like the tentacle guy here in terms of just an underdog fight.
he's
But
he's a cheeky guy.
look at this. The alien fucking feels. The alien is like, he's on me. And again, like, why would you ever show this? And look how well you can see it. It's a guy in a suit with a bug on his face just going, That's the xenomorph.
It's one weakness, bug.
Get it off me.
Pathetic.
Again, who came up with this as an idea and thought this will be real scary?
You almost want it like if you're even going to keep the basic
Tomorrow's faces.
mechanics in play, like you'd kind of want it to be like the alien's in a vent and the little Mr. Tentacles goes into the vent after him, and then you don't see any of it. You just hear a load of banging and crashing and noises, and then like that would be. It sort of leads to your imagination exactly what's going on inside that vent, as opposed to this, which is just, oh, I'm being stung by a wasp. Leave me alone.
I mean, it pretty much is the episode.
I mean,
Yeah.
This is the one everyone likes. I
This is the
say
one-
everyone, not.
Yeah,
This is the one that was really well received.
well favored
Every
to
Joe
the
loved this, right?
Well, I think everybody kind of thought this was just a banger, and it again makes you wonder, like, why do you like Alien?
Yeah, I don't really get it.
It's just people dying on a spaceship with
Yeah.
an alien vaguely present, and that's all it is.
Well, people
all the
killing each
characters
other
are
in a
really
spaceship.
stupid.
People
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
again,
that's true,
highest
that's
kill
true,
count
but
goes to the doctor. Like the
Yeah,
Xeno tried to catch
exactly.
up, the poor guy. Every time he arrived at a scene, someone got killed by something else, and he was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
God
I
damn it!
I guess
Can
I don't
kill anyone?
understand why somebody would consider this to be like a good way to spend an hour of their life. You know, watching this. Like,
I didn't
obviously
understand for
we're here
Romulus
'cause we're gonna be
either.
talking about
And
it, but
like, I wonder if it will go the same way as Romulus in the sense that like it's immediately popular for weird reasons, and then after maybe a couple of months, it's not anymore. It's
It
just
was-
kind of
a
forgotten about.
It was
couple of
already shit
days
on
even.
after the
Yeah,
last
it's
episode.
already there. I think
Yeah,
it's
that last episode seemed to
accelerated.
kill it, which is really funny. By the way, this I
Thank
don't know. Now look, all right, plenty of you in chat. I'm sure that you already recognize this and understand this, so that's fine. So I'm not talking about you, but there's some people who will be watching a show that's shit, and for some reason they're like, yeah, but it could get, it's not done yet, like it's not over, so it could get better. Now you might go like, well, that's fair, right? That's like kind of a fair interpretation. I'd say like, nah, it's not about whether it's fair. It's like whether or not it's wise. Generally, if it's shit now, it's just shit, and there's not going to be some episode or bit of information that's going to completely recontextualize all of the prior crap, and then be like, oh, actually, that stuff that was terrible. No, it's actually good now. Don't
Well,
don't
Fringy,
do that
I
to
think
yourself.
we got a super
Don't do
chat
that to
asking
yourself.
us.
You know.
Didn't we get a super chat not long ago, or maybe long ago? The timeline's confusing sometimes. But we got a super chat where someone had asked what's something that we thought wasn't good, and then through like really digging into it over time, we thought it turned out to be quite good, and it was like a legitimately difficult question to ask. Because normally, once you
Opposite
walk
is
away
much more
with
common.
yeah, normally if on the first viewing, it's got this, it's got that booty stank on it. It's like it's generally it's a done deal and it's settled.
Well, it's going to be
I- I'm
easier
not
to
saying
it's
find something
impossible,
that you think is good, and then it will get better. But I can't, off the top of my head, think of an example of something where I was like, ugh, and then I was like, oh, actually, yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Where it's like you thought it was good, and then you watch. It's kind of what happened with Andor. It's like, yeah, season one's pretty good, and then it's like, well, no, hold on, actually, like, no, it's pretty great.
Arcane would be
honestly.
another
Like,
example. Like the more you go
Yeah.
into Arcane, the better it gets. Like there's a few
Season
examples
one.
of that. Season one, obviously, yes, I'm not. There is no
Yeah.
season two.
Yeah.
The only season, yeah.
Buffy, perhaps no. Buffy like actually improves though as a show. It's not like it makes the stuff that. The point I'm making is more so like when people are watching a show and like it's kind of crap and they know it at the time and they're like, yeah, but like the finale or something, it's not done yet, and then that will like recontextualize all of the bad stuff before compared to.
You have an
If you're
example?
talking about Buffy, where
Are
it's
you
like,
able
well,
to-
there are bad episodes that aren't made like amazing by the later episodes. They're just, you know what I mean? It's not exactly what I'm getting at.
No, and the point is, we don't really have many examples of this having happened where we go, oh, that was
No.
pretty bad, but we dug in and found it was really good.
A lot of people do that sort of cope because it's like not done yet. And again, I don't think it's a matter of being fair, really. I think it's because it's not really, because you're like not judging what you're watching accurately as it's coming out. And then it's like only by the end, like, oh wait, that's shit. And it's like, yeah, but mission accomplished for the studio because you were watching it saying it's good and other people watching it, and then they'll give them another season. So let's get on a bit quicker, so so that we don't
It's
have
kind
to
of-
have another season of this.
It's like the J.J. Abrams Lost effect to the mystery box thing. I only ever watched season one of Lost, and I don't remember it. But the whole thing with that is it was just drawing out the mystery. It'll be answered soon. We'll get a little answer here, drip feed information there. And then you finally get to the end, and my understanding is that basically no one liked the ending because there was no answer to the mystery box. And that's something that pops up in the two Star Wars films that he did, is that he'll set things up and there's nothing there. Just asking questions.
Well, an example of, I think, what people hope for is you start with that, exposition of the synths, the cyborgs, the blah, 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 and everyone's automatic defense of it is, it'll be wiped out before the continuity of Alien kicks in, don't worry. Now, that's become impossible. So, or like the knowledge of the aliens become impossible as well. But like I said, it's just there's no fixing that. And so if someone said like, no, wait, like wait until season 2's done at least, so that we can know whether or not that's actually a flaw. But I don't think there's going to be many people left saying that now because of just how bad this story is anyway. Like ignoring all other IP information, this is just a horrible TV show. Doesn't really matter. Like, okay, well, never mind. People, we've gone over this. People like, as well as we do, being happy with stories and listening to them and engaging with them together and celebrating them together. Iron Giant was real fucking fun, talking about how good it was, and everyone had a nice time, We don't want this to be this way.
Where's the alien, Mansley?
But you also don't want to be at the point where your desperation to celebrate media blinds you so hard it turns you into one of the characters in this show. That would be bad. Better to represent reality as is instead of just being like, fuck it, everything's great. Fuck it.
I'm sorry, I'm just being distracted. James Gunn says they might focus on DC movies being about major known characters rather than unknowns. Quote, I'm probably not going to do certain movies with characters who audiences don't know. It's harder to get people in the theater for that kind of thing. The second movie that he announced as part of his series was The Authority.
We got
and they are doing Clayface.
Season 2 of Peacemaker, starring a whole bunch of people you don't know.
What? Also, like, why would you even admit this? Why would you say this? Why would you just keep this to yourself?
I know that with what you just said, you were specifying movies or whatever, but, like, why would you have 2 seasons of a TV show that are canon in the universe that don't have any famous DC characters in it? Like, other than cameos?
Creature Commandos was the first... That was the first one. That's the first, like, story in the DC universe. It's got basically nobody that anybody knows, except for Weasel.
I like there's references to him being a liar already in chat. It's just like, this is just stupid.
No, this is stupid. It's a stupid thing to admit, and it doesn't even make any sense because again, the MCU was built off of characters that were less well. I've seen a lot of people pointing out because of the Wolverine game. It's like, who were the 3 most popular Marvel characters? Spider-Man, Hulk, and Wolverine. They didn't have access to 2 of those characters. And they build a cinematic universe off of Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, who, not obscure, but they ain't like in the S tier of recognition.
Well, pertinently for James Gunn, I had never heard of a single one of the Guardians of the Galaxy until he made that movie. That was my first introduction to all of them.
Exactly. And
Still
Guardians
my
of the
favorite MCU movie.
Guys, Guardians of the Galaxy made considerably more money than Superman 10 years ago.
Didn't Guardians market itself on being like, oh, this is kind of like the Avengers, but not really, because no one has a fucking clue who these characters are? It kind of acknowledged that.
I distinctly remember when it got announced. It was like, Rocket Raccoon. Okay,
yeah,
all right, sure. It's, I don't know, it's just funny. Like, oh yeah, we're probably not going to do movies about unknown characters. That's why our 3rd movie is about Clayface. I'm sorry.
I've heard of him, I think.
Well, the thing is, we have, but I don't know if an average person, like if you were to say in the Batman Rogues Gallery how high Clayface ranks in terms of recognition, I think he's pretty low on that list.
Double digits.
I have no idea who he is. Yeah. I've only heard him referenced in like conversations like this. I don't know who he is.
Same here.
Is he like Sandman, but with clay instead of sand?
But less fluidy?
Power-wise,
yeah, like
I guess you could say that, but like, just different character. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hopefully, it's good. Hopefully, it's good.
Look, it's I'm sure it's going to be a really successful series. I'm sure everybody's going to be talking about Peacemaker in 3 weeks because it ends in 2 weeks, doesn't it?
Yeah, they did the racist episode recently. It was good shit, man.
And then everybody's going to be really excited for that Green Lantern show that I think is being shown by the guy who did Watchmen.
Update for those who track this shit, but I didn't see that episode for no reason, okay? I watched 1 episode of Peacemaker Season 2, it was awful, and I was kind of wondering, like, is there any actual fan of this show, or is it just people saying they are for the sake of Superman? Because it is quite insufferable, and apparently I watched one of the better episodes, but the commentary's hilarious, the dialogue's pathetic, character work is just as expected at this point, and I do not intend to watch any more of it. It was rough. That's my review.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, makes sense. What exciting times for superhero content, huh?
And
The Boys season 5, right? Coming soon.
5, fuck me.
5?
Yeah, I think so,
Wow,
right? And Gen V, isn't that the spin-off? Isn't that
Season
like
2,
on as
that's
well?
the thing, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Such great superhero media right now. So good. I mean, it's really a resurgence, kind of a dude, how many people said it was going to be a renaissance this July? Like, oh yeah, wow, the renaissance of superhero movies, and they all fucking failed. Like, okay. Yeah. Anyway, back to
Renaissance
Alien
really.
Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah,
Well,
sure.
yeah,
Episode
we
5.
we finally get to the beginning of the season.
I mean,
That's the
hard.
thing,
To, I mean,
we've gone
gosh. I mean,
through
thinking
episodes where stuff actually happens. It's
In
all
theory.
bad, but stuff does
it's hard to
happen.
believe that I kind of was thinking like, hey, maybe we just don't even talk about like episode 5 because it's so like not important to the actual plot. And here we are. Do I want to look at the clock? Like 3 hours later, and we've just
Oh, no.
sort of concluded how incredibly stupid the episode is.
My expectations will move somewhat easily. We're going to move through season 1 now like we were just moving through that one episode, you know, because this is all connected.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually there's yeah. We will try. And whenever
I
we
sure hope
stop
so.
is whenever we will just get to the end or we'll just stop talking about the show. Who knows what'll happen first.
Cliffhanger. We'll just turn it off
we
halfway
can't-
through.
We can't possibly let this devolve into the absolute shambles that the Ironheart discussion was, okay? I think
I
this show
think-
deserves better.
Does anyone in this show wear a
Hmm.
funny hat? We should be okay if nobody
This
wears
show's
a hat.
way more pretentious
was-
than Ironheart, though.
Wait, was there someone in the Ironheart show who wore a funny hat?
Yeah, that's why we had to do the poll on whether the hat was fine.
Oh, yeah, that's true. The
Oh well,
unfine
well
hat.
yeah,
Seen
well, it was
Ironheart.
fine. Yeah,
That was a
it
big
was
hat.
fine. Well, the hat was fine. It wasn't funny. It was fine.
It wasn't fine.
It was fine.
You were voted out
It
on
was
that.
fine.
So, I'm sorry,
I
buddy.
was not. I think
Denying
that the
reality
hat
once
was fine.
again? I don't know, man. All right, you
It's
gotta
not
come.
reality to
come
just
to
say the hat's
terms.
fine. This is not a strong claim. It's just that's fine.
Well, remember, we did a poll, didn't we?
We did a poll
We
at the
did.
time, and there was one in the anniversary, and he lost on both.
Did we do one in the
I don't remember
anniversary?
the one in the anniversary. Yeah, I don't remember
I don't think
that.
so. We did something
Well,
else.
We did a poll about you being wrong about something.
Oh,
No,
wow,
it's not a
jeez.
poll
Blind
about me being
pricks.
wrong. It's a poll about how many people agree with me being right. And just because that number isn't always above 50 doesn't change anything.
50 people or 50%?
Sometimes I think it's 50 people. But that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, Alien Earth. Episode 1. We've reached episode 1 of Alien Earth. All right, so let's breeze through this. There's going to be some points where we can launch into discussions about what the show could be about or how it doesn't really reach its potential, full potential. And when it pops up, it pops up. All right. So we learned that 5 companies control the Earth. Blah blah blah. Stuff from the episodes we covered. So most of the show takes place on an island that is owned by the massive mega corporation called Prodigy. The island is called the Neverland Research Island. There is a lot of Peter Pan like readings and naming conventions and attempts at thematic parallels.
Can someone tell me
Yeah,
why?
it's the thing.
What does Alien have to do with Peter Pan? Even the story they're
best
trying to
anyone
tell.
can say is they put child minds into adult bodies that can't grow up, therefore they are kids forever, therefore Peter Pan. That's it.
And I guess like Boy Cavalier refuses to grow up as well.
They have a
and
thing
he-
about that at the end where the
Yeah,
show's
where Wendy
opinion is
says-
completely
yeah.
different than that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll get there. Who knows? Isn't that something tantalizing to look forward to? Ooh, boy. So yeah, there's this girl, and it looks like she's sick, like she's got cancer or something that's kind of wearing away at her. And they're looking at this scorpion that's essentially trapped in a cage. And she's standing there with who we will learn is a synthetic person, an android, a synth named Kirsch. And she says that they should squash the scorpion because it could be dangerous. But Kirsch says that, well, the scorpion, it maybe what if someone stings me to protect the scorpion? You know what? You know it must. But she says that the scorpion must be afraid of them because they're big and everything like that. I only mention this because this is supposed to be like somewhat thematically kind of relevant.
The
to
Scorpion's
something
the
that
alien. It's
and stuff
very
that happens later.
the major point
Yeah,
of the
it's-
show. I would argue is that we're the monsters, not the Scorpion, not the alien.
Isn't
Like,
that even one of the
ooh.
episode titles, right?
Yes.
That's the real monsters.
Yeah, the show's very
I mean,
not
well,
subtle about
Wendy is
this.
yeah,
but the
Wendy
thing
like
is, though-
explicitly at the end says, yeah, things are like
Yeah,
that.
but
Yeah,
but the xenomorphs are like monsters, though. So they are.
it is a very malformed attempt at the whole, oh, what if humans are the real monsters? Ooh, but then this is Alien, and Alien is actually a horrific
Xenomorph is a monster.
killing
yeah.
space monster. Yeah. It's not like a misunderstood or I don't get this desire to have to try and subvert this sort of aspect by being like, oh, what if it's actually just like us? Or ooh, maybe we're the mean ones. Ooh, it's just misunderstood. Fuck off.
Yeah, I think there's
Like,
got to be
all
like
it-
just
all
off the
it-
top of my
all it
head
does is
two.
kill things. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all it
Kills
does.
horribly.
two like horror antagonists that you just should never be like, well, actually, maybe it's not so bad to kill them. Michael Myers and the alien.
I mean,
Like,
that list is a lot longer than that.
No, I know, but like just off the top of my head, those two would be right at the top of the list. One of them is pure evil. The other one is a pure monster. You need to kill it. It is going to kill you. There's no way out of this.
It's not even like it's a beast. It's not even good or
It
evil.
like behave like an
Yeah,
animal,
that's what it
like a
does.
bear. Again, a bear will like chill in the forest. He'll have like a snooze and he'll like scratch his back on like a tree, and then he'll sort of like go around and explore the world. Like and of course the bear's got the cubs. It's like they'll protect those cubs. Like, and it's like and of course a bear is associated with ferocity because it's like a bear will fuck you up, but like it's an animal. Like it behaves like an animal. Like the xenomorph just kills things for no reason, basically, other than because it wants to. It's a monster.
Yeah, well, especially in the first Alien movie, they kind of dial back on this in the future ones, but there's a lot in that first movie where it is being evil. It's not even that it's behaving like an animal, kind of like what you're saying. It is going out of its way to like inflict suffering upon
Like
the humans.
it's malevolent. It's like actually malicious.
It's not just like, oh, well, what if it was I say this, I'm not trying to like belittle aliens or anything, but there's more to it in the first film than what if it was a bug, like an ant that was just trying to reproduce. In the first film, it is definitely more than that.
Well, in the first film, it's on its own.
Yes.
There's reason to believe its behavior might change depending on its situation, right? Within a hive mind sort of setting. But
sure,
yeah.
and I'm not saying it's an issue, but it is the first film focuses on that more than the second because the second one is trying to do something else. But I think that they do work together.
Well, and we were wondering about canon. They are canonically, according to Ridley Scott, weapons that were designed to destroy like ecosystems. Is that going to come into the commentary at all?
Nah.
Nah.
Go out on a limb and say, who knows? I mean, it's certainly being used as the weapon in this show, so maybe maybe it is kind of so.
There's stuff they could do there. There's no way that they will, but the whole idea of like, well, I'm a kid who's been put in like a cyborg's or a robot body that is super strong, super fast. I'm essentially a weapon. You've turned me into a weapon. I didn't want to be. I'm just like them. The aliens were created to do something that they don't want to do. Has anyone ever sat down to think about how they feel about this? They could have those kinds of discussions. I don't think they should, and I don't think that they will. Because I don't think that the black goo and the Prometheus stuff is going to be in this.
Well, they sort of get a bit of the way to it, because Wendy does have that little monologue where she says, I don't want to be human anymore if this is what humans are. And then she defends the xenomorph on the grounds that it's kind of just like a big bee, which is fucking funny. So they sort of lean in that direction, but without really offering any proper, steadfast conclusions on it, because I don't think they have any.
Especially considering that they show the alien being an alien and killing essentially indiscriminately, unless they're plot relevant, but that's just writing fuck ups, not like actual character for the alien.
Or if Wendy says, hey, go do this, and then it says, okay.
Oh, well, you tell you what, we'll get there.
At least the aliens believe in what they fucking stand for.
Boogie. Okay, so the Prodigy CEO, whose name is Boy Cavalier, I guess, he enters this laboratory where the sick girl has been taken by Dame Sylvia, who is a scientist at the facility. He tells her that she, the little girl, is the first person who is going to be transitioning from a human body to a synthetic one. The girl gets on this table next to this essentially android body, and then she goes to sleep. They pull a lever, the lights flash on the tables, and then the synthetic body begins to essentially fill with memories and then wakes up. And this is Wendy, our protagonist.
So already, Soma, right? We got it.
We have a
You know
lot
what?
of
Yeah.
questions.
and
Take it
if-
away.
and-
I mean,
well,
this
and
is
if we
one of the
if we
places
can
to-
talk about this without Platoon hasn't played it yet, so
Yep.
and we want him to. So
Damn, bitch.
Well, I guess I'm trying to think of so. Like,
Don't reference Soma. Just
We
ask
can't
more
reference,
just don't
questions.
spoil.
what does the show think happens here?
It doesn't. It essentially dodges the question, because it depicts it as though you plugged one body into another, and then you zapped the brain into the other, and then the other one wakes up. Anyway, moving on.
Well,
It's that simple.
Fringy,
Well, it almost wants
Fringy,
to
I
know
think
intent
it's
as an
even
open
worse than
question.
that. Fringy, I don't think that the show maybe even recognizes that there is a question to ask.
No, it does because like
What?
so
it kind of does.
It deliberately keeps it as an open question. Again, I think because it doesn't know how to answer it. So you have all of this stuff that happens, and obviously, yes, it does pose significant questions. Then when the brother arrives later and has a chat with Evil Alfred, Evil Alfred says, when the brother says like she's my sister, and Evil Alfred says, is she? And he says she's still human. It's like, well, that's kind of what we have you here to find out. So the show acknowledges the existence of the question. And it might even give you the impression occasionally that it will explore that question, but it doesn't, because beyond that scene, there isn't a huge amount to it. But it does at least.
Well, and
acknowledge
we
that
have
it's
the-
there.
Well,
When they see the
I think we
graves
might be
and-
talking about.
No,
Yeah, I think we might be talking about-
But no, Platoon's on the point that you are. Is that the question is around? It's hovering. Are they who they are, or are they something? Are they transfers or copies? Is the actual fucking question here. And copies. Well, what does the copy even mean if it is a copy? And those questions float around, but they never delve. They just say yes or no.
They essentially get like a sentence at a time. Typically, that will just be it. Someone will say, "No, I'm me, not them," or something along those lines, and that's it. The conversation doesn't really ever go anywhere. I think that what the assistant
Station.
says, huh?
They just don't have the conversation at all. It's like,
Like I said, they
it's
say
kinda
yes,
what
they
you're
say
getting
no,
at.
they
It'll
say
be-
maybe. They have all the answers, but
Yeah.
none of them have any backing, and they keep changing.
There's no link, yeah. Like you don't have a person who is saying this is what is happening, and that you don't have like the scientist who says based off of the actual process of what we actually did, that means that there are two versions of them, or the consciousness was actually whatevered or moved around or what. You don't have like a person who has a stance and an understanding on what's happening who's sort of defending their point of view. That never happens. And they don't really ever these people don't ever meet and have an actual discussion about it either.
No,
These are very
and
floaty ideas in very short segments that kind of off they go.
so intuitively, when you watch, I say intuitively as if anything about this is intuitive, but regardless of whether it's a copy or a transfer or a clone or however we want to define it, this prodigy must have the ability, because they're essentially turning this girl's brain into ones and zeros and then putting it in the android body.
Yeah.
Which means that they're computerizing it or digitizing it, however we
because
want to
it's not
define it.
surgery
Which
where they're
means,
taking out
yes.
the brain.
Yes, it's not that they're doing the whole get out thing of literally a brain is going in a brain or in a skull, which means that this can be stored on a computer. This is being turned into data that is going into an artificial person. This means that it is ones and
Be a
zeros.
copy.
It
Also,
has
be
to
a copy.
Yeah, it must be able to be stored on a computer, but they don't mention that ever, and that completely fucks with the stakes, because there are scenes later where the kids, the androids, are in danger. In some instances, they die, and the question as to, well, we can just slap them in another body, like who cares? That's never raised.
Well,
We're supposed to believe that this is just a new person.
Isn't there even a line about that?
There is one line about
There
it.
is, yes.
But when
Well,
when
yeah,
one
it's-
of them dies, obviously we won't go too much into it
Isaac.
yet. And then the question is, Can't we just just put
Reboot
it
and
back into
restore.
anybody's like that is conceptually possible, but we haven't got the technology yet. Even though this
They
scene
obviously
kind of
do
suggests
have
that they
the
do.
technology.
So
Yeah, you must. You can't copy.
Well, I guess
because this isn't. They haven't moved anything physically. It's all just data that they're moving.
Yeah, there's not like a situation in the show where, well, I guess to a little bit of the idea is that the company is 3 weeks away. These are the prototypes, these kids, and in 3 weeks they're going to essentially unveil them to the world as like a thing that you could buy. And he even says that Boy Cavalier even says at one point it's a low price, which is not something I probably believe, or maybe he's speaking relatively. But these are questions that the consumers are going to have that you have to have answers for, even within the setting of the world, not just in terms of narratively. You are going to have to explain to people what is going to happen, because if you sell people on this and you are not like accurate about what's happening, they're going to lay down on that table and then they're going to wake up and go, what happened? And there's going to be a moving automaton next to them that is, at least at this point, indistinguishable from them in terms of personality. You've essentially created a person by copying one, and now they will begin to diverge in their experiences. And that will make a lot of people very upset if they're under the impression that they are essentially just
Yeah, for
being
sure.
given new bodies.
Everything we
And the
discuss
show owes it.
is
Go ahead.
just not in the show, by the way. Like in an interesting, borderline
Oh, yeah.
intellectual way. All of this is speculation, and it's specifically just so that we can feel some satisfaction that there are people out there who are interested in these things instead of pretending to be to make money on an IP that deserves better than this.
It's almost not even speculation though, because like the show just avoids the question, which means that we kind of it implies that there's one way that this works, but it doesn't mention it, which means that we have to go with the implication.
Well, there are people out there who would say they have addressed it in this show because they just make it all up for them. Like they'll be
Right,
like, "Oh,
okay.
I've got enough of a." To give you an example of this, right? And this is definitely not the case, but it was kind of what I was hoping for in a show that could have been good. If you look at the way they put her on this facility, there's like nothing hooking up, right? There's barely anything that looks like it's scanning on her little bed. It's like it's almost like use your imagination that it's connecting to her and drawing a data from her brain into the thing. And I thought, oh, have they done just enough to convince her that this was something? But what we're going to get as a reveal is that they didn't do anything. They just killed her. And the droid was there as like a sort of, it's a show. It's all a show. And these are the memories they've implanted into the robots to convince them that this was a transfer, when in reality there's no such thing as a hybrid. They could never do it.
Yeah,
The
that would
technology
be-
was never there. And this is all just as an experiment to see how close they can get to an android believing and passing Turing tests, all that sort of stuff. And I thought...
Or they have to get rid of the original to sell it, that they have actually, like, the product works as intended. Because if you get rid of the original, keep the copy thinks it's the original if you convince it, and then boom, we've sold you what we advertised you.
Yeah, and
Well, yeah, because we know that they have the ability to mess around with their memories, which means that what you just
Also,
said is possible, and I think it's a lot better than what they did, though.
Exactly.
Cool.
If imagine that was something they did, but then that doesn't even, that's not the end of the twists. That by the time we get to the end of the season, a pitch I had was like, let's say there's a cast of 8 of them or something, and by the time you hit episode 6, one of them is just gone outright, and there's no explanation, and nobody even addresses them. But then they start picking up evidence that there was one more of them, and it's something of a mistake the company made. They didn't clean it up perfectly, but as the audience, we're confused. It even comes across as a plot hole at first, right? But then you find out that we're watching iteration X out of potentially hundreds of them running this over and over and over again, kind of like their own little The Matrix, trying to get it right so that they can build the perfect android brain that perfectly believes it's human, so that they can sell this as an alternative to the androids that know they're human. That know they're not human. And that, the twist at the end could be that they are all in a world they think that they're free in to experiment and to learn and to become better people, but that they actually get reset semi-regularly. It's just an experiment that goes over and over and over indefinitely, and this core memory of getting the transfer is what they always have. But it was never something that actually happened, or that it did happen, and that the cruelty of this scene here isn't that she's getting transferred or saved or moved or copied, or even, like I said, even copied. They're just killing her, and it's all a show to be, recorded and then put in his memory.
Yeah,
They don't
as a
even-
sale or to try.
But like
and-
none of that is something they do. They don't do anything.
No.
Yeah,
The
as far
idea
as I
of-
remember, just correct me if I'm wrong here, but they don't actually explain how they killed the children.
They do not.
It's just it's kind of suggested that they do this process of zapping the child's brain into the droid's body, and then later we see evidence that the children were euthanized, presumably, and then buried. Did they do that now? Did the child wake up? We have no idea. We just skip forwards and it's gone. Yeah.
It is you would think that when the CGI graves are discovered, this would be like an incredible question to be asked by them. First, I guess another question you have to ask is if they're trying to hide this, why the fuck do you have graves with their names on it anyway? For
I
people
know.
to just stumble upon. But it's not a well-written show, so that answers that. But it never does come up. You have essentially created a premise where you can copy consciousnesses into synth bodies. You could fuck around with their memories and make them, convince them that things didn't happen when they really did. They don't. This is just like it's almost like a meaningless, casual element of this story. When
we get
this is
told
like this is rich with potential.
They actually edit when they move the brains over. They have like a psychological analysis before they do it, and they find like problems. So the example would be the Nibs girl. They're like, yeah, she had like trauma, so we've smoothed that over. So they've like edited her digitized brain before putting her into the android. Which is like, doesn't that just undo the whole point? You could just build your own if you're going to edit them.
I guess the answer for that would be if you are a corporation trying to sell people on the idea of immortality, then you'd want to be able to make sure that you can edit an already pre-existing consciousness to convince it that it was a customer who purchased this service and is now satisfied. That would be the answer to that reason.
Well, no, I'm not saying like what would be the reason to have that as a potential. I'm saying that doesn't that just ruins the whole experiment. If you can't,
I mean, probably, but not necessarily, because it depends on what
100%, especially with how we see this run out. It doesn't work. You can't put a human brain in because it goes catastrophic, and then they're like, okay, but we edited it, didn't we? It's like, well, then you never had confirmation that this worked.
But when they say edited, I mean, I'm almost certainly giving the show too much credit here, but does that necessarily mean that they went in on the computer and worked out the ones and zeros and moved them around? Or does it mean that they did some kind of like psychological manipulation of a person, like psychotherapy type thing? Even just drawing from something like Altered Carbon, where they go into like a Matrix-style simulation and then affect what they're thinking, that kind of thing.
It's not therapy, because they say that as an alternative. They talk specifically about editing them at like the code level equivalent of a human as the transfer happens.
The assistant
and they talk
says
about
that,
doing it.
Therapy will take too long because they only have 3 weeks.
They talk about doing it to all of them anyway, about the way that they've had to try and simulate puberty and like changes in emotional levels. So I'd say this whole experiment is fucking balked as a result of that.
Okay, so they have the ability to go in after the fact and specifically remove certain memories if they want to.
They're picking and choosing what they want to keep based on how stable they think the mind will be. At that point, then it doesn't work as sold. Or rather, as a tempting experiment.
They do it to the creepy ginger one, don't they? They
remove a bunch of memories. She's the one that goes out of control to the point of murdering people. I mean, they do it to all of them anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just means that because there's no way you can do that with it while you're looking at like an android. You have to have some interface where you can understand what you are editing.
Yeah, like so scan brain, turn all of the flesh into ones and zeros, and then look at that and realize, man, that part looks bad or something.
I mean, yeah.
And then be like, we got to change that because that can't function the way that we want or whatever. And at that point, it's just like, okay, you're just making your own personality with a baseline scan from someone as opposed to just your own personality anyway.
I think that's a. I mean, I would assume that for their purposes, that's a usefully meaningful distinction that they could use to an advantage.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. That's not what they're trying to find out, though.
Could you say it again? I don't think I'm following what you were saying.
That is a different thing to how can we successfully move a human's brain into an android and have them run successfully enough to be on the show floor to show off this new technology that provides immortality, if you remember, only to the young. This doesn't work on anyone who's above a child.
Oh, you're saying... Oh, why don't they just fake it with a synthetic mind?
No, I'm saying this.
Always synthetic
They've
mind?
got no proof this works. And if anything, their experiment can't prove it.
I think I know what you mean, because how
they
you would
edit,
have to
they have to edit
take
them before they can even launch. Like, so it's not even a human mind anymore. you know, in all for what experiment they're trying to run, and then
Yeah, it's a case of they've essentially convinced an android's brain that it is what the person used to be.
No,
It's
like
an
I said,
approximation.
there's great potential for like
Yeah.
a horror premise, and that they know all of this, and that they're fucking with not only the world but their subjects, which I think would have been a way better way to go. Unfortunately for them, they fucking hired like ethical people, so it just ruins the whole story. I know you'd be like, "What do you mean? What's wrong with that?" And it's like, no, I mean, this company is horrifying. Like, but they've hired like a guy who's very invested in the health and safety of people, which causes major
Arthur.
issues for them down the line.
Well,
Yeah, these
almost
characters
would
are
be
pretty much
more
trying to cure
useful
cancer.
to the
Oh,
plot
that
than he is.
seems-
Same thing with his wife, because if you want to go in a different direction to the horror pitch, where like this is all revealed to be essentially a big lie, you could do the philosophical speculative angle by using essentially the therapist character and the husband, who are genuinely at least sort of presented as being good people, even though they're not. And you could actually have the conversation. Like the point of the therapist being on the island would be the subject of at least one episode. She is there to try and figure out if what they've transferred is genuinely the human consciousness, or if it is just a collection of memories being interpreted by a computer. Like, has this thing really
But why
worked?
would
They're trying to test the thing, or should be trying to test it, but they sort of just accept that it did work, and then they're trying to backfill certain problems as they emerge. But there's no actual interesting like investigation of the topic at all.
so surely they shouldn't use sick children. They should use healthy children that they could use as a baseline to test against the copy.
That's another problem with this experiment as well.
You would
Yeah,
want to, especially if it's in the trial period, you want to ensure that you have these kids and you could like constant, like I said, like a baseline in the
That's-
future to make sure that the new people or the new person essentially doesn't like deviate too far
Well, so
from the original or stays within personality parameters of the original.
Unless
Not
there was a
to-
specific point to not doing that. So if you were trying to use, for instance, a mentally unwell child to prove that this was actually the child's consciousness that's been transferred by proving that the same mental illness manifests in the robot, but then you'd have to make a point that that is what they're doing and why they're doing it, as opposed to what the show does, which is said, "Oh no, we know she's traumatized." Remember?
yeah, we accounted for it, and it's like, what does that even mean? Like,
Yeah.
and then they didn't account for it because well, she goes awry to the point of being a serial killer person, psycho killer, I guess. So this is what I mean. There's so many things you can do. We're talking infinite different things you can do that are so interesting with this, and they chose none of them. They just avoid all of these subjects or explorations. They don't want to do any of it, and there's no twist. It is what it is. They're just extremely incompetent.
I guess
yeah.
the closest it gets to a twist is sort of Wendy's self-becoming when she chooses that she's not a human anymore. So, but that's not a
Because
twist.
the-
It's just kind of a
Well, they treat it almost like a twist when they discover the children's graves, the
But-
originals' graves, and it's like, well, yeah, because they've been gone this whole time. Of course they're dead. Of course the bodies are dead.
Yeah.
Like, no matter which way you believe, those bodies are dead, regardless.
That's
This
what I
should
mean
not
about like
be a
there's
shock
no
to you.
no twist. It is what it is. The show is convinced that they transferred them. They're just not sure how they would be classified.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like, even then it has characters take seemingly contradictory positions on that without like not deliberately either. It's okay for these characters to present seemingly contradictory positions deliberately, but so there will be a scene later on when, you know, Boy Cavalier is in the room with Wendy, says of Wendy, those facial expressions, you'd almost believe she's human. And she insists that she is, but he's
I am
selling this
human, yeah.
product as though she is human. So why does he say it's almost like you would believe she was? Unless he means to sell something which isn't human, but that is not a point that's being made by the show. You would expect him to believe that they're human because that's what he says he's trying to do, and I don't believe he's lying. So, and I
But
don't understand
the
what they're going for
assistant
with that.
says that the hybrids are the first step, the first link between their essentially their organic old selves and their transhuman
Transhuman
future.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which
So
is a
I
really
guess
interesting
maybe
concept,
the
but-
assistant, yeah, maybe the assistant and Boy Cavalier have different.
Maybe.
I'm not going to invent different. I'm not going to invent
Well,
a different show. We've been
what
doing
you
that
said as
too.
well, these are going on the shop floor in like weeks. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? They are so beyond unready. I can't even begin. And they talk about how they need training. They're getting these creatures are able to get like a full language uploaded to them in split seconds, and they don't explore this at all. They just casually mention that in a throwaway line.
Yeah, multiple times it is to say it. Nibs
they
learns
have
French, essentially on a
supercomputers.
whim.
They
And
could
Isaac
have-
has said he's downloaded research material.
All
to be an
written
assistant.
information could just be in their head ever, and you wouldn't. it doesn't do anything like to them. The actors have been told to portray themselves as children, which again, several of them do a good job or whatever. But it's just like, but would that be how it would work? What does it mean for a child to have all of the wealth of knowledge of the universe to an extent, anyway?
Can we have a character, maybe like Kirsch would be a good candidate for this, actually expositing or explaining a difference between knowledge that these supercomputers are able to take in and experience that the children don't have?
Yeah.
Like,
or
is there a
wisdom,
difference between
like how
like
to-
phronesis and standard wisdom? Like these are all they're all invited by the show. God damn it, put them in the show.
It's weird too because he describes Kirsch as basically all knowledge, no wisdom, right? He's got all of the best quotes from all the smartest people in the world in that brain of his, as well as all knowledge, but that's useless. That's not really intelligence. That's just like a robot recalling things in the same way it's Google or whatever. But that's not how Kirsch is portrayed at all. He's actually like
Kirsch has
sly.
a personality.
He's got
Yeah.
a severe case of personality to the point where you could argue if you took the show for what it is, which I would never do that because it's so fucking stupid, that he's one of the wisest characters because he has an enormous prediction on all kinds of human behaviors for how certain things are going to play out to organize Prodigy winning something at the end of episode 7, I want to say, that is impossible to have known. But the only way you could argue it is that he knew because he's just so clever, because he understands how everything works. And again, very sly is the way I would probably put it in terms of how he interacts with people. He's like, heh, I know what I'm doing. He's like a fox. He knows what's up. And he doesn't come across at all as Google, if you know what I mean.
I don't know if the show could make an argument as to why Kirsch is more or less of a person than any of the hybrids.
I don't know either.
As far as
really like the
because
performance,
like as you said,
but I don't get it.
Yeah, Kirsch has a great performance. He says things that really do, like he's got expressions. He has things he wants to do. He does say things that make you go like, oh, he has a personality and even has like levels of respect or interest in certain things. He seems to be, at least from what we've seen, indistinguishable from a person. So
And he has the
if the
agency
show
and
wants to
reasoning
tackle
capacity, and he doesn't just follow orders. In fact, like sometimes he will do
He can
things
just- yeah.
against instructions because they will achieve the better outcome.
Well,
There's
did
at
you?
least
he
a couple of
lies to
times when he does
Cavalier,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, did you guys not expect that he was a saboteur at some point, and then the show was just like, lol, no?
Yeah, especially
certainly
when
did.
he's watching. It's an episode. Is episode 7 when he's watching all the shit go down in the lab, and then he just tells
Just
the
lets it all
Cavalier that
happen.
everything's fine.
Yeah, he lies about, what's happening, and then he helps Slightly and Smee get Arthur out and stuff like that.
It's like he's evil.
But-
Then it's like, nope, he knew all of it would somehow benefit Prodigy. You're like, okay.
That's why,
But
like,
there's no.
that's
but there's
part of
no
why this season feels
conversation.
so incomplete because I was thinking during, I think it was episode 7, that the only way that this can possibly make any sense is if Kirsch is betraying Prodigy,
Mm-hmm.
and he's watching all the cameras and he's allowing the idiot kids to do their thing. And that's true. We just don't really learn why he's doing it. It just all went according to plan.
I guess we have to, because at first I'm like, oh, he's actually curious and he wants to see what Slightly does. This is part of the
Like David.
observation process to see, like what will Slightly do in this position? Will he go through with it? Because he shows up in his room and he explains him the 3 monkeys, all that stuff, and he explains to him about all this stuff. And I was like, oh, this is like interesting that Kirsch is going here and telling Slightly this without telling Slightly he knows. And then he walks out, and like that could have been interesting. But that's the show, right? Could have been interesting.
Well, so-
And then there's
Just an
evolving parent
example.
angle for him as well when because obviously he will have Morrow throw the question at him like, "Are you their parent?" And his attitude toward them does seem to sort of subtly-ish change toward the kids. Like, and by the end, he is acting de facto as a parent. He grounds them, he scolds them, like he's
Yeah.
looking out for them. And again, thought, well, maybe we're going to take that in a particular direction. Maybe the reason that he's now starting to act against orders and has his own ideas about what things should happen is that this synthetic being has developed a kind of familial attachment to these
Ownership
children
almost.
that he's not
responsibility.
for himself. And you could do
That'd be
interesting
cool.
things with that too. We don't. I mean, I'm not sure that we could say that one's completely fucked yet, because I think that would be a kind of a season 2
Well,
thing. It's not been ruled out yet, but it's just I thought more was going to happen with that, given that they have.
You can hit
taken
him
time to
for
include it.
intelligence or
Especially
something,
recent.
because the thing is, right, if Kirsch's plan is I'm going to allow them to move the body because I know that I will eventually get it because I'm that clever and I can account for variables that well. If Morrow had decided to kidnap those two at that moment, like to go back to Weyland-Yutani, or at least send them back with 2 men, he would have just lost those two forever.
Or just
Kirsch
shot them on the
predicted
spot.
How
that
could he
would walk
possibly
in
have
through
fucking
the front
known?
door.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If we're supposed to be like, but Kirsch is just that good, he just knows exactly how people are going to behave. It was fuck off.
Yeah, right.
He's like the eyeball.
Yeah, the
tentacles.
eyeball just knows.
Kindred spirits.
I just saw it, and I just want to talk about it now. You know, when Morrow's on the computer and the alien's killing the lady. There's this shot. Did you guys not have the same
Where it moves
thought?
back, it like
It's
moonwalks.
backing up like a fucking lorry. It's going, dude,
Yeah.
dude,
Yeah.
dude. It's so
Yeah.
weird. They thought it was really creepy, but I was like, but we know what it looks like, so we know that it's moonwalking. Why would it do that? That's not its eyes.
That's like 2 feet behind it still because of how long the head is. It looks like
Yeah,
a
it
dick.
takes a while. Dude, dude. It looks like it's on a machine that is on wheels or something, or they're dragging it.
Mm.
It is difficult for the alien to sneak up on you backwards.
Very
I
stupid.
think I missed
Where's
that
the
when it
plan?
happened at the minute. Well, I don't. Yeah, because I've got all these episodes on multiple. I don't think I'd seen this shot before.
Yeah, you see it in the background with Morrow as well. It
So
looks even
funny.
stupider.
Yeah.
Look at him. What
It's
is he
really
doing?
funny.
It's like he's on a little, you know, like one of those things like engineers or mechanics have, like a little thing on wheels where they go under the car
Yeah,
or
like a little
whatever.
trolley.
Looks like he's on that,
Yeah.
and he's just moving. It's so stupid. I don't know what it is about who was filming the. Well, I guess did he direct the episodes? Noah, some of them. I can't
I think he
remember.
directed episode
Norman
1. but he
Hawley? I
wrote
don't
all
think
of
so. Hold on.
Norman.
I think he directed episode 1, which means this is his fault.
A lot of it is his fault. A lot to the
Well,
point
I mean,
where
all of it is his fault.
if
He
someone
wrote
said
every
like, "Oh, you should be
episode.
excited for the next thing he makes," I'd be like, "Fuck no, not after this. Holy shit!"
Absolutely not. No way. No way.
He directed episode 1,
Yeah. So this is
and
his fault.
he also directed episode 5, which is the one we were talking about earlier.
Oh well, this is definitely him then, because
Yeah.
he could have had the excuse that this is someone's episode 5 shit that he put in 1, but no.
But it wouldn't even be an excuse because he's a showrunner.
Yeah, no,
So he's
he still has to
ultimately
choose.
responsible.
These things are, you know, he's definitely responsible. Very hard to be
So,
spooky.
To move right along until we get into our next conversation, it's good to establish here that the hybrids' bodies, there will be 6 of them total. Wendy's our protagonist. There's others. The robot bodies can like essentially jump off cliffs and be fine. They have super strength, super speed. They
Yeah,
are
we're
Great
talking.
idea, that
insanely
is.
powerful.
We're talking more powerful than Captain America here.
Yeah,
What,
Captain America
what a
Plus.
good idea this is. Yeah, this
Oh,
was
yeah.
a good idea. Very clever.
Yeah. So the
We've
the
taken
entire
mentally
plot-
unwell children. We've given them super strength. We've also allowed them to connect to all of our servers, and we know that one of them's a schizo. So nothing could possibly go wrong. We've
Well,
got
that's
no
the thing,
check.
right?
We can't remotely
and the
turn
plot
them off.
requires the plot requires that all of that happens. It literally, if these children aren't like superheroes, or if they don't have the intelligence of children, the plot cannot happen.
There's several examples of the plot wouldn't happen without these aspects, and there's no reason for them to have this in universe at all, and it's not even really acknowledged ever. Like in terms of like why you would ever have wanted that for them, it's just the consequences are acknowledged, as though there was no choice, as though they had to be super strong.
which obviously they don't have
Yeah,
to.
why
do.
in the fuck would you? It just doesn't make any sense.
Like, yeah,
I mean,
you
if-
obviously want to make them resilient to damage, but that's completely different from super speed, super strength.
Total network
kind of
access as
thing.
well, which then it gets further undermined when it turns out you can in fact use the network access to disable a synthetic. Wendy does this. I don't know
Oh, yeah,
why they
that's
wouldn't have
true.
put that program in
Yep.
for their own synthetics.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people would be thinking, okay, but at least they have a way to turn them off, like through the system, right? And it's like,
No.
well, only Wendy can do that. And you'd be
Yep.
like, what? You go, okay, do they have kill switches? No, not
Nope.
any
No,
form.
no.
Right.
Plug
Nope.
them into their beds.
And of course, again, you might be like, well, is it because we don't see the capacity for this to come up? Like it's not needed? And it's like, no, many times they need this and don't use it. Therefore, we conclude they don't have
And
it.
bear
Yeah.
in mind the capabilities they do have. They can like see and hear everything that they can see and hear.
Yes.
They,
Which is
they,
also
they
They
can
can't.
see where they are at all times, but they don't have the ability to like turn them off. And also, even though
Yeah,
they
so-
have the ability to see and hear what they hear at all times, there are many times when they're not doing that, like not paying attention to what they're doing at any given moment allows them to basically ruin everything.
Yes. And to reiterate to everyone, what Frankie said, the Prodigy has tracking devices on all of the hybrids at all times. Prodigy can hear what the hybrids can hear, and they can see what the hybrids can see. So
Yep.
just make sure it's clear. That is a thing that Prodigy can do.
No
They're
kill
extremely
switches.
selective on when they use it, and they apparently don't have them.
No ability to turn them off, and they gave them super strength and speed and agility.
They can only shut down the hybrids when they're essentially like docked into the laboratory for like maintenance or whatever. They can't just go up and be like wirelessly, you're going into standby mode.
We discover
Obviously, you'd have that be a thing.
pretty quickly, and this is something that Prodigy understand with perfect clarity, as Platoon's just mentioned as an ability. Wendy, for some reason, out of all of them, has the ability to fully control and rewrite the code of any technology she touches, and then eventually she can do it from meters away. She doesn't even need to touch it.
Yeah, Wendy
Why?
is like Wendy has mega OC protagonist energy, certainly by the end of the show.
Well, I would say
But-
she's a quintessential Mary Sue. She doesn't earn any of this, and she's quite liked by pretty much everybody, including the antagonist of the fucking franchise that doesn't
Yeah, they make
like
the point
anything.
several times that Boy Cavalier, she is Boy Cavalier's favorite because she
Yeah,
is the
and she's
favorite.
got all of the to run the list. She has. I mean, we can explain this better as time goes on, but for the sake of now, chat, just come to understand. You're gonna love this, okay? She has full control over all technology, including synthetics. She can just do whatever she wants with them. She has full control over xenomorphs. She can make them do anything she wants, and it's not that she has control over them in the sense that they're like a robot that she can command. They like her that much that they'll do anything she says.
They will not attack her. They seem to view her as like their alpha. They obey her instructions, and she can give them instructions apparently through buildings across vast distances and even potentially through technology. It's a little up in the air as to that part, but
Incredibly
it's kinda wild.
powerful. She's basically God in this universe.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of world-endingly powerful, and if she were to ever get off this island with a will of
Well, you
her
can
own
shoot her with
and
a bullet.
try and, I don't know, hypothetically do something stupid like rule the world, she could do that. And I don't know that there's anything anyone could do to stop her. She can control everything that's networked. She can control the aliens, which every previous Alien movie has said would end the world on their own if they ever got here.
Well, and
she has a whole bunch of friends who can do similar things as well. She is unstoppable, and yet she is still alive.
just to be clear, because Rags is correct, one bullet to her head would stop her, but the plot, so she's immune.
Yeah, the plot. This process and how this is possible will be explained in incredible detail over the course of a sentence that we're just going to have to accept that it's the case. So,
Mhm.
boom. Also, this is unique to Wendy. None of the other hybrids, none of the other kids, they cannot do this. This is specific to her, all of these powers.
We have a scene where they're watching her control anything she wants, and they basically conclude, like, everything about the power, that it's unlimited, she can do it with their entire system, she's just in it, and she can change anything she wants. They don't stop her. Why?
No, they,
How could you ever
they
want
kind
this
of-
to be the case?
Don't they? They kind of let her do it
Well,
at the beginning. right?
borderline encourage her.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they let her like watch the news and kind of change channels and listen in on recordings and stuff. Yeah, and it's revealed that they did that deliberately because they wanted her to know where her brother was, which I guess we'll get to in a minute.
Now this,
So they knew she could do this, and they let her do it.
I want to say this now because I've seen it as a defense and it drives me insane. There's a line at some point from Boy Cavalier about the nature of his form of progress where he says, like, it can be chaotic, it can be free of rules, it can be fast, and, you know, the idea is that he wants to reach crazy experimental highs at the cost of some risky things along the way. That's supposed to explain all of this. Like, why everything is so... Basically, everyone's allowed to walk around this facility freely, control whatever they want, do whatever they want. There are many times where people find information out because they walked into a room they're not supposed to be in, but no one stops them. People are just like, oh no, you're here. Shit. Well, you shouldn't have seen this. Oh well. My favorite being when, because we've mentioned the android getting killed, one of them, Wendy sees this, and she's like, oh my god, what happened? Kirsch just says science. And then she's like horrified, because obviously it's one of her friends, and that means it could happen to her. And so she's like, I'm going to go tell the others. And then Boy Cavalier's like, no, don't tell the others, it would make them panic. And then she leaves, and he's like, quick, we've got to get to the others before she does. And it's like, what? You're the boss of the island. They are your property. What are you talking about?
You're the smartest man on the planet, supposedly.
So I've been told.
It's one of the stupidest parts of the whole show because you just sit there like, why is this a problem? Just reset them. The experiment has failed. She has all the power on the island and she hates you. Like you gotta reset
Boy
her.
Cavalier couldn't operate a hot dog stand, let alone a multi-trillion-dollar corporation. He is yet another in a long line of people that the show insists and tells us is super duper smart, but is actually a doorknob-licking retard.
Science.
He is in prestigious company. So we learn that grown-up minds are apparently too stiff to be transferred or copied or whatever they want to call it. So that's why they have to use children's minds. This is the only sentence given as an explanation.
We don't even know if it's true.
Okay, I guess.
Like, it could be a lie
it's
or
like
whatever. This show, I imagine by the time we get through season 2, if it ever fucking happens, the whole story will be different. Like, they'll have just fucked everything up again.
Probably. So the Maginot is about to essentially crash. It's going to have an imminent collision with Earth soon. Aliens escaped. Shit's gone terrible, as we kind of talked about before. Morrow gets inside. This is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine I want to highlight. Morrow has a super strong cyborg arm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after the crash, in order to get out, he will use this to like punch through the. He'll use this to like punch through the seal, the door of his little collision chamber, which you can't do that if only your arm is super strong, because when your super strong arm punches like a wall or whatever, the part of the arm that's connected to the rest of you, all that force is going to transfer to there, and that arm's going to like.
I mean, it could be
it doesn't
shock
work.
absorbent to some degree. It is super sci-fi shit.
Maybe there's some things like being able to lift things up. Like your arm might be super strong, but you can't lift up something that's insanely powerful because now all that weight's pushing down on your organic body, and stuff like that. There's still the rest of you that's not a cyborg that has to contend with all that force and everything. But
it's the same idea as like a superhero or someone. Like, just because you're super strong doesn't mean you're super durable. So the whole quote unquote superhero landing would destroy you. It doesn't matter how strong you are.
Because someone just referenced Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier's a super soldier. Morrow isn't. Morrow just has, the cyborg arm.
He's got the arm and a bit of a cybernetic interface. That's all that we see.
Yeah, which
only his arm is,
I suppose,
cybernetic.
They could argue there's more cybernetics in him than we're aware of. They could if they wanted. You mean? But I don't know.
But that would be not in the show or anything like that.
I get what you're saying.
But it's just a pet peeve. I wish people would account for that and be like, yeah, you have to have like a bionic spine and legs so that the arm can actually, like when it grabs something.
You're at the ship has crashed, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Because I was just gonna say how fucking retarded it is that like Earth at this time in the future was surprised by a ship crashing into a city and that they didn't react to it until it had hit a building.
It takes out a big chunk of the space station on its way down. And
they are slower than we would be right now.
There's a shot of like two soldiers playing like basketball or something on a rooftop, and then one of them just looks up. Is like, oh, there's a spaceship. It's just there already.
I thought maybe they would try and argue it's an inside job in the sense that they would have a scene where Boy Cavalier is like shut down all or do something that means that all of our detection systems. Well, but it wouldn't even make sense though, because you'd have to do it worldwide. You can't just stop every different system from working, which all of them would have investment interstellar. So it doesn't work. It just can't work. And you'd probably
a ship can't sneak up on Earth.
No, and you want it to land in your zone, sure. You don't really want it to crash into the fucking city. That's actually a nightmare for you.
Have it hit the ocean, or have it hit a plane outside of town or something like that.
Have it hit the water next to the island.
That would be
I don't know, man.
Really beneficial. Yeah.
And
maybe if Petrovich was a little good at single-handedly sabotaging this massive ship to land on this little planet, which is like I don't know how Petrovich was capable of doing this.
No, it doesn't make any fucking sense. They could pinpoint the city. Fuck off.
Well, because they actually make the point. It's not, they don't just lose engines; they also lose navigation control.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Beyond the point of that sabotage, they can't direct it. So he must have somehow, from that massive distance, been able to point it. If we're assuming that it crashed in the city deliberately, he has to have pointed it somehow without meaningful navigation.
Well,
And also, he's an engineer, not a navigator. It's not actually his
Why-
job to be able to do that.
why would it not have been concluded that with a ship that size is about to crash into a major populated area and there's no communication? In fact, I guess they might be. It depends on if Morrow was able to respond to that in theory. But let's just say there wasn't. Why wouldn't you blow it out of the fucking
They
sky?
vaporize it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd send a ship to land on it and like overtake it, or you'd vaporize it, because you would have an insane amount of like you would know before it entered the solar system.
Yeah, oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Humanity is not like some tiny little fledgling, civilization at this point. We've got research bases. Like planets are owned by corporations at this point.
Well,
We're traveling faster than the speed of light to like other planets.
The soldiers that get sent in are just ones that happen to be in the area. And it's like, okay, one, why wouldn't everyone have been prepped for this because they'd know it's coming from miles away? But secondly, why wouldn't Boy Cavalier have been prepped for this? He's planned this.
I guess
he set this up.
This is doing work on behalf of the show, but like, you wouldn't want to sort of send your troops in advance of what was happening.
There's
because
no
that might give
way
away the fact that you've
He
planned
could
for it.
convincingly have things prepped, but also not appear prepped. That could never happen. This is what I'm
Well,
saying, Matt. Like,
yeah.
Especially if they know the ship was coming because of like radar.
you could
and
even argue that the guys who were
space.
there at the time is, that's awfully convenient. But it's like, no, it's not actually. That's just what happened to be there. It would have been
This is
convenient if.
Why were we stationed here again? I don't know. I guess for
This is what I'm saying, like-
security because of whatever. Or
And
they act
besides-
as if Yutani made a threat against them, and so they're there for extra security from a potential threat. Or they
You have a
invent
fucking
terrorist
army
message.
of medic science and soldiers already in the area, and it's like, what, why were they sent there? And Boy can just be like, routine checkups on different blah blah blah. Lucky they were there, and we could be like, clever, good stuff. And there's no way anyone's going to do anything to him legally with something like that. It's just like, there's a disaster to deal with. Besides, if they wanted to, they would just use the fucking tape of him sabotaging the ship. But oh well. But no, this whole crash is absolute fucking nonsense. And this was another example of people being like, can you hold on? They're going to explain all of it.
Okay,
There's
if
nothing
you
to
say
hold
so.
on
They
for,
sure
though.
didn't.
Like, I don't even.
I wait with
that's
bated
true, they
breath
didn't,
to
yeah.
hear the explanation.
But also, like,
So,
no, I'm
yeah.
not going to do that. It looks stupid right now, so I can say it's stupid right now, and then if there's new information that makes it not, then that's fine.
More
Allowed
than
say
happy
it
to
gets
call
stupid
it.
now.
Yeah, more than happy to call it as I see it, and then eat my words later.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not going to be necessary.
No, it just keeps getting stupider. Just get more and more context that makes it even less sensical. Good stuff. I thought it was
Well, it's all up from.
hilarious when they have like a team of maybe 3 or 4 of those dudes with Hermit, not Kermit, and he's supposed to go in, and it's when you find out how
Joe
big this
Hermit.
ship is, and it's like, all right, let's check section 1A of 3B of 76 of 85 on floor 1 of 2 of 768397. You're like, you might need more men. Just saying, there's like a billion things for you to check, but
Yeah, people would flood that looking for people. Yeah,
And-
the ship is the size of a building.
and it's unstable. It's falling apart. And it's like, yeah, but we're searching for survivors. Like, I know, but like, this is all you
That
got
could be
for me.
character stuff you could work with. I know it's unstable, but I'm a doctor, damn it, and I'm gonna go in there and save as many people as we can. But the building could come down. I don't care. I took an oath. It's
I thought
fuck
it
it,
was,
whatever. Do something with that.
It was funny that it was like a mystery as to what class or owner the ship has, even though they'd obviously know all of this well before it even fucking crashed, if this were a real thing. How does a ship this enormous ever get built and sent out on this mission and discovered and sabotaged and all this shit, come back and no one knows what it is? Like, as though it's borderline an alien ship. It's just like, are you serious? Is everyone this retarded? We were talking about this as it was like running out on a different stream, I think. But these guys, regular people know a lot about classes of ships, guns, vehicles, etc. These are all like soldiers, and they're like, what is this? I don't know. It's like, you guys would know classes. You guys would know what company this thing belongs to. It's fucking written on the sides, more than likely. It would be the Maginot. People would know it.
Well, they
One
have
of them
some. They
does
have
later,
references to.
No, it takes ages
yeah,
for
one
them
of
to
them
talk
says
about these
something
things.
But I agree. They should know way ahead of time. But yeah, it's and another thing that's doubly strange. By the way, I guess to get everyone caught up, the Joe Hermit, who is Wendy's brother, he's a medic with this group of soldiers. and they're there in the city, and they go to do a search and rescue to look for survivors at the crash. And oddly enough, they like don their weapons and their battle gear, and when they're going through the place looking for survivors, they're like pointing their guns everywhere,
like they
they're clearing
know.
out rooms from SWAT, like a SWAT team. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? There's people who need help, and you're pointing your guns everywhere.
It's like they know they're in a
clearing
movie and
rooms.
spooky creatures are running around.
Very strange.
No, I'm completely with you on that. As there's so much about this that screams amateur, just trying to get to the payoffs of Marines shooting at aliens and then getting killed.
Including Mr. Medic Man himself, who's like, because he's good in Andor because he's as Nemec, he's sort of weedy and like he's not obviously a frontline soldier. I don't think this actor plays combat medic particularly well.
No. I didn't really buy him in this, but you know, that's the power of writing and direction, I suppose. And also, wouldn't it have been interesting? This is another example of them getting in the way of themselves. Why is he here of all people? And you're like, is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that Wendy's brother is not only going to be a part of this directly when it could have been anybody, that he'll be injured in such a way that he's taken to the island and gets to meet her personally? You're like, oh, and then you find out that Boy and his butler, Evil Alfred, are like invested in this because they can have him tell them just how human she is, or isn't, because he knew her before. Like, oh yeah, that's an interesting angle. It's like, so there's an easy writing solution there that you orchestrated this in order to get the brother, and it's like, no, it was just a coincidence.
This is actually a coincidence that the brother of the most important hybrid is just who happens to be in that city at the time of the crash, happens to be like the first team that goes in to investigate the Maginot, and happens to be like meeting up with her, and then she happens to see randomly on a on a news station this, like, specifically his face in the TV footage. That this is all
crazy
coincidence.
Chain of coincidences.
This is all completely coincidental. There is
like,
no link between any of these things.
A sliver of a brain cell, you can fix a lot of this without changing much of anything.
Well,
they don't care.
Joe works for Prodigy.
Exactly.
Just be like, hey, you come to the island. Come to the island.
Come to the island. Also, do you need that lung?
We really want your lung. We'll give you a new one. We really want your lung. You have special lungs. All the better to breathe with. Fuck, we need to.
Remember when the guy says I have low sperm count to like the 12-year-old?
Yeah, but it's done in a clinical, scientific way.
She asks him why he doesn't have kids, and he says, I have a low sperm count, because we live in a world where it's possible to transfer human consciousness and build artificial people, but we can't solve the problem of low sperm count.
Why the fuck would you say this to a kid who has no idea what it even means?
Well, I think she knows. Nibs knows how babies are made.
Yeah, well,
she grew up on the farm.
Yeah, I was going to say, we are not going to be assessing the intelligence of these characters with any kind of consistency anyway, because they fucking trade up every scene. But in a casual discussion as to... Remember, they even talk about they're not even sure. Asking like, oh yeah, is it Storks? Is it God? Is it blah, blah, blah? But then he's just like, yeah, low sperm count. Fucking rip. Why would you even say that to a normal person? But it's not even necessarily about understanding what that means. As opposed to just
I'd say my wife has shitty eggs. Fuck her. Which I tried and it didn't work.
Also, that show bullies this character so hard, low sperm count man.
Poor Arthur. He's like actually a decent
He's the only good person in the whole show.
It's tragic how he dies too. Like,
and
it really is an actual shame.
The story of his tragedy goes well past his death, and it will continue to go well past his death.
Sylvia, as far as we know, never learns that he died.
Yeah, why did... There's so much why in this show. Oh, I guess we're going to get the payoff of him meeting a zombie fucking husband at some point.
Well, I told I think you had stepped out for a moment, but you know all that stuff we were talking about with Morrow learning the Boy Cavalier engineered the entire crash and everything? They're in a cell together at the end of the show, and they don't say anything to one another.
No, yeah, I remember, because that is a part of Morrow's motivation that I would have way preferred they played more into, and that I do think it's the actor that's really helping it, because the writing is so thin. But you're right, there would be so much he'd have to say to him. You destroyed my entire crew. You destroyed my entire mission. I fucking hate you.
I spent 65 years of my life to do this mission, and you fucked it up.
But no. Everyone in that room
It's-
has something to say to each other, but no, they're silent.
Yeah, it's wild that they're all here. I mean, like Kirsch and hmm. So. I mean, gosh, what to even talk about? I feel like there's just it's just
It is a bit
one
of
dumb thing after one dumb thing.
it's a grab bag, isn't it?
It really kind of is. Essentially, what happens here is that Wendy and the other kids get sent to the crash site because she wants to go get her brother. She knows that her brother is at the crash site because as I said before, she randomly notices on the wall of the lab a news station that is playing footage of the crash, and she happens to specifically see her brother on one of the cameras. And
Oh, yeah,
then
yeah, and
that
this
makes her
is-
want to go to the crash to essentially go and speak to him and talk with him to get her brother.
And this is
help
before
protect him.
Team Prodigy even discover the crash, right?
It's playing on the news, so I
I guess what I mean is the
I-
island people. They don't even know yet.
well, they
have-
would have to because they're watching the news as well. Maybe I miss.
Yeah,
Well,
because
because
Boy
the
Cavalier must know
scene-
about it because he's the one who sends them off.
Maybe that's the more important information. Boy Cavalier does not know about this crash yet. Because he doesn't. We get the scene of him making plans as a result of it after she spots it.
Kind of. I guess maybe it's coincidental because it's just happening, but the show it leaves it
But-
kind
well,
of up in the air.
you understand where I'm going
which
with
is
this, right? It's
weird.
like he knew before anyone on Earth did.
Yeah, he should. Yeah, he's the one who orchestrated it personally on a Zoom call.
But if you watched this episode and you said he had no idea the crash was happening, you'd be like, well, yeah, he behaves accordingly. He's not behaving like someone who knew this was going to happen and has a plan.
And orchestrated it for a specific purpose. Correct. Yes.
And so that's when we get this is the part that for me was too much for anyone to say episode 1 is good. I didn't understand this. This is the big, like, when this episode came out, a lot of people summarized it this way, and people were baffled. It is ship crashes. It has alien specimens on it, on Earth, in the future, whatever. And the boss of a big corporation sends child-minded androids to go in and get the samples.
Because they ask him to. It's like, we can go.
It's insane. It's
That, like,
insane.
it's so
absolutely
patently
and I almost
insane,
feel like
yeah.
it's not even worth like talking about why. Like, if you don't know why, I'm not sure what to.
That's what I mean when people are like, oh, it was good. And it's like, how could it be good with that being true? How is it possible?
Yeah.
Yep.
To the point, I think when I spoke to Drinker, he was like, wasn't that episode 2 that happened? I was like, nope, 1. Like, that's
All in
1.
episode 1. But the other
This is like
characters in
the
the room, to
exciting
get to like their very small amount of credit, also recognize that this is a batshit crazy plan. Because both
Yes.
Evil Alfred and Kirsch say what? But no, this is Boy Cavalier, the person who built this multi-trillion-dollar interstellar company, who's weeks away from launching these products. He's the one who, because Wendy says we can go, he's like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Off you go, and off they go.
And it's implied that each of these hybrid bodies, is $6 billion.
Yep.
And there's an implication of like, well, it's a good move because they're so tough. And they're not that kind of tough where anything that could
really.
happen could not do anything. Like, what? And then, of course, they could easily just get captured, destroyed, damaged, or say things or give things away.
Building
Like this,
falls on them.
where do you even? It's like Frankie said. It's so obviously stupid. There's no way this would ever
This is
happen.
done.
And you know
This is
what?
done under the guise that Cavalier wants more data and he wants to test them and put them into
Why
environments
would
to
you
get
test them in this
feedback
circumstance,
Yeah,
though, where the
you haven't-
variables are insane?
You haven't
Your
given them
mind cannot
normal tests
comprehend
yet.
his machinations.
The variables are not only
Yeah, they
insane;
kinda-
they're not in the scope of anything they know. Like they can't control this scenario whatsoever. At least in their own facilities, they could be like, "Let's push them to level 11, where a bunch of fucking tennis balls are thrown at them or
Which is
something."
because they don't seem to have any of that. They don't actually really test these kids at all at any point beyond the occasional like light questioning. We don't get to see them training. We don't get to see them being examined. Like most of this stuff isn't in there. They even complain at one point that all they do is sit around with nothing to do. We never have anything to do, one of the Lost Boys says. So they don't test them on the island, even though they've had them around to be able to test them. So this is an incredibly risky approach. Like that's even an understatement. It's an impossibly risky attempt to get more data versus, I mean, what are the countervailing risks? What happens if one of them gets knocked over and stuck under a beam and rescued by a non-aligned medic who takes them back, and then, oh shit, trade secrets have just leaked all over the world because a doctor has examined our new hybrid AI and they've realized what they are. Like, it's absolutely
They are
absurd.
children. They're not. You have
It
to
is,
worry
yes.
not only about them
They're
being
like
captured
10.
and giving away secrets, but just speaking them as they walk around,
Which they do.
which they do.
Yeah.
And of course, again,
There are
when
scenes
we've seen
here
the whole
where the-
show, what is the benefit of putting them on the ship here and then they come back? What do we gain?
Really only detriments that come from this. This is what makes everything fall apart pretty
This
much.
goes-
I mean, one of the big problems that
yeah.
they have is that this traumatizes them. This makes it so that what's his name is able to communicate with the other what's his name,
Yep.
which then like sabotages and ruins everything. This is just nothing but a disaster with nothing to gain. This is just profoundly
so
stupid. And the idea of
Wendy
like, oh, well,
gets-
he's like an autistic savant, so he makes terrible decisions or something. It's like that's what
It's
am I meant to do?
interesting,
Like,
yeah.
why am I watching this show? Like, I don't want to watch shows
What do you have
with
to say
fucking
about
retarded,
autistic
stupid
savants?
characters in it. You know,
He's just really
it's just- I'm
stupid.
not
Haha.
I guess that's all. I'm not interested in watching shows where like the characters are stupid, and maybe that's the point. I watch shows where the characters are smart and make smart decisions because that's generally more interesting.
Absolutely, it's more interesting. And if,
Like I said,
if
we
they do
got-
something stupid, it's often related to like a character flaw that's informed by their personality or some stakes or something. And you go like, who like Deidre, you know, stuff like that. Like, yeah, that was a pretty stupid thing you did at the end. Totally informed by her character, her desires, and where her character has been
Yeah.
leading to this
Rather than
entire
like,
time.
oh well, he's like wacky, and you're not even operating on his level, so he can do whatever I want, and it means that the writing is always good all the time. It's like, wow, that's like nice and convenient for you, isn't it?
It is still crazy
Boy,
that we have
why-
like over 10 in-universe reasons for retards existing. Like they've really tried to give a script where they can justifiably have a bunch of retards running around, more so than any show I've seen before.
Unreal.
Yeah, it's really legitimately kind of wild. Wendy, so like they all get like geared up to go. Wendy goes to her room and she has like one of those paper cutters, those paper slicers with the blade you push
Makes
down.
it into like a
She-
katana.
She breaks it off and it forms like a perfect sword, and then she like magically attaches it to her back when she goes on this search and rescue mission. She brings
Yeah.
a sword. They just let her bring a sword.
Well, I mean, because we're jumping, and I kind of prefer this for this shitty show. It's like, what the fuck is that for? And you go, well, she decapitates an alien with it.
With how
Yeah.
strong she is, she shouldn't need a tool to do that, but I guess that helps. But
Like,
like,
well, I
why,
guess I'm
why would they
saying
let her?
She knew it was
Why
gonna
would
have
they
acid
allow
blood.
her?
But it's the kind of thing
don't
that's
care about
just
that.
it's so fucking weird as a choice. And then it's like, oh, it's gonna do one of the most important possible things that you could ever have it for. You're like, oh, right, yeah,
Well, yeah,
okay.
because if she ripped it
Why
off
would
like
she
with her
think
hands,
she
that
needs it?
might kill her. So it's a good thing she
I'm-
brought. Yeah, why does she think? Does she think it's actually dangerous? And if she thinks it's dangerous, why is she allowing this danger to be presented to and a possibility for all of her friends? You know, like if
It's,
she believes this is dangerous and she's going to lure them into it because, oh, well, I have something to gain from this excursion, so all of you have to participate in this too. That's
It's
pretty
been a little
bad.
while since I watched Peter Pan, but does Wendy have a sword in that movie? I don't think she does.
No, I
Well,
don't
it's
think
just-
she's a combatant
No.
ever.
The big thing as well is like, there's no. The threat assessment is they're not even clear on what's on the ship. Like, why a sword?
Yeah.
They just think it's a
They-
search
they
and
know
rescue mission
nothing.
to help
They know
survivors.
nothing. They know absolutely nothing. But she knows to bring the sword so that she can chop its head off.
Yeah, like
And
surely
they
a
let her
gun would
do
make
it
if she was going to have a weapon, a gun would make more sense
Oh, they
because
would-
you can use it.
They would never. They'd never give her a gun. That would be super irresponsible. They let her bring a sword.
Then, yeah, it's just like, come on, kids, let's
I'm
go.
sure there's a. I'm sure there's a Discworld quote for this, but however. But yeah, she
And
is
you
the main
could-
character, by the way. That's why she brings the sword. Let's just, yeah, there you go.
It wouldn't fix the problem of them letting her do it, but like to get show just very quickly to show where she gets the inspiration from, rather than having her watching Peter Pan on the ceiling above her, have her watching Mulan. You own the rights to that too, and that would like show her watching that. She takes inspiration, and
Well,
that's
she
where she
should-
gets the
she
idea to
should
pick up the
bring-
sword from.
She should bring an acorn because she watches Ice Age.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Ice Age will
I-
unironically be very important to the plot of this movie.
Yes, it will.
Fucking Ice Age.
Um,
Why?
So yeah. And by the way, a lot of as Mahler had said, a lot of negative things happen as a result of this trip. Most important in terms of what happens personally are that the brother comes back to Neverland Island and Nibs is like traumatized and becomes a psycho murderer.
Yeah. So there's a couple
Wendy
of
is never. Wendy is never like. No one ever is like, "Hey, Wendy, you like got us to go here, and really bad things happens as a result. Like Nibs is a nervous fucking wreck, and they had to basically mind wipe her to try and fix her. And she would never have been in that scenario if you hadn't encouraged the psycho boy genius wonder to bring a bunch of 10-year-olds into like essentially a war zone.
I don't.
And
When
when
you,
you-
she
when you
was
say
mentally
these
fucked
things,
before
like
they sent her to
this
you.
is the show, and it's just like, how is this the show? How did adults make this? You're talking about like, why do you care?
$250 million.
Why care to watch
Outraged.
something like Iron Giant when it's for children? And it's like, what? And this is for adults? Like I was saying to Fringy at one point, yeah, there's gore, violence, drugs, and nudity or whatever, and all of these sorts of things that give them the high ratings. But on a thematic level, like the content here is for babies. The brain is mush. There's nothing here that could make you think about anything. It's so fucking stupid. Meanwhile, Iron Giant, of course, like as we were talking about, so much in there that's so meaningful and inspiring. It's like, yeah, for children though, and it's like this is the conversation. Unbelievable that adults made this, because who else did?
I hope it was aliens, so I don't have to.
If it were alien children,
mean,
maybe. Yeah.
Maybe alien children from another planet. So, what?
And how
I
much
mean,
do we
it's
wanna
like, what
get
do you even
into-
say? Because
so
we're on the first episode, and
I mean, I don't even think
big
it's.
strands of this, right? So Wendy meets brother, which is already slightly. I always thought that was just so strangely placed, given that it's been built up, and then you have their meeting in probably the least appropriate place to do anything with that. And then
Oh,
they're sort
Platoon,
of briefly torn away from each other, but yes.
it's important. I don't actually think we mentioned this, and it's really really important. But Wendy used to be I forget, Marcy was her name, right? The kid who died and transferred over, right? They give all the kids new names because Peter Pan. Because Peter Pan is why they give them new names, right? The brother Joe does not know that his sister is actually quote unquote alive in a robot
Mhm.
body. He thinks that she died of
That's the
an
official
illness
story, yeah.
a while ago. Yes, the father was in on it, and they never got to go to see the body or anything like that. Joe believes his sister is dead and has been dead for however much time, right? So part of the story is going to be Joe being convinced that this obviously not Marcy body actually has the consciousness of his young sister.
And when you say part of the story, what you mean is the 10 seconds that the show has allotted to it in between all of the alien stuff, the tentacle boy stuff, the alien attacking the soldier stuff. During the ship exfiltration, they bump into each other, and then she's like,
what did
"Oh
you
yeah,"
say on Christmas? I said this, and he believes her.
and that's
Some-
it.
Yeah, doesn't-
Forevermore.
Yeah,
That
some
is
people
it.
might
It
be
just
stupid
happens in
enough
one
to think
conversation, right?
that might be a season-long payoff, but no, 10 seconds, if 10 minutes
No,
mean.
it is. This is clearly like an obstacle of the plot that they wanted to overcome quickly and get on with the story. It really is like
Wait,
But
in
the
all fairness,
weighting
like,
it
he
was
asked 2
given in the
questions. What
narrative,
did you say
would
here?
expect it to go
What
longer.
did you
Like
say here?
it was supposed to be. I'm sure at one point they planned for it to be a season-long thing. I don't think they should have met at all in this episode. And if they did, like maybe one of them should have been unconscious, and then it was like an observer role for several
He
episodes
shouldn't have
after
met.
that
He
point.
doesn't deserve her.
It's a very, very, very strange place to put it, and to round off something which, up until this point, you've been told is going to be very significant. Because we've
so
had
funny
the scenes
to-
where she watches him, and then he's watching Ice Age, she's watching Ice Age. They're quoting each other sort of by one remove. She's trying to communicate with him through the employment robot. Like, all of this stuff tells you how important this is, and it's over in 10 seconds.
Well,
Is
when
this
you-
episode 2 that this happens in? Sorry.
That is episode 2,
Where
but
they-
like episode 1 and 2 came out on the same day. Like they feel very like part 1,
yeah.
part 2. So I get the mixing up some stuff. Is
I
fair.
don't blame you mixing them up.
Um,
I've
I
watched
just
this
couldn't
shit
remember,
twice
yeah.
and I
But
mixed
just-
them up.
To be clear, right? Like it gets revealed immediately when she didn't even want it to be revealed, because Slightly just says like, "That's your sister, bro, lol, bye," and then leaves the scene. And then he's like,
Yeah,
"I
pretty
don't
much.
believe it," and then she answers a question, just as simple. And I was saying this, like, what did you say to me on the morning of blah 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 blah? I feel like normal people would say what happened.
Don't remember.
Like yeah, but like the childhood memories are usually around not what someone said necessarily, but usually what someone did or something that as
Yeah,
in like
or who
an
was
injury
there,
or
you know?
a gift or a big event or what blah blah blah. But no,
Yeah,
they always
remember
do
when
this in
Dad
these
fell
things.
off the Christmas
Yes,
tree?
yeah.
and details like that.
But So one question that she answers correctly, and then the music plays in such a way that's like, oh, reunited, wonderful, authentic, yay. And it's like, show, get out of my, like, go away. I'm not convinced. And it's like, yeah, but he is. You're like, oh, okay, well, it's lucky, if anything, that the show felt that he needed to be convinced. It's amazing they got that far. I'm surprised they didn't just have him go, oh my god, sister, and hug her immediately. Also, 2 soldiers got bled to death by the ticks. Doesn't really matter, though.
Yeah, we get a little sort of rogues
all
gallery
of
of
the-
monsters.
Oh yeah, I mean, they should have saved a whole bunch of money and just made like a mini series anthology of crazy monsters or whatever. Fuck it.
One conversation I wouldn't mind talking about, though, because I think it's supposed to be meaningful, is when Kirsch, for no reason at all, gives a big speech about how humans were food, and the only reason we're not food is because we decided not to be.
But in the animal kingdom, there's
always
a bigger,
something.
Yeah, there's always a bigger fish.
Yeah,
There's
it
this
is definitely
immense
very strange.
irony to this. One, he's saying it to a synthetic, and it's like, yeah, but you're a person brain in there, and it's like, yeah, but she's a synthetic, so whatever it applies to with her, it applies to you as well, Kirsch.
Yeah,
and then
if
of
her body
course,
stops
It's
working,
also not,
she's
and it's
dead.
also not even like insightful because one, there isn't always something bigger. Sometimes, I mean, a blue whale is the biggest thing that's alive, so you're wrong on that anyway. Number two, a lot of animals aren't even really that interested. Like a lot of animals just eat grass. You
Most
know, so
animals,
like
I think,
I
are
feel like
herbivores.
it probably is most. And then thirdly, there are animals that will just kill you. They're not going to eat you.
Yeah,
like a hippo
like
will
the
kill
fucking
you, but it doesn't wanna
xenomorph
eat you. Or
that
like the
definitely
xenomorph,
kills
exactly, in this
androids
show.
too. And
like,
then
this is not a profound observation. Oh, all animals is either, you know, they eat you or get eaten. It's like, no, sometimes they'll just kill you. Like, just because
and
you're
this
invading
show
their territory.
is uniquely retarded on this point because they introduce a creature that eats machines.
That does eat machines.
You
yeah,
dumb
exactly.
fuck.
So this is
You are
not
now
even
in the
true.
food chain.
Yeah. Like, not only was your observation not, like, correct anyway,
Pointless?
but you wrote
It
your
was
story to
wrong.
make it particularly incorrect. Like, distinctly unusually incorrect.
It's-
Why would you do that?
Yeah, this is a big L for Kirsch.
I don't get, but why?
He's gonna
What
have to hold
prompted
that
him
for
to
a
just
while.
start ranting about this? It's
I don't
just like,
know. It doesn't have
okay.
anything to do with anything because a lot of the stuff he says otherwise is like science related or things of that nature. But this is
makes
just
a
sort of
little
out
bit,
of
like,
nowhere.
a little bit more sense if they'd done it so all of this was pre-planned and they knew exactly what was on the ship and they knew that that's what they were going to go and get, then he might have a reason to start talking about dangerous animals because he knows that they're going to go hunt those down. But as far as I know, he doesn't know that at this point. So yeah, why?
And then the
Since we're talking about like funny quotes, can I want to say mine now. We'll
But
just go back and forth. Fuck
just
it.
at the
It'll be
end
a
of
fun
that one
game.
though, like my brother
Yeah.
won't die. He's like, yeah, he will. Injury, illness, old age. Then she goes, no, you won't.
I'll save him.
It's like, okay, well that was a great conversation. Thank you
alright.
so much for
Oh,
that.
it's like, oh yeah, that's right. You're an idiot. I forgot that for a second. Mine one that I thought is silly was when Morrow is Morrow is on the Maginot and he notices all the soldiers walking around trying to find people. And when he ties up one of the soldiers, he holds him at gunpoint and says, "Where's Cavalier?" And the soldier, this random soldier guy, is like, "The trillionaire? How the fuck would I know?"
Yeah, it's even stupider than the show admits. What the fuck were you going to do with the information that he is in the island or whatever? Imagine he said, like, oh yeah, he's in the blah 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 building on 34th Street at the 8th floor. Be like, okay, I can't really, like, I'm stuck inside this fucking
It's like you're-
spaceship. Like,
You're just asking
Okay.
this random rank and file soldier where the trillionaire CEO of the major corporation is.
what the
Like,
show
where is
doesn't
he?
seem to understand is like, isn't that funny? Because the guy's like, I don't know, fuck it. It's like, no, but you just made Morrow stupid. Why would he ask this question? He hasn't even got the material that he needs yet to take him down, right? Like, let's say he wants to go kill him. That's the only reason he wants to know. It's like, yeah, but you need to go resupply, and you need to go and contact Weyland-Yutani first, and you need to secure the ship, you need to download the data, which for some reason he still hasn't done yet. I guess there's only one room you're able to do that from. It's all stupid. And the show, like, trying to have fun with itself for being, you know, tiny amount of stupid, it's like, you have no idea how stupid you are.
Did you know that Ralph Ineson's Twitter bio just says actor? This is it. It says actor.
No need to embellish, I guess.
He's not even like verified or anything. He's just, yep, I'm Ralph Ineson, actor.
Galactus.
Fair enough. I was
Yeah.
actually I watched because I'd mentioned I was watching I got distracted and I got caught up watching Chernobyl instead of this fucking show. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. He's in that. He's in that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was in Willow. Ooh, yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, yeah. He was in
we all make
the
mistakes. It's okay.
Vivitch. He's in the Vivitch. What else is he in? What else is he in? Ralph Ineson.
He was in
Guardians of the Galaxy.
the Green Knight as well.
Who does he
Oh,
play
he
in Guardians of the
was.
Galaxy?
I can't remember off the top of my head. He was.
Oh, he's one of the
Oh, isn't he?
Reavers. He's one of Yondu's guys, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Sylvester Stallone was a Reaver. That was fun. Yes.
He was in Game of Thrones too.
Was he?
He was.
I didn't even know.
Not a great part. He deserves something better with a voice like that. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. He was in. Oh yeah, Nosferatu. Yeah. What a great. He's got an amazing voice.
Yeah, he's got a really great
Always love
presence
hearing
as well.
Ralph
He's not
Ineson.
like he's good at performing and stuff, but
He really is.
he's not in Alien Earth though.
He isn't an Alien Earth, but you know what is an Alien Earth? Oh,
The next
boy,
thing that we'll
what do
talk
I
about,
even-
which is, I guess we're near
which is
enough
yet to be determined.
to something that really fucking annoys me about the way they treat the alien in this episode and a couple of others, which is that he's just a psycho that just wants to kill everybody all the time. There's nothing careful about anything that it does. You know,
Very aggressive to the point of if like the alien in this show has insane plot armor. There are many times where the alien should be absolutely turned to Swiss cheese and by bullets, and he just doesn't.
There
Like,
are so
no one
many
is able to
times
hit him.
where people are aiming guns at it, and then it'll slowly decide it's going to jump at them, as opposed to run the fuck away because it's smart and knows where danger is. It's just like, fuck it, I'll go for it. And these people either don't fire or miss every single time.
Well, there's a
Yep.
couple of times where it's even worse than that, where you see the bullets hit, but they don't do anything.
Yeah, that's
Where it's-
that's the lung alien for some reason that they made
Oh,
bulletproof.
yeah, the lung alien. Yeah, that's true. That's the explanation.
The current alien is a regular one that again was killed by a paper cutter. So again, is an android, one. So it's going to be, hitting him strong. It's just another one of those things. I don't want to see a xenomorph getting decapitated by a paper cutter. It's kind of like, oh,
It's a little. It's just a little undignified.
exactly.
The 10-year-old android with a paper cutter beheading the
Yeah.
scary alien is just like, I don't know, man. I just don't. I wouldn't have done it myself.
So
Hey, maybe one day when I could blow $250 million on a TV show, that can be my choice to make.
this is one of those
Just a
things
dog on the internet.
where you're gonna have to, people listening right now, you need to pull up the screen and just see this screenshot and know that I have not tampered with this, and this is from the show. You need to look.
Yes.
Like,
Mhm.
is that
Al-
what?
Allow me to present to you the context. The
No
sweet, juicy
editing has taken
context.
place here that was from anyone but Noah Hawley, presumably.
Is
for
this
the
the
editing.
jump? Is this going to be the jump, or is it
No,
something
no.
else? Oh, this.
So, Wendy, who has the magical power to essentially manipulate all technology, like she's on the Teen fucking Titans, she has been watching her brother Joe across the world, wherever he goes, using cameras everywhere on the planet. You're just gonna have to accept that that's reality. Now, one of the things that her and Joe used to do as kids was they would watch Ice Age. What's one of the ones I haven't seen? 4, 6, or whatever.
It's 4 or
um,
5, yeah, because I don't
yeah.
recognize it either. I've only seen the first 3.
So in that show, there's a scene where someone's like, "You better do something, or you'll face my fury." And then someone else says, "Face your furry what?" It's like, "No, fury, not furry." Bah. That's like a joke in the show, right? Now, this specific joke about furry fury is incredibly important to the plot, because later on we are going to this is how they know that she can subconsciously rewrite computer code on the fly, because Joe goes to a Prodigy kiosk because he wants to terminate his contract early so he can go to medical school, even though he has 7 months left to serve. And the kiosk robot says, essentially says no. But Joe says to the robot, sort of jokingly, let me get my time off and go to school or face my fury. And then, because Wendy is watching this through the camera of the robot in the kiosk, the robot in its robot voice asks, "Face my furry what?" And then this makes Joe look weirdly at it, and then everyone in the lab who's watching her do this wirelessly is like, "What? She's rewriting code on the fly."
Meaning they
She's-
knew about this for
they-
fucking ages before it will
Yeah,
destroy the
appar-
whole facility.
Apparently, she's connected to the Prodigy network, and one of the scientists, Arthur, says that maybe since the data goes both ways, she can just do that. And this is it. This is the only explanation
dude,
there is to this insane
It is the
power.
kind of
This
thing
If
is
that
she
would
has
immediately try to
access-
switch off.
She can change the code of any machine all over the world. Like, get her to just take all the files from Wayland Yutani? No?
Nope, can't do it.
Maybe they're not
the
on the
writers didn't think of
Prodigy
that.
internet, though.
Maybe they
there are
should
different
try.
internets.
Yeah, they're on Boynet or Cavatar, whatever.
Something I talked about, I think, on Stream I did with Gary. I just hate how much there's no, and I'm gonna be pretentious, I'm sorry, respect the cinematic language in this show, which I shouldn't expect because it's so retarded anyway. But what I'm referring to is when this gets prompted, right, by Hermit getting chased by an alien, who narrowly escapes. It's all very horrifying. Oh my god, so scary. He's wounded. He starts putting a bandage on his arm, and then we fade to this. And so I'm watching this like, okay, so what he just went through has prompted him to think about this past event, I suppose. I'm not sure how they'll connect yet, but that's usually how flashbacks work. It's a very common thing, especially fading, where it's kind of like, this has got some connection to this. And then it says one day earlier, too, and you're like, oh, so what was so relevant about this that makes him think about this? And it's what Rags just explained about, like that's the scene. And so you're watching this unfold, and then it cuts to she's watching him. So I was like, oh, so this isn't his flashback then, because he didn't know that was happening. That was her. So is this her flashback, and we're about to figure out what was prompting that, because it wasn't him in the past. But then as the scene continues, it's the entire Prodigy team watching him. So it's like their flashback collectively about her.
It's just the
watching
story.
it.
The story
This
has
is what I'm
just
saying.
gone back a day. It's not even
was-
a flashback. The story's like, we're talking about this other day now.
My brain was in overdrive trying to figure out what they were trying to tell me, and it turns out the truth is just, no, this is just a scene that they put here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a piece of information that we need to know, and they couldn't figure out where else to put it, so they figured, fuck it, this will do, I suppose.
Like they forgot to put it in earlier. And they're
It's
like, well,
just
shit, we shot
bullshit.
it.
All of it sucks. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just, yeah, she can control all of technology. You need to know that for Leia. It's like, thanks, I guess. Why did you do it this way? It just confused me.
And since we're talking about Wendy's incredible powers yet again that are like legitimately special to just her as an individual, when Wendy arrives at the crash site, she starts to hear the buzzing and clicking noises that we learn are she can hear like the communication frequencies of the aliens, and this is not explained.
Yeah, this isn't well, it is a technological thing, but I can more easily see like the reasoning behind, well, she's connected to a data stream that runs both ways so she can control technology. And I don't like accepting that, but that's easier to accept than also, yeah, she can hear and reproduce frequencies of alien communication and learn their language.
And then they
Like, that's
respect
just
her for it,
bullshit.
and she's like
Yeah.
their leader.
It's
This will
also
come up later, but this is where it kind of starts, because they learn the process of discovering she can hear them to she can then audibly reproduce these frequencies with her mouth, which is essentially explained by, I think, Cavalier he actually uses the phrase "indistinguishable from magic"
Yeah.
in telling her how she should.
They just gave up with that
do
one.
this. Yeah, they just
Well,
gave
there's-
up. Fuck
because
it. It's
there's-
the
I
key at the
think
lighthouse.
That's supposed to be a bit about him being basically wrong and not wise, because like, he's the one who talks about Kirsch's, deficient wisdom. But like in that scene, Cavalier misattributes the quote. It's Arthur Clarke's quote, and he says Asimov said, and then you get a quick shot of low sperm count man who sort of looks slightly confused. So I think the reason that is there is partly to do the whole, well, we don't really care because magic, etc. But it's also to tell you that this is who Cavalier is. He's actually not clever, not smart,
He's
not
quite
wise,
cavalier.
and not interested. He is quite cavalier, you might say. Again, doesn't explain at all how he's in the position that he's in. But it's one of those things that I think it's not dissimilar, I guess, to like Alien Covenant. Is it Covenant does it with misattributing Shelley and Byron
Well,
to prove that David is like malfunctioning.
the one I always think
one of
about
those kind of scenes.
is the Glass Onion, where Ryan Johnson has that character who just keeps using words wrong all the time, like, and keeps making words up. And it's like, see, he thinks he's smart, but he's not. And you're like, yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Got it.
But the problem here, of course, is that he is supposed to be incredibly smart. Like, he needs to be for the story to have gotten here.
Yeah. I
So
think I'm
just-
okay with him being incredibly smart and capable and
You can
maybe
misquote, sure.
unwise, but-
Obviously, I was more so going to refer to the fact that misquotes are fine, but what he does in this fucking TV show is well beyond stupid, like, throughout,
Yes.
you know? Yeah. Fucking Glass Onion. We're getting the third iteration of the Knives Out this year, guys. Hype.
Yay!
He's supposed to be Elon Musk, by the way.
Who?
Boy Cavalier. And Noah's got like a big old bone to pick with a lot of things. Class, I guess Alien is a franchise. I don't know. I would have thought the person who made this fucking hated Alien. The way it humiliates
writing,
the
cinema,
xenomorph.
television, everything.
Yeah.
Hates all of it.
What the fuck? Okay.
No,
so
don't
he's, so
even-
he's
there's-
created.
Trying to
He's created
understand
this
it.
character to be like this character is like the smartest man on the planet, but he's also retarded because I don't like Elon Musk.
Yes, I think that's
Like,
well.
he's incredibly rich, but he's also incredibly stupid. And in the
Right,
minds
but
of
the
people
show
who
thinks
really
he's
dislike
smart.
Elon Musk, like there's
That's
no
what I mean,
connection
it's
between
the-
those two things.
You
But
can't
the show
follow
thinks
it.
that he's really smart. It's not that he's saying, well, this is an idiot rich person. I mean, the show does that as well. I thought I really did not like, it's the scene that you mentioned earlier where the alien is like just attacking everyone. And the soldiers open the door and they're like, hey, we need to like evacuate. There's an alien just killing everyone. And they're having some like idiot rich people party where they're all dressed up as like aristocrats. And they're like, no, we don't have time to evacuate. We're doing our silly
yeah.
party.
We're almost to that because I was going to say.
I'm back. Where are we?
Sorry, I
The,
thought you'd already done that. But yeah, sorry.
No, we kind of because we're wobbling around. But I was going to say this.
Random. It doesn't fucking matter.
Do you remember this
No.
quote where when they first get into the ship and well, he gets to be known as Isaac eventually, right? But he says,
Yeah, he chooses the name Isaac.
"Scientists don't kill." Do they mean scientists don't murder? Because even that's in question. But kill, the scientists kill all the time.
Yeah.
I think that's supposed to be like his perception of what being a scientist is, that kind or something.
But he's encyclopedically drawing information about science. He's already explained that that's like a thing he's doing for Kirsch.
Well,
Where
has
the
he
fuck would he
done-
have learned
he's mentioned that,
scientists
yeah.
don't
Future,
kill?
He's done it.
I know that
In the
comes up
future,
later.
he mentions he's done it, but I don't know if he's done it yet. Because at this point, I don't know. It depends on where on the timeline he actually does do that. It's because
It's
he doesn't
around
mention any
episode
specifics.
6, I want to
Yeah,
say.
it's there about 6 or 7. I think it's 6, but because I think kind of he doesn't get much time. He is presented as the most mature of all of them in terms of his mannerisms, and he has like legitimate scientific, like he wants to work with Kirsch as an assistant and be a scientist and everything, and he takes Isaac as a name because of Isaac Newton. He's just like the problem is he's just a stupid kid. So
Well, I guess you're right, yeah. There's not much to say about
But
any of the
it's-
lines that come from the kids. Truly.
No, I mean, that's the thing. Like, a lot of them are excusable as they are stupid kids voicing their opinions, and some of them are. Well, if we talk about like in these episodes in particular, there are scenes where like Slightly and Wendy come across. I mean, what can only be described as a cabin in the woods style massacre of soldiers who've been ripped apart, and it's treated as almost like comedic when blood drips from gore on the wall and lands on Slightly. And like this is like that is like I don't know these are children. These are like 10-year-olds
This was,
coming across these massive dismembered bodies scattered and bloody wall. Like it's almost cartoonishly gory what they come across. And
This
they're just
reminds me
fine.
of the xenomorph freaking out with the bug on its face, right? This is one of those sorts of, I guess this makes sense, but why are we here? What are we doing? Why do we have children reacting to a massacre going, ew, gross, oh my god, ew, bodies and blood? Like,
Yeah.
What?
Dude, bro, we saw like an octopus that like attached itself to your face, and then there was like this thing that sucks all your blood. It's like, dude.
Because
But
Nibs gets like actually traumatized when the eyeball monster attacks her, and I'm like,
yeah,
yeah, this should be all of them.
Yeah, that was
All of them
appropriate.
should be horrifically traumatized.
Yeah.
Because they even have a couple little scenes, I think, in a later episode where she's looking at the mirror and she like even touches her eye a bit, and she's like, she references things like, she references things being inside of her. She thinks that it's actually kind of, it's one of the parts of the show I was actually legitimately interested to see like kind of where it goes. Nibs thinks that she's pregnant, which means that there's a creature inside of her. She regularly, or not regularly, a couple times she mentions how she doesn't want things getting inside of her and messing with her insides. She stares at the part of her body that, the eyeball is, she's kind of obsessed with it a little bit. The way that they portray her being freaked out by what happened is kind of quite good, I think. It
yeah.
just doesn't, she just becomes a psycho.
And she's one of the
And
scariest things in the show. I mean, like she
Oh,
does
yeah.
that
Unironically,
sort of
the scene where she,
soulless
like,
ginger psycho
jumps
on-
incredibly well.
The scene where she jumps on Sylvie in that conversation is actually like, oh, like this, I want to see more of this. I actually am like interested. This could be this is kind of terrifying, and how Sylvie deals with it is, or Sylvie kind of deals with it is like actually kind of like,
And
oh
watching
yeah,
how
like
all the
she's
other
freaked
kids
out.
deal with something similar, because they've all seen and experienced similar horrors, would also be interesting. Like, well, how do their
It sure
like
would.
personalities of the children that they were produce these different traumas now that they've undergone experience? Like, you could have done something with that, because a lot of the other kids need that kind of character work. But yeah, fuck that.
Yeah. So, oh well, what could have been? Oh, we'll probably, maybe we'll get to that scene. I don't know. Maybe we'll just give up and go.
Well, we're
and
mostly at the
live our lives.
aristocrats
So,
thing, scene, whatever this
I
is.
mean,
Clown
yeah,
show.
I mean, essentially, while after Joe escapes the elevator and he teams up with he meets one of the soldiers who's looking for survivors, and they knock on a door, and this is in the tower, into the bottom of which the Maginot has crashed. There is a party of people who are dressed up as like 18th century French aristocrats, and they're having like a weird like rich person party. And they tell them, "Hey, you need to evacuate. There's a building, and the lobby's got a spaceship in it. The building's unstable." And they're like, "No, actually, a boy Cavalier will message me personally. This is a party. I will not go." And
The
and then he
Caspians
goes
are
back
here.
inside.
Yeah,
And
he
then
says,
moments later, they're
you-
all horrifically massacred by the aliens.
very quickly, and yeah, just the alien doing it just
Absurdly
didn't come
quickly.
across as something. It just doesn't come across as very alien to me, where it's just it runs around like just an uncontrollable ball, like the Tasmanian devil, basically. And you just it's to me, there's nothing scary about it. It's just sort of like, well, there he goes, there goes alien killing again. What he does.
Goes killing. I am this might sound like a fever dream as we mentioned this weird stuff
Well,
happening, but that's the show. The show is really, it's just jagged and
And you get the
undirected.
James Gunn level commentary of like all the aristocrats' guts have filled the plates on the table. It's like, aha, okay. Anything else? It's like, no. Like, all right, bye. Next scene. That'll show him.
Yep.
There's a very funny
So-
wire shot here with the alien
When it jumps.
when it jumps.
Oh,
Where it's just
the
a
jump.
dude-
Oh, it looks
yeah.
bad.
It's just a dude attached to a
From the
wire,
balcony?
dressed as an alien. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks really bad.
I'll
This
get
is
it
not
for you.
good.
You've got that combined with the plot. So the alien has gone into this room and killed all of these idiot rich people. Maybe 20 of them in about 10 seconds. Like, it's so quick
It's
and over the top that it's
absurdly
funny.
quickly. Yeah.
And then it spends, 10, 20, 30 seconds just kind of playing with this guy because he's a character.
Yeah, he's a character.
The $250 million
no.
for this shit.
250 million. And why does it
How?
not jump on him? Why does it jump on that space in front of him?
Yeah,
That's
missed
kinda
pretty
weird.
bad, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough being
Anyway,
an alien.
Joe's a
killing
Joe's
the
an
main
important
character.
so he's
Yeah.
just oh yeah,
Really
he's having a
hard.
tough time. We're gonna need him later for
Good
the
thing-
story because Joe's a massive cuck. So he gets
Good
He
thing it
gets,
wrapped around his leg and pulled him instead of just spearing him like it usually does with everyone. But then again, even
Yeah,
if
it
it does
took a
manage to
quarter of a
spear
second for him to
Joe,
kill
probably
the-
wouldn't kill him. Probably would only hurt his lung, which isn't that important anyway.
Yep, he'll live. He'll live.
Maybe it also wants his lung.
Yeah, it's a
Ooh,
good
true,
lung,
it can
man. It's a
sense the
bulletproof
lung as well.
Yeah, we can make it
Sense
can
the
make
lung.
bulletproof children.
Pretty cool.
That's intuitive, yeah. So,
Oh, we're almost at the sleeping bag.
oh yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, we're basically here. Fuck
Yeah.
it. So the only reason that Joe survives, apart from the fact that the alien just took its sweet ass time, is because Morrow shows up. Morrow is walking around. He's looking for the alien and whatnot.
Oh dear.
He'll be back.
He's gone.
He'll be
He's
back.
looking for the alien and whatnot, and he comes across this room, which is incredibly fortunate. And he has a super effective taser gun, which zaps the alien.
Yep.
Oh, he's back.
Zaps the alien, and then he uses this little foam thing to wrap it up in a pierogi, and then he starts to carry it off, and then he stuns Joe.
And it doesn't matter that much, but seeing this, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" They were just gooing him.
He bags up the alien and then just like drags it out of the room like a bag of trash.
You know how easy it is to take out a xenomorph. You just need a taser and a sleeping bag
Yeah,
gun.
and
it
just
doesn't-
wraps him up like a calzone.
But then it wakes up in like a minute's time. Like I don't even.
That's
Yeah,
because
clearly
it
thought
smells
this was gonna
people who
work.
are scared. It smells their fear, and it wakes up and thinks, "I don't need to be in this shit anymore."
You know, I was tired. I'll go for a sleep.
How does
Fuck
the
it.
bottom? How does the bottom get wrapped? Fuck it, whatever.
I don't.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
how does
It
it?
makes
Because it has
sense.
to wrap underneath the body, which is lying on the floor.
Totally makes sense.
Maybe it's space magic. Maybe that's just the explanation for everything. Okay, so Morrow is about to he drags it out to an elevator because he's just gonna carry it out, I guess. I don't know. He's gonna carry it out or something. But
His
a bunch of
intentions here is
soldiers-
to take it back to Utani, right?
Yeah, he was just
That's what
gonna
he's trying to
fucking
do.
drag it through like all the people outside. Be like, "Don't worry about
He's gonna-
me. It's just my sleeping
he's gonna
bag."
drag it across alien Earth. And
He's
still
scared
brings
it'll
us
wake
to
up.
Utah.
Oh, I actually would prefer that as a show where it's Morrow with this bagged up alien going on like the road trip, basically.
Road
And he's
trip,
gonna-
yeah.
He's got to keep the alien under control because it keeps escaping from his sleeping bag.
Well, and of course,
Yeah,
the
like
angle there would
Pee-wee
be
Herman.
eventually it comes to they're in the car, they're in a bus. It's that shit where they
They come to
eventually,
respect each
yeah,
other.
and there's a
Yeah.
moment maybe where Morrow nearly dies and the alien saves him, and he's like, "You still gonna give me up?" And he's
Yeah.
like, "Of course, man. That's the mission." And then he finally gets that decision. They meet with some representative, and Morrow he shoots the guy and says, "You know what? I don't think they should have you, man." And then they hug.
Yeah. And
Well,
then-
that's just like, all right, hand him over. Then blows his brains out. It's like, I got you, bro.
It's a good archetype. It works.
I think it's a good archetype. I'd much rather watch that show.
as he goes to drag him to the elevator, some soldiers arrive and they're like, "Hey, what you got in the bag?" Oh my gosh, he's a cyborg. They start to like tell him to turn around and start to cuff him. But then the alien wakes up and it pops out of the bag and it kills all the soldiers in like
Yep.
again an absurdly quick amount of time, like instantly. It
convenient.
kills all of the soldiers and they just can't
Again,
shoot
Tasmanian
it. They just
Devil.
Can't do it.
They can't do anything, and they
Nope.
just get sucked up and blown out in blood. That's it.
Now Morrow's just standing here while this is happening, and the alien just like doesn't kill
So-
him.
There's this theory of logic here that the alien, as was just mentioned, woke up because of the fear it could smell of all the guys, killed them all because of their fear, and then it didn't kill Morrow because he was not showing any fear.
That's
Yeah,
he was
never been
clearly
how it-
terrified.
like,
That's just
as if
not
he
how
was
the alien
blind.
works. That's
As
just
if
bullshit.
the xenomorph is blind and it's like, he's got. It's like the aliens in After Earth.
Yeah.
After Earth,
You know,
yeah.
if you don't have any fear, then you're invisible. But that's never how. Just because we can't see the xenomorph's eyes doesn't mean it can't see anything. It clearly can. Like
Also, Morrow is shitting himself. He is
Yeah,
Absolutely.
terrified.
He draws his
Yeah, he might
sword
hide
thing.
it better, but
Like,
yeah.
it's so bullshit. He should be killed here, and one way or another, because if he stabs the alien with that thing, he's dead. I mean, his fucking arm's gonna melt off in any case, but
no,
like,
not in this show. Acid doesn't. Not in this show.
no, in this show, Morrow's got plenty of plot. You know what I mean, though? Like this scene is just and
should.
something
but
that strikes you
acid
too is
doesn't
like
do anything.
the alien was free, running around killing people. In comes Morrow, tases it, captures it. Bunch of people spawn in front of him and make it so the alien releases, kills them all, and the alien runs off. It's like, so what was the point of any of this?
Yeah. That was
Yeah, get rid of the aristocrats, get rid of the sleeping bag. The two fucking silly bits, get rid of both of those, and then...
But we need our blood and guts. Because that's what people
because
like.
when he turns around, one of the helmets
uh,
is like spinning and everything. It's like horrifically gory.
I gotta say, it's a little bit like calm down show. It reminds me of The Boys, where it's like you really like this is like a crutch for you guys. Like you just really like having blood and guts everywhere, and you're like, look at us, we're like a cool mature show because of all the
it
blood.
just comes
It's
across
like,
as juvenile. I would say that The Boys season 2 is like one of the most juvenile shows I've ever seen, but it wants to be so fucking serious.
It's
Look
trying
how
really hard to
cool
be
and grown
edgy.
up we are. Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels like it's a bit of a crutch. Like, yeah, look, blood. It's like, yep,
Yep, but you're not gonna.
like it's stupid though.
You bet your ass your super
don't
racist
care.
Nazi superhero isn't gonna say the N-word. Fuck no. We're not that. We're not actually edgy. No. We're not gonna do that. Anyway, it leaves him to go kill a bunch of other soldiers because they're down the hall and fuck it, whatever. I don't know. Like he was gonna whisper something into his ear. Who knows?
Remember the baseball scene that just comes out of nowhere?
Oh yeah, this is it's in a long line of random shit that happens. It is briefly it's briefly shown earlier that Joe was listening to like radio broadcasts of baseball games, and in his past Joe and his dad would watch like highlight reels of old baseball games. So, he randomly stumbles into a room in the tower where there is a signed Reggie Jackson 1977 home run ball, and then
Like,
I mean
what?
he coons all over it, and then that's just like where Wendy comes and finds him. This
What
is
are
just
the
a thing
odds
that
of
happens.
this?
Yeah, and he like
Very
says it out
low.
loud too, like what this is.
Yeah,
Why?
I
The
have
reality
no
is this should
clue.
be entirely possible. It's kind of worth noting that it's like entirely possible that they would just never bump into each other. The ship is really big and the building is really big, and
It's
they're
got
like
100 stories.
all over the place. Yeah, like there's no the odds of them meeting, even though she's obviously there to try and find him. It's like it's entirely possible that he could be in and out, or they just never encounter each other like over the course of several hours.
By the way, this is a person who's portrayed as a medic who wants to look out for people and take care of people. And after he's witnessed multiple massacres by aliens at this point, he is essentially stun-locked by seeing a signed baseball when there are certainly people who are suffering and dying.
Well, and I'm
So-
sorry, like again,
Hmm.
I do think this actor's he's good in Andor, but like I'm guessing it's direction. You just wouldn't have guessed he's witnessed massacres.
No,
No,
really anybody. It's
but
just
that's
the only
because
one.
they're not named characters, so we don't really care about them.
Hey, they well, two of them do. Fuck it, they're not named. They're not characters.
They basically don't have names.
They have names in
yeah,
theory.
I don't know.
I just know that they have names. I looked them up and I can't remember now. But it's doesn't matter because they don't matter. They don't have. They're just not people. So, Wendy and Joe meet. We talked about how in a few moments, Slightly, who is with Wendy, is essentially just says, "Yeah, this is actually your sister. Bye."
It's great. It's such a great
And
payoff.
then-
Oh my god, the music.
Yeah. And then
So
after
good.
about 17 seconds, he comes to be convinced that this synthetic person is his sister. And the show
Yeah, and then they
moved
just
right on
fucking
with it,
stumble
and
into the
so shall
alien
we.
egg room and they're just like,
Well, just-
eggs.
Just on the topic of him being convinced that she's his sister, really, like, at best, he should be convinced that this android thinks she is his sister. But they just skip right past that, and it's like, yeah, it's my sister.
Yeah.
And then boom,
Do you remember-
eggs, and Wendy can hear the buzzing sound of the
What were
the
they-
aliens inside of the eggs.
What were they supposed to do? Kirsch's like, get to the eggs. Okay, then what?
Well, Kirsch didn't know what was in the eggs, or did he? I can't
No,
remember.
he wants to secure all the specimens, but it's like, what are they going to do with this? They need like facilities,
Secure
they need
them.
boxes, they need people. It's like they're just gonna stand here and be like, well, eggs.
No, you could just tell people to just do like general, like abstract concepts, like securing something in a room. and
Even
they'll
better
just,
that they're
like-
children, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, Joe gets kidnapped by the alien, and Wendy goes to find him, and then some rock music plays.
And you're so correct.
that's
The alien
episode
is
2.
like, I'm just gonna grab ya. Here I go.
Yep. Takes
It's
him
like,
right out the little
okie
hole
dokie.
Well,
in the wall.
It's actually it's worse than that. If the alien essentially rescues him from being face hugged.
That's true.
Because the egg is about
Yeah,
to
true.
open.
And they,
If the alien does nothing, he
you're
gets
right.
face hugged. Yeah,
You're
yeah, because he doesn't know what this
Relies
is
on the
yet.
alien.
exactly. He doesn't know.
What is it?
And
What is
relies
it
on the
about
alien
people
not
in?
chopping him up either, you know?
What's
just
it? What's
tackles
it with
him.
people in this universe? Whenever they see an alien facehugger egg opening, they have
Yeah,
to
I
like
don't-
get really close and stare into it. This obviously alien
Okay,
egg thing opening up.
look at this too, to get nice and fucking nitpicky. Though, it's up to you whether or not you think this is a nitpick. The alien is on, so you got the opening, and then Namek is in front of it, and you got the aliens on the left side of the wall coming in, and so it jumps at him, right? Wham, there's the jump, and you cut back to her going, oh no! And then we cut to, it's in front of him and tackling him backward into the hole. Like, that didn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, but
Do you know what I
seemed to
mean?
attack him from below as well.
Yeah, it like
But
it came
it's
from
landed and then
behind him, jumped from behind to in front to like to tackle him out. You know what I'm saying? It's like
it did a Dishonored 2 Corvo blink, all right, and then it got behind him, and then
That's a
dashed out the
reference.
window. Listen,
I just saw the 2 Corvo blink rather than a Dishonored 1 Corvo blink.
Look, fine. It's a StarCraft 2 Stalker blink. Look, we can do this all day if we have. I don't want to think about this show. I want to think about StarCraft and Dishonored.
Oh no,
Oh,
what
what the
the
fuck?
rags.
I just-
They're doing that.
I will save you.
It's just such a
Why
funny
is
little
it-
stance.
That's a
Like,
that's a weird way to run. Yeah, that's weird.
She's a
Draw
kid.
him.
You're making fun of a child.
I sure am. I sure will.
Yeah, we will be doing a lot of that. That's
It'd be
what
funnier
this
if it
show
was the
is.
Naruto run.
Or the weapon. She just does the weapons run out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we should might as well. The alien hug jumped him. Well,
Yeah.
why?
Yeah.
Like
His arms are sticking out.
I'm lonely.
Whee!
I'm lonely, but
God.
So, like-
All I do is massacre everyone, and no one will be my friend.
We also talk
Maybe
about the
that is what
music
it is.
choices.
He didn't want his potential
Oh.
friend to get face hugged.
The
Yeah,
hideous choice of, and by the way, all the songs are like good, but they don't belong here. We've encountered
It's
this a
like
lot in
rock
this
music
era.
from the 2000s.
Well, it's not the same because, again, agreed. The songs themselves are good, but this is like in the Acolyte. You remember how they had like actual pop songs, like in the credits?
oh yeah, they even
guys
wrote
remember
one.
that?
They wrote "The Power
They-
of One"
yeah.
as a pop song.
Ugh.
They had
True,
multiple
they
pop
did.
songs, and it was like, you don't do this. This is just not like allowed, basically, in Star Wars. You can't have like pop songs with lyrics in them, like in a Star Wars soundtrack. Feels like this is the same. Why are we doing
Like,
like heavy metal for?
Black
Alien,
Sabbath,
you know?
Pearl Jam, Tool. Like you played this in the credits of
Like
an
Metallica,
alien
yeah.
thing. Like what?
Nah, can't be doing that. It's weird.
Every episode.
It's the kind
too.
of thing I'd
Every
expect
episode,
from
every single
every
episode
single
as well.
episode. It's the kind of thing I'd expect from something like Final Destination. Something that's kind of
Sure.
cheesy,
Yeah.
self-aware. This is trying to be serious, I think. And the musical choice is largely what makes it feel so pretentious, as if it's trying to say something with them, but it's just, hey,
mean-
we got a rock song.
Yeah, these don't give you. It's not the song that you play if you want to be taken seriously. Not that the song is silly or anything. It's just like it's a like a modernish rock song.
I mean,
So,
the
like, it
hero's
doesn't-
brother has been kidnapped by a xenomorph, and everything's in carnage, and it's like, why that song doesn't capture that tone whatsoever.
I'm not even sure that none of the songs from what I could detect had anything to do with anything we just seen. I think that it is like the James Gunn approach. This is just a song that nobody quite
there's
likes, and so
one.
it goes
Yeah.
in.
The last song they play in the show, the lyrics are like 5 against 1 because there's 5 kids.
Okay.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Listen
So,
and beat the fuck
I just-
out.
Any of the
I double-checked.
references,
Because it's been a little while since I've listened to that Tool album, but that song that plays there is about drug addiction and fisting.
Well, Stink Fist, that's very relevant.
Yes, exactly. You know?
You know,
Yes, then
how is it not applicable? I just, yeah, wow, you know.
Is it really about fisting?
I mean, I haven't read the lyrics, but according to Wikipedia, yes.
All right. Well,
I mean, I'll check.
I don't think
oh
they'd lie
yeah,
about
I'm not
that.
going to read those. Let's not read those.
Well, just
Yeah.
spell them.
It's long.
Well,
It's
just
like, I'm
don't
not going
read. Well,
to.
okay,
I'm not
don't.
going to spell the lyrics to Tool.
Well, don't read. Oh, fine. Don't read it. But could you just give us like in the individual words in order?
I don't think I want to.
Okay.
I'll give you one.
okay.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one sentence.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Finger deep within the borderline. Show me that you love me. That we belong together. Relax,
Aw.
turn around, and take my hand. I'm not sure. Oh,
So
maybe
this
that's
is
to do with the
The
alien.
alien, yeah.
The alien, yeah. He's taking.
Take my
he's
hand.
done
No,
training.
Let my finger cross the borderline. You know,
Come with me. You know?
I mean, that's basically what they've been doing to the Alien franchise for a long time.
A long
Is just
time.
shoving their hand up its ass and like a
Well, 'cause
puppet.
later on, I just scrolled down knuckle deep inside the borderline. It gets worse. So
God.
yeah, yeah.
Episode 3.
Which gets us the boss fight for Wendy and Hermit versus the Xenomorph that everyone's been waiting for. They built it all up.
Yeah. This is. We've been waiting for this since 1979. That's true.
It's so fucking good, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Cavalier radios in and says, "Secure the samples."
That's not the interesting part. You gotta. We can't be doing the whole thing, okay?
Wendy goes.
Impossible.
You're right.
He's gooed.
You're
He has been gooed, and it's one of the most pathetic gooings I have ever seen. If I can get a shot of it, which I will.
Alien needs more zinc in its diet.
It's actually sad. You remember how these go in the other movies, right? Like,
Oh yeah, they're completely
they're
covered
like
in goo.
they're like in the wall basically.
There's an aspect of them, not just like in terms of production, but they're horrifying. Like the idea of you being in it is just, you know, especially the one where Kane is like gradually turning into an egg. I know it's still the same, but still, it's fucking horrifying. Look at this. What is that? Come on.
And
Did you
there's
ever
also the what is it for question as well, because he shouts out, I think, while she's running to try and find him, "Don't come and find me, don't follow my voice," which is why I'm speaking. It's a trap. But I'm not entirely convinced I know why it's a trap. Like, why does the alien want Wendy at this point when they've not communicated yet, and she's a synthetic and they're not that interested?
As Random mentioned, right? It sabotaged the facehugger to then trap for what?
Yes.
This is the usual is you goo them ready for a facehugger, but now according to him he's gooing him ready to trap her. Why?
How does he know it's a trap?
But why
Like,
would
how
he
does
even
he
be
know what
interested
the
in
goo
trapping
is?
a fucking android?
Yeah, because they can't be face hugged. They weren't interested. Like, the aliens don't get interested in her until after this episode, right? It's once she's sort of learned to communicate with them on the island that they're interested. But at this point, I don't think they know she can communicate with them, so they can't be trying to trap her. But then who is it trying to trap him for?
I don't know. This feels like the writers are coping. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And again, he could have escaped that himself.
It reminds me of a show. Did you ever see Johnny Quest versus the Cyber Insects?
I did not.
No. There's kind of like a part of that where the cyber insects, they like capture people and they like kind of like goo all over them so that they're stuck to the wall, and that's how they like trap them. And it made me think of that, which is interesting because I haven't thought about Johnny Quest versus cyber insects for a really long time.
The way to do this scene would have been, I think, to reverse it, though, by having him knocked out of a different room and trapped in a room with the eggs, as opposed to being knocked out of the room with the eggs and trapped in a different room. And I don't know why they didn't do that, but they didn't.
But then he'd get face hugged, and then the plot would end. They couldn't have his lungs.
Wendy's there with a sword. She can just twat them out of the sky.
Well, and then they do this.
She should have said paper beats alien, and then
they do the stupid shit again of like, okay, so if it is a trap, she's here. Oh no, the aliens come to the entrance. The trap is set. You're fucked now. And then it leaves. Like, oh. Wait, so what's the trap? And then he starts going oogly boogly from the outside and knocking things around.
Yeah, he starts to shake. Well, she stabs
What is the plan?
When it gets on top, acid gets on, but nothing happens because acid in this doesn't mean anything. And then it shakes it, and then it tumbles over. She magically falls out like a hole in the
Well, it's supposed
wall.
to be the acid hole. They like destroy. This sequence is so fucking. To sort of roll back. What was the trap?
No clue.
I don't
got nothing.
know.
It wanted her, but for no reason.
It's such a retard. Stupid
Well,
fucking
yeah,
alien.
because it was born. Well, yeah, it was born of one of the retard Maginot crew members. This actually makes sense.
Oh my god.
Oh god, they
If
take
you
on the
were
mental
birthed from a
qualities.
Maginot crew member, then you too would be retarded.
Does that mean that Kane was just exceptionally smart?
I think that
I mean,
might be the case. He was a smart guy.
What was
think.
he? Wasn't the
Yeah.
science officer? That was Ash. What was he? He was
Uh,
second in command to Dallas. What was his job?
Can't remember. One in chat will know. And if they don't,
He
there's
was,
no true alien
executive
fans.
officer. He was the executive
Oh, I
officer.
guess, yeah, high rank.
Hey, yeah, executive officer.
Then again,
That
the
sounds
acting
like
captain was one of the
smart.
stupidest on the Maginot, but you know, like we said, that must have been a social experiment for Morrow. It must have been deliberate.
Okay, it checks out.
It all checks out. Actually, everything makes sense, guys.
Yeah.
We're good. So anyway, the
yeah,
fight continues.
So Joe gets stabbed. Don't worry, he'll be fine.
This is the lung
um,
shit we talked about. And if he got hit such that his lung was punctured, everything he does in this scene is bullshit. You know, because
No, Joe's a hero. He's running on pure adrenaline to save his sister.
and the fucking alien takes a million years to kill him again.
Again.
So boring. Because you know that they just
The
can't
alien's
die.
like, oh god, it's you again. Oh my gosh, what are the chances? And Joe's like, well, you brought me here. And the alien's like, oh, did I? Was that me? Oh,
You see, by the way,
Oh.
when she stabs him with the hook thing, it's right on top of Joe, and blood does spurt out. Look,
It does. But I
It's
guess
like-
it
So-
spurts out to the side,
yeah,
so he's
Wakaruti,
lucky.
She knew that was going to happen, I guess.
Yeah.
No,
no,
he's alright.
it's just the point being that it's like if
She
that goes
should
on
know,
Joe, he's
because
fucked.
the acid from the trailer.
Yeah. I mean, she would know. I'm just saying that the show is like, lol, don't worry about it.
Cheating,
Fine.
yeah. Once again, it's
Mm.
completely cheating. So yeah, she drags it into an elevator using the little meat hook thingy.
It's worth just reiterating here that this is what a 10-year-old has decided to fight the. I understand that like she's in like a superhero body, but
She's
she's not
courageous.
shitting her pants, terrified of this.
She never
thing.
has that problem. They just
No, she's brave. She isn't afraid. She doesn't afraid of anything. She's the protagonist.
Oh, and the alien just
She's
forgets its tail at this point, pretty much.
right, because it's so terrified of Wendy, the protagonist.
It's very scared,
Mhm.
very upset, as if it hasn't been
But yeah,
humiliated enough.
she drags it into an elevator, and then Joe is able to get up and, I mean, locomote himself over to the control panel, where he closes the door. But then the alien drags Wendy into the door as well, and then the door shuts, and they fight on the inside. And Joe's like, "Oh no, she's trapped in there, my sister and the alien. Oh my gosh!" And then he uses his incredible skills at ambiguous wire tampering in a movie to then open up the door, where it is revealed that Wendy is she has beheaded the alien with her paper cutter, and it is lying on the ground.
Do you see how perfect the
bisected.
cut was to the point where she managed to get up and down past the shoulders, cut the head, and then up? You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
Very good. It's very, very surgical, I would say.
Hmm.
That's she's the protagonist. She's a master of the blade.
And those
Fucking
paper cutter
stupid.
things are very sharp, but then they're also incredibly lightweight and flimsy, so I don't believe that this was possible even with super strength. But I guess she was just that
I
good.
mean,
She's
The
that
kind
precise.
of way it would be possible is she needs to do like a swipe, right? Like, boom, like straight through. But she obviously had to start past the shoulder,
Side or like
and then
yeah, because
you know what
then
I mean?
like
Like-
yeah, the shoulder bump would be cut off too,
Yeah.
unless like it's really this is not how it would if Raiden was here in Metal Gear Revengeance. His would have gone straight through the shoulder bump
Mhm.
because he would have sliced straight through it.
His is also an
memes.
actual sword, as opposed to a paper cutter. There's actually some heft to that sword.
Listen, any weapon wielded in defense of the innocent is a knightly blade. Okay.
Well, just imagine she hadn't taken this stupid paper cutter. Oh, she'd be dead.
She would have just had to hook it more.
Well,
Think of all the blood that would have been squirting everywhere in that elevator from the hook wound.
nah.
Actually, don't think about
Shouldn't
it.
the
'Cause
hook have
writers
just
didn't.
melted and just stopped working?
Nope. It's actually kind of wild how the acid is just not a part of the alien lore in this. It just doesn't do anything.
They pretend it is.
They pretend it is, yeah, but its actual application in terms of like what happens when people are around it, it doesn't matter. The person who's deadliest with the alien blood is that stupid doctor and not the aliens.
There's this really funny part where she falls to the ground because she's like injured or whatever, and he's like, no, and he's having that moment that you do in shows and stories and stuff, and then he gets to her, and you remember as an audience member, or at least you probably haven't forgotten, but the creators remember, wait a minute, his lung is fucked, he shouldn't even be doing this, and so he just goes, blah, just vomits up loads of blood. Like,
This shit
blood.
was so funny. So funny.
it's like, also I am injured, blah.
Let us be
really
injured.
funny.
Let us be injured together.
This is so funny.
Like, oh shit, I
But that's
forgot.
okay
Yeah.
because that's fine. They find him in the morning, so it's all good.
Yeah, they're fine. They're both fine. They get fully
Yeah, they are.
repaired.
They
It's all
are
good.
both fine. If anything, he's better off because he gets a fancy synthetic lung, a
And,
bionic lung or whatever.
I mistakenly believed that we were spending at least another like episode on the ship, but we're pretty much done. Ship's it. This is it. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
we're finished. We're finished. The Maginot is a thing of the past. Essentially, there's a few little kid things to wrap up. Mainly, that Morrow encounters Smee and Slightly. And he downloads data from the Maginot's terminal,
Which
into
they
his brain
never
there.
should have let him do, because that's one of the biggest things that fucks this continuity with Alien and Aliens. He now
Yep,
has
it
all
makes
of
it so
the
you can't
scientific information on the xenomorph, and he's going to give it to Weyland Yutani, which means they knew the whole time. And a lot of people
Yeah,
say
he
that
specifically mentions he
that
has
makes
the data.
sense. It's like, no, it doesn't. Stop saying that. They did not know about the alien. So I don't know why they did. This is, again, just unforced error. They didn't need to do this, but they did. It also gives him
So
the footage.
Morrow-
It's just dumb.
Yeah, Morrow's a little confused because these like synthetic beings act as if they have parents. They're like, "Oh, I defend my parents," when it slightly says. But Morrow's like, "Oh, why would you? Well, this is incredible. How could you be a synthetic person but think that you have parents? Oh my goodness. Wow, this like confuses him a bit." And so he grabs Slightly by the neck and he puts on like a little tracker communication device in it that it will be insanely important and will remain undetected for the entirety
Yes.
of the show.
Morrow's
Um,
cybernetic sort of hacking equipment that is able to hack into cutting edge 70-year ahead of him technology. Somehow, I guess he's just lucky.
It just works, you know.
Imagine it was incompatible. That would suck.
Rip plot.
Morrow says, "Oh, when is a machine not a machine?" And Kirsch comes in here, and Morrow jumps out the window, and he escapes. Fuck it. The next morning, they return to Neverland Island. They have all the alien specimens. They've got this weird hanging. Fuck it. They got a bunch of aliens and 6 alien eggs, and they bring all the kids back. And Joe's there, and he's gonna get a new lung. And everyone's like, "Oh no, Wendy's hurt." What's
Do you remember when fucking
happening?
Cavalier just like
What's-
almost gets face hugged for no reason at all?
Yeah, because
so
that's what you
stupid.
do. It's like there's something in the water where people just want to die in this universe now. They have no sense of self-preservation. But yeah, in the Neverland lab, Kirsch takes him out of the room and he's like, "Oh, you better be careful. You shouldn't be in here because it's a xenomorph. It's a parasite. It lays its eggs in a host, so it'll get you." And Kirsch gets put in charge of the lab, and Cavalier says that only synthetics should be in the lab.
The first smart thing they've said in the
Um,
whole series. It's crazy.
Yeah. This is also what next. The assistant goes to talk to Smee and Slightly, and this is where we learn that they have retinal cameras. All the hybrids do. So Prodigy can see everything they see, and as we learn, they can also hear everything that they hear, or essentially everything.
Which
that
will
they
come
hear.
up sometimes, barely, and it won't come up when it needs to.
Oh no, this is it's the rule of security cameras. They're not consistent. Yeah.
And there's a
Um,
weird scene where Morrow basically says he's not coming in and then comes in.
He comes
Wait,
in later, but
he still
like, in a
does.
bit.
That's the next time we
Yeah,
see
but
him.
he's
Other than like when
fashionably
he's
late.
talking to Thingy, which he does for the next few episodes anyway.
Yeah, Morrow steals a cell phone and he calls Yutani with a security code. And there's a little thing here that is like, because he's been gone from Earth for 65 years. This never actually factors into anything meaningful in the plot. But Morrow he's surprised to hear a young woman's voice when he asks for Yutani, because he's like, oh yeah, that's right, it's been 65 years. And Yutani tells him to come in for a debriefing, but he's like, no, I'm not going to go home. I don't have a home to go to. These creatures are my life's work. I'm gonna go get them. And then he hangs up. Then he litters. So, and fuck, we can just skip this. We can skip this. We can skip that, because
Not
none
about
of this
skipping.
shit
A lot of us we have actually talked
matters.
about. This is the miracle of moving around, because it starts to
I
get
know,
really
it's-
fun when we realize, oh my god,
incredible.
we've talked about this already. Yay!
Some of this is just like, it's just fucking inconsequential and means nothing, and it doesn't really
Well,
nothing.
like, we could now
meaningful whatsoever
summarize
characters.
all of the
It's a waste of time.
one of the stupidest things that happens, which is really saying something. Whale and Yutani don't give Morrow much information. They keep saying, come in, come in, come in. So he has to Wikipedia Prodigy. He just goes on a computer in a club and reads the Wikipedia page for Prodigy. I thought this was one of the stupidest
by
things
the
in the whole
way,
show.
What a nerd. Who goes to a club and looks up Wikipedia entries? What an actual nerd.
It's so
He
fucking
doesn't
last thing they'd
embarrassing.
like
expect.
random
Have
and
some
stuff.
fun,
He just
man.
wants to look. Wikipedia.
Have a
Learning
drink.
things on
Get-
Wikipedia is fun.
That actually is kind of fun.
Learning is fun. Yeah, like I don't even know.
'Cause remember-
why.
Because we all know about the Hitler game, right? Where you see how few your friends how few you click a random page on Wikipedia. How few clicks does it take for you to get to Adolf Hitler's entry in Wikipedia? So it's a fun game you can play with your friends.
Oh, you're amused by it for sure. So
Listen, it's fun when you play it. It's not fun alone. It's just, I don't know, maybe if you
My
play it
point is-
alone, you might just be like a crazy psycho who wants to learn about Hitler a bit too much. It's like, yes, how does the Van Allen radiation belt, how does this actually relate to Adolf Hitler? It's very strange. All roads lead to Germany.
he's like their primary
so, yeah.
weapon. He's the most important one for this entire situation. They barely talk to him,
Hitler.
and then Hitler. And so there's just no interest or effort here to actually like use him as an asset. Instead, he has to go to Wikipedia to find out what his next mission's gonna essentially be populated by information-wise. Absolutely the
Yeah.
stupidest fucking shit.
I don't understand why it would be made this way when, like, you could just have Yutani like explain all of this to him.
In a
And it
cool,
wouldn't
like,
even
code
be a
way,
problem.
too, because he's an
Like-
agent. He needs a debrief, he needs supplies, and then he needs to
Yeah.
be sent back out. That's how you do this. But instead,
And
why
then,
why
yeah, when
this?
he realizes
Instead,
he
he's
needs
like-
those things,
it's
he
like,
goes
oh,
to
you
get
need to
them.
come in. I'm not gonna come in, and then he just does this for a little while,
Yeah.
and then he comes in. Like, what? I don't know
Why
why this
wouldn't
show
he?
feels so comfortable wasting time. You've got 8 hours of story. You've got 4 movies of runtime, and yet they're just so comfortable wasting time. It's unreal.
Yeah, because it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't accomplish anything.
Every
And
minute
he
that
would
you
want to have
waste
her
is like
resources.
millions of dollars. You know, like every minute it's like amounting to millions of dollars. It's insane.
When we do eventually get the smart thing, he does go in, he does get debriefed, he does get supplies, but all this is just nonsense in the middle for no reason.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know if we were supposed to read those
Well, we
Wikipedia
learned-
pages or some shit, but you can.
People who
I
like this
guess
show
you
don't
can, but-
read.
It'd be better than the Batwoman
like-
ones.
Oh, I don't know.
I do. These don't have footnotes, I've checked.
So so that makes the Batwoman ones better because they're sourced. They're properly sourced. If it's Wikipedia, then the entry should have footnotes.
Oh, this is like the only scene we actually get experimentation as well. They
Run away.
cut open the facehugger egg to like be experimental. This is when they
Yes.
put it into the lung. But like
Yeah, this
for the
isn't
rest
even
of the fucking
experimentation, though.
Not really. Well, kind of. I mean, they're putting it into the lung.
little?
Whatever. It's more than you get.
That's so.
I think I get what you mean, Random. It's just like, well, I mean, is dissecting it, is that experiment? Like that just feels like the beginnings of experimentation.
Well, the dissection is normally a method to do something else, which is like sketch it out, see what all the organs do, poke around and prod, get
But
samples.
no, you're right. This is
So
like
this is
the
like
only
sort of
experiment we actually
experimenting.
see happen, because the only other thing we see is them getting food. We don't actually see like a significant number of experiments. This is it.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what I
what
mean.
they
The rest of
do
the show
here-
that shows them at desks and looking and stuff. They don't do anything else. This is the only doing
And of
things that
course,
they actually
the reason
do.
why is because we're setting up one of the more insane ideas that's
Yeah.
already been talked about, which is that Wendy is going to be like, "Oh man, them aliens, you know, you're being mean to them, and that makes me sad. I can relate and understand them. I'm going to betray humanity and turn
Pretty
them
much.
against you." Like, this is the point of this scene, because then she's hearing the screams. It's like, "Oh, look, he's in pain,"
Yeah,
and then
isn't it
collapses to the
mean?
ground.
Isn't it mean what
I mean-
Kirsch is doing to that innocent little baby alien?
No synthetic workers, by the way, in Prodigy. They only have synthetic 12-year-olds able to help Kirsch.
It's just him and nobody else. Yeah,
Like, because you
it
might
feels like
think,
they're
well, it's
del-
their only choice. Like, what do you mean? No, it's better if he's just alone. Why the fuck would you want to work with 12-year-olds in this?
Like, the idea, all that they could do is stand to mess things up because they have no idea what they're doing. It's kind of funny how, like, this base is simultaneously filled with people, as you will see later in the season when, like, a whole bunch of people get killed. There's like hundreds, if not
Yeah.
thousands of people here. But
There's a
yet,
crazy
lot
amount
of
of
the time,
staff.
A lot of the time, the building is, like, empty. There's
Do you
nobody
remember-
around.
There's a line in the last episode when they're doing a recap. It's Evil Alfred. He says, like, we have a lot of personnel, but they keep dying. Like,
He's like, we're running out of men. Like,
It's-
yeah, because they're apparently shit and they can't hit an alien.
Yeah,
with
well,
their
he's
guns.
bulletproof,
Never
so
around. You never see any of them around. Like, it's always empty
Yeah, it's
because they
cheaper.
need it to be empty a lot of the time. Well, it's because they need it to be empty so that the plot can happen.
Yeah, the
Things
the
wouldn't
only
unravel
security on
quite
the
so swiftly if there were just people around doing their jobs.
yeah the secure laboratory that has all of these multi-gajillion billion-dollar alien specimens in it is guarded by a keypad.
and technology that, by the way, Wendy obviously can get past everything. She controls the whole facility, so she just wanders in. Again, this is like the fucking. She does that 4 times in the whole series, and every time she's not allowed to be in the room.
Yeah.
But basically what happens is Wendy passes out because she wakes up from being injured in the tower, and then she follows the sound of the xenomorph screaming in pain or discomfort or whatever. And then when Kirsch takes the little embryo out of the face hugger, she just fucking collapses and they leave her there on the floor. It's actually kind of funny the way that it's shot. They just like
Yeah.
clearly leave
Yeah.
her there laying on the floor.
I
Anyway,
dude,
yeah.
I do not understand that haircut. I gotta say, like, I don't.
It's pretty
like,
bad. It's
It's pretty bad, yeah.
It's kind of like distractingly bad. I'm not like sure what the. I assume there's meant to be a point to it because otherwise I don't understand why it's just very strange.
maybe the point is that it looks bad, and it just
It's
sort of
distinctive.
revels in that. It just
What I
rocks
mean
it,
is that
just
I assume
owns
that
it.
there's a pretentious reason why it looks so weird because it is such a weird, unusual, and like obviously strange haircut.
It is quite. It is a really bad haircut. I would advise against it personally.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. I think most of humanity would probably advise against it, but I guess Noah Hawley didn't. Thought it was a
And this was like
good
a
move.
laboratory designed haircut too, because it's a synthetic body.
Yeah.
So their hair doesn't grow. So is that a wig, and you could just like change it whenever you want, or
They programmed it.
Program the hairs, ones and zeros.
Program the
oh
hair
yeah,
to
like
shit.
all the follicles actually go in like a.
They say
couple
like this
feet?
is
you can
algorithmically
pull it
the
out and-
greatest haircut on Earth. We have figured it out with science. Oh wow.
We're just not ready for it. Yeah, we're not ready for it here in
Well ahead of its time.
2025. Yeah, in 100 years, like this will be a big deal. 100 years, the big haircut.
Wasn't it-
Episode
it-
4.
It's a pixie cut because Tinkerbell or whatever. It's like, I've seen way better fucking pixie cuts than that.
But Tinkerbell didn't
Yeah,
have
like, why
that.
are we talking like this is the one and only? What?
Tinkerbell did not have that haircut.
No, because a pixie cut is a thing. It's just the fringe. You can change the
Oh, a
fucking
pic-
length.
Pixie cut for women? That's weird that I have to specify that. This isn't a pixie cut.
You could call it a mangled pixie cut.
Kind of like a
I
bowl
mean,
cut.
it's a little bit. It looks like you banged your head into the
Yeah.
ugly machine.
You know what I'm
Pixie
saying?
cuts are fine. You can
You
rock
can
that.
he can wander, which is bad enough. So can her brother, who is absolutely not allowed to be in these places, and they're all
Yeah,
annoyed
like-
that he is, and he just is. Like
they're annoyed that he is, even though they're the people who are able to make the decisions on where he can and can't go. They say it like there's nothing they can do. Like, oh, my hands are tied. It's like, dude, it's your company. This is your place.
he walks in and he's like, "Ugh, the brother." And it's like, you're like the CEO.
Like the one that
You can
you're-
do
you're
whatever you
allowing.
want. And again, I've heard the argument. It's like, yeah, but that's his way. That is his. He's a chaotic guy. He likes things all over the place. And that's just. And it's like,
Is he an agent of chaos?
well,
Like
but like,
Joker?
if he is, then why does he keep complaining about these things? And why does he try to stop people from doing these things inadequately? Like, can you figure out what the fuck this character is first? Yeah, this is where she's figuring out that she can understand the alien language, which sounds like some pretty top tier bullshit to me, and probably a very bad idea in general. You don't want that, actually, with what the Alien franchise is about. The more you understand and petify or friendify the alien, the less you are alien, I would probably go as far as saying, in terms of the meaning. But here we are, giving the scenes for how she's going to learn to speak to them. Good idea.
I mean, yeah, because she wakes up in a lab. Arthur's like, Wendy, what happened? And she says she hears the aliens talking to each other, and they experiment for a moment with a little knob on a computer. And then Cavalier tells her to make the sound yourself, and he tells her just to do it. Make the sound with your mouth. Make the alien sounds with your mouth. It's like magic. Then she does it.
And then he turns
so,
to, is this the scene when he turns to the other one and says, you can speak French, but can you do that?
Yeah,
So,
because
well,
the
why is that-
favoritism
why
thing.
can't she do
Presumably,
that,
yes,
though?
right? Yeah,
Yes.
presumably. I mean, yeah. Is there any reason why she wouldn't be able to do that? And
Well,
also,
he-
this
he
is yet
designed
another
these
instance. Like,
bodies.
what
Lindsay's
what does it
special.
mean? Like, because we've already talked a bit about how like the story doesn't seem to recognize the sort of like the inevitable questions that would be raised about what exactly does it mean for you to like exist as an entity when you're now like a robot. It's like, what does it mean that you're in a position where like on command you can like emulate alien sounds perfectly? Like, how's that working in your brain? And then of course we later realize that she's able to like learn the language. How are you even like remotely behaving like a person anymore, you know, even though she kind of doesn't going forward because she loses her mind? Like,
Yeah, she
why aren't we
specifically
dealing
can
with that? Like,
issue orders to the xenomorph.
because what
like,
happens
hide and
if you're
follow.
a human, you've got a human mind, but now you're operating with artificial technology. Like, what does it? What does it mean for a human brain to be using like hard drives or something? You know, like to think or like random access memory or whatever sort of mechanisms that would be employed in order. Because it's not going to be like an actual brain, or I guess it could look like a brain, but it's not going to function like a brain. Do you like operate in real time, or is everything really slow to you because your brain is working way faster than a human brain could work? How do you deal with the differing, is it like in Daredevil or like Superman, where it's like, oh, I hear everything and I can't, I don't know what to focus on. Like, there's just like none of this.
Well, the question's
dealing
way
with it.
too
It's
big
just-
for it, and I think that might be part of its reluctance as well to have any of the kids use their brains for the abilities we're told that they have. Only one of them ever really mentions, oh yeah, look, well, no, two of them, sorry, mention that they've used their brains and all the information that's available to them to learn stuff. You got the one who learns French, and then Isaac who says, yeah, there's loads of books, and we can just absorb them and know everything that's in them. And the others at that point, and this is, by the way, it's like episode 6, I think it is, so it's really late in the day.
Yeah.
The others say, wait, we can do that? So what? Why didn't
told you.
why didn't anyone have you do this? But then again, if they did do that, then the questions you've just raised become even more difficult to answer, because how does all of the knowledge you get, which will probably contain knowledge about yourself or knowledge about robots, knowledge about the distinctions between sentience and mere memory, like all of this stuff
can't
should
remain stupid
dramatically change
forever.
their characters, but
Yeah.
they can't do it, so they keep them stupid.
That it's exactly like they can't remain clueless and dumb forever. Like with each passing day, they should be getting to a point where they're like so knowledgeable and so aware of their situation and actually starting to like develop sort of philosophical perspectives that are, like not shallow.
Well, yeah.
Or all
That
they
should be
do,
happening rapidly.
or all they do is quote things, and they have to be like, no, 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 no. That's just like you don't. They almost maybe even say like, don't be like Kirsch, right? You're a person. Use this knowledge in a way that is your own, and they should be on these super strict like tutoring regimens where every hour of their day is planned out and structured with people teaching them things and instructing them in things, and they're reading
Be,
books
like
and
all
learning
this
stuff.
massive amounts of free time that they seem to have when nothing
Yeah.
is going on.
Well, they don't
Which
do
they
Like,
anything.
every
themselves,
day.
It
no, they
seems like
themselves
only
complain about that. They themselves say we never do
Isaac.
anything. We're always in our room. But like, you even have a character. You have a therapist character in the show. What is the point of her being there if you're not going to have scenes where she talks to
Well,
them
and
about their
it turns out
experiences and
she's
the stuff
pretty
they've?
bad at being a
Well, she's terrible
bad
at
at
that. But
being
then,
a
like,
therapist.
the only time you actually get any of that is when she goes in with the ginger nut job one and says, "Oh yeah, we haven't done this for a while." Like, no, you haven't done
Yeah.
it ever. But like, this is the kind of show that you should be doing this, because like, there is an easy to write scene where like you're sitting down in a therapy session with one of them and that they are just reciting lines up by rote, and she's like, "Yeah, but what does that mean?" Say, "Well, so and so says in this book that this is what it means." But what do you think that it means? Like, just anything to explore them, because they are a really fascinating concept that the show is so disinterested in.
So you got all of that. I have a completely different issue with this scene as well, on top of everything. You have a machine woman with human brain, let's just say that for simplicity's sake. She's picking up a sound that we can control the amount that she hears it, and we can see a visual representation of her detecting it. Then we ask her, what does it sound like? It's like, all she can do is use the technology you've given her to hear it. As in,
You built her.
yeah, it's your devices that are detecting the sound, so you've got it in your system anyway. And then they're like, can you recreate it? Well, her recreating it would be using, again, the machinery that you have in
You've
her.
created, yeah.
So all you're doing is asking it to recreate the sound it's already hearing. So what do you need her for?
Yeah,
Alexa, play this
Like-
song.
doesn't even make any sense. And it's almost like you need to explain. You do understand, like, we can't see infrared, but we have technology that lets us see it in a way that's useful to us. It's
And
just
then-
the same principle here.
All we find out
except
is it's the sound of the alien going, and it's just like,
yeah, it's like, okay.
and they're
I mean,
mind blown by it. It's like we can hear that from the aliens. What do you?
why would you even be surprised by these things that she would be able to do? Like, of course, of course.
What about the other aliens you've captured? How come only this one you're interested in its calls when like the insects make noise?
Well, and doesn't she mention
You
something
know?
like she thinks she was chosen? That is like, what? You're a machine.
No.
Why would you?
Yeah, she says she thinks like let me see. It's like she does ask Cavalier and the Cavalier's a pre yeah, she essentially does say that. She's like, maybe they wanted me to, or they're specifically talking to her specifically. She feels like this is something that they've, I don't know, she's just been
Based
given
on
this
what?
gift.
Well, that's the thing. We're supposed to just interpret, I suppose, because she's for some reason the only one that can hear this sound. Which is like, but she's that doesn't nuts and bolts make sense. It's your technology that's picking the sound up,
Yeah.
and it's in all of
Their
them.
instruments. Yeah, and their instruments in the lab. Would
This isn't
obviously
some
pick up
kind of
the
like
sounds of all the creatures.
she has the right soul that picks up the right soul sounds from the soulmate in the form
I
of the
mean,
alien or some
well-
shit. Unless they really do want to argue this in season 2 or something. I don't know.
Fuck.
But this
It's
should all
it's
as
in the
well,
cards.
this should all pique Boy Cavalier's interest actually more than it does. I think the problem is that because you've also got little tentacle dude who he's way more interested in because he sees the intelligence in that, it almost sidelines his interest in her ability to talk to the aliens, even though talking to the aliens proves they have intelligence, and intelligence is supposed to be the thing that he's after. So he makes more progress here by learning that it's possible and that he has technology that can do it, but then kind of just drops it for the most part. It's not until Eyeball Man turns up that he's sort of back and interested in trying to communicate with an alien again, even though he can do it already.
What's doubly interesting, doubly as if there's after they leave the lab, Cavalier is talking with his assistant about it, and the assistant says that when a hostile alien species decides to speak, one needs to ask why. And then Cavalier says that maybe they aren't talking to her, they're talking to each other and she could just hear them. And then the assistant says, and now they know that too.
Except they are definitely
What?
talking to her. We find that out later. Like they're like direct one-on-ones. Very good.
Yeah. Anyway, this is also where the assistant says that they should return the creatures to Yutani, and then they need to worry about their synthetic project reveal, that their hybrid project that's in 3 weeks. The Cavalier says no.
I mean, it does
So,
feel like two
yeah,
projects
there
they
we
should
go.
be running separately, not together. What the fuck
Yeah, why
connections
do
these
it
projects
together?
have?
Yeah.
It's
How
like,
come
yeah,
this
but
is
he's
getting in the way?
autistic. That's why he wants to do them
Yeah, he's an
together,
idiot, it's
because he's
great.
autistic. Okay, all right, cool.
I just don't see why they overlap. You think like studying xenobiology and creating like complex synthetic people. I feel like those are 2 different teams.
A little bit.
Or is Kirsch the only person who does anything in this company?
Oh, it seems like he is. I mean, the only real connection I could possibly see is that, that they've given these children supercomputers for brains. They have the capacity to be the most intelligent thing in the world ever. And so
And they have not
applying
shown
them
that
to
at
this
all.
problem, no, they really fucking haven't, but applying them to that problem based on the information the show has told us is true, would explain why they're trying to overlap the projects. It doesn't make a great deal of sense, but that's sort of what I think their reasoning would be.
Well then,
All right.
beautiful.
Now we have to talk about Morrow and Slightly.
What is there to say about their conversations other than he's treating a child like a child and it works? That's that.
I
Bill-
think have we actually talked about what Morrow wants Slightly to do?
No, but
I don't think we
No.
have yet. So
it's just,
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
go
he
ahead.
just gets away with it because Slightly is a child. That's the plot. And then, of course, any complaint you could have about it being detected, the only person who detects it for some reason is the only person on the island who is going to allow it to happen. But shouldn't really.
well, to catch everyone up, Morrow has a listening device that has been implanted dermally / subdermally into Slightly's neck. Using this technology, which remains, as far as I know, undetected, at least through like scans and everything. Kirsch just figures it out because he could listen into the hybrids.
Which Morrow should know, by the way.
Morrow should know. Morrow can speak into Slightly's head across vast distances, and Morrow essentially tells Slightly, you need to get an alien for me. You need to go to the lab and you need to get an alien egg and you need to bring it to me. But this essentially turns into, if you don't go in there and open up an egg, get a face hugger to jump on someone, and then sit him down for a few days, and then when the face hugger pops off, I need you to like bring that person to the beach so I can pick you up with that person. And he's telling this to essentially to a 10-year-old. And then he
He's
says,
doing-
if you don't do this, I'm going to kill your family.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's where it leads up to, because it's sort of a testament to how little there is in the show that this is. It's one of the cleverer plans in the show, in the sense of the way Morrow goes about it, the way he manipulates him into first learning his name, and then by learning his name, even though Singh is an incredibly common surname, I think, in India, but he
Like
somehow
Muhammad, yeah.
having found out that name, he finds the kid's parents, and then having found the kid's parent, he can then manipulate the kid into doing this plan, which is very light, and as has been said, like it relies entirely on the kid being a child and therefore stupid, but at least it is a kind of like step A leads to step B leads to step C leads to
Well, he
conclusion.
expects this child to rob a super secure alien holding facility where he's surrounded by prodigy like personnel, and then
Well,
extract with that person with a face hugger on them and bring them out to a beach so that he can be taken by Morrow, who is going to show up and pick him up. It's insane.
it's worse than that, because Morrow should know that they can hear and see everything that's to do with these androids. Like, there would be no reason why you wouldn't assume that that's the case. But then you can also find out that that's the case by asking, because this guy would know as well, because they all know exactly what the system is and the monitoring of it. And then, of course, if you try to steal an egg, all kinds of security and cameras and blah, 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 blah. So Morrow should know that's going to fail it as well. So what he should be doing is just gathering as much information as he can before he's cut off. That's Morrow's side of it. So I think he's still being pretty stupid, assuming that this is all going to work, because he shouldn't.
Mhm.
But then on the Kirsch side of things, The only thing I can imagine Kirsch wanted to get out of this is Morrow. He draws him into the facility and captures him. That seems to be why Kirsch was willing to sacrifice personnel and potential security risks, as well as just information getting out. But of course, he could have captured Morrow from the moment Morrow makes it clear he's with Slightly's parents or family. They know where that is. You could just send people to go get Morrow.
Mom. That's where he is.
Just go get him and zap him.
I do think that there is, based on Kirsch's first conversation with Slightly in his room, I think there's a part of Kirsch that it's actually like he wants to know what Slightly will do from like an observation standpoint.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth the potential destruction of the company.
Oh, I don't think so either.
No, I don't
think
even
they
mean like
do-
a ethical way. I mean like a judgmental synth way. Like you would never weight that as more important, so it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I agree. It's very stupid. I think they're trying to give him some level of like he's a scientist sort who wants to learn stuff.
Well, for some reason, he's the only one that seems to be aware of this, even though they should, like, the two people who are in full control of the synths should have every awareness of this happening. Like, he goes off and talks to himself randomly. What does he say? It's like, he seems to be referring to someone specifically and making plans to steal shit or sabotage the company. That's odd.
That's kind of what I meant earlier when I said that the only way that this makes any sense is if Kirsch is in on it and wants it to happen.
Yeah, which he's not, so
And
it's like, good job.
Yeah, but even then, like, Kirsch being the only one who knew, that's a stretch.
Because there's
impossible.
no like.
Well, yeah.
You would think that there's got to be a legion of scientists who are constantly monitoring the hybrids all the time, doing tests, readings, therapy sessions, all sorts of stuff. That there's not a second goes by where they're not being monitored because of how important they are.
But even if
But
not,
these people don't exist in the show.
Like, you've got Kirsch, who is science man who does everything science adjacent. There is no head of security man who's in charge of the soldiers, who is maybe opposed to what Kirsch and Cavalier are both doing, and he's just being paid to make sure that nothing escapes the island. That character doesn't exist. So, yeah. There's no way he should have gotten away with it.
Yeah, it's
No.
insane. The idea that you'd even like reasonably ask essentially a child to pull off one of the most difficult heists in human history it's just absurd.
Like, if I
Absolutely absurd.
if I asked a child to like go to the nearest supermarket and steal like a bottle of whiskey and bring it back to my house, that would not be successful. And this is like that, but on crack.
Yeah, this is telling someone. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically.
Which
To the
wipes
point
out all
where
of the...
you wonder if even Yutani's most talented and capable agents would be able to realistically get into this island and steal stuff. Like this. Should be one of the most guarded places on the planet in terms of its value and the companies.
Like, I was kind of looking forward to, this is jumping forward slightly, but inevitably, Morrow appears on the island. He arrives and stuff starts happening. And I was expecting that was going to happen for a while. I was like, okay, well, this character's meant to be smart. Let's see how he does it. He just kind of swam there. He's just there in a scuba suit. He just shows up. And then he's just walking around on the island. Like, there's nothing more to it.
Well, and do you remember they say he cut the communications, like, sub-routine or whatever under the island on his way in? It's like, so Kirsch accounted for the fact that Morrow would be coming, but their communications got completely fucked by him arriving as well. It's like, whoops.
And Yutani blocked the satellite, as we learned.
That too.
So the island
and
was completely isolated.
Do you remember what they said in episode, I think it was 1, that when the ship crashed, it hit the communications tower in the city, so they couldn't even contact the people there. And it's like, wasn't this planned? You guys suck.
A city has a communicate.
Yep, and
That's
it
the
hit
one.
that tower.
Okay. Dang.
How is that even possible?
What terrible
they
luck.
planned it as well.
And they planned it, yeah, exactly.
Look,
They
Petrovich did the best he could. The fact that he hit the city, period, is a miracle. Cut the man.
Good job, Petrovich.
So, Arthur and Sylvia, who are two scientists, we haven't really talked about them much because they don't pop up that often.
Those don't count.
Arthur is he's the good guy in the show. He is the good moral person in this show. He's the ethical scientist. He's concerned that they're doing these weird tests on hybrids, and now they're bringing in alien experiments, and he's worried about the well-being of the kids. He has their best, he wants to make sure they're okay. And Sylvia isn't quite as worried, but Arthur says that he says something really weird. He says they took the minds of children and put them into synthetic bodies. And he says if they did this wrong, we've got a bunch of AIs running around who think they're human. Worst case, we killed 6 kids.
Yeah, this is a question for the now, not for the before we did this experiment.
Not like way before, but like not like as soon as you even considered doing this.
Why was he even on this fucking job if he didn't even think it was potentially ethical? He thought it was potentially killing children. Why was he doing it?
This
Well,
is like the
they
first
died
question
anyway.
you asked.
They
Is
were
this job
terminally
gonna
ill.
For an
is this job
episode
gonna
fucking
result in us
4.
killing children?
This is what I
You
mean.
could
This
make the
guy
argument
wouldn't be
that-
here. He wouldn't be doing this job. He's too ethical for it. He doesn't even like they don't know what they've built with this person being here. Why the fuck would they hire this guy?
The only sort of argument for his is that he's sort of developed doubts after seeing things that have, eroded his trust in the company, like the fact that, Boy Cavalier sent them all on this mission and now he's asking questions he didn't ask before. Again, doesn't work, but is the closest
Yeah,
you
I
get
was
to
gonna
an
say,
explanation.
None of his questions require any of the events of episodes 1, 2, 3, 4. This is all stuff
No.
you should ask before the experiment happens.
But
Yeah, the
still
way you
better
do
than
that.
her attitude, though, because her counter to it, he's the one saying, hey, look, we may have done something absolutely terribly horrific to these children. In fact, we might even have just killed them. And she says, that is not something we're flippant about ever. Anyway, would you like some dinner with dumplings?
Yeah, she says, I'll
Well,
make
fucking-
dinner tonight. What?
One of the two of you is being flippant here, lady, and it probably ain't him.
I don't see why, if they got terminally ill children, they were going to die anyway. So they didn't kill 6 kids, unless they
Well-
just like prematurely euthanized them after the operation. But
I think we
that's
have
They
to
don't
assume
tell
that that's what
us.
they did.
That's the thing. They
Because
don't tell us.
otherwise,
they
for
be
like a
walk-
period of time, you would have 2 versions of this, unless we're expected to believe that the process of transferring the ones and zeros into the robot is what killed them. But the show dodges the question.
That
We
would have
don't know.
been really interesting if they had told the scientists, or like the transfer complete, robot gets up and the body is seemingly just empty. It's not even functioning anymore. And you're like, oh, you moved the consciousness in. But what actually happened is that they were injected while the thing goes on, and then you find out the Boy Cavalier was like, well, I mean, the body's empty. There's no need for it. We killed it, yeah. And then the
Yeah.
scientist is like, oh my god, the horror. We thought you were just blah 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 blah,
Yeah.
not blah 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 blah.
That
Also,
would-
that
even
doesn't
though-
one of the kids, it might be one of the kids, doesn't he say that he was never sick? He was healthy as a horse. So that would maybe imply that they weren't just taking children who were terminally ill, and in fact that they did take some who were perfectly healthy and kill them. Which again, the scientist would know if that is true, and why then is he here? Because I'm sure that scene exists, so they can't all have been, unless he's lying
problem
or
is-
he doesn't understand.
Again, I stand by it. He's too ethical to be here. They're the ones that this whole project relies on. They apparently know so much that Cavalier and Evil Alfred have to ask them to do stuff because they don't know how any of these things work. So it's like they know everything back to front, and yet they're only now doing a very basic foundational question. Not a question of functionality in post, just a question like philosophically of, did we transfer them? It's like, what? I'll be asking that now. Like, what? We don't even know the process. This is what we kind of began the discussion on when this came up. But like, they're asking it well after it's been done. We're talking months prior, maybe even in concept of the machine being built, that they would have this conversation. Catch up, But the problem is that this is only to set him as being like anti the company, because we're going to get 1 or 2 more scenes, and then he's going to be fired, and then he's going to be killed. And that's it. Just because he's too ethical. Gosh darn it.
Yeah. Now let's get into this is kind of the part I actually like about the show. It doesn't really go anywhere interesting, and they don't do anything with it, but in isolation, I kind of like this aspect of the show. So Nibs is walking around, and she bumps into them, Arthur and Sylvia, and she says she has good news. She's pregnant, and she's going to have a baby. And obviously, this confuses the 2 scientists because she is a synthetic body. And Arthur begins to say that that's not possible because she's a machine. But Sylvia says, no, that's not true. And she plays along. And then she suggests that Nibs and her go back to her office to talk about it.
The weirdly
And Arthur
insensitive line
is-
from Arthur with how they've characterized him.
Yeah, you
Well, it's the
think you'd
perfect
want
thing
to
to say though, to
understand.
agitate them. Like,
Yeah, he wouldn't refer to him
he
as
doesn't realize
machines
it might-
because he's sensitive. He would say, "How is that possible?" You would say it in a nice way. He wouldn't go, "You're a machine. You can't do that."
Yeah. So they go to Sylvie's office. Nibs is there with Sylvie. Sylvie. I'd say I just interchange them. Fuck it. Um. Now Nibs is insistent that she is pregnant and she will have a baby, and she even says that God brings babies, and Nibs is aware of like the physical process for how that happens, but she says, well, Jesus wasn't like that. Like she's rationalizing ways to believe that she is pregnant with a baby. Um, and I kind of, how I mentioned before, something I like about how they portray Nibs's like trauma from being attacked by this eyeball monster is the way that she describes not wanting to have her insides messed around with, the fact that she, um, the fact that she says she's going to have a baby is like something that is inside of you. So there's that connection there. It's something that her mind is really kind of obsessed with a bit. It's something that she's really got on her mind, and that manifests in the way that she views her own body and has these delusions. Um, so Sylvie says that she'll show Nibs a diagram of how her body works. And Nibs says she doesn't want to look at that. Like she doesn't want to know like the truth of what really makes her operate in a way. Like she knows, a part of her knows what she'll really see. In the diagram, it won't be flesh and blood. It'll be, like silicon and metal and all that stuff. But when Sylvie brings the diagrams over, Nibs actually raises her voice and kicks it out of Sylvia's hands and says, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. So then Nibs says, it's a girl, I think. Clarissa, that's her name. That's what she wants to be called. Talking about this baby that she believes is inside of her. And Sylvia obviously understands that there is something weird going on with Nibs. Obviously. And she asks what happened at the tower. What did you see? What happened there? And Nibs says that she doesn't want to talk about it. But when Sylvie kind of persists and presses the question, Nibs jumps across the table and leaps onto Sylvia to stare her down right in the face. And obviously this kind of like really gets Sylvia shaken up a whole bunch. And she pretends to go and make some tea and hits the security button underneath the desk, and she tries to like, oh yeah,
A
what
silent
if it's
alarm activated really
Yeah.
loud with a big flashing light.
it's not it's in beta.
It's a good thing that
so
Nibs can't like
the-
control all of that shit like Wendy can.
The
Wendy's
jump looks
special.
funny as well.
It
does
looks
look funny.
stupid.
She like lands on her lightly, like it's just
I mean, the
okay that she
launch.
landed on her.
The way they cut it.
Wee. So anyway, some security people come in, and Sylvia pretends that she forgot about a meeting that she has to have, and so Nibs says, Nibs leaves. She calms down and she leaves, and then Sylvia tells the security personnel that they need to bring her back to her room, lock the door, and then tell your supervisor we have a level 3 event. So they
Doesn't
have to some
fucking
degree
mean anything.
yeah, it's apparently they know that this is a possibility of something happening.
Also, I mean,
which is like
this is
yeah, you
intensely
should,
retarded.
but-
There's no safeguards. She could have just been killed there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't switch
Why-
them off remotely. But what they can do is inform everyone that there has been a very serious thing where someone could have died. They just couldn't have prevented them dying if that's what had happened. And then the level 3 event is presumably just, hey, lock her in until we can get her in a bed so we can erase some of her memories. And that's the point at which I think the idea stops being interesting because of what they do with it next.
To me, I'd just be like, "Oh, experiment failed, guys. She needs to be a fully reset. This is just corrupt data, as far as I'm concerned. We've created a psychopath. It's fucked." And it seems it's because something that happened on the ship. We should draw back the memories, see what actually happened to her. Someone should have been on that already, testing out what happened to her,
yeah,
and then see
everything
what
that
it
was
does
seen.
in the form of code. Because again, not spoiling anything in Soma, but the whole idea in Soma, right at the beginning, is that they can convert everything in your brain into code to the point of any brain illness can be detected and solved through code as well, and it'll have an analog in real life. That's what like the purpose of the technology is. So in this world, you'd see through code like what the damage was, so to speak, learn from it, cycle it, and do it again. But this run is a failure. She needs to be reset. We've created a fucking psychopath. Then someone would say, well, it's okay. It's not like she has super strength and can kill all of us because there's no safeguards.
Yeah, why did we do that again?
Oh shit!
Yeah, because
that is what we
that'd
did.
be terrible if you did that. Yeah, Why did you
She-
attach swords to their arms? That was kind of weird that you did that.
She,
but
she, it was
that's
also
fair.
doubly strange in this case because they knew that the kid already had a lot of brain fuckery going
Yeah,
on.
she's the brain fucked one that they
She is the
apparently
brain fucked
accounted
one,
for but
we,
didn't.
we knew
but-
she had trauma, but then why would you give the one you already knew had trauma? A, you can already see what the trauma is, presumably, because you had to scan the entire brain onto the thing to begin with. And B, knowing that it was traumatic and therefore likely to go wrong, why give it super strength and no kill switch mechanism? None of that makes sense. I don't really know why she was selected as a candidate to begin with.
Whoops.
Plot.
Pretty much.
Well, next there's sort of like a conversation that could be, something. The assistant has summoned Joe into one of the offices, and the assistant tells Joe that because you're Wendy's brother, I want you to help them ensure that Wendy's personality is truly her, and that the transition was a success and it's accurate. And Joe says that she thinks that she's his sister, and the assistant asks Joe, "Well, what do you think?" Joe's response to this question is to say the conversation is over.
The whole show.
Which
Yes,
is-
maybe no, yes, maybe no, yes, maybe no. All we ever get.
Which is like, this is a fine question to ask. This is a totally normal and reasonable question to ask Joe in response to what Joe says. But the fact that Joe's basically, this conversation's over, and like he begins to leave, and the assistant says that he has to order his question because you work for the Prodigy company and I'm your superior. Joe says, "Oh yeah, well I quit." And so yeah, Joe's not a bright lad.
You just get like 5 steps ahead. What do you think this guy's going to do? You think he's going to be like, yeah, okay, fair enough, see you later? Or do you think that he's going to basically like blackmail you?
Joe
into
is under the
doing what he wants?
impression that he can just take his sister and leave. Like he
knows
keeps
what
operated
this
like
world
that.
is. He understands how this world works, and if he, it's not even like, oh well, if he doesn't, it's like no, he does, or at least he signals that he does.
He's
He
an
gets
adult.
the
He's a
deal. The
medic.
corporations are in charge.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, what makes you think that there's like any possibility? How has he not already concluded that obviously all of them are property? Like
I mean,
actually property.
there's even an
Well, just
exchange
there's the
later in the show where they
realistic-
basically confirm that they all know this. So, what happens if a corporation gives you one thing, then it basically owns you forever. They do understand this, that general cynicism about the world is present, except in his case particularly, because I mean, I don't mind this so much as some other examples of it, because it at least gives Evil Alfred a chance to be kind of
Yeah, this is
sinister, which
okay.
he does a good job at. It's just that to elicit the response from him, it requires that Joe be a complete fucking moron.
Yeah, because the assistant says, "Well, oh, you're gonna quit. Well, that means you'll have to take the first shuttle off the island, and you're gonna have to cut contact with the unit you call your sister. And oh, yeah, that by the way, how's that new lung treating you? Is it pretty nice? Well, you're gonna have to either work it off by assessing Wendy and doing other jobs for us, or we'll send you home with a bill that obviously he cannot afford."
Another TV show
So,
idea.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Moving past that too, because he was never. None of those threats were even necessary. He just wants his sister anyway.
I guess he's just being super thorough about everything.
No, I'm not
and
saying it's bad
listing
for
all
Alfred. I'm
reasons,
saying that the show itself is just like we're piling on all of this to be like, yeah, you better be careful. But the thing is, he's not going to leave character-wise until he can leave with her, which is not.
Yeah, but he says he quits like he can just take her home, which is, like as you mentioned, insanely naive, stupid. But yeah, Joe. So this makes Joe maybe reconsider. He asks, "Oh, did you really download my sister's consciousness into that body? Is that really her?" And then the assistant says, "Well, those are two different questions. One is practical, and the other, that's the existential crux, and the difference between a $1 trillion business and a blanket with sleeves. An invention nobody wants." Which, by the way, is fucking wrong. Snuggies are amazing. I would highly recommend you get a Snuggie. It is a blanket with sleeves, and it's wonderful. Highly recommend. But Joe says, fine. He says, all right, I won't quit. I am your man. But then Joe asks when he can take Wendy home. And the assistant makes it very clear that Wendy is Prodigy Corporation property. She's the next step between our animal past and our transhuman future. And there is no universe where you get to take her home. Joe says, well, she's still a human being. But the assistant says, no, she's not. Not anymore. So, yeah, there you go.
probably one of the better scenes in the entire show, and it's still
It's absolutely one of the better
pretty
ones.
empty.
Yeah. Any conversation that has like a line or two that is like, okay, that automatically elevates it because the bar is so low with this show. If a competent person had written this conversation, like with many conversations in this, it could have been really damn good. But it was just like, there's something there somewhere. So Wendy goes to talk to Cavalier in the common room, and I'm only mentioning this stuff because it's kind of like relevant to some character stuff. Most of this, a lot of stuff that happens in the show is just worthless. And Cavalier, who's been very interested in Wendy being able to communicate with the aliens, he asks what the aliens are saying. But Wendy says you shouldn't have cut them open. How would you feel if they cut you open? And Cavalier points out that the aliens would kill them all if they could, so why not cut them open? And Wendy says she thinks that they should send the aliens back because it's wrong to keep them.
Back where?
I assume to space where they belong.
Just launch them into orbit, I guess.
I'd take them. We'll take them from her perspective. She's like, you should take them home to wherever you found them.
That would cost a lot of money. That would.
Like obviously practically that has issues. But
Also,
I mean,
she-
Wendy could do it. She could volunteer. She's not going to die. Otherwise, it's going to take another like 20 people or 40 people their entire lives to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably doesn't know that. She just wants, from her perspective, she's got this really strange way of looking at the aliens as like the victims and all that, and they're fine, and we're actually mean to them. We should return them to wherever they came from. Obviously, there's practical issues with it, but that's not something Wendy knows about, or
She hasn't had the conversation with them yet where they explain to her that they are a highly aggressive expansionary species that basically attacks multiple planets at once.
She's personally witnessed their bloody massacres in the tower.
Yeah,
She had to kill one, and that tried to kill her and her brother. That killed a bunch of soldiers and people, and like, she's witnessed this herself personally. So yeah, but Cavalier tries to like pit her. He says that if Joe really wanted to visit her when she was sick or whatever, he'd have found a way. Blah blah blah. But they make a deal where he says if you can help him find out what the aliens are saying, Joe can stay. And they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah. Toodles chooses the name Isaac after Isaac Newton. Kirsch approves of this, the choosing of a name and everything, and even later on when
you think
Toodles
Boy
is
would be the one that
killed-
you have to pass that through, but nope.
You'd think, but I guess Kirsch has got that ability. He approves of him doing it, and even when Isaac dies, and Cavalier comes in to ask what happened, Kirsch refers to him as Isaac, and then as Toodles to Cavalier, which is like, oh, like that could mean.
Well, do you also remember
show?
Kirsch has to tell him, like, report the situation to him in that sequence, even though in the episode we would either the previous one or the current one, Kirsch tells Boy Cavalier something, and his response is, "I already know. Just assume everything you want to tell me is stuff I already know." And of course, you get from that like, oh, because he's a synth, so you know everything he sees and hears as well. But it's like, no, he doesn't. Like, oh,
he needs to be updated on scenarios very often.
Oh, yeah, more than not. I don't know why they even put that in there. That he's like, I know everything you know, Kirsch. Like, no, you don't. Not even close. To the point where we assume Kirsch is a fucking saboteur.
Slightly goes to the lab door because he has to try and find somebody, or he has to try and find a way to smuggle this alien out of here. And he obviously isn't able to do this because, of course, he isn't able to do this. And so Morrow explains the process of you need to get the facehugger to attach to a person for a day or two. The person will wake up, and then he needs to bring them out so that Morrow can pick them up. And this is the plan. Again, this is what Morrow wants,
which was
slightly the 10-year-old to do.
It was funny because it was like, oh, so would it be the brother? And then it's like, no, the brother's too story relevant. Who else would it be? And the second that Lowe's sperm pound gets fired, it was like, oh, it's him because he's got nothing else for the story now. So, like, how are they going to twist it so that ends up being the victim? And he just fucking turns up at exactly the right time to be like, oh boy, you need to get into the room with a face hugger, and you need a human to be able to be a victim for it. And I'm here, hello, I'll get you in the room and I'll open the doors and I won't look when you're opening the door to the face. It's like the most convenient shit ever.
Yeah.
And it still
No
doesn't
one
And
work
also
out
going to be
ultimately.
really nice to you, so to make you feel bad, I'll be really nice.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make a difference for
Yeah.
for
The
him.
stars have to align to where this works out, because all that has to happen and no one else has to exist in humanity who cares about these assets in the lab and is watching it constantly. There's no guards posted up on the door ever. It's just none of it fucking works. Anyway, it's basically the end of the episode. What happens is that Wendy goes to the lab and Kirsch watches the embryo that is implanted in Joe's old damaged lung break out of its container, and it's like it's grown up. It's like a snake now, like what comes out of a chest, like it bursts out of the chest.
The chest
And
burster?
Wendy's there. Yeah, I don't think that'll ever catch on. But Wendy's like making noises to it and talking to it like it's a pet, the little alien snake.
It's
And then
imprinting
it's
on
like
here.
chill with
Aw.
her. Yeah, Wendy smiles and gets closer to it, and then the episode's over.
Yeah, and
So
some might have thought like, oh god, so it's free? And you're like, no, it'll be in a cage next episode. Don't worry about it.
it doesn't run away. It's chill.
Like,
It's just
alright,
chill
well,
being with
I guess.
Wendy's just that great.
They
Who's gonna run away from her?
they also put it in a test tube that it can just break out of.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
it's just in
also
a
really
glass
fucking
box.
weird. The whole lung experiment's just fucking odd, man.
Yeah. And it
Like,
didn't
if they
even feel
just
like an
needed to give
experiment.
it
It felt
flesh.
It felt like they knew that that was what was going to happen, and that they were deliberately. They weren't like, "What happens if we put an embryo in a lung?" They were expecting this to happen, because otherwise, that's just way too random for you to even try.
Well, they found the body in the Maginot that had the chest burster thing come out of it. So I guess they were able to put it together that these
Oh, whatever.
things...
They have the Maginot. They could have downloaded the fucking video tapes and everything. They should have everything, but they just don't.
Oh,
'cause
yeah,
it's
also that,
stupid.
yeah.
I don't like CG alien in the cage.
Yeah, it looks silly. It's just dumb.
We see way too much of the alien. And it's funny because you'd be like, isn't that what you want? It's like, not like this. Not
No.
like this. Never
Make
like
me
this.
earn it. So yeah, the next episode is episode 5. We talked about it extensively at the beginning of the show. Wasn't that fun? Boy, it sure was.
So much fun.
Oh.
Yep. Episode 6. Wendy is playing with the juvenile alien. It's in containment. It's got its little arms and legs now. And this whole time, the eyeballs watching them. They're talking about stuff. Nibs gets her mind wiped.
Well, I mean,
essentially.
Hermit just with no subtlety at all is asking everybody in the facility basically, how do I escape here secretly? And they're all like,
Yeah.
stop saying these things, you fucking idiot.
Yeah,
I love that he
Joe's
asked
like,
Kirsch of all
"So,
people. Like, what do you think the
so when do
synth
we
is going to
leave?"
say? The one that like die hard works for the company, but whatever. Any scene with Oliphant is welcome.
Yeah, Kirsch basically tells him that Joe is like an idiot for thinking that. I think he has a line where he says, "You take care of her." That's like an onion taking care of a star. He says it's just for someone with her incredible potential and how important she is, the idea that she could just go away with him and live as a family is like it's a stupid thing to ask. Because it is. Joe's a moron. He's not a cuck yet. He's just a moron. So we learn that Arthur has a problem ethically with erasing Nibs's memory to sort of try and
Which-
cure the psycho problem that she has with her trauma.
Well, this whole thing, it keeps going and going and going and going. Like, they're going to be fucking with their memories to try and avoid them being catastrophic murder bots. And now he's like, we can't be doing that. That's fucked up. And it's just like, why are you here? How have you not taken way more issues with this entire project? Fuck off. And it's like, well, because now he needs to take issues to a point where they can move him plot-wise into where they need him. And I just don't believe this organization would be putting up with this. And obviously they don't. This is a... Evil Alpha's just like, you're fired because you're annoying and you're not agreeing to do everything I want. Which, by the way, his fucking wife is an idiot in this scene too. Can you do all of this yourself? And she's like, yeah. Like, oh, well then your husband's fired. Oh shit, no, I didn't. Wait.
The husband
Why did you hire
specifically
both
says
to
no,
begin
and then
with?
she says yes.
She obviously
And
cares
she's,
about
like,
him, and
shocked.
she couldn't detect
She's
that was the
shocked.
point of the question.
What an idiot!
What an
You'd
idiot.
almost like you could have redeemed it
Moron.
slightly if you'd like had another conversation after between her and the husband where she says, I had to say that because I believe someone has to be here to take care of these kids. I can't get fired. If
But she
you're
could-
going, the only person who cares about them left is me. I have to play along.
She could
Like,
save his
something
job as
like
well,
that would
though.
have
Who
explained-
knows?
Well, she could have done that too, yeah. But if you insist on firing him, which the show does, then having just a single scene to explain that she isn't just a complete moron and that she did it for a reason would have been helpful. But we don't get that.
Wouldn't you have expected the lines like, "I'll talk to him. He's overreacting. He's fine. He does this all the time. I'll talk
Taking
to
too
him."
much Tylenol.
Oh no.
But then that makes it worse because if he does it all the time, then it just emphasizes the question about why he's here to begin with and why he hasn't been fired
He
already.
shouldn't be here. It doesn't make any sense.
Because
No, he
multiple-
shouldn't be here.
'cause
Because he
he's-
acts
he
though he's been
has-
hired basically last week with no foreknowledge of this program, and yet apparently he's
beforehand,
been there
when
since the
they-
beginning.
When the kids got back from the tower and Wendy was injured, he had like voiced his opposition in his complaint that Cavalier had just sent them into that dangerous environment, and Cavalier knew that Arthur had a problem with it too. So I would imagine this is definitely not the first time that this happened that this
Well, but,
happened
like,
because his
this-
attitude has popped up in this show.
Even with how stupid everything is, there is an interesting conversation to be had with what they've done. It's like, so look at this tape. She saw this creepy creature. It went all over it. Look, we've got the footage. This traumatized her. Her brain is just fucking soup now in terms of all this conflicting data that's having her act out to the point where she nearly hurt one of us. We have to do something about this. What should we do? And it's like, what is ethical? Because she is technically a person, right? Does she, from our point of view, have the right to keep whatever is in her head because it is sacred in that sense? Or should we try and help her by removing some of these memories to make her more stable? Or does it really come into ethics because she's really just our property, she's a bunch of ones and zeros? Who cares? Can we just clean slate her? And in a sense, maybe there's an ethical angle of we're undoing the murder bot potential we've got created here. And it's like, you could have all these different characters, all these different perspectives, but no, evil Alfred's like, wipe her, she's crazy and she's a liability. That's unethical. You're fired. Dean.
Yeah, so and also well, I guess we'll get into it in a few moments, because the way that they actually go about the mind wiping is really stupid.
And funny.
Yeah,
Very
funny. That is actually funny, yeah. So yeah, Arthur's fired. He's told to pack up his things.
He
will
is
be doing
fired.
so, basically unsupervised and allowed to.
Yeah.
We'll get there. Don't.
Well,
do
yeah,
not worry.
Just so, because everyone's got a brain, they can figure this out. He's allowed to be on the facility until like tonight, and he has full access and ability to do whatever he wants. But he is fired,
Yep.
and he's fired for ethical reasons. He has ethical disagreements with this company, but he's allowed to do whatever he wants until tonight. That feels like a liability.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you'd think that you'd watch this person, especially with what's at stake and what's here and what he has access
might do
to, which is
something.
basically
Oh, well.
everything.
I'd be very concerned, even if I fired him and immediately sent him off the island. I'd be very concerned. I think that
Yep.
there's still a huge liability
might
element there
just
of
have an
allowing
accident
someone
when
with
he leaves
top
the
secret
island.
knowledge of all. Yeah, well, that's what I would expect. But it's also kind of what I would expect that he would expect, given the company he works for and like what he
Yes.
should know about the world.
Well, I'm surprised
You
they
might
would even
blackmail him
fucking.
by saying,
Why
like,
hire a wife and husband team, by the way? Because you're going to want, like, I would have expected this is the kind of organization that tells you on the way in, you're dead if you do anything that's definitively out of step. However, you will get lots of money working for us. Like, we're very
Yeah,
serious
you
about
need
this.
these
Don't fuck
people.
around. And the thing is,
company asset.
they very
Get rid of
casually
all of
talk about human subjects for a lot of these aliens. They're like Wayland Yutani. They don't give a fuck. So the idea that they were just going to send him off doesn't even make sense anyway. Like, if he had made it out of this facility, gets onto a boat, goes home, no way. No
It would have been
way.
a tragic accident.
He'll come down with a broken neck.
Yeah. Got his head off
Tragic.
shaving.
Yep.
Trip and fall on his own shears.
Accidentally shot himself in the back of the head twice. It's terrible how that happened. So Wendy and Joe, they were walking down the hall. And so they're talking about the alien. And Joe says it was a mistake bringing the alien species here because it's dangerous. And Wendy says, well, they didn't come to ask here. But Joe says, listen, don't give them thoughts and feelings. They're killers. And she says, yeah, well, so are we.
Ooh.
Yeah, get fucked, Joe.
Joe's a loser.
Joe says, not like that. We have brains and community. They eat, survive, sleep. That's it. Wendy says bees do that and ants do that. They have hives, systems, and colonies.
Like,
And then she says,
come
referring
on,
to the
man.
alien, "This one didn't try
Like,
to
come
kill
on.
me. I think this one could be good."
No, it's fitting. It's
Aw.
the kind of moral equivalency that only like, you'd have to be a stupid 12-year-old to believe it, and she is. So she
There you go.
does.
Good
So
on you.
actually,
Yeah,
it's a
but
character
the
thing.
show seems to agree with her, though.
You think that humans are uniquely social? Have you heard of ants? Wow,
Yeah, get
good
fucked,
point.
Joe.
Man, yeah, no, an ant colony. Damn, never thought of that. Oh, yeah, that's equivalent to civilization. Sure.
Joe was fucking destroyed in the marketplace of ideas.
You know,
by Wendy.
socialism is a charged word.
Yeah.
Pretty smart ants.
Joe mentions that in response to this, Joe mentions that he's working on a way to get them out of here, off the island. But Wendy asks, "What if I don't want to go?" And then they just end the conversation. So this could have been this next sorry, I had a brain fart. This next scene is it could have been something interesting, but doesn't really amount to anything.
Oh,
But,
this
this is
fucking the
when-
the lawyer's scene, the one that's completely
Yeah.
Yeah.
superfluous. Why the fuck does this
The Game of Thrones
exist?
scene.
Yep. So basically, Cavalier goes and flies to have a meeting with Yutani to negotiate the ship crash and the cargo specimens. And they play another pop song here as they're like sitting down, and it's really, really weird. The song, it's like a, I don't know, man. What a terrible decision. But there's
This
an
was
arbitrator.
this was the
Yeah?
scene because having read like, oh yeah, this is going to be another Game of Thrones style event TV show. I think this is probably the single scene that did the most to sort of explode that notion for me. And not counting like complete absence of characters and everything we've discussed so far, but like the one thing that's kind of left maybe is the power politics of the corporations in this world. How do they
Yep.
work together? How
Could
do
be
they
cool.
interact? Could be really interesting. And now we're finally seeing the heads of two corporations meet. Wow, I wonder what they'll do with this. Will they perchance behave like stupid, petulant children? Oh, they will. And that's the end. And it's
Of
just
the
empty.
of the 5 most important people on the planet right now currently, these are like 2 of them in this room talking face to face. But well, here we do learn a few things. We learn that there's a guy here, this arbitrator, Barrister McAfee.
When you say
He's a
we
moderator
learn,
who's
what do you mean? Like,
I mean, we sort of get a glimpse into how this sort of thing works world building wise.
To-
It's technically learning.
so the when I went into this scene, and we mentioned this earlier, you go in with the information that they've had a conversation already in episode 1, I think it is, where she said, I want to get to the city. He said no. And he gives her a bunch of bullshit. It's obvious that he's just fucking with her. And it's Wayland Yutani. We know enough from the meta of what they're going to do, which, like I said, they should have sent a team in. They just don't until fucking like episode 8 or 7, whatever. And so what is the point of this scene? It's like, it's to tell us that she tried to get to him legally and it doesn't work. It's like, oh, I am shocked. I am truly shocked that he would have tied her up legally when he wasn't willing to help her whatsoever, and we know he's invested in the biological whatever. Telling me that there's some fucking convention that was created 40 years ago or whatever that does XYZ is so useless. Telling me that there's arbitration that happens between these major companies when some big conflict happened is so useless. This show does not have the time. We've done this already. These 2 have
It doesn't
spoken.
put
They
any work
clearly hate
into
each other.
establishing it.
The subtext is that they're going to sabotage each other as best they can. He thinks that she wants to kill him, and she does. But what is the point of this whole fucking scene? Just to go, can we do this? No. Can we do it this way? No. What if I pay you? Yes, but still no. No,
I
no,
think the point
no.
of the scene is
They need
to
to-
completely destroy any remaining believability about the way that the world has been set up. Like that's all it really accomplishes.
We
It
already know all of
destroys
this.
The credibility.
What?
We know all of the information it gives us, sure. But then, like in the earlier scene in episode 1, where he says, like, this is what lawyers are for. You have yours, call mine, and we'll hash out the treaty. And so, like, it gives you the impression that this is a world of very complex, interweaving systems of law and regulation and everything.
Yeah,
Lawyers.
corporate
Way more
Yeah,
interesting.
there's nothing that happens between direct leaders because that's too old-fashioned and simple. And yet here we are. This is the representation of that very Byzantine system. Is well, you get 2 stupid people sitting opposite each other at a table, and then you get a guy in the middle who sometimes says, "Behave yourself." and that's it. This is how the world works, apparently. It's
Would have been
fucking ridiculous.
way better if this conversation's happening. We never hear what's in it because it's fucking worthless information. And instead, at the door, they keep Kirsch and Morrow. They're not
Morrow,
like they
yeah,
stand at the
talk,
door
yeah.
waiting for them, and we get to see that conversation. And even when it's completed, Cavalier and Yutani are more interested in what that conversation was, because this legal one is just, they know nothing's going to happen here. Nothing will go, like, nobody needs to hear this one. It's fucking useless. However, did you get anything out of him? Like, did he say anything? Did he give it? And by the way, their conversation, as shit as it is in the elevator, stuff is given away
Something. Yeah.
because they're obviously emotional. My point, of course, is that like take the opportunity to give us something instead of just repeating stuff we already know. I already knew this before they had their first conversation. Whale and Yutani, they're not going to follow the law to get the shit they want.
Or you have to create some sort of a corporate political system that shows that they are in some way beholden to some kind of a structure that exists bigger than them concerning all of the corporations, that is used as a way to make sure that one doesn't run completely roughshod over the rest, or that they have to watch each other to some degree, and that it isn't just like endless backstabbing, that there's some kind of rule book that they follow legally that they refer to, and sometimes they go around it, and there's corporate espionage, it happens, but at least there is some sort of an attempt outwardly of them following some kind of a system. And how they navigate that system is particularly, or it could potentially be the interesting parts of this, dare I say, Game of Thrones style political corporate maneuvering. But none of that exists in this show.
Well, if
So-
someone said that this does achieve that, it takes way too fucking long because you get it from one image. That's all you would need. Like I said, blur in the background and have an interesting conversation happening between their actual henchmen, and I would be somewhat on board. I don't need to hear any of this shit where it's like, I can pay you this much. No, I want more. Okay, this much. Yeah, okay, yeah. But I'm not giving you up yet because of quarantine. Like, okay, how long does quarantine last? Like, I don't need any of this. I know you're not going to give up the samples, obviously.
Unless, yeah, if this show was like actually logically tight and sound, and they established like rules and guidelines and time periods and stuff that they were going to adhere to, that set a ticking clock, or that that established actual behavior that the players adhere to in some way, or we know what the stakes are of breaking it, that'd be different. But again, that's not in this show. It doesn't matter what they say. Waste of time. So, yeah. Essentially, we learn that she is willing to offer $50 billion to take possession of the specimens immediately. But it is, Cavalier says that there was an accord, the Brubaker Accord, that established that there's a 6-week quarantine for all off-world like life forms and stuff like. Essentially, nothing gets. There's nothing else that's really said here that's of any that's of any importance, except that Cavalier, obviously, even though he's the one who orchestrated the crash, he acts that, oh, no, this was you. Maybe this is a cover-up for you.
And they know it
This
was
is
him, and
bad
they have
stuff.
evidence it was him, and they don't use it. Great stuff.
Yep,
That's
kinda
the
weird.
other thing. Is that if you're going to have this scene and you do want to do something interesting, then you need to have Yutani using the information she actually has to build a case against Boy Cavalier. Like, she can prove that this is highly illegal. She can prove that it was a conspiracy. She can prove
Well,
he's
you're talking about a
broken the rules.
ticking clock. They play the clip. Cavalier says that's inauthentic. They've constructed that. That was not me. And then the arbitrator is like, this will be sent to our teams for authentication. And so they say like that'll be authenticated in days, and you're gonna have a legal shitstorm. The only way, like, Yutani will stop pressing on that footage if we give them the samples. And so you have that long to give it. Like, that would be story.
Yeah, that's their bargaining chip to get something they really, really want. Or like to actually they wheel and deal. Every company has dirt on every company. It's a matter of push and pull for how much they think it's worth and what they can get away with.
Yeah, but the problem is like the world is characterized in this show, even though it's like trying to expand the world building, it's kind of not really, because based on this conversation, it would seem like there are only two important things happening in all of the world right now with all of the big corporations. One is the hybrids, and the second is the spaceship with the aliens on it. Not that those aren't super important, but yeah, it's like these are the only things that exist or matter or of any consideration to these corporate entities right now, because they're the only things that are relevant to this television show that we're watching.
So, after the meeting, Kirsch and Morrow meet in the elevator. Oh, I guess that one thing I thought that was amusing was right after the meeting, Morrow says to Yutani when she asks for advice, he says they should destabilize the facility and exfiltrate in the chaos. It's like, man, like you just had like a really important legal meeting in here. You sure there's not like a microphone or someone's recording this or people are watching the room? You know, like you're just like saying this. It's not very smart.
Yeah, no, not at
Hey,
all.
what do I know? So in the elevator afterwards, Kirsch and Morrow just like meet together by themselves. A little strange that they're just together by themselves when they should be with their people. But Kirsch asks, um, Morrow asks what it's like working for a company that made him obsolete. He says, "Those shiny new bodies, I gotta get me one of those." And Kirsch asks, "A child or a body that isn't so sad?" Morrow says what he likes the most about killing synths is that they don't feel pain, so nothing clouds their minds when I start chopping them up. But Kirsch says, I would imagine that pain is what makes it satisfying, especially for cyborgs, that moment when they realized maybe you're not a machine after all.
Does
Then
Kirsch
they,
know about Morrow's dead kid? I'm trying to remember if he actually learned that, because if he does know it, then that line about a child or a body that's less sad actually means more. And it could even be kind of a good line if he knows about that. Otherwise, it's sort of thrown out by chance.
Well, this is another
I
one
don't
of
think
those
I can know about that.
great actors playing characters that are almost interesting, and you have free dialogue in an elevator. It's like, please do something, and they almost do maybe something, but not really. Obviously, this is just to...
And the door opens.
Yeah, like, it's not
that's
even
it.
that long. It's just a shame. Like, the one chance we have for something to happen. Oh, no. Because, I guess I like the idea of the two of them having a back and forth about which one is more unfortunate when they're both, like, pretty advanced in this sci-fi world. The cyborg versus the synth, and that they both got in like different views on fucking killing, for example. I thought it was a missed opportunity to have Kirsch say that he would have thought pain would make it more interesting or whatever, as opposed to just a definitive that pain does make it more interesting to him. And it would give an angle to him as a synth that he, especially with what we've seen, remember him like working on the face hugger and it's just like screaming, according to Wendy anyway, and that you could have Kirsch argue that pain is a signal of like an organism is being torn in directions that it's not supposed to be, and it gives you a sense of power over it and an understanding that is unique or something like that. So they both got like an interest in murder, but one's scientific and the other's like a mercenary. And
Yeah.
just more please for both of them. But yeah, him saying I'll see you soon. Oh,
Bad
You soon,
idea.
old toy.
so
Bad idea.
yeah, like high alert, everyone! They're coming to the island. Which, by the way, they should have fucking known anyway. Which they do
Yeah.
know because Kirsch, you know what I mean? And it still almost goes completely wrong.
Yeah, because Kirsch has been listening in tomorrow.
And Morrow should
exfiltrate
know
the
that.
That would be a good point of thing. That Kirsch brings up that he knows about the slightly conversations, even though obviously Morrow should know that Kirsch should know because the plan is it's all stupid. It's stupid all the way down. Whatever. So, back on Neverland Island, the procedure to erase Nib's memory is undertaken, and Nibs wakes up in a room, and Wendy is right there by her bed. And instantly, Wendy tells her that she doesn't remember the tower mission and what happens afterwards.
It's the most obvious hole in their plan happens.
What exactly did they expect was going to happen when they erased her memories and then just left her open for other people to go and talk to about the stuff that were their shared experiences? What were they expecting to happen?
Yeah, this is what I meant about experiment failed. Wipe her memory, you gotta wipe them all. It's over. You gotta reset, guys. Because you can't tell them that they, at whim, can lose their personhood. It's not gonna work. So either you take her out of circulation and give them a lie, or you have to wipe them all. You can't just wipe one. It's gonna cause a calamity.
Or at the very least, you wipe one and then you keep her isolated from the others, at least for now.
I don't think you'll ever
Maybe
get
try
away
to
with it.
frame it as maybe they could try and frame it as if like something was wrong with her and they specifically deleted a thing and they're open about it and they tell her that, and when she wakes up they're there to like not try and hide it or something.
It's never
Make
gonna
Yeah,
work.
some
they
They-
could
kind
say
of attempt.
she was sick and we fixed her, so she might not remember a few things. You know, these are children. You could do something.
You could even tell her. You
have
can
to
even
re-
tell
you
them
have
to fill her
reset.
in.
You can't. It's never gonna work.
No, nah, no way. If they know that that's a possibility, like that's over. You have to reset. I agree.
This was
You
just
know,
incredibly
states-
fucking stupid of them
yeah.
to think would ever work. And you can try to
like-
do some things to make it better, but this is always going to cause chaos the second you start playing with their memories, because they're humans and they're going to get very upset.
I like how it just
Yeah.
happens immediately. She wakes up and immediately
Instantly.
has a chat, and the first conversation
Yep.
is, "Hey, you remember that thing that happened last week?" No.
Oh man, they fucked your memory. Wow, I hate all of Prodigy now. Hey, there we go.
All right. Also, I'm still a psycho.
Yeah, it turns her back into a psycho, and then it makes the strongest godlike being in the facility just definitively, ideologically against them to the point of, well, we'll get there.
So,
Oh, yes.
yeah. Let's see. While on patrol, Joe says stupid stuff. Alien is getting bigger. It's about as big as a person, and Wendy's still chatting with the alien because it's a super cool pet. Clicky, clicky, clicky. Alien noises. Okay. So yeah, Isaac. So Kirsch calls Isaac when he's flying back from the Yutani meeting, and Isaac says he can handle taking care of the creatures, the lab creatures, by himself. And Kirsch tells him to follow protocol, but Toodles is excited at this like responsibility to do science stuff and to be an assistant and whatnot. So Isaac goes in to feed the creatures alone. There's no one else there. It's just Isaac, nobody else. There is some kind of a malfunction on one of the feeding doors for the flying insects that they've got, some little bugs. Like the door just like breaks, and so Isaac goes inside of the glass containment unit to feed them after he unlocks it. And the eyeball monster, which is inside of the sheep, it's attached itself to a sheep in the next unit over. It headbutts the glass to startle Isaac, and he trips, and the door closes behind him, and he's locked inside of the cage with the insects. And then they fly on him and spray acid on his face, and Isaac is dead.
Give him an old nibble.
Just sort of
No.
forgot that he also has like he's super strong, so like he could just open the door or punch through the glass and get out.
Yep. Doesn't though.
Yeah,
and of course,
also like man, and in the cell with the insects that eat fucking metal, like
yes, okay, well, but this was all
Bad luck,
planned.
dude.
The eye dude planned
By
this.
the-
He knew. Even though the
How did-
variables
how
are
did it- how did it plan
just
the-
astronomical, right?
yeah, like how did
The first one being that the tray ripped off. That couldn't have been something the fucking sheep
the second
planned.
that he came into the room on his own rather than with someone else, or there just being people in this room all the time constantly, because of course there would
There
be.
should
There'd be
be.
people here 24/7 round the clock.
And even if they're not in the
constantly
room, they should be
observing.
monitoring each of the synths. Especially this fucking room.
Yeah, why are they
$6
letting a
billion
12-year-old have
each.
unlimited access to $50 billion worth of alien creatures?
Chaos. We love our chaos over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it like we argued earlier, it's actually like said to be the I guess the end point being that he gets an audience specifically with Boy Cavalier, but I don't know why this would have been necessary. But the eye does this because it wants to like get attention for something impressive, because he sees all this as cause and effect. That little nudge on the glass, he knew it would do this and this and this, and then lead to conclusion of this. It makes the eye really clever. So clever it knows pi. I don't know really like. You know what I mean? This all just seems incoherent information. What if your cell wasn't next to that cell? I guess this never would have happened.
Then what was his name? Lord Tentacles would have had to have done something else to get put in that cell.
But like he
so that
can
then
do
he could
so
do
many
this.
things. If you can communicate with steps, which we see that he can, he could have just gotten attention from Boy Cavalier ages ago.
Hey, I'm smart.
What
Let's
was the
talk.
point of this other than just, fuck it, I just want to see that guy die.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but that's what happened,
I
and it's
actually
interpreted
don't know.
as a very deliberate understanding of cause and effect that no creature is capable of, other than this
It almost
Tentacles.
seemed to be like what I was expecting is because those bugs eat like metal, machinery, inorganic matter.
Uh-huh.
I was kind of expecting that Tentacles was going to let them escape, hoping that they would eat the control panel that would then release all the aliens. That isn't what ends up happening, though.
No, and I
They're
just
quite
Be wild for it
selective
to even know
about like
that.
which inorganic matter it actually eats because like they haven't learned this about it yet, and it's been surrounded with inorganic matter. It's been encaged in
Yes.
It says it
inorganic
eats,
matter.
well, they
It's
say
been
it eats
locked away.
minerals.
Yeah,
but they also say like there must have been like barely any organic matter on the planet, and yet they evolved to be organic. Why would?
Well, and on the tray that they bring it for, that he brings it in that scene, I swear that there's like bits of like hard drive. It looks like computer hardware.
Yeah,
It's brain food.
it's fucking stupid. But again, it really undermines his point about synths not being in the food chain.
Wendy goes to confront Sylvia about Nibs's memory wipe, and Sylvia says that they found a glitch in her subroutines, and so they had to remove the corrupt data before it could spread. But Wendy's upset that they didn't give Nibs a choice. Sylvia mentions that Wendy goes to the lab a lot, and Wendy seems upset that they are studying the specimens who are here against their will, and she compares them to she and the rest of the kids who are kept here and studied
Yeah.
themselves.
Code Black, reset time. She's out of the.
Mhm.
Yep.
Lost her fucking
over,
mind, and she's
yeah.
borderline going to attack us. Reset everyone. Catastrophic. Now, go, go, go before something really bad happens.
Yeah, a main objective: survive this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
so that you can enact this the fail safes later. Like if you're Sylvia, your goal is get out of this room alive. That's certainly the mode she should be in.
But no, instead
Sylvia
it's more of
says
a
that-
aw.
Yeah, Sylvia says that there might be a problem with the technology of the transition to the new bodies and everything because it's new, it's revolutionary. And she says, "Hey, Wendy, you have to tell us what's wrong so we can fix it." And Wendy says, "Well, what if you're what's wrong?" Yeah, eat that. But at no point does Sylvia ever mention things like Nibs was like actually becoming violent and a crazy psychopath or anything like that. So, I mean, Sylvia at least she had stuff she could have said that she just chose not to say because
Oh yeah, I mean, there's
she's
loads
stupid.
of it. Like we saved you
Yeah.
from cancer, by the way. You're
Yeah,
still alive
we
because
saved
of
your
us.
life.
Your
Nibs
friend
was
was
actually having
insane.
like mental breakdowns,
Yep.
and she like physically attacked me, and we took care of her trauma and everything.
Well,
and
but-
actually,
And you talk about the lack of choice, but you know, your new best friends, the aliens, impregnate people and kill them by forcing them to give birth,
I don't
which
even-
is
there's
kind
no
of
reason to-
not much choice involved there either.
space rape.
It's all insane. But whatever. Like, it's so out of control, incoherent nonsense now that you'd think, you know, have we got any chance of recovering? It's like, no, it's getting worse. Next scene.
Oh
Dude,
yeah,
the fucking
it's all
comedic
downhill
cut.
from here.
You got
We're on the train now.
Low sperm count, pack it up, and then it just cuts to dead android because nobody's noticed yet. He's just dead in the background.
He's got the Family Guy legs sticking out.
It's like, how is it this? And you might be like, well, yeah, you know, you'd think maybe there's some kind of network connection that the synths have, right? And it would be offline now, wouldn't it? It's like, no, that will only
Like
happen.
some alarm would go off.
That will only
or-
happen if you switch them offline. It will only then give you an alarm that they're not connected if you try to switch them offline.
It's like there are only 3 people who work here, and they've just fired one of them.
It's so fucking
and,
stupid.
And they're all stupid.
Yes.
So Arthur's packing up his things in his lab, in his science laboratory, and Joe comes to visit him, pay him a little visit, say, "Hey, Arthur, what's going on? I notice, Arthur, my boy, hey, bro, I notice you kind of care about the kids here. Saw you caring about your sister. I just wanted to ask if you think my sister Wendy is safe here at this Neverland facility that we are all inhabiting." Now, they are being watched by cameras because sometimes we remember that those exist and people might be looking at them. Arthur says aloud, "Oh yeah, they're definitely safe here. Absolutely, the kids are safe. Your sister is safe. In fact, I will show you the vitals of her body on the computer screen because we track that wirelessly. We can tell that from a distance." But instead, he doesn't show him the vitals of Wendy. He types out to him that Joe should get a boat and get Wendy out of here, and gives them the code to the boat lock or whatever. And then Arthur goes to another monitor and he says, "Hey, let me show you how safe and wonderful everything is." And then he shows Joe that on the monitor, Arthur has disabled the hybrid tracking devices.
There's so
which
much
is
wrong with
something
this.
that he can do.
One, he is ominously staring at the camera and then stares back at Joe before saying anything. So anyone who's watching this will be like, okay, he's intently aware of the camera before he's about to do whatever happens next. And he didn't answer the question for a while, which is already enough to give away. Like, you know how psychology works, right? If I say, hey, is X safe? And you look for a while at the camera, and then you look back at me and say, yes.
Yes, your sister is safe.
It's like, oh, so she's
Joe.
not safe,
You
obviously.
do not have
But
to worry about
can you see?
anything.
You can see all the monitors with this camera.
Yeah.
You fucking moron.
And even if you couldn't, I mean, of course there would be a log.
And then, of course, what's funny is nobody's watching these fucking cameras anyway. There's a corpse on one of them, and no one cares.
Yeah. Nobody. Again, there's like 1,000 people here, but not anybody doing any of the essential jobs. Like there being 24/7
foam on the walls.
surveillance on the aliens
Spraying
and
foam.
24/7 surveillance on the hybrids.
And then, of course, on
Just
top of
constantly
all of
knowing
that,
what's going on?
how the fuck does he have the clearance to turn their trackers off? And I mean this in a good day, when he's actually in charge. How could he do
Why
that
would this even
alone?
be something he could do? Yeah. And that there's no, you wouldn't need to double check or triple check or quadruple check.
And there's
or
no,
that
this
would
isn't a
be
good
something
day.
above
He's
that.
fired.
Mm-hmm.
But yet he just did all of this shit. And it's just like, he should be smarter than this. If he truly thinks this is a horrifying company in which he needs to save the androids now, which is apparently his position, he should be behaving perfectly so he can get out and then tell the world to help save them. But no, instead he's going to do this, which, what do you think the odds are that Hermit here is going to kidnap all the androids and get them out on the boat, bro?
Like 0%.
Zero,
Basically.
I'd say.
A higher-
Just about zero.
A better chance than slightly getting an alien to the beach for
Hmm.
tomorrow, but still pretty low.
No.
Bad plans happening around here. Bad plans.
But yes, him turning off the trackers then gets him the alert that Toodles is dead.
Which is just like,
What?
that's a weird system. You need to turn off the trackers before it will say, oh yeah, one of the trackers, it's like it's fucked. It's not working.
Why wouldn't it tell you that when it got fucked?
Nah.
This is the world of Alien
Need
is
to
a clown
know.
world.
It's a need to know basis, you know?
And but like it has to be now, because now is when dumbass is at the door waiting to get someone face hugged, and it's like, oh right, you've served your purpose in the story, low sperm count, so it's time for you to
Now
become the victim.
now time to die.
Hey, be nice to low sperm count. His heart's in the right place.
The sperm isn't.
His
sperm isn't.
yeah, his sperm is. Yeah. Yeah. Arthur notices that the tracker is not connected. Says it was in the secure lab when last known. Slightly goes to the lab as well and meets up with blah, 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 blah. They meet up. They go into the secure lab. Arthur gets there. Toodles is looking. Oh my God, where is he? Uses the keypad. Gets into the lab because Arthur can access the laboratory still, even though he has been fired. He can walk around the facility unaccompanied and still has access to everything, including the multi-gajillion, billion, badillion dollar alien specimens. Because why not? Fuck it. Kirsch is watching all of this on a handheld
Insanity.
screen on a Nintendo Switch. He's watching all this on his Nintendo Switch from the shuttle. He's still on his way back from the
One of the
Utani meeting. He's just
most
watching all
obvious
this
moments
happen.
of like, so Kirsch has to be a saboteur. Like this doesn't make any sense otherwise. You're like, no, he knows this is all going to be within parameters. He is throning this right till the end of the show.
I'm throning.
How could it possibly be
like-
beneficial to have melted one of the billion-dollar androids? Remember, he can
I
close
mean,
these doors and lock them himself.
It's science. He said earlier it's science.
Mm-hmm.
Or
This
no,
is
isn't he
science.
about to say it's science? I can't remember.
He is in a second, yeah, when Cavalier
He
gets here.
is in a
Basically,
bit.
what happens is slightly unlocks the door to the alien eggs, and he then locks Arthur inside of the laboratory, and then one of the face huggers jumps onto Arthur as Arthur begs Slightly to let him out. But Slightly's like, no, they blackmailed me. They're gonna kill my family. So yeah, he has been face hugged, Arthur. He's
It's,
about to get a much higher sperm count, that's for sure.
It's a uniquely uninventive just scene of there's a face hugger in the room, thing falls over,
Yeah, it just-
got me. And that's it. There's nothing about it that's new or different. It's just, it
What
feels
if
workman
someone-
in the sense of like, we just got to get the thing on him. Shut up.
At what point is someone who's aware of the face huggers gonna like curl up into a fetal position in a ball, bury their head in their legs, and then hold their legs as firmly to their head as possible, and just sit there in a corner until they're found? Like, no one takes any like actual action
I don't
to
believe there's
prevent this thing
nothing in
from
that
getting on their
room
face?
that couldn't help him. Like, there's got to be. It's a fucking whole lab. There's got to
What
be
if you held
something in there.
Yeah, what if you held a
Remember
tray to your
Aliens?
face? Or
Remember
buried your
even
head into a corner of the room?
even Newt manages to temporarily defend herself by jamming the tail with the table. But no, same fucking scene every goddamn time.
I guess
And
I
then, of
just have
course,
to swing my face around and hope it doesn't jump on me.
because the writers have a difficult problem to solve. The cage with the machine eating bugs is open, and Slightly needs to get in here and get the body to his bedroom, basically. And so it's like, well, how's he going to do that? Because the bugs will get him. And they even show the bugs are interested. They're right there. But no, in the amount of time it takes him to get the body into the vent to close the vent, they just don't go after him until it's too late.
But,
It's like, oh, wow,
the thing
good
is
job,
that
guys.
They've got an even bigger problem though, which is like not only like there's other metal and computers and stuff in the room, so like it's not even like, oh, as soon as he enters the room there's a ticking clock. Like as soon as the door is open, it's already kind of game over. The bug should already be out there munching on
Well,
technology.
we got something of a time frame. They don't get solved until Kirsch is back in the lab, and he's on a fucking ship right now. So no fucking way they don't have plenty of time to mess around, and they just don't. Then of course you realize, like, oh, what's the danger? Well, they could splay their acid all over the technology in the room or the walls or the doors and get out. So why didn't they do that to their own cage? It is minerals. It's metal.
They should have said we analyzed the acid and we used a compound that doesn't react. Like they should have accounted for this with their science.
They are science.
Guess the problem is no.
But they didn't.
They
And,
definitely
like this
did
would be
not.
something that Kirsch could tell Cavalier, because Cavalier's like, "You sure all this stuff is secured, right?" And then Kirsch is like, "Well, this pen is good because that's duh." And he
Wow.
explains like one by one the creatures and how they contain it and what the protocols are.
Why would he
So,
do
like,
that,
maybe
Rags? He
pretend
has
that
to
they actually do
assume
science.
everything he knows, so there's no point.
True. Waste of time.
Such a good show.
But yeah, anyway, the episode's over. Because
Finally.
slightly pulls Arthur, who's been face hugged, into a very large person-sized vent
Yes,
on the wall.
a hilariously large vent that's a part of the one part of the facility that you absolutely need secure. It's one of those fucking Batman Arkham Asylum vents. It's just enormous, and it goes through like
It
the
is
whole
a
facility.
giant vent. It's basically a very long closet.
And yet he gets to keep him in his
Episode
bedroom.
7. He does, yeah.
And of course, you could be like,
Slightly
how could he get away with this? It's like, don't worry, Kirsch's taking care of it, I suppose. I like, because he's the only one that
I don't
looks at the
see how
cameras.
it's possible. Like, Slightly has somehow pulled Arthur from the closet-sized vent with the face hugger on it back to his room and hid Arthur under his bed. Okay, if you say so, he did that. Anyway, Smee comes in, sees the body, freaks out a bit, but he agrees to help. He agrees to help Slightly when Slightly tells
I mean,
him
we've
that
kind of
Arthur
gone
will
over
be
the.
okay. So yeah, stupid.
We'll
blah, blah,
probably
blah,
come
we
back
can
to
move
them at the
right
beach.
along.
And that's when like new things will happen.
Yeah, might as well.
Because we got science happening now.
Yeah,
Yay.
Kirsch arrives back at the lab and sees the insect spraying acid that eats through a metal fuse box, and the critters are returned to the cage, and Cavalier shows up. And Kirsch tells him that one of the hybrids got careless. Which one? And Kirsch said Isaac.
Wouldn't this
Toodles.
be
And then
a time for him to be like, so this happened while we were on the ship, and then Kirsch would be like, yeah, and he's like, why didn't you tell me? And he'd be like,
How did you know?
you know,
I
I just didn't,
like
because I compartmentalize information, which is obviously something you wouldn't want me to do. Oh well, anyway, moving on. It's like I just randomly don't tell you shit.
Yeah, Kirsch shows him the tape of the eyeball monster startling Isaac and blah blah blah. Cavalier wants the eyeball monster and the sheep moved as a precaution. So Wendy comes in, sees dead Isaac, and wants to warn the others, but Cavalier says, "No, don't warn the others. You'll cause panic, and they'll think they aren't safe." And then
Yeah, this is
Wendy's
that
like,
thing we were
"Wait,
mentioning where
we aren't safe."
somehow she is more of a threat of like getting to them before they do. When they own the facility, these people as property, they control their minds. They can even do this shit like I don't. He even like gives a signal to let her go, but he's worried about not being able to beat her to the other kids, which he doesn't even try to do.
Well, when she gets to the door and the guards are standing there, she makes noises to the alien that makes it start freaking out and banging against
As
the
a
glass in its
threat.
containment cell.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like a threat.
Like, I will release the alien on you if you don't fucking get out of my way. And it's just like, what is happening? How do we get here?
But she would never do that because
No,
that
no,
would
of
be
course,
like
no.
monstrously evil to just like let it loose and start killing indiscriminately. She would obviously this is a bluff from her because she would never actually do that.
Yeah, no. It's just
But
like a little like,
yeah,
hey, you
yeah.
know, I could hurt you, but she
Yeah,
wouldn't do
she's just
that.
being cheeky.
She's
Yeah,
quite definitively anti-killing. She's quite. If you could say anything about Wendy up to this point in the series, she quite values life just generally. She speaks on like, you know, creatures killing is like a bad thing generally.
Yeah, no, regardless of who's doing it, killing and all that's bad.
Killing
We
is
should be
bad,
good,
and
free
taking
people.
choices away from people is also
Yes.
bad. So
She's
will
pro
not do
freedom,
either of those
pro-life,
things
you know,
ever again.
pro-choice in the sense of like, you know, everyone should be able to do what they can do. Gosh darn it.
Very upstanding young lady.
Yes.
Right? We should all strive to be. So, it's at this point that they notice that somebody has taken off the trackers on the rest of the hybrids. It is just now that they learn this.
And like, what a shame,
yeah.
right? Because, you know, that's just catastrophic. There's nothing they can do about that except type turn trackers on.
Turn the
Yeah,
power on
why?
again, yeah.
Why enter?
Which
alright.
could take them years for all we know, so never mind.
It could. It's lost technology.
Mm-hmm.
So, Joe goes to see Wendy, who's in her room, and she's lamenting over Isaac being dead a bit. God forbid. Joe says that they need to go, and he tells her that basically the trackers are disabled, and she wants to go get the other kids as well so they can escape the island. And by getting the other kids, she means Nibs. But we'll get to that. Because Wendy goes to get Nibs right now, and Curly is there. And Curly gets upset with Wendy over making Nibs feel bad with this claim that she wasn't remembering things. Nibs doesn't believe that her memory was tampered with. But Wendy tells them that Isaac is dead. Then the others do not have any reaction to this information that Isaac is dead. Their friend, fellow hybrid kid friend. They do not have a reaction to this. Curly says that everything was fine until she brought her brother back here. And they seem to think, Curly thinks at least, that Cavalier's good. But Wendy says, no, he just wants to control us and stuff like that. But for whatever reason, Nibs decides to go with Wendy. We don't really know what's going on in her state of mind right now. She just stands up and says, no, I'm going with Wendy, actually.
Like, this is all just, again, the incoherency, the last two episodes, it just sprays out all over this big old shot on the wall. It's just a splatter of nonsense. So, like, everyone's motivations here, she wants to just get off the island straight up, which they would know if they're keeping an eye on her audio and visual, but we're just going to pretend like they don't. And then, of course, it's like, so her goal is to save all the androids as well. And it's like, okay, so she's going to contact just 2 other ones? Like, what about the other 2? And it's like, well, she can't. They're doing their own plot thing. She can't get in their way. So, no, we can't have her doing that. Like, okay. But she has access to the network, and she could turn on the trackers to know where they are, then turn them back off if she wanted to remotely. So, you know what I mean? It's just like, so this is just fuck. She has access to all the security screens. She could see the cameras, follow them throughout the facility. No, not doing any of that. So it's just like, okay, just one.
She can make elevators explode. That's true.
You can't convince the other one to come with them because that one is like still pro Boy Cavalier. So, okay, fine, whatever. What's Boy Cavalier doing this whole time? Nothing. What did he say he wanted to do? Well, protect the kids from meeting with Wendy because she would tell them things that would make them terrified and just destroy this entire experiment to the intense degree.
But Wendy was in her own room. She was fucking around.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Like something else. She didn't
turn them all off.
The
it's over. Turn them off. Yeah. It's done. You fucked it.
No, his autism means that he sees beyond your feeble mind, Mubes. Like he can see that this is actually
you don't have
autism.
Well, then does that bring us to the most? I can't believe I'm saying this. Does this bring us to the most shocking action in the entire series?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that.
Yes, it does.
I was kind of thinking a little bit about this as a moment because it's like, is this the moment I checked out? It's like, well, I never checked in. But if
I
was,
definitely will not check in now.
This
is like reading.
I think
this is like when you're reading 1-star reviews to a hotel you'll never visit.
Yeah, maybe that's one way to say it. I feel like it's almost like a turning point of I fundamentally don't understand like what your intention is as a storyteller anymore. Like completely
Well,
and utterly.
let me explain
I
it.
don't know what. Yeah.
Let's
Explain
explain
it.
what happens first, so everyone kind of knows what we're talking about here. All right. So, Nibs and Wendy basically makes Curly promise that she won't tell anyone that they are leaving. All right, and Curly says, "Okay, I won't tell anybody." And it is at this point that Wendy then goes to the wall terminal and uses her techno magic to wirelessly unlock the cage door of the alien inside of the secure lab that is currently being cleaned up by scientists. And the alien gets out and massacres everyone in the lab, which is at least 5 people.
And when we say
Murders them on the
scientists,
spot.
it's not like these aren't big top name people who've done unspeakably evil things to her or to anyone that she knows. These are like cleaning staff.
Andes.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
all right,
Andes.
okay,
Mhm.
Mister. Oh, just cleaning stuff. Look at
Wow.
this villainous character here. Chat, remember her? We've talked about her a couple times this season. This lady, she's been. Oh, what an awful person! This person. I'm sure she has a name. She's got a
Wow, I
clipboard.
bet she's
got a pen.
she might as well be the lunch lady at Auschwitz.
I hate this woman. She's one of the first people to go, and thank goodness, because wow, we knew her so well as a bad guy. Not at all just a worker who doesn't understand anything about what's going on. She sure deserves to go down. Thank goodness Wendy's here.
I like how we're still this deep and people are asking who's Curly. He's like, don't worry about it.
Who are any
Don't,
of them?
don't worry, man. Curly wanted to be the
it's like-
favorite, but she isn't, and now she's whatever. Don't worry about it.
It's just the show is unhinged. Like I don't, you know what I mean? It's like it's
Wendy is
unhinged.
the
Like the show
villain.
itself is unhinged.
But Fringy, it's
Yeah.
a scene where the alien kills people. Why aren't you clapping?
No, it's just like the show. It's just like what has happened? Like what do you? So like the protagonist is actually the villain of the story is what we're meant to be concluding based on this, or like oh no, you see it's like yeah she's transcended. I'm not interested. It's like dude, this is like it's done. It's over.
This is evil. This
Evil,
is
yeah.
unhinged evil. This
Yeah,
is
like,
taking.
I don't-
This is releasing. She does nothing to try and control the alien's behavior. She does nothing to try and mitigate the loss of life. She is very aware of what the alien does to people. She has personally witnessed
And this
bloody
is
The
purely
goal
for
is loss of
convenience,
life.
basically. This is purely for, and to say it's even for convenience, like oh what? Because it's like a distraction. It's like man,
Yeah, that's all she
insane.
does it for.
Oh, could you imagine
Yeah.
any other
You're-
alternative possibilities for distraction than kill everyone? Jesus. She
She
is
could
the, by the
instantly
way,
just
See
make
who has access to all.
she can do
technology.
anything. And it's more than
Yeah.
that. She can facilitate anything she wants. She could have all the screens say, like, there's
Have
a
the fire
virus.
alarm go off.
Yeah. Any alarm, any kind of message, anything, anywhere. She could have messages of their family playing on the screen saying, help me, I'm locked in the closet on floor 6 or some shit. She can do
have the
anything.
trackers give fake information.
Anything at
Besides,
She
all.
also-
release the alien.
But she'll kill them
Well, she-
all. That's her goal.
Well, she also likes the aliens, so she wants the alien out, I guess, maybe?
There's definitely that angle, but like you could also get the alien out and not have it kill anyone. You just have to tell it to
She
do
likes
that.
it enough to where it's
Yeah.
worth at least 5
It'll do
people,
whatever
and
she
it will be
wants.
more people.
It won't
It'll
kill
kill
unless she
everyone
tells it
that
to.
goes across.
It's not at least 5 because as will
Oh, it's
Just in the
loads.
room. In
the
that
alien,
room.
the
I mean-
alien just
I mean
keeps
just in
killing
that
people
room.
for the whole. No, of course it's just worth pointing out. The alien
Yeah.
kills like dozens and dozens of people. It just
Yeah.
keeps killing
It
things.
kills. It
Like-
just can't stop killing.
And what
It is-
I mean, just what are you supposed to think of her? A lot of people have said this about the shows. Like, am I supposed to be rooting for her? It's like, I don't know what they want us to do with her. I don't think we're supposed to be rooting for her by the end because she's lost her fucking mind. But I will say, in defense of the character, which is rare for me to feel about this show, she was assassinated here. This is not who she is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is wild. Like, I you could
And
understand why
effectively-
she. You go ahead.
Well, it's just everybody will be assassinated basically by proxy. Like Joe
Or
eventually
actually by the alien.
gets assassinated. Well, yeah, of course, literally. But it's like Joe's like, "Oh man, what are you doing?" But then he basically kind of gets on board with it in effect because he doesn't really fight against it. And then all of the other idiot hybrids basically decide that they want to become evil too. It's just like they all lose their minds collectively.
It's insane, and there's just nothing to hold on to anymore. This is probably the stupidest episode in terms because there's still plenty left, and this was probably the worst thing the show could have done for itself, and it's already pretty bad.
Yeah, it's like a joke. What's the worst thing that can happen? Oh, maybe our main character
Wendy
just
just kills everybody.
mindlessly massacres a whole bunch of people. But oh, that wouldn't happen.
She might be the character this makes the least sense for.
Yeah, I could see this happening. I mean, they kind of do this with Nibs. Not
Yeah,
yet. But they kind of head in that direction.
They've done a little bit of work for Nibs so that you can come in and be like, okay.
She's a psycho, though.
Yeah.
Like, her brain
If
is not
Nibs had
helps.
released the alien, we'd be talking about how, well, that's insane, but yeah, kinda, I guess. She's lost her mind, so whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, what are Wendy's sort of stations at the cross? She comes back, she hears screaming alien baby, she thinks this is bad, you shouldn't be doing that. So now I don't want to be
So
human.
now none of you deserve to live.
So now
Yep.
you don't get to be human anymore either. You're all gonna die.
All right.
Yeah.
And again, like what in
wow.
terms of like a nature of like so what is the purpose of this story? Because they're xenomorphs. So this isn't going to make anybody think about anything. They're actual monsters, like in universe. You know, it's like how is
All
this
they do is
useful to
kill.
anybody?
Kill.
It's just like, how's it meant to be useful to the people watching it? Because it's like, yeah, it's meant to be the whole point of these stories, right? They're meant to be useful to the people watching it in the real world. But like, there's nothing clever about this or
Yeah,
insightful
what does this
about
teach
this
me?
because this isn't an effective allegory for they're xenomorphs. They're
What do you want
monsters.
me to take away?
Like,
You want me?
like-
Are you trying to tell me to be nice to animals? Like what? What are you trying to tell me?
You're trying to say
what?
like
And then
you
you gotta
don't
let
try
that
to
through.
control your computers, because if you try to control them, they will kill you.
All
It's
right.
just like the
Well.
Halo 5 fucking theme or something. Like, yes, the creators create the created, and then the created kill the creators. Wow, very clever, very insightful. Good job.
Cavalier and Kirsch confront Sylvia, and they learn that
Pointlessly.
the trackers were turned off hours ago.
They're asking
So
her
that's
where
how
the
long
fuck
it's
her
been.
husband is when they have all the cameras. You just follow him from the room he was last seen in, where they know he was, and they say that he was. Follow him to the corridor, and then the science room,
Well,
and then you'll
follow-
see slightly
yeah.
moving the body to his fucking bedroom.
Yeah, follow the
You
little Indian
moron.
kid pulling the
There is
pulling
an
the
open
scientist
egg.
around.
An egg has been fucking opened in that room, and and the door was open when you got there. Do you want to wonder where that fucking facehugger went? You can track it with the cameras.
Why does only one egg open?
Because there was only
They all
one
open?
human, whatever. Like, this should have been, you're right, all of them should be open. They should all be the fucking vents killing everybody, but it's okay because Wendy's killing everybody. It's fine, she's taking care of it.
So, Slightly and Smee are trying to carry Arthur out of the elevator, and Kirsch finds them and asks, "What are you doing?" Kirsch says he knows about the plan with Morrow, but he says the quickest way to the beach is the secure elevator, and he opens it up and helps them get out.
This is all part of the plan.
Yes, all
It
part
all
of the
makes
plan,
sense.
you
There's no
see.
way this could create problems for Prodigy.
It's
Don't worry
all
about
coming together. He has taken all of the variables into account.
it. Oh, let me get the coffin,
so-
the grave scene. So fucking
Oh,
stupid.
with something before. There's something worthy of mention before this. So Wendy, Nibs, and Joe are out in the jungle leaving the facility. They have not in any way asked about Slightly or Smee.
That's what I said earlier.
Oh, did you? All right, well, fair enough. Carrying on. We arrive at the CGI graves. These
all
are where the
CG.
child bodies... Huh?
They're not all CG. He walks up to one and touches it with his fingers.
Are you sure? Or is
It
that
looks
just
like
how good
it.
the CGI
Unless
is?
it's just
CG fingers.
CG.
Because they are... Because maybe they have a real one, but I think they're all CGI.
Maybe.
Why
I
would
don't
you
know.
do that though?
They're not that complicated. I would have thought they were
make.
real. They're quite a big budget. But then again, big budget could mean they are CG because they were
No,
like,
yeah, that's
we
why.
got money
If
to
you look at
spend,
them-
baby.
Especially when people are like in front or behind them and they move, you could kind of tell they're actually not.
There is a lot of that
real.
in this show for sure.
It's a lot easier to tell because they don't move at all, but they are CGI graves. They're not actually real.
Yeah,
However,
the-
as we brought in before, if you're trying to hide this, why do you have graves with the names of the dead children on them?
Yeah, I do. Well, this seems to be their
makes
first time
no sense
experiencing
whatsoever.
this and addressing this, the existential fucking crisis. You're like, what? This should be in episode fucking 1 if it's gonna be anywhere.
Yeah, you should have told the children this is where we buried your old bodies that aren't you. That we had to do something with the bodies because now you're you in this body.
Yeah, and to
So
not
your old bodies that didn't have you, and we
If you-
buried them because we
If you
showed
didn't
respect
plan
to
to
them.
address that or to talk it out or like bring it up at all, then you should have just burned them. Why make?
There's
Yeah, why would you
that,
have
but why put their
tombstones?
names on it? The implication is they are dead. And it's like, no, you
Mhm.
don't want them thinking that. That's part of the whole point of this. Their
Yeah.
personhood has
Unless-
transferred. They are no longer where they were. It's like, yeah, but should it not say like property owned by this person? This flesh case is belonging to this person. So stupid.
Are we expected to believe potentially that this was not something done by like Prodigy as an entity? This was just something that was specifically done by Sylvia and
Low sperm count.
Well,
I mean, he
sperm
could
guy,
have.
They
yeah.
should never let them do it, and they should be smart enough to
Oh,
know
I
this
know
would
how they
fuck with
arranged
the
it.
psyches
How did
of
she
the
organize
androids.
to get the tombstone so that nobody knew? How
Well,
did
yeah,
she
but
do
That's
that?
true. Yeah,
Regularly-
seems
It's out of
vague.
character
She-
for them
she
anyway.
regularly-
Why it would fuck with the synths' minds to see their own graves.
Because Sylvia comes here regularly and leaves flowers on the grave, so they would have tracked her already.
The implication of that, by the way,
It-
is that she has regrets about this entire operation. Doesn't actually believe, like she has to convince herself they're not dead. They're not dead. It's like, why did you build them graves?
Why did you
Um,
take this employment? Like with your husband, why are you here to begin with if you're not sure about this?
So Wendy says, essentially, we get like a sentence of them thinking about it.
Yeah, then they move on.
They come to the graves. Wendy says, "It's not us. We're still here." That's it.
Good stuff.
Yep. Okay. Existential crisis averted. Slightly in Smee, they put down Arthur to get away from some guards, and then I don't know how this happens.
In that 10
Arthur apparently-
seconds, like they do
And the-
that, fucking
in
hugger
10
comes off.
seconds, yeah, the hugger not only comes off, but it teleports into the sky, and then Arthur teleports somewhere else inside of the jungle, and then stumbles across them, and then the facehugger falls from the sky onto Smee. Anyway,
Hey,
they
remember
tell
when
Arthur that
happened
there
in
was
Alien?
Yeah, it's just supposed
Yeah.
to just be like Alien. That's all. Good stuff. It's really great. I love it.
Yeah. They tell Arthur that there was a contamination in the lab. He's a little woozy. There was a gas leak. It makes him confused. They had to evacuate. And so Arthur, because he's still a little loopy, goes along with them for the moment. There's a few things here. I mean, Arthur says that he had a fight with his wife, Sylvia, and that he doesn't want her last memory of him to be a bad one. And he thanks the kids for saving his life. How tragic. Now, as they walk to the beach, Arthur starts asking some questions about things, and stuff doesn't add up, and he says
Oh
it's
my
wrong.
god,
He's-
they're right. Someone sent me. This is what they super chat. Someone sent a super chat in. I think it was Real BBC or one of the streams I do with Gary. They said they forgot to animate the water. We weren't 100% sure what they were talking
really?
about. So I'll have to be this careful with
What
this.
now?
The water's like not moving in this scene. Oh, fucking VLC, useless.
Oh shit!
Oh, you're right.
It's like ice.
wait.
What?
Wait.
No
Wait,
way.
what do you mean animate? Why is the
No.
water animated?
Yeah, why aren't you just
Why would
filming by a
you not
lake?
film this in a
Not at a-
set? Islands
No
exist. Why can't you
way,
film?
No way. No
What?
way. That's
It's a-
unreal. That's actually
They're just
insane.
They're just walking in a sand pit.
Okay,
What
yeah,
if-
this place
Are
isn't
they
real, I
actually on
guess.
the location?
And they actually
What?
just someone missed this, or someone didn't press a button at some point.
$250 million.
You couldn't fly some fuckers out to a beach.
Yeah,
It's probably
surely it is
That's-
cheaper just to spend the day in fucking Barbados than it is
and
to.
you can film all of your
I-
scenes in the jungle
I-
there. You can film all
I'm
your jungle
almost
scenes
past
there.
that. I can assume that they would do this and not shoot it in a real location. I just can't believe that they forgot to animate the water. Like,
Well,
that's-
apparently this was filmed largely on location. Obviously, if
Not
if
this
the,
bit.
if the water isn't moving, then that means that shot wasn't for some reason. But
Maybe that's
apparently
just
they
how the water
filmed-
is there.
I don't know.
Water doesn't-
move.
That looks
Water doesn't do
particularly
Maybe it's
unfucking natural.
frozen.
It's like, yeah, there's always going to be some movement of some kind with water like that. You can see that there's current movement, as in like it's frozen.
It's
Is
like
there
a video
another-
game that has paused.
Yeah,
Is there another shot after this where you get like a different angle on the water?
let's have a
Does it
look.
go to it?
Oh yeah, this scene goes on for a little while, so I'd imagine there's a few angles.
It's like blurry too.
Yeah, but then like if the scene goes on forever, how do you miss it? Like that's even less excuse because you have to look at it while you're editing it.
Well,
for
what I
even
will
I mean,
longer.
say,
unless they
whatever's
missed it
going
for
on,
one
once you
shot
see
that
it's
they
hard
added
to
later.
not. Okay, the camera's spinning around.
Okay,
This
what's
is just
water looking
ocean,
like?
by the way. It has to be fucking moving.
Yeah, yeah. Like the waves. Where are the waves?
It's just, yeah, it's just frozen. But like,
It's not
you're
that-
right. How could this couldn't have been missed? It goes on for fucking ages.
It's not
Okay,
now
okay.
that like because I can't tell through the copyright cover at this point, but like it's not just that the tide is out and the sand is sort of got a wet sheen on it or something.
Even in the really far back, it looks like no movement at all.
Well, you see the yeah. The reflection's too sharp.
Wow.
It's
What a
well,
weird show.
it just looks so fucking weird. The funny part is like
250 million. Wow.
because you could obviously account for this in many different ways, just like by moving the camera different. But I don't know. It's when you see it, it looks fucking odd. But maybe there's a chance this no. This,
Oh no, there it is.
there it
There it
is.
is.
The water's moving here, so no, it's a fuck up. Look at that. Oh my god, that's catastrophic. It goes on for ages. That's what moving water looks like.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And then
The waveless beach water.
So the beach appears to be real, unless maybe this is why the show cost so fucking much to make, because they had to build a beach set that they used for one scene.
My god.
Wait, no, hold on. How does
But
this
it's
even
next
happen?
to a
Because
jungle that they could have used for the
Right.
other shots.
but from that angle there, that appears to be on location.
Dude,
and then from the
random
reverse,
look.
the sea is there, but it isn't moving.
Look at the water in this shot. When it faces forward. Fuck's sake. Avoiding copyright is like really hard here. This shot here, right? You've got the water. It's the same angle. Well, not exactly the same angle, but it's the same shot of the water, but it's moving this time.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
frozen
what I'm
before.
saying is why would it the only reason why it would not be moving before is if they decided to add CG water to a location where there wasn't water.
I mean, yeah, the reality is there's just any number of reasons why because there's plenty of times when
Something
they'll
went
shoot on location
very
and then
wrong.
just ruin it anyway. Yeah, something's that's funny, man.
That's
so
really funny, yeah.
What
This
the
is
fuck?
this is the beach that turns you poor.
Oh, it's just frozen. It's like they forgot to hit play on it.
Yeah, it's just a still image.
Just a PNG.
Oh,
That's
it's such
actually
a long
wild.
shot as well. That's the crazy
It
part
really
about it.
does
It's so
go on
long.
Yeah, and you see the alive version
Also-
of it from other shots, so it's definitely a fuck up.
They actually fuck up on the reflection too. When it pans the other way, the reflection of the mountain does not actually match the mountain in the background. I guess I'm watching somebody just pointed out, so I guess I'll just as a quick little thing. I can get a clear one later if you want, but like you could see the reflection does not match the land. It juts out on the right, and there's just like clearly a chunk of land that does not have a reflection to it.
I mean, that one I find way more forgivable because light can work in fun ways with different things, different angles and stuff. But the frozen water is just beyond unforgivable to the point where
Oh,
I
yeah, the
barely
frozen
understand how
water
it
is
didn't
crazy.
get caught.
That's wild.
it'd be interesting to go back to it in say like a few months' time because there is precedent on Disney Plus for them changing CG effects after the thing is actually released. So if
Well,
we
I'm
go
with
back
Alien.
to it in like a month's time, will it then be moving water? Because then we'll know. I mean, we already know, but then we'll definitely know that they recognize that they fucked something up
Confirmation.
there.
Yeah, they can fix it for all the people who will be watching a month from now.
I mean, did the scene take so long to film that the tide went out and they thought, well, that breaks continuity, so we have to CG the water back in?
Yeah, but let's do a bunch
mean,
of takes.
The only thing I can think is that maybe the scene was originally going to start like without that first shot, and then they added it afterwards, and for some reason didn't animate the water or something.
Well, they hadn't settled on where they would be for that shot yet, or something.
Maybe, yeah.
If only there was a way to avoid this.
Or
Probably
maybe it's
not.
just a clue that this is all a simulation in the universe.
Sometimes it's a simulation.
Sometimes.
Depending on the angle of the camera.
Well, I guess as far as the show itself is concerned,
There goes Arthur.
Oh yeah, Arthur. He says he can tell that they're lying. Children have to learn how to lie. He can tell they're scared, and he says that they should go back, and he promises that he will help them. And so as they start to go back, Arthur dies when the alien bursts from his chest, and it scurries into the jungle.
Such a nice man.
And
Tragedy
yeah,
of Darth
poor
Sperm
guy.
Count the Wise.
Yeah.
just too fast as well, and then of course it just undermines Morrow's plans because they did everything he wanted, and he got the timeline wrong, so he loses his specimen just because he didn't seem to they said they needed to get there in a certain amount of time, but this was never going to work because Morrow hasn't even gotten here yet.
Yeah, he should have been there waiting.
So, you know,
but yeah.
I mean, it's like it undermines Morrow more than them.
Well, yeah, I mean, wasn't it a gamble on his part to begin with? Does he know the gestation period?
He was just
of
guessing, I guess.
Chestus?
But I don't.
I guess he must have been guessing. But then how
He
would
was clearly
why
there
would
to
he
collect
risk
it,
so much
though.
on this? Yeah.
Yeah, I assume he would know because information about how it worked was on the computer.
That's true.
It was,
yeah.
and there was a chest. Yeah, there was a chest hugger on the face hugger even on the thing.
Mm-hmm. So good job.
So yeah, slightly panics, being he's worried about the alien, he wants to try and find it. He's, oh shit, the alien's getting away. Meanwhile, Smee is like absolutely overcome by grief, and he goes to Arthur's body and tries to help him, but to no avail. Smee's actor has generally done a pretty good job selling, the character. He's actually, he's doing a good job here. Curly, however, goes to see Sylvia, and it's a pointless scene. Fuck it. So yeah, Smee and Slightly are floating Arthur's body down the river on some raft that they've found or made or whatever. They're just in a river floating him down the river. I don't know. Anyway, Morrow pops out of the water with.
Making the raft is pretty funny. Yeah.
I don't know. It's more amusing to think they did, so that is what I will believe.
Because there is a great. On a camera, like, what the fuck are these idiots doing now?
There's another great comedy shot here, like that one earlier, with the cut to just dead android. Like this time, it's just dead Arthur. Like the show is just like, it's so disrespectful to these events. It does not care. It's just like, lol, they put him on a raft, and of course you sit there like, why is this happening? You're like, I don't know. They're gonna take him tomorrow and just hope. Like, okay. Why is this the story? Episode 7 of 8. Good stuff. Yes.
Yeah. Morrow and Yutani Team 6 pop out of the water. They got these rebreathers and everything. And when Morrow sees that Arthur's body is there and it's got a hole in him, he asks where the alien is. And Slightly's like, oh, I tried, but I couldn't do it. Please don't kill my mom. But Morrow says he's going to bring him. He's going to bring the kids. Come on, let's go. And they dump Arthur's body in the water. Which just seems a little spiteful, but all right. So the assistant, right? The CEO's assistant, Cavalier's assistant. He tells Cavalier that the xenomorph escaped the facility through a pipe. And Cavalier wants to. Oh, this is that scene! Yay! Okay, Cavalier wants to speak with the eyeball monster that's still in the sheep. So he gets a pen, and on his hand he writes 3.14, and he says, "This is pi. All advanced civilizations would know this." And then he asks for the eyeball monster to give the next digits, and so the sheep stomps the next 3 digits of pi.
I'm willing to believe all advanced civilizations would know it in their own language, but not this one.
I mean, it's whatever.
And there's plenty of there could be plenty of sapient species that like just haven't discovered it, or they're not that good with mathematics yet, or they have language and culture and everything. They just don't know about pi.
Well, there's a way more interesting conversation to be had. Fuck pi. Ask it questions and use the yes/no system, and then have it like give interesting answers that involve other symbols that make you wonder what it might be trying to say, as opposed to, lol, it took a shit. Okay. What does that have to do with pi? You're like, I guess it just doesn't like being disrespected, but it's smart enough to know what pi is.
Cavalier is overjoyed at the revelation of this creature having that kind of intelligence and suggests that they get somebody stupid for the eyeball monster to take control of.
By the way, the eyeball can escape this cage whenever it wants.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
They reveal that later.
Weird.
Kind of weird.
They do reveal that later.
Because of all motives we can guess, it would obviously jump out when these two aren't looking, and then it would just get into Boy Cavalier's face. Surely that's what it would want.
Well, maybe it's seen how unbelievably stupid he is, and so it doesn't want anything to do with him.
Yeah, I'll keep the sheep, thank you.
Best we can imagine, I suppose.
So,
It's also the other question is that at what point does somebody step in and take control of this company away from him? Because surely the company presumably has shareholders, and if it ever got out that he's gone a little bit mad because like he had a slightly abusive father and also he's autistic, and so he makes rash decisions like trying to put parasitic eyeballs in the staff of our cleaners in our cleaners eyeball sockets.
I mean, he's
and,
designed robots that are taking over the whole facility. Like,
I think the robots have escaped.
you couldn't design robots that could take over the whole facility, so maybe you're the dumb one.
I know I couldn't, but I don't think I'd still. I think I'd be better put
know I
placed in
wouldn't.
charge of this company.
No, hold on. Designing robots that are smart enough to take over your own facility, that's not an achievement because it just means that your security is insufficient. It's like you're just defeating yourself.
It's arguably a very stupid thing to do.
What?
They're technically proficient.
we've got a way stupider scene coming up. Remember the part where
Oh, yeah, this one.
when she does the cat
Yep.
thing? She's like, every time anyone sees this, they're like, what? What?
All right, yeah. Wendy, Nibs, and Joe are walking through the jungle, and some soldiers pop up. You stop right there. And when they go to arrest them, Wendy says, "Y'all better leave." And then Nibs hisses at them, and it like freaks them out. When Nibs hisses, the soldiers are like, "Oh!" But yeah. Anyway, Wendy essentially sicks the alien on them, and it kills all the soldiers in a gruesome bloodbath.
Hmm.
Nibs even smiles at this violence as it's happening.
It
Yeah.
doesn't kill Joe.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
just-
mean,
that,
it's
by the
you know,
way.
it's she's commanding it. You have to just accept that she has full control over the alien. It loves her so much it'll do anything she says. And she went oogly boogly,
nothing-
which meant kill all the soldiers.
like what the fuck is this? You know, like what am I watching? Like this is just stupid.
Filmed all in
Like,
broad
oh,
daylight
look,
too.
here's
You
your
get
protagonist going unhinged. Meanwhile, you've just got a bunch of goobers who can't do anything. It's just the alien flooping around and they can't do anything. Like, did I not realize how intensely boring that is? That the alien just keeps winning every fight every single time the exact same way.
Yep,
I'm not
effortlessly
interested in
and
seeing
quickly.
that.
well, at this point, it's just
Why
it's not
would
even the
anybody be
alien. It's just an
interested in seeing
extension
that?
of Wendy's desire to kill, and she can just do it remotely because it's bulletproof
like,
and it doesn't
dude.
have its own intentions. So it's just her
The
killing everyone.
xenomorph- If you treat this as canon, the xenomorph was domesticated prior to Ripley encountering the alien in Alien.
Insanity.
Like, isn't that like it's just stupid? It's dumb. It's obviously like on its face ridiculous.
Like for those who've heard, this is the puppy dog shit people are referring to, and in response to this, the lead actress said, "No, not a puppy dog, more of a pet lion."
Pet is the problem, not puppy dog. for
It's
fuck's
like,
sake.
of
Yeah.
course, the
Pet.
fact that you've turned the
Yeah,
xenomorph
pet.
into a pet.
I mean, I guess you gotta cope if you're like involved in the production. You can't just be like, "Yeah, man, that's just pretty stupid." Actually,
Well, they've gone so fucking far. This has to be nuked from orbit when it comes to canon, much like all of its brothers. They just
Yes,
yet another
the
one.
whole family, generational guilt. So yeah, she tells the alien to hide and follow them. Joe gets a rifle from one of the soldiers. No spare mags, of course. Anyway, yeah, the alien larva that came out of Arthur is captured with a net, but we don't see who does it. Ooh, wow, mystery, suspense.
So they answer the next
Find that.
scene.
That's very.
Yeah, that's right.
I was very confused when I watched that. How they found it? Did it just happen to run out in front of them?
Oh, I'm sure
Or-
they
Yes,
use the alien snake tracking device that they have that they don't ever have
Oh.
ever again. Don't worry about it.
So Morrow leads his men and the two captured boys into the facility through what appears to be just an obvious normal entrance.
It is the
In
front
fact, this-
door. This is plan
Yeah,
plan B.
well,
Let's
so-
go like in through the facility, through the front door. What could possibly go
This
wrong?
is a
Like, we don't know
famous-
that the cameras have been switched off or anything like that. We don't actually know what's going on inside that facility, so we'll just walk in and have a look.
This is an homage, actually, to Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. When he walks in, ray shields capture everybody, and he says, "Wait a minute, how did this happen? We're smarter than this." And then General Grievous arrives, and it's like, "Oh my god, you got him. Too bad." That's the scene.
General Morrow. Anyway, yeah.
It was all as he planned. He's fucking action. It's like Dutch Vanderland. But like, how is this even possible that this is his plan?
It's such a shit plan.
Timothy Oliphant's plan. I mean, it's like, yeah, like
He
the
was
amount
waiting
of
for him here.
variables that were completely beyond his control to achieve what? Like to achieve what exactly? Like nothing has changed other than I guess you got Morrow, but like who gives a shit? Why would that be
And you
worth
could have gotten
taking the
him
tremendous risks?
without. Yeah, you could have. You didn't have to kill several of your own men. You didn't have to lose several of the samples. You didn't have to do any of this.
You didn't have to risk the possibility that this would all just go completely wrong, which, I mean, of course it could have. The variables that he has no control over are substantial.
Well, maybe he read the script and learned that Morrow hadn't actually given over any of the data to Weyland-Yutani, and so actually it is incredibly important that we capture him unless he gives them the data that he should have given them at the beginning.
Wouldn't it be crazy if, like, Morrow was just like, joke's on you, my robotic arm is also a bomb, and then it just blows up and kills everybody?
Well, imagine he had
That wouldn't
leverage.
work out.
Like he threatened to
pretty
kill
good.
one of the androids and then just didn't.
Nah.
He's outnumbered.
Well, there you go. Captured.
Couldn't possibly, yeah. Yeah, then Kirsch captures them all. He's got the alien. He's got Morrow.
Kirsch so
yeah.
gosh darn clever.
All right. Wendy, Joe, and Nibs reach a boat on the dock, but soldiers kind of ambush them. They're waiting for him. And Nibs attacks one of the soldiers, crushing his jaw and killing him with her bare hands.
I mean, she tears it
Joe
out.
scream. Yeah, she like brutally kills him.
Mhm.
She's a psycho.
Because you
And
might
so-
be wondering as well, like, why do none of the soldiers who are all surrounding them shoot at any of them or use their guns for anything? And I
Immediately
think
kill them.
every single line where they say, don't shoot, we need them alive, is all ADR'd in. I don't think a single
Then
one of
why do
those
they
lines
have
is spoken
guns?
on screen. Well, yeah, exactly.
You know?
Why do they have guns?
They have
Lots of
stuns on the guns.
And they
Use
have
the
They also have
stuns.
stuns.
That's the
Yeah.
thing,
On the
yeah.
guns.
We see that. We literally see that used in this scene.
Yep. So yeah, she just brutally kills one of the guards. Joe screams no, because among these soldiers are two people that he has known for a while and was stationed with. This is not really that relevant elsewhere because they just aren't important characters and it doesn't matter. There's a scuffle. They get into a fight. Wendy begins clicking for the alien to come. So she wants to get the alien here to kill all of the soldiers. But Joe covers her mouth so she can't complete speaking
Only
with it.
in that moment. It releases her pretty soon after, and she chooses to do nothing with that alien, which is really out of character again now because you changed her into a psycho.
Yep. So one of the soldiers, which was one of Joe's people that he knows from his deployment, and he knows them, she shoots Nibs with her sidearm a few times because obviously Nibs is a psycho killer robot, and Nibs is about to kill that soldier, like rip her head off or something. And then Joe picks up a rifle and hits Nibs with the stun on the rifle, and it makes her fall back.
Which was
And
kind of
then
him, to be honest. He probably
Wendy-
should have just shot her in the fucking head.
Yep.
I would have, and then I would have done it to Wendy. But Wendy then yells angrily at him, "What did you do?"
That's pretty funny. Pretty
What
bad
did you
acting.
do?
Honestly, yeah. Really
Yeah.
awkward and cringe.
Very confusing. It's the best ending she could have hoped for because she'd be dead otherwise.
Yeah, if it was
Yeah.
anything, if it was anything approaching a competently written show, she would be riddled with bullets, and so would Nibs. They'd both be dead.
And what kind of drama even is this? Because it's just like, oh, but she's like insane and stupid. So like, I
Well,
don't care.
They
Someone I'd
kind
like
of bring it up in
to-
the next episode, but I don't think it makes a huge amount of sense. As she's like, well, but he sided with them, as in she's
Well, no, but-
drawn a
no,
distinction between the robots and the people, and
I
she's
get
on Team
that.
Robot, I guess.
I understand that. I mean, more so in a sense of like, you understand that that's just like ridiculous though to me as a viewer. So like,
Oh,
why would
yeah,
I
it's
care about
ridiculous.
her- Like, why would I care about her being big mad at him, like as meant to be character drama, when her motivations are just like insane and his are normal? Like, this isn't like a real conflict, you know, where it's two perspectives that are understandable. It's just one of them is a psycho.
There's a funnier aspect as well where it's like she only got half a message out, let's say, to the alien. So we can presume that she was going to say, hey, Bob, come in and kill all of them, please help. And let's say she got covered up on half, so all he got was, hey, Bob, can you... So he went, huh? And he looked over and he was like, I don't, she's not...
I guess nothing's
okay.
going on.
Yeah, nothing's
Yeah,
going
I'll just
I
like-
she would have told me.
He
would've
can
said
clearly
something.
see she's in distress, and then she screams, and then one of the other ones is dead, quote unquote, for all he knows, whatever. But he's just like, okay. It's like, wow, that's lucky, because he's bulletproof. If he just walked over there, he could just kill all of you. And then, of course, you're like, wait, why didn't she just call him, though? Her mouth is free for the rest of the scene.
But instead she's gonna let herself be captured.
He just wanders off and starts killing on the island. he's just like, well...
The next episode essentially begins with him indiscriminately slaughtering every human being he finds on
to
the
the point
island.
where it's commented on as like this annoying pest that just keeps killing everybody. It's like, damn it, we've got lots of personnel, but that alien, he's just killing
running
them
out
all.
of men because of that island. Yeah.
I don't want to like rewind too much. I can't remember if we spoke about this earlier. Why Wendy is able to do this?
With what?
As
the
in
alien?
communicate with the alien?
No, they've never
It was
really given us a
never
reason. She learned the
explained.
language and met it when it was born, so it just trusts her immensely. And they've like bonded over the fact that they're both experiments, I guess. There you go.
But they
She can just hear it. She can just hear it. And then she can produce the frequencies and learn the language. It's just something she could do.
Because she started having like psycho vision things where she was kind of freaking out when she was, I think, on the ship in episode 2. And then it got like more intense when Kirsch was cutting up the face hugger and she like kind of collapsed. Which like that, what that was suggesting to me was that they had almost like programmed her to be able to do this, but then they didn't know about the alien before they made her, so that doesn't make any sense. It almost seemed like by this time, because this is the final episode, are they building this up as a mystery that they're going to answer, or have they just gone?
The most we've gone is she said
she can just do it.
She was chosen, so yeah, they might be giving us an answer to that someday, or they might just leave it as a spiritual thing that she's connected with them. I mean, her whole thing with Sylvia earlier, remember, it's like we're linked because you're all the mean ones and we're the experiments, so we're kind of like family, me and the alien.
Right, but her being able to like learn the language and speak with them, I think is dumb, but like fine, I guess, maybe. The show seems to the perspective of the show seems to be that like she does have some kind of like psychic connection with them that has been programmed into her before she even met the alien.
Well, they've not given us
getting, like,
any
she was
reason why
getting
that would be
headaches
the
and stuff.
case. But no, I get what you're saying. I just there's no references we can use. And for the record, I would consider it a very bad idea in concept. Like if they said, "What if we had someone who could communicate with the alien?" I'd be like, "No, no, 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 not this creature." It's like the more unknown.
No, but they listen to it. It obeys commands.
Well, and what's funny is like Alien Resurrection is. I know people don't like to consider it canon, but they were studying the shit out of countless aliens. You think they would have stumbled across this at some point when it's set way in the future? Like, what? Like, isn't it fucking like 100 years or something ridiculous?
It's about 200 and something, 250 years after Alien 3, I think.
Yeah, so a prequel managed to, crack all of this, but 250 years later they can't. It's just like, whatever. So I guess what I'm saying is I think it's a bad idea in concept, but also I don't think it fits canonically at all anyway.
I'm not massively convinced they will ever even try to
agree.
give us an explanation for it. I don't think the show is interested enough. It hasn't really had any characters in it to express much of an interest in it. It hasn't done very much to like ask questions that it's left pointedly open. It's something that has happened and we have to deal with it. I think that seems to be its approach. I mean, if you consider all of the other questions about everything else in it that could have been asked but weren't, wouldn't be surprised if this is just another one. She can just do this forever.
But it reminds me of what they did with velociraptors in the Jurassic World movies, and like that's dumb, but that is so much less dumb than this.
Because, yeah, it's better in that. Cool.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen the first Jurassic World movie, but Chris Pratt is a guy who like trains dangerous animals or whatever, and velociraptors are dangerous animals. So okay, there's wiggle room. This is a child who can essentially psychically mind control an alien organism, and we have no explanation for how she can do that. She can speak the language, I guess, but that's it.
They have sleepovers.
Hey,
hence the sleeping bag.
Episode 8 begins with the kids locked up in a holding cell in the facility. Joe and Morrow are put in their own cell elsewhere.
Why?
It's the same set. It's probably the same set, just
Why the fuck did they
From
put
the
them in the
different
same
times.
cell?
Oh.
One of them is Prodigy. One of them is Wayland Yutani. Why?
Yeah, but you see, I think that it's important.
You'd think they'd want to talk to Hermit and be
Um,
like, "You tried to steal our shit."
Yeah, what's going on, man? Also, Morrow, what's going on? Also, like all of you, what the fuck is happening?
Well,
Also, we're turning you all off and resetting you, but no, we don't do that.
no.
Anyway, we see that Sylvia has been.
Oh yeah, and they say
Oh
this
yeah, this is
holding
the scene where they
facility is
shoot it in the head.
not even meant for synths, so they don't even know if they can hold them. And this is not including the fact that she has full control over the security of the entire facility. They're just talking about their raw strength.
Yeah.
How
But they
stupid
should
is
know
that?
about her ability to do everything.
They do know,
No,
they just don't account for it, and it bites them in the ass when the show has shown it. That's the kind of, like, such a blatant question that I'd love Noah to answer it. I'd be like, you show him the scene where they watch her control security, then show him the scene where she controls security against their will, and be like, how does this make sense?
Yep. I don't know.
I just don't know what he'd
to say.
say.
It's just like they simultaneously apparently know that she could do this, and yet they are just surprised or shocked when she actually does it.
You might have thought they'd
Ah.
made a holding facility that's capable of holding the machines that they created in case they go haywire, but then of course you run all
Yeah,
the
you'd
way
think.
back to why did you give them super strength?
Just give them normal person bodies.
Give them fucking less than super strength. Give them less than regular strength.
Don't
Make
give them. Just don't even give
Futurama
them
heads in
bodies.
jars.
Keep them as brains, like, again, ones and zeros, pieces of software in a computer that believe that they're set in a room.
They could have given them child synth bodies and then transferred them each year to a bigger body.
I guess that would be insanely expensive. To
Yeah, but
get
it
a
could
new
simulate.
body every
In
year.
theory, it could be better for them, like in terms of their mental transition.
Maybe, yeah.
As they seem to burn money anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the scene where they shoot a xenomorph in the head, but it just like spooks it away. It doesn't care. Blah blah blah. Aliens going around killing everybody. Okay, so the assistant tells Cavalier in his office that things are going to shit. Yutani's jamming the satellites. They're cut off from the mainland. They're running out of men. The cell they put the hybrids in probably can't hold them.
Yeah, all the things we just said.
Yeah. Nibs
I guess
thinks that
no one else anywhere in the company, anywhere else in the world, or even off-world, has noticed that they can't like contact their CEO. Like this island
Yeah.
is just completely cut off, and this is fine with everyone, is it?
Guess. No one cares. It's fine. We haven't heard from a CEO or the entire island for a while, and we can't get any ingoing or outgoing messages to go through. That's kind of weird. Maybe something will become of it. Probably not. They chat a bit about things that don't matter because nothing matters. It's just all of this is dumb. Wendy says that all this time they've been afraid of the grown-ups, but it's them who should be afraid of us. And she clicks at the camera, and all the cameras start to turn off.
Yeah, and Boy Cavalier doesn't know how
Because,
this
again,
could
this
possibly
is-
have happened.
Yep, how can this happen indeed? So she can like click and communicate with the alien across vast distances when she's inside the facility in a holding cell, and the alien's just in
now
the jungle. It can hear it.
They're just
somehow.
linked spiritually. It's not even a distance thing or a sound thing. It's just
Yeah, it's like a soul to soul.
it's a soul thing. Yeah,
It's like Interstellar or something.
it's just such a good show.
Kirsch tells Cavalier to calm down when Cavalier gets excited because he has intense ADHD, which I just think.
I wish he just said, "You just shut up, retard." Like that's what he was trying to say, but just like
yeah, basically.
We've had several examples now of how Kirsch and Evil Alfred just don't even like working for him, and it's like, show if you're aware of this, don't you think Boy Cavalier needs to be a bit smarter?
To justify his behavior,
To justify his life. He's supposed to be the smart person. That's his whole thing. Oh well.
Yep. So, let's see.
I mean, Sylvia being dropped in a room
Wendy
doesn't
fucks
fucking
around
matter.
with Sylvia. Yeah, she gets fucked around with interviews of the kids.
She just tortures her for no reason. This doesn't like lead to anything worthwhile. She's just cruel to her.
Vindictive, yeah.
Again, it's stacking up that Wendy is just possibly the most evil person, because there's a difference in evil, right? Like someone experimenting for the sake of knowledge. It's not good when you hurt people to do that. But if you're just hurting people because you enjoy pain, like, oh, that's worse. You're basically as evil as it gets. And for some reason, there's this shot, and it really stood out to me actually when I was watching this for the second time, where she's scanning through the results of all of her fucking with the security cameras and stuff, and you just see Sylvia in the corner, like fetal position, terrified, and Wendy's like, huh. And you're like, why? Why did you do that? She's like the only person left who seems to even remotely share your like sympathies for any of this. You've tortured her more than any other character. Why? What am I supposed to gain from that?
Well, she doesn't stop at the torture here either. There's some guards, some soldiers who go into an elevator that opens up for them, and she like has it count down to self-destruct.
Yeah,
Wendy
That was
does.
so fucking funny.
yeah, there's supposed to be fun child playing with people stuff, which you could probably get away with more than the weird specific torture on one person. But this is still just weird behavior
It's
again.
weird. Yeah, it's strange. So Wendy Smee and Wendy are talking in the cell, and he asks her if she's mad at Joe. And she says, well, he shot Nibs. And Smee points out that she killed somebody. But Wendy says, nah, he chose them. Wendy's really upset at her brother for stunning Nibs and saving the soldier's life, and she's angry at him. So Wendy then wirelessly unlocks the cell door where Joe and Morrow are being held. And so Morrow gets out and beats the shit out of the guard within an inch of his life. And then he gets a gun and he escapes, and Joe escapes. And Morrow says he's going to burn the place to the ground.
Ooh, boy.
So Morrow, he goes to the animal lab where Kirsch is working on science. And
Oh
they
yeah,
get
the
into a
boss fight. Where
Yeah, they
neither
get
of them
into a
can
fight.
die because they're too valuable to the fucking production of this stupid show.
Yeah. So Kirsch, there's a part where Kirsch grabs Morrow and punches him in the face, Morrow should be dead from this.
So yeah, if you can,
Yep.
I'll freeze frame exactly where Morrow fucking loses the fight. He should have lost anyway. For some reason, Kirsch only shoots once. He's an android. There's no distractions happening here. But can you see this? He's grabbed both of his arms by the wrists. So Morrow's fucked because he's just gonna break your arm.
Yeah,
Obviously,
and he
One
just
arm,
uses-
maybe
I'm
he
fine
can't- he
with
can't
him-
get your robot arm.
Yeah,
but
I'm fine with him
the
struggling with the
other one-
cyborg arm, but the human arm is fucked. This
Maybe
show
this
likes
is
to
where-
forget
Depending on
just how
how-
strong synths are. Morrow's gonna
Which
get.
is weird when they literally just showed a synth ripping a person's jaw off.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also depending on
couple
how
of
far up that
seconds-
arm goes, he might just it attaches to the organic part at some point. So that's
Yeah, this is the point that came up earlier, which is that this is definitely the most relevant point at which it becomes a problem. He is not completely synthetic. He has a synthetic component to him, which for all we've seen in the show is quite limited. Like the rest of his body strength, his leg strength shouldn't be the same as a synth's.
Nope.
His other arm shouldn't be the same. He shouldn't have the
he's
same
just a guy.
like resistance to damage. He has one useful arm, unless we're expected to believe that actually
Well,
he's
like,
got way more advanced augmentations that the show just didn't
Just
be,
never
like,
even
be bothered to
implied.
include.
You know, people like this
Or the-
fight, but the more you look at it, the more stupid it gets, right? Kirsch gets him in the throat. He just, like, goes boom. Yeah, I forget what the move is called, but it's enough to, like, choke a person out. He's a synth. He just hit a human throat full force. You're out, dude.
Morrow's dead.
But no, he just keeps
Like he could
going.
just squeeze your neck off. Yeah, it's bizarre. But yeah, they get into a fight, and somehow like Morrow throws Kirsch down on a table, and it like breaks Kirsch's robot spine. And Morrow I don't even know how it's possible that Kirsch breaks in that way. I
You'd
don't
think
know.
he'd be stronger than, yeah, but whatever.
Yeah, super strong. Anyway, Morrow's about to shoot Kirsch, but then he's distracted when some lab animal gets out because of a stray gunshot from earlier. And this distracts him. Kirsch then grabs Morrow and knocks him out on the floor. So
They bait
Yeah.
an interesting conversation again between these two. The fact that,
yeah, I thought they'd talk.
you know, he's like, the human will is always going to trump whatever crazy machine that ever gets built, which
Yeah, he
is
calls
a
him a clanker or something.
it's a kind of a cool perspective to have, you know, but obviously it doesn't get past premise idea. And he's using like a angle of a story for it, and then Kirsch says, "Didn't he die of exhaustion?" The human you're talking about in that, which is right, is like as a response, human will might be amazing, but you guys still give out. You always do, no matter how much your willpower. You know, there's something to be discussed, but it's like, anyway, we're moving on. The alien escaped, lol.
But it's like doubly frustrating because I did not want to see these two have any kind of fight. Like the most
I didn't
interesting thing
either.
they can do is have a conversation. And
Yeah.
you just had one of them in prison, locked up.
Yep.
Perfect time to have them standing opposite each other with one of them unable to break out, and they have to talk to each other. That could have been interesting. But you'd have to have interesting things to say.
Yeah, they just have a shitty fight.
Well, and it's a fight that ends with them both being neutralized. They're like, oh, fuck off. Neither are dead.
Yeah. So Cavalier goes to visit the kids who are in the cell, and when he arrives, they thought this was so fucking slick. Wendy snaps her finger and the cell door just opens because she's the OC protagonist, and oh wow, she's so amazing.
He
and this like
knew-
surprises
Yeah,
him.
he knew
This
she could-
surprises Cavalier.
I don't understand. And by the way, like, you might think, you know, isn't this dangerous for him? Aren't they borderline going to kill him? And they're like, well, yes. That's how this scene
Yeah.
ends.
Yeah, essentially, he just tells a little story of his tragic back. He tells us his tragic backstory. He says he built a synth when he was 6, and he had the synth kill his abusive alcoholic father. And I guess we're lead to believe that the assistant of his is that synth.
Yep.
Nibs then kills Cavalier's bodyguard brutally.
Yeah, it's
by
pretty
punching
bad.
his face off. Essentially, the kids then leave the cell and they tell the CEO to run.
And once
then
all
Wendy
of
gives
them
orders.
have left, she gives the most important order. None of them hear it. Like, it's just the icing on the fucking cake for how just stupid everything is. Because this is kind of... Did anyone else get the vibe of this is kind of badass, the show thinks?
Oh yeah, the show thinks
Yeah,
this
The
is
show is
really
presenting it as
badass.
that.
When it's just cringe, it's like, go, my army of children, go and punish and kill, like, at a whim, all of these people have no
You know
idea what
what
the
it-
fuck's going on.
We'll play hide and seek.
It reminded me of Spy Kids. The third act of Spy Kids, where you just have a bunch of like robot children running around being goofy and attacking all the adults.
Been a while since I've seen that, but sure. Yes, I
Yeah.
remember. I remember Floob.
Well, yeah, Wendy gives orders to all
Yeah,
the
Floop.
kids. She
He
says
turns people into flooglies. Sorry.
Nibs needs to find Sylvia. Wendy will go get Cavalier. Smee and Slightly are to find Kirsch and the cyborg Morrow. And Nibs should take care of the soldiers. Which we can only assume is her ordering Nibs to kill all the soldiers she finds.
Just to be clear, they treat this like they are gods
Curly
that are
is to
going to...
take care of the soldiers.
These gods are going to dominate when... Let's just pretend for a second that Kirsch didn't manage to fully neutralize Morrow. Those two walk in the room. Morrow has a gun. They're just dead.
Just shoot them. They'll just shoot them.
And then switch over to the girl that's supposed to get the soldiers, who all have rifles. What? Get them? What do you mean?
That's how hide and seek
What are you
works.
talking about? Like, but it all works out because the plot allows it to. It's great. And like I said, they all leave out of fucking earshot that she says, my brother, leave him to me. It's a very, like... Did you want them to hear that? Does it matter? Are they even going to come across him anyway? Whatever. Again, the flashing lights and the... Man, Wendy is so fucking awesome. And she's
boy, they think that she is hot shit.
Well, she's
is
the worst monster
absolutely
in the alien
do not
universe, and
steal
that's saying
protagonist.
something.
So yeah, the assistant goes to get Joe to bring him to Cavalier's office. You can probably guess for what. There's stuff.
Well, I mean, it's all just
aliens got
progressing all of their
armor,
orders.
there's
Nothing
cats.
of great interest.
Yeah,
I did
pretty
think it was
much.
funny when Kirsch realized the children were betraying him. He's got this expression of just, I hate my fucking life. Like, what is this? My back got broke by an assassinated almost because the stupid captive got released by our insane robot, and then the children are tying me up with my back broken. Like, what? Kirsch is better than that, you know, it feels, but then again, he's in this show, so never mind.
So it's hard to believe it, but we actually have to unlock even more powers for Wendy.
Oh, yeah.
So brother Joe, right? Joe's taken to the CEO's room by his assistant, where the eyeball in the sheep has been let out of its cage, and then the eyeball detaches to chase after Joe. But Joe quickly, which is not a bad bit of thinking, he locks himself inside of the cage,
Well,
thinking,
why?
"Oh, this will protect me," right?
Evil Alfred should have just fucking hit him in the head and put him in the room.
Yep.
No,
That's all he
why?
had to
But
do.
then it wouldn't. But then it wouldn't be exciting.
Oh.
He's got a flair for the dramatic. Anyway, as it was mentioned before, so Joe has locked himself inside the cage, thinking it'll protect him from the creepy eyeball monster. But the eyeball just it just goes inside through the food chute. It just gets in through the food chute.
He shall return in Avengers Endgame. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. So okay. Anyway, they scuffle a bit. I actually don't know how Joe got out of the cage.
He just he
'Cause he
opens
would've-
the lever because apparently you can just open
You
it from
can
the
just open the
inside.
door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess the whole point is
really
that
well
you can't-
designed.
Yeah, but yeah, it's really it's just a shit box. So they have a scuffle. Oh no, it's gonna get on me. It's bizarrely strong for obviously having no muscles whatsoever, and I could just squeeze it and pop it, but whatever. Anyway, Wendy arrives in the nick of time and saves Joe and throws the eyeball away. But the assistant comes in to fight with him. He is strong. He throws her across the room. Oh my goodness. The assistant is a synthetic being. He's a robot. Holy shit.
Whoa.
So when the assistant goes to continue the fight with Wendy, she just freezes him by telling him to stop, and so his body just locks up and freezes.
She's basically
Oh,
fucking Neo at this point.
Control. Yeah, she's unlocked the potential.
Which is just, and this person is about to escape this island and go out into the real world. We're expected to believe there's any way of stopping her.
All
Which there
synths,
isn't.
all aliens, and all
Yep.
technology are all hers. Also, she's super fast and super strong.
Yep. And
And
she
again, sort of does a little bit of an injustice to one of the more interesting characters in the show, I guess, because he almost has an interesting thing to say even in this scene before the fight
Yeah.
scene starts, which is, it's why would you make children immortal? Just an alternative. It's an alternative. Are we there yet? But our founder is a child at heart. It's not in my programming, but if it were, I would say I told you so. Which is like that's you could do that. That's an interesting premise. That a robot assistant essentially who does know that he is more sensible, wise, and knowledgeable than his master, but is unable to respond to that, unable to do anything about it. Loyally follows orders anyway. That's again conceptually kind of interesting, but we have to cut
Yeah.
it short so we can have a stupid fight scene.
Hence why he probably is the best character, because Kirsch and Morrow both do stupid shit throughout this whole season, while Evil
Yep.
Alfred mostly is unscathed.
Yeah, I can't think of any
Pretty much.
equivalently large fuck. I mean, he couldn't have predicted
coulda
that she
knocked
was
out
Neo and
Joe,
about to
but-
deactivate him. Yeah, he could have knocked Joe out, but
Well,
beyond
and he
that,
should have been
hadn't-
more aware of what was happening on the facility in general, right? Like, he just isn't for no reason.
Well, he's the one who tells the kids that they see everything through their eyes, and yet he never actually makes use of that technology. So,
Nope.
yeah, I mean, what does he do with
It
his
could
time?
be that he's frantically trying to, but Cavalier just will not allow him to. That's my headcanon. He's been
Well,
beating his head
yeah.
against the brick wall this entire time behind the scenes, wishing that he was allowed to do anything, but Cavalier's too much of a psycho retard to actually let him. That's my headcanon.
I hadn't considered him even as like, oh, is he the best character? Just because I ruled him out on the basis that he's a robot built by a 6-year-old.
Yeah, well, he was smarter when he was 6.
I guess so.
I guess. Okay, now oh, this is here's another conversation that sucks. I hate this conversation. Okay. So, the eyeball, by the way, slinks away into the floor and escapes. We'll see it later. So, Nat leaves brother Joe and Wendy, the psycho cyborg, or no, it's the psycho synth in the well, I guess it's technically a hybrid. They're in the room. So Joe apologizes to Wendy for stunning Nibs to save his friends. He said he didn't have a choice. She says that he's supposed to be helping people, and Joe said that she was hurting his friends. Are you saying that Nibs isn't people? Maybe you should call me it, she says to him. And Joe says, look, I didn't make the world. You sound like a child. But she says, it's better than being greedy and lying to everyone. But Joe tells her, what would you like me to do? The world is complicated. Life is complicated. Wendy says, "Do you want to know why I like them? The aliens? They're honest.
He's boogie.
They're the they're predators." Joe says, "We are food to them." And she says, "No, you are food to them.
It's not
I'm.
even
I don't."
true.
They eat
Yeah, true,
machines
the
too.
bugs, yeah. She replies, I don't know what I am. I'm not a child. I'm not a grown up. I'm not Marcy or Wendy, and I can't be what everybody wants me to be. Joe says that he fucked up and he didn't know what else to do. And he tells Joe, he's about to tell her that it's complicated, but she interrupts and says to Joe, "Don't say that it's complicated. This is what powerless people say to make doing nothing okay, and I am not powerless." This conversation sucks, and it was written by an actual child.
Like the show.
Yep. So, yeah, the further degradation of Wendy as a character continues.
Her solution isn't complicated. This is true. It's just kill everyone. But I don't necessarily think that's like a universalizable position to take. The world might be a little bit more complicated than that.
Nope, that's just an excuse.
Which you get, it's like, I understand that, fair enough. If the show wants to, without any kind of subterfuge whatsoever, tell us she is a psycho killer, murdering, psycho robot bitch creature, do that. And then, just tell us she's a villain, because that's kind of what she is. But if she's not, you can't really have points like that go unanswered, because they are so obviously flawed. And she's now talking to the person who has probably the most investment in showing her that they're flawed, because he thinks she's her sister and he loves her. So why is he saying nothing in response to this? Why isn't he trying? Why isn't he doing anything? Why isn't he making any kind of moral appeal? Why isn't he reacting to what this thing has become? Because it's no longer really his sister anymore. It's a mass murdering bitch. Why, if you're having the conversation, have the conversation. But you can't just let lines like that get into your script and just basically treat them as right by the fact that nobody has any answer to them.
Well,
Springy, what do
theme
you
complete.
think about all this?
I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, it's just retarded.
I don't,
Like,
I don't know. I just,
Like, what do
that's
you-
fine with me. I know, I don't know.
It's stupid. It's dumb. It's really, really stupid, and I'm not even interested in entertaining any of it because it's just profoundly idiotic.
Agreed.
There's nothing
It is
clever
completely
about
without
this or
merit.
insightful. This is worthless. It's just worthless. It's not useful to people. So what's
True.
the point? What is even the point of this story existing if it's not going to be useful to people?
So the boy Cavalier's walking around. He's heading to the exit. The alien finds him. Oh no. But Wendy and Joe show up. There's some soldiers who arrive, and Wendy orders the alien to kill the soldiers, and they are unable to hit the alien with anything, so it kills them too. Just
Bulletproof.
more murder, more
Lung
killing,
alien.
more blood. So another soldier group, the pair who are Joe's friends, that he knew from New Siam that he's been stationed with, they're here. They arrive at the animal laboratory. During this scene, the ceiling, there's like a ceiling plant-like creature, and it eats the black girl with the weird haircut that cannot be regulation.
No.
But it fucking just eats her. Like,
When she
horrifically
accidentally kills
jumps
the
down
other
on her.
two, so there's one soldier left. 3 of them just died in a moment. It's like, okay.
Yep.
So
So
obviously, had they
I am-
not, and there was no giant plant monster that wants to eat this lady, then what the fuck was Curly gonna do?
She would have just been screwed, basically. There would
Shot
have been no way.
or
Yeah.
The writing is so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty amazing.
Muller, it looks like they forgot to animate the water again.
no, that can't be true.
Really? No, the tide's out in this shot.
I think we're okay on this one. The water looks much more
Yeah.
real here. Like, as in reflective sort of surface, but...
Okay. Okay.
Again,
I'm not
Tide's
sure.
out.
I think it
I
was
understand the
making me
skepticism, I get it.
Yeah,
I mean,
You're making
the
me
reason
suspect
why
everything now.
the reason why the previous one was definitely confirmed is because we had that other angle which showed it moving. So it's like
Yes.
this one.
It
I
does
get
look
why,
like
no,
the
I get
tide's out.
why you're
It looks like the
concerned.
plot
I
them-
understand.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
I'm entirely
this-
concerned because of the previous scene. I would not have, on its own, I wouldn't
get
say
it.
anything. But
I think It's because it looks like
I
that
don't
like
know.
piece of debris is clearly over. It's not like in the water. Like it would maybe be mostly submerged if it was in water, but it looks like it's still like it's just washed up, like it's flotsam or whatever.
It feels like there'd be
Whichever,
Even if it was
more movement even still.
Yeah, even if it was like just kind of muddy, slushy, very, very shallow water, any amount of wind, which will exist, means there would be movement, and that just looks like glass.
By the way, I just love the fact that it kept returning to this man as like, he's dead, by the way. You're like, show, do you want to calm down? Leave him alone. Jesus Christ.
we get
like,
it. The only man with a heart is dead.
Like, look what we're going to do to him now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, before I forget about it, I think it'd be really nice if in shows, especially horror movies, whenever someone's like moving through a room or just like existing and something drips on them from above, be it like thick saliva or blood or something, could we just like
Back up.
maybe have them react to that normally instead of slowly rubbing it off of their head and then looking at it on their hands and then slowly looking up at the ceiling,
Literally,
and then helplessly allowing whatever it is up there to messily devour them.
I was walking the other day, and I had unfortunately
don't know.
walked under a little bit of roof that had, I guess, something broke, and something dripped on me, on my head. And I'd stopped and then backed up and looked up at the same time, because I knew if I looked up, it might go in my eye. So I got to back out of the way of whatever it was,
Yeah.
and then look at where it came from.
This is the kind of like intuitive brain stuff that you don't even have to think about to do. It's like, oh,
Brain
shit's dripping
stuff.
on me. So
Tentacles is a new home.
yeah.
He'll get
Yes,
some
the
revenge
tentacle
for.
finds
That doesn't
Arthur.
make sense. He's hyper dead.
Oh
How
well.
is this even
He is
possible?
super
how
dead.
How can he move? There's no blood circulating. He's dead.
Tentacles
You
is
can
really
fiddle
good.
with the
good.
nerves as much as you
Tentacles
want,
is a
but there's
pro.
no,
He knows
there's
what
no
he's doing.
blood.
He
All
hacked the
muscles don't have
mainframe.
the stuff in them.
Yeah, he's just
And
gonna like
also,
get
like,
his tentacles and put them in his spine, and then he's all good.
So this is the first guy that he encountered, not the billions of other corpses of just the randoms. It's
Rasher
like, no, it's
corpses,
got to be a
too.
named character.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, no, it's got to be a character that you recognize that just get... Again, why?
No.
Why this guy? Why is it that this guy loses his job, gets face hugger, and then has a chest burster pop out, gets eaten by crabs, and then fucking eyeball grabs him? Why? Why
It's the
is
theme
he
of the
being
show,
so
Fringy. Why do
relentlessly
bad
punished?
things happen to good people? That's the
Aw.
theme.
Maybe that's the theme that they're going for, but I mean, holy shit. Like, calm down. Just feels kind of mean-spirited.
Ba-ba-da-boop. Beedly-dee. Oh, we're getting close to the end. And I feel elated. My heart's jumping with joy. There's a smile on my face and a song in my heart. Because boy, oh boy, that finish line's getting closer. Oh, can you smell it? It smells like a dry beach. And it's stanky. Hey, the kids are locked up. Or the kids have locked up the assist. Okay, here's the cast of characters that we have locked in a cell. Okay? The assistant, Morrow, the scientist lady, Sylvia, Boy Cavalier, the CEO, and Kirsch. They are locked in a cell together. They don't talk to each other. None of these characters have like a conversation. They don't talk.
I mean,
Especially Morrow and Cavalier. There's just not. They just don't.
the writer's
talk.
intentions are so fucking blatant here. All we have is she does her little like "I win" speech, and you suck, Boy Cavalier, and then Boy Cavalier's like, "Are you gonna let it say that to me?" Like this, you could imagine he'd even have something interesting to say here, but nope, don't let him, can't let him.
Yeah, she just comes in, and she said that like, oh, you're not Peter Pan. He was never a child, but you've always been a man, a mean, angry little man who decided to hate everybody, just like his daddy. That's what she says.
And he's
that's
like,
oh, she's so cool and badass.
so mean.
She's showing him.
And so, like, you couldn't have him say anything back about all the horrible things she's done. No, nothing. Cool.
No, nothing. Nothing interesting.
And I get
or
why,
not like, the rest of my corporation will be here in a few minutes or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, and they show the fucking woman being impressed too, Sylvia. She's
I
like,
know,
oh,
like,
oh,
Your
yeah.
husband has just died, lady.
She doesn't know.
She didn't look at the
Yeah,
camera.
She
and
doesn't.
these guys did that. These guys essentially did that. They caused that.
Yeah, Slightly and Smee, like slightly more than it was. He
Yep.
orchestrated this happening,
Yeah.
and he did it because the guy over there threatened Slightly's family.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. By the
This
way.
is like a wild group of people.
I can only imagine, like, in universe, it's like, why aren't Kirsch and Morrow and Evil Alfred saying anything? And it's like, can you imagine being them right now? It's like, how the fuck did this happen?
What the fuck happened? Yeah.
Especially
How did
Kirsch,
this
just with his
occur?
back broken, like, just laid there in this cell. How embarrassing. They're all
Yep.
children.
So the 5 hybrid kids are there with Joe outside of the cage. The alien is there. It's just her attack dog, her cool pet, because she's the OC character protagonist. And the little alien that came out of Arthur, to compound it. Imagine you're Sylvie. Let's say if you're Sylvia, your husband's been killed by that kid who is blackmailed by that guy, and the critter that actually killed him is over there.
Your
Who
warden.
works for the psychopath that organized all of this.
And you're proud of her.
Yay.
Ah, that is insane. Anyway, yeah, so Wayland Yutani's troops are coming in, and they're on their way, and then Curly asks Wendy, what do we do now? And Wendy says, now we rule.
Oh God.
Down rock music plays.
Tune in for season 2 where more stupid shit happens.
And that's the end of season
They
1.
spent so much money on this.
No.
This
Unreal.
season
They spent
costs more than a
this-
season of Andor.
They spent
Ah!
over $250 million. No, a quarter of a
Yes.
yeah, a quarter
Yeah,
of a
quarter of a
billion
billion
dollars.
dollars.
Sorry,
At
I know
least.
my brain's
At
my
least.
I want to get my M's and B's and T's straightened out. It's been a long day. They spent over a quarter of $1 billion on this show. That is insane. This is at least $20 million more expensive than The Acolyte.
Fuck, it is, yeah. And I actually think the Acolyte maybe had a couple of semi-completed character arcs. I don't think this
Yeah,
does this have a single one?
This is one of the worst shows I've ever seen.
It is, and that's
which is
saying
funny, be like,
something.
yeah, what? You mean like the Acolyte? It's like, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just one of the worst shows
I compared
ever.
it to with
Acolyte
Garrett,
was
Secret
funnier.
Secret Invasion. This feels like it's like similar to that. It was just how awful, just nothing coherent, and just
also,
turns to pure
yeah,
slop.
awful and rude, and rude a little bit, you know, and mean.
Yeah.
Definitely
like, yeah,
mean.
I don't
Yeah.
like it. It's just, what is the point of this? Why? I don't mean like, oh, well, no, what the point is about, like, oh, you know, animals and people and all that shit. It's just more like, why did you want to make this? Like, I don't get it. Why'd you want to spend so much money to make it? It just sucks.
It does. It
And
is
isn't it
essentially
crazy that
devoid of
there's
any.
actually a good number of people who think that the Alien and Predator franchises are in a great state right now, thanks to Disney buying Fox.
Insane.
I
Absolutely
honestly
insane.
The
they just
massive
think that because
consolidation of media.
they want to see the two things in the same movie again. That's basically the extent of the reasoning. It's just, wouldn't it be cool to have another AVP movie? We've reached the stage where
Yeah.
more AVP movies would in fact be an improvement.
AVP is
Gosh.
way better than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather watch that.
I'd
for
watch
sure.
AVP any day, even if you cut them to the same for the same length. I'd AVP any day.
Oh yeah,
It's
I would
actually-
watch
I mean, all
AVP,
that's
AVP 3
happened.
times than watch this.
The lesson that's been learned very much firmly at this point is make it look like the thing, and then that's like enough that it will actually like convince a substantial number of people that something is worthwhile. This is like true across various franchises, across differing mediums over the last, I want to say basically since The Force Awakens. That was the lesson everybody learned from The Force Awakens. Make it look like the thing that people like. As long as you get the aesthetic, that'll carry you really, really far. Even if the writing is awful, even if it is irreconcilable and completely contradictory to the stories that people say that they like. Doesn't matter, as long as you make it look like it, make it look retro-futuristic, you're good. You're sorted.
Yeah. And we've also reached the point where tying these things together, if they do hope to tie Alien and Predator together in any kind of more substantive way than it already is, that's just going to do damage to Predator at this point. Like, for the sake of Predator Badlands, I am treating this as non-canonical.
I'm not
The Wayland
hopeful about
Yutani
that
in
one.
that movie is not going
No,
to
it's
be the
probably
Wayland
gonna be
Yutani in this show. And if it is, or if it's written in the same way, then of course that attempt to give it charity will have failed. But
I'd be surprised.
the next thing has to ignore this. This cannot be allowed to exist in the same universe as anything that comes next because it is so fundamentally broken.
Alien Earth.
Yeah.
What can
Alien
be
Earth
said?
is it's kind of it's wild, man. And again, as far as I know, unless it's happened within like I guess the time of this episode, season 2 has not been like announced.
I still think it will
And
be. I don't think unlike the Acolyte, this has not got a huge, like, quite vociferous fan campaign against it. It's not seemingly outside of our circles. I haven't seen a huge number of people really tearing the
They just
shit
sort
out
of
of it in
stopped
the way
talking
that it
about it.
deserves. Yeah, and its viewership, to the extent that's been reported, has been strong, and they did spend $250 million on it. The Acolyte was planned to get a second season. It only didn't do that because A, it performed abysmally, and B, it was almost universally hated. I don't think this is almost universally hated, and I don't think it's performed abysmally. So unless they're seeing something that we are not seeing, which is possible, I don't see how this doesn't get a season 2. And would they have allowed them to write the script the way they did and end it the way they did if they weren't quite confident in their own minds that they had a plan to renew this show?
Yeah, you're probably right. That they will just at least give it one more season, which is pretty unfortunate.
And maybe tell them to wrap it up on that one.
yeah, maybe it won't be 8 episodes, maybe it'll be like a reused location a lot, maybe they'll really rein in a lot of the effects and stuff.
I mean, do you think they had an alternate take of that final scene in case they were told, nah, this is it, you've got to wrap things up, where the episode ends with Wendy just snapping her fingers and the alien goes into the room and kills them all?
Or it snaps her fingers,
Maybe
they
they'll
zoom
just
out, and the whole island explodes.
Well, yeah, that too.
Maybe
yeah,
they just
Wendy
have
activates all the
confidence because of
self-destructs at the same
Romulus.
time.
Maybe Romulus's success made them feel like confident about just their ability to continue doing these things.
Maybe.
And maybe the same with Predator as well, because Prey, remember, that was like a Hulu movie, and then they probably realized afterward, like, probably could actually release that theatrically and made some money. And now the new one is going to be released theatrically, and it'll probably make some money. Because I guess it will. What great times, huh?
Truly.
That's kind of what I find confusing about like Romulus versus this, is that like Romulus is just trying to do Alien, but again, it's the entire point of that movie is to remind you of Alien. Alien Earth is trying to do something new, it just does it shit.
Yeah.
Horrifically
so
awful, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like it's trying to build on the success of Romulus, I don't think, except for, I guess, the strength of the IP, because it's not trying to do the same thing again. It could easily, and I think it would have benefited from this, it could easily have been a story about, like, what was his name? The guy, the brother. Gerald, something like that. Yeah, him and his team of Marine buddies going into the ship and clearing out the aliens. And then you'd have something similar to Aliens, but then you get rid of all the nonsense with the children and the android bodies and all the rest of it. And it would have felt more like maybe a Romulus-y version of Aliens, which I would have taken over this.
There's a million visions of this show that could have been great. But all of them require a writer that has a brain, which we are in short supply of.
It only takes us about 5 seconds with each individual scene to think, well, if we'd had this in this scene, or if we'd explored this concept, or if this character had done this instead, it would have been way more interesting. It's impossible not to do that when you review this show, because they don't do anything. And what they do one or two things, and they're all almost universally bad. I guess that's kind of the interesting question coming off of it, though, is like which pisses you off more now in hindsight, Romulus or Earth?
For me, it's Romulus, and that's an easy answer because Romulus is probably the most cynical example, possibly apart from Rings of Power, of a film that just repeatedly name drops things and throws in visuals just to be like, hey, look, we're not really doing our own thing, but remember this. Whereas that doesn't really happen in Alien Earth. So Alien Earth seemed a lot less cynical, but it was also much further up its own arse.
I was with you on that for quite a while. I think maybe up until episode 3 or 4 of Alien Earth, and that's when it sort of started to turn over time. Because I'm always wanting to give a bit more charity to anything that isn't just a carbon copy, Force Awakens style repeat of something or something that is, as you say, like less cynical as a cash grab. I kind of want to give it a bit more leeway, and I think I did with this show. And so for quite a long time, I was thinking, no, I hate Romulus. I don't like this, but I hate Romulus more. I don't know that that's still the case, though, because it's one thing to say it's less cynical, but actually, when you threaten or like you flirt with this high concept stuff and you sell it as an intelligent person's science fiction, a new Game of Thrones in the Alien universe, expanding all the lore, we're doing all the politics, look at all the interesting themes and character work that we can do in this show, and then you don't do it. I think in the long run, that's going to piss me off more. And I think it already is starting to piss me off more than Romulus. And I hate Romulus, and I hated it from second one.
It turned the alien into a puppy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stocks for Alien is pretty low right now. I mean, obviously if you're a big Alien fan, you haven't been eating well for a long time, and you shouldn't expect quality stuff to be coming out. If something good comes out, you should feel grateful and surprised, but boy, this is dire.
I mean, it did give us Dr. Tentacles, though, so we get the little things.
I mean, in descending order of like quality, I'm mostly okay with saying it's just release order for Alien as a franchise. It's insane how consistent that almost is. Like mostly there, maybe a trade here and there in the list, but I think this is the worst addition to the Alien franchise. Maybe not the one I hate the most, but certainly the worst.
Romulus?
I'm not sure. I can't remember what I thought the last time I went through that in my own head. It's complicated, man. I quite hate Prometheus, to be honest with you.
Fair.
Prometheus
I think
sucks.
I saw it once when it came out, and I was like, ooh.
I've seen it a few times. My favorite trivia thing with Prometheus is that there was a scene, I think it might be the one just before they meet the engineer, where Ridley Scott had to be reminded by someone working with him that characters couldn't just fly around because gravity was.
Damn it.
You had to be reminded that gravity exists. That was the state that Prometheus got to.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
So, let me
Covenant
see.
I hate
I think
too.
did I write down anything like amusing?
What?
I don't know. It's complete.
You okay there, bud?
No, I was just looking at something else. I was just looking to see if I'd written down anything amusing.
To do with
like
this show or
Amusing
just
about this
generally?
show, It's over. It's done.
Just to be okay, this is
It took
completely
8
this is
hours,
some,
but we did
this is
it.
something
It's
else. Yeah,
done.
these would be complete non sequiturs, unrelated in every way to the current topic. I was just I don't know. I was just thinking about this television show and
Well, I mean,
It's
where we've
over.
gone.
it's
and-
over, and I
It's done.
shan't want to keep anyone here for longer than needs be.
Oh, actually, I'm about to be sent something. So if you want to do an outro, I'll have a little something for us to show off. So excellent, good timing.
Random, why
How
don't
do
you
you do
tell
it?
everybody
Hello.
what you're up to lately and what you're going to be up to in future?
Yeah, I put out some people will know I'm doing videos on Spartacus, the TV show from about 15 years ago, which I really, really, really like. And I put out the Gods of the Arena video last night, and woke up in the morning and it had been age restricted. So what I have done is I've taken that video down. I had to appeal it multiple times, but eventually YouTube did tell me what the problem was. So I fixed the problem. It has got through. It is appropriate for ads, but I could make it public now. I'm gonna leave it for maybe 12 more hours just to give it time, so that it doesn't pop up and get flagged retroactively again. So yeah, that will be out tomorrow. All things going well. Apart from that, I'm gonna stream some games on Fridays during October.
Sweet.
Because, yeah, spooky games. It's the time of the year to do it.
You want to give any teasers to what's in these videos that people should be excited about?
Give us something to
Um,
look forward to. We need good news in these trying times.
Good. Oh, good God. Well, I don't know if this is something to be looking forward to, but it isn't in the video, but I'll mention it anyway. There's another spin-off for Spartacus coming out soon, The House of Asher, which the trailer did not fill me with confidence. But given how good the original show is, and given that it's the same showrunners, writing team, all the rest of it, I kind of really hope that it is good. I desperately want it to be good, and that's coming out in December. But yeah, fucking hell, like that. The trailer really does make me worried. And have you guys seen what's it called? What If, the Marvel thing? I'm guessing probably.
No.
I saw the first
New
two and then
episodes,
stopped.
yeah.
Okay, because conceptually, I just really dislike stories like that, and that's what this spin-off is. It's let's pretend that the main events of the story didn't happen, and we're going to do a spin-off where this other character is doing something totally different. And he's a cool character, like, fine, okay, like the actor, all the rest of it, same writers. But we have to treat it as a new iteration of the character. And I fundamentally just dislike that as an idea. It's totally different characters. You just have to pretend that, or forget that they look exactly the same. So yeah, I really don't like that idea, but it could be good. Who knows?
Do you want to intro this?
Me intro this. This is Beowin's beautiful art that he made for our stream. It's animated and it's very funny.
It about
That's
summarizes.
amazing.
This isn't something that is considered horror, by the way.
This is terrifying. Look at how scared he is. How could you not say this is terrifying?
You know, Bayway, I'm surprised you didn't put an expression on Tentacles, like a little smug expression or something.
I like his blank, it's just eyes.
Yeah.
It's just kind of being just eyeballs. Like it
I
has
like
no
the
thoughts
aliens.
going on.
The aliens' toes. They just look like teddy bear toes.
I like how the question mark turns into an exclamation mark as he becomes surprised. That's a nice touch.
It's accurate. He had
Very
no
good.
idea what the fuck this
Yeah.
was, and then he was just like, get it off me.
Little tentacles wiggling around on his
Beautiful.
face. I like this. This is very good.
Well,
This makes the 8-hour however long we talked about the show worth it. This makes it worth it.
Yeah.
well, yeah, you know,
I think so.
Platoon, Rags, Free, anything you want to update the old chat with? What you're up to?
I have a video nearly done. It was
Hmm.
going to be tomorrow, but it might need a little bit of extra time. But the Superman video will finally release by Monday. It has to be by Monday, so it should be done. It's like, it was 4.5 hours. It's increasing a little bit. Would have increased significantly if I didn't have the flu this week, because there's so much more I wanted to record. But yeah, it'll be done, and then we'll see how it does.
Good lord.
Whether it is generally accepted that
You're
that
gonna
movie
piss
is
some
absolute
people
dog shit.
off.
I hope so. It needs a drama.
What else is new? Oh, fun on the bun.
And I got some stuff going on in the background. Just been busy. I'll let you know when I've got a proper update.
I'm working.
Cool. I guess for me, it's gotten to the point now, chat. Okay, you finally got me. I can't just give a simple hour. I have to say, I don't. From this point, from last time, because I said it'll be above 16, I can speculate, but I can't be certain. So I will say the update this time is it will be at least 16, and at most, probably 18. So it's going to be somewhere in there, all right? Finally, we have reached an actual limitation. I never thought we'd either get there, but we did. And other than that, on the 1st of October, the beginning of the best month ever, I'm going to do a stream where I'm probably going to talk a lot more about how it was made, why it's taken this long, and maybe I'll give away a bit more about it, because I think around then I'm going to feel a little bit somewhat accomplished in terms of how far it's gotten. So I'll hopefully give some more information, but you know, it's a few days away, but not quite yet. We're getting there. What a journey, you know. And I will say, like I've said this before, but I'm very much intending to get it out this year. All right, I can't be more specific than that just yet. Other than that, I suppose that's the end of the stream. And
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
We
we'll
did it. We
have
made
to
it.
catch you next week for whatever crazy thing will be going on next, other than what's been mentioned from different people coming out with stuff. So, thank you all for watching. We appreciate it. But for now, goodbye.
Yeah.
See you
Goodbye,
later,
everybody.
Bye.
See you later. Bye bye.